Lin Chujiu has traversed into a fantastical realm of martial prowess and awakened a life choice simulator. Martial prowess, combat experience, and life memories. Each simulation yields corresponding rewards. At 18, while resting at a tea stall, you were poisoned by a drug-laced brew, and a bandit masquerading as a tea expert stabbed you. You met your demise. At 18, as you delved deeper into the bandit stronghold, you encountered a mysterious figure who had stealthily infiltrated. He struck you with a punch, and you perished. At 21, the enigmatic figure confronted you. Despite your valiant resistance, he delivered a blow, leading to your death. Martial prowess, retained. Combat experience, retained. Life memories, retained. Simulate again, and layer upon layer. At 20, your reputation soared. The young prodigy Wang Tung challenged you, and with a mere flick of your blade, he fell lifeless. At 23, the grandmaster Xie Tianfu struck you thrice. You reciprocated with a single punch, and he perished. At 25, the martial emperor Zhuo Lingxiao suppressed you with a mountain peak. You effortlessly drew your blade and cleaved both the mountain and the emperor in twain. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chujiu realized he had become invincible. Chapter 1. Life Choice Simulator. Brothers, let us muster our spirits. The county magistrate has entrusted this task to us. If we execute it well, our ascent to greatness is assured. The chief is correct. Consider Du Yuanwei, who not only shares a close bond with the magistrate but has also conducted business in Sanjiang County. How could we ever forge such connections? To speak frankly, the recent misfortune befalling Miss Du is a calamity for Du Yuanwei. Yet for us brothers, it is an extraordinary boon. The county magistrate has proclaimed that should we successfully rescue Miss Du, Du Yuanwei will reward us with 200 taels. 200 taels? Divided among us, each would receive 20 taels, equating to our income for 2 years. Were we discussing division for? If overheard, it may seem Du Yuanwei cannot afford the sum. Rather, it is 200 taels per person. 200 taels each. The officers in the ranks widened their eyes, nearly gasping for breath, for the bounty offered by Du Yuanwei was indeed substantial. Not to mention 200 taels, even 100 would be enough to send their heads spinning. The mere bandits of Haifeng's High should prepare themselves. Shaolin, what are you doing? The captain turned to observe Lin Chujiu, who had fallen behind, lost in thought by the roadside. Lin Chujiu hastily lifted his gaze. Nothing, captain. As long as it's nothing, that's good. Shaolin, your father once took great care of me. Now that you have inherited his position, you must dedicate yourself earnestly. Indeed, Shaolin, you are still young. Seize this opportunity. With 200 taels of reward, you could join a sect or apply for the outer training camp of the town martial division. Once your martial skills are refined, the world will be your oyster, far better than remaining in Wuliu County for a lifetime. Lin Chujiu chuckled lightly in response, feigning nonchalance. Yet at that moment, his entire attention was captivated by the sudden appearance of a translucent information panel before him. Life Choice Simulator is loading. 1, 25, 50, 100, loading complete. Upon initial loading, 3 simulation coins shall be granted, multiplying the current number of simulation coins by 3. Additionally, 1 simulation coin will be bestowed each day. Note, a person's life is replete with myriad choices, each distinct choice heralding varying outcomes. For further details, the host is encouraged to embark on their own exploration. Indeed, it is true. Lin Chujiu is a time traveler. After many years of traversing this realm, he has come to discern that it is a world of exceptional martial prowess. Not only are there martial artists capable of slaying ferocious tigers with a single punch, but it is also said that there exist formidable beings who can soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, effortlessly cleaving mountains and rivers, and even capturing stars and moons with ease. Of course, he has never encountered such extraordinary beings, merely considering them as legends. The most formidable martial artist he has had the privilege to encounter is the captain, Zhang De, who leads this expedition. Lin Chujiu has previously witnessed Zhang De in the throes of training, capable of toppling a robust water buffalo with a single punch and shattering a wooden stake as thick as a thigh with a mere kick. According to Captain Zhang De, should he take a step further in his training, he would achieve the external strength necessary to attain the third realm of postnatal martial artists. At that juncture, he could be regarded as an entry-level martial artist, classified among the 9th tier of martial artists. As Lin Chujiu prepares to embrace this world and diligently hone his skills, the golden finger unexpectedly arrives at this critical moment. At present, Lin Chujiu is not particularly astonished. After all, given that time travel has transpired, the awakening of a golden finger seems entirely reasonable. If he were to voice any dissatisfaction, it would be that this golden finger arrived rather belatedly. Nevertheless, better late than never. Hey, the sun is blazing, and I am parched from the journey. There happens to be a tea stall ahead. Let us rest for a spell. As Lin Chujiu fumbled with the newly appeared simulator, the voices of the constables echoed through the ranks. Let's move along. The tea vendor has it tough as well. setting up a stall at the foot of Blackwind stronghold. Does he not fear that the brigands may take offense and dismantle his stand? Dismantling the tea stall would be fortunate. If by chance they are in need of a side dish for their liquor, they might very well resort to chopping him up. Hey, why are you worrying unnecessarily? Perhaps the brigands will not prey upon their own doorstep. Shaolin, stop daydreaming and keep up. 8 constables hurriedly advanced, while Lin Chujiu found himself ensnared in contemplation, gazing at the semi-transparent information panel before him. He could now ascertain that, apart from himself, no one else could perceive this information panel. Would you like to commence simulation? Prompted the simulator. Perhaps I should give it a try? Uncertain of the golden finger's function, Lin Chujiu made this decision. With a thought, he mentally clicked on the information panel before him. Consume 1 simulation coin. Simulation commencing. Within the information panel, lines of text began to unfold. At 18, you journey with the party into the mountains, intending to breach Blackwind stronghold and rescue Miss Du. Choice 1. Do not rest, continue onward. Choice 2. Take a break for tea and restore your strength before proceeding. Note: a person's life will encounter numerous choices, each distinct choice leading to different results. Please make your selection. Host. Is it possible to participate in this selection? Lin Chujiu observed his perspiring comrades. Knowing as the least experienced among them, he could not indiscriminately obstruct their progress. I choose option 2. At 18, after an arduous journey, parched and fatigued, you decide to rest at the tea stall at the foot of the mountain. At 18, while resting at the tea stall, you are drugged by tea laced with a soporific, and the bandit masquerading as a team master delivers a fatal stab. You have perished. What is happening? As a time traveler, I have only just awakened my golden finger, yet I have not even begun to unleash my potential and ascend to the pinnacle of life, only to be slain by a knife at a roadside tea stall? Congratulations, you have survived for half a stick of incense's duration. Your brief existence concluded in a most tragic and ludicrous manner. Evaluation: there is little worthy of commentary. Additional reward: none. The simulation has concluded, and you may choose to retain one of the following options. 1. The martial prowess attained prior to death. 2. The martial experiences accumulated before death. 3. The memories of life prior to death. Lin Chujiu's mind was somewhat disoriented. The outcome of being stabbed to death left him feeling rather a loss. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to select the third option. The first and second options bore little significance. After all, the self he was before being stabbed bore no discernible difference in strength from his current self. In the next moment, a torrent of memories surged into Lin Chujiu's mind. It was as if he had relived everything. The manner in which he drank tea and how he was incapacitated by the medicine. Every detail was strikingly vivid. Shaolin, come here, aren't you thirsty? Just as Lin Chujiu concluded the simulation, his teammates had already seated themselves at the tea stall, eagerly awaiting the tea master to brew their tea. Lin Chujiu's heart raced as he hurried over. Esteemed guest, your tea is ready. The tea master, holding the teapot, was about to approach the table. Lin Chujiu, rushing into the tea stall, stumbled and collided with the tea master's side. Oh dear, esteemed guest, be careful. The freshly brewed tea splattered everywhere. You're so hasty, Shaolin. What's the rush? Captain Zhang chided lightly. The tea master chuckled, unperturbed. No worries. I shall brew another pot for the esteemed guests. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chujiu snatched the teapot from the tea master's hands and poured the remaining tea into Captain Zhang's bowl. Ah, esteemed guest, this... You said Shaolin couldn't handle matters, yet he seems quite adept at flattering us. Captain Zhang also laughed, preparing to grasp the half bowl of tea on the table to quench his thirst. However, Lin Chujiu swiftly seized it from him. Captain, I'm exceedingly thirsty. Allow me to drink first. With that, Lin Chujiu eagerly raised the teacup and drank it down. You this! Captain Zhang found himself both amused and exasperated. The little rascal, had he been too indulgent with him in the past? Without warning, Lin Chujiu, after downing a mouthful of tea, rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground with a thud. There's a sedative in the tea. Captain Zhang's heart jolted as he shouted, drawing his dagger from his waist and directly aimed it at the tea master. Chapter 2. A Single Punch. Dr. Cha was swiftly felt. The patrons at another table, evidently disguised bandits, unsheathed hidden weapons and charged forth. However, Zhang De, the head constable, possessed martial prowess approaching the refined level, and with the assistance of several constables, he effortlessly dispatched this gang of brigands. Shaolin, wake up! Are you all right? Lin Chujiu, shaken from his reverie, had discreetly spat out the mouthful of tea he had been holding. He feigned drowsiness as he opened his eyes. What on earth is happening? Observing the toppled miscreants, Lin Chujiu endeavored to appear astonished. Surely, the rogues from Haifeng village had received word and covertly set a trap for us. Fortunately, you, my friend, are blessed with good fortune, otherwise, we might have met our demise. Haha, you are indeed a fool with good luck. After this affair, you must take credit for a great deed. Chuckling, Lin Chujiu once again activated the life choice simulator. He began to comprehend that the information within this simulator was not illusory, but rather an impending reality. Had he not preemptively simulated this scenario, he might have met his end at the hands of the brigands in his slumber. The more he contemplated, the more unnerved he became, leading him instinctively to initiate a new simulation. Consuming one simulation coin, commencing simulation. At 18, you venture into the mountains with your team, intending to assault Hafeng village and rescue Miss Du. At 18, while resting at a tea stall at the mountain's foot, you see through the bandits' disguise and cleverly alert your comrades, leading to the bandits' demise. At 18, you arrive at the gates of Hafeng village with your team. Choice 1. Charge in alongside your comrades, fearless and bold. Choice 2. Follow head Constable Zhang Da's strategy and stealthily enter through the side of the village. Please make your choice. Another challenging decision presented itself. Lin Chujiu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Given the bandits' ruse of masquerading as Dr. Cha, it seemed they held a significant degree of respect for this team of constables. Thus, the strength of Hafeng village may not be excessively formidable. Although head Constable Zhang Da had yet to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, his capabilities suggested he could easily handle 2 or 3 dozen bandits single-handedly. I choose option 2. After careful deliberation, Lin Chujiu opted for the second choice. A direct assault through the front gate seemed exceedingly foolish. At 18, following head Constable Zhang Da's arrangement, you stealthily enter through the side of Hafeng village. At 18, you infiltrate Hafeng village and unwittingly stumble into a secret chamber, obtaining the nameless sword manual. At 18, as you delve deeper into the village, you encounter a mysterious individual who strikes you with a punch, resulting in your demise. What the hell? Dead again? Lin Chujiu felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had taken care to approach the infiltration with discretion. Yet fate seemed to conspire against him. What was the deal with that mysterious individual? We are all infiltrators. Must he not at least share a common purpose? Why strike me without cause? Moreover, what kind of power does he possess to kill me with a single blow? Lin Chujiu believed that despite not awakening any extraordinary abilities since his arrival, he had diligently practiced martial arts. Among the constables in Wuxiao County, although he was the youngest, his abilities were second only to head Constable Zhang Da. Even Zhang Da could not possibly dispatch him with a mere flick of his fist. Thus, the mysterious individual he encountered must be a practitioner of refined martial arts. Congratulations, you survived for an hour and a half, a tragically brief existence. Lamentable, yet not devoid of value, as you glimpsed the strength of a refined martial artist before your end. Assessment, still lacking in noteworthy achievements. Additional reward, none. Simulation concluded, you may choose to retain one of the following. 1. The martial prowess level before death. 2. The martial arts experience before death. 3. Memories of life before death. With little of merit to choose from, he was again compelled to select the third option. The memories from the simulation instantaneously flooded Lin Chujiu's mind, as if he had lived through the experiences himself. In his mind, the mysterious individual unleashed a punch. The sound of bones cracking resonating through the air, an overwhelming force. Bang! Lin Chujiu was sent soaring by the blow, his sternum shattered, heart obliterated, rendering him beyond salvation. Such terror. Was this truly the power of a refined martial artist? Not only would he perish, but even a ferocious tiger would find itself vanquished before such strength. What now? Can he still proceed to Hafeng village? Gritting his teeth, Lin Chujiu gazed at the solitary remaining simulation coin, initiating yet another simulation. He refused to believe that death was the only outcome awaiting him. Consuming one simulation coin, commencing simulation. At 18, you venture into the mountains with your team, intending to assault Hafeng village and rescue Miss Du. At 18, following head Constable Zhang Da's strategy, you stealthily enter through the side of the village. At 18, you infiltrate Hafeng village and unwittingly stumble into a secret chamber, obtaining the nameless sword manual. Choice 1. Temporarily retreat. Sometimes rational avoidance can lead to broader horizons. Choice 2. Press on deeper. Without entering the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger's cub? Please make your choice. Lin Chujiu's brow furrowed slightly. This time, the choice arose not before entering the village, but just before encountering the mysterious individual. Were the opportunities for choice always presented before critical moments of life and death? In the previous simulation, he had chosen to delve deeper, only to meet the mysterious individual and be struck down. What should he choose this time? Should he continue onward? The thought of that mysterious individual's terrifying strength sent shivers down Lin Chujiu's spine. Clearly, he possessed no capacity for resistance against such an opponent. To survive, he must evade the encounter. I choose option 1. At 18, you prudently assess the situation and promptly withdraw from Hafeng village. At 18, a sudden fire engulfs Hafeng village, completely destroying it. You hide in the shadows and inadvertently witness the mysterious individual rescue Miss Du, while the other constables are all trapped without escape. At 18, filled with dread, you dare not return to the county office and seek refuge in a secluded spot, diligently practicing the martial arts from the nameless sword manual. At 20, you make significant progress with the nameless sword manual, feeling on the verge of breaking through to the 9th rank of martial artist. At 21, You continue to advance with the nameless sword manual, sensing an impending breakthrough to the 9th rank of martial artist. At 21, the mysterious individual comes to confront you. You struggle in resistance, but to no avail. He strikes you with a punch, and you perish. How absurd. After hiding for 3 years, I still could not evade that punch. Was this the Avada Kedavra of punches? Congratulations, you survived for 3 years, abandoning your companions for a life of survival. A pitiable existence, yet it was not without merit. As you glimpsed the strength of a refined martial artist before your demise. Assessment, not worth mentioning. Additional reward, 3 simulation coins for years survived. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain one of the following. 1. The martial prowess level before death. 2. The martial arts experience before death. 3. Memories of life before death. Once again, he ultimately could not escape a fate met with untimely demise. After 3 arduous years of honing his martial arts skills, Lin Chujiu believed that his abilities had indeed improved. Surviving for 3 years had even earned him a reward of 3 simulation coins, indicating that for every year of survival, one could earn a coin. Selecting an option was straightforward this time. Lin Chujiu felt a surge of immense power coursing through his body, every sinew and muscle taut with energy. Clenching his fists, an unprecedented sense of strength welled up within him. He realized that he was merely a step away from the external force realm of a 9th-grade martial artist. At this moment, his prowess had slightly surpassed that of Captain Zhangde. With a resounding thud, Lin Chujiu struck a large boulder by the roadside. The massive stone shattered into pieces. Indeed, even though he had failed to inherit the techniques from the Nameless Blade Manual, his physical form undeniably possessed the strength of an impending 9th-grade martial artist. Shaolin, what's wrong? Nothing, Captain. I just need to relieve myself. Chapter 3. 9th-grade martial artist Lin Chujiu was not truly in urgent need of a restroom. However, several simulations had made him acutely aware that this expedition to Black Wind Stronghold was fraught with peril. He was uncertain of the thieves' capabilities. But the mysterious figure that had suddenly appeared was undeniably a first-grade martial artist. Moreover, the individual seemed to have a significant mental issue, as they had attacked him upon their first encounter. Even in subsequent simulations where they never crossed paths, the adversary had still pursued him relentlessly for 3 years, ultimately leading to his demise. Resolving the mystery surrounding this enigmatic figure was imperative. Fortunately, the recent reward of 3 simulation coins had provided some hope. Otherwise, he would have found himself trapped in an inescapable predicament. He resumed the simulation. At 18, you prudently withdrew from Black Wind Stronghold. At 20, you gained insights from the Nameless Blade Manual, sensing a breakthrough into the 9th-grade martial artist realm. At 20, you secretly relocated to a more secluded area, continuing to diligently practice the Nameless Blade Manual. In this round of options, Lin Chujiu opted to move early, aiming to evade the mysterious figure's pursuit. At 21, you made progress in practicing the Nameless Blade Manual, feeling on the verge of breaking through to the 9th-grade martial artist realm. At 22, you finally achieved external force, becoming a 9th-grade martial artist. At 22, the mysterious figure confronted you. Despite your fierce resistance, after a fierce battle, you succumbed to a single punch and perished. Why should I die from a single punch when we are both 9th-grade martial artists? Lin Chujiu felt indignant. Yet, it was evident that the outcome of this simulation was unchangeable. Congratulations on surviving for 4 years, abandoning your companions for a life of mere survival. It is indeed tragic. But achieving the status of a 9th-grade martial artist before your demise is not without merit. Evaluation, heart-wrenching. Additional rewards, simulation coin 4, for years survived. Simulation coin 5, for breakthrough level. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain any one of the following. Despite his dissatisfaction, Lin Chujiu wasted no time and chose to retain his martial prowess. Instantly, as he fell to the rear of the group, a torrent of energy surged within him, resonating with the sound of distant drums. An explosive force lay dormant within his sinews and skin, clearly indicating the manifestation of external force. He had indeed become a 9th-grade martial artist. With such power, even standing still while a burly man struck him would leave him unharmed. Even sharp blades, unless wielded by a formidable martial artist, would struggle to inflict harm upon him. Yet, it was still insufficient. The memory of that mysterious figure's punch lingered like a haunting nightmare in his mind. Personal wallet, 12. He continued with the simulation. This will consume 5 simulation coins. Do you wish to commence the simulation? The price for using the simulator has increased after becoming a 9th-grade martial artist? The hard-earned simulation coins he possessed would only allow for 2 more simulations? Gritting his teeth, Lin Chujiu resolved to proceed. At this point, the simulator was his only means of breaking through his predicament. At 18, you prudently withdrew from Black Wind Stronghold. At 18, you secretly found a remote residence and diligently practiced the Nameless Blade Manual. Although you made no significant progress, you compensated for your lack of martial techniques. At 18, you left Wuliu County for Sanjiang Prefecture, successfully joining the Town Martial Division due to your status as a 9th-grade martial artist. At 18, you became an apprentice constable in the Town Martial Division, where you encountered the mysterious figure. They stealthily struck you with a punch, and you died. Lin Chujiu was exasperated. This time, he had hoped to take a different approach by joining the town marshal division, relying on this powerful governmental organization for protection. Who would have thought that the same mysterious figure he had encountered in Blackwind Stronghold was also a member of the town marshal division? They had covertly sought an opportunity to strike him, leading to his untimely death once more. What vendetta could there be? Lin Chujiu recalled that in several previous simulations, he had never even crossed paths with the individual. Yet, the opponent seemed determined to hunt him down, akin to a feral cat drawn to the scent of fish. There could only be one explanation. The mysterious figure must have learned of his whereabouts through some channel and pursued him relentlessly. This was the only way to accurately pinpoint his location and ensure his demise. The enigmatic figure was likely closely connected with Du Yuanwei. It was evident that the mysterious figure had infiltrated Blackwind Stronghold to rescue Miss Du. However, since their goals aligned, why was the mysterious figure intent on eradicating him? He could not comprehend it. This simulation yielded an even poorer evaluation than the last, with no simulation coins earned. Lin Chujiu opted to retain the martial arts experience from before his death. Although his power did not grow, he had at least honed the Nameless Blade Manual to proficiency. A flash of insight entered his mind, endowing him with the experience of diligently practicing the Nameless Blade Manual. The techniques contained within were far superior to the sword skills he had previously learned. This could very well be a martial art of considerable caliber. Grasping the single knife at his waist, Lin Chujiu knew that with a mere flick of his wrist, he could unleash a series of astonishing blade techniques. At this moment, even Captain Zhang Do would likely struggle to withstand a single strike. With the external force of a 9th-grade martial artist combined with his sharp blade skills, his strength now placed him among the more formidable 9th-grade martial artists. In the blink of an eye, he had completed the leap from a mere novice to a 9th-grade martial artist. Under normal circumstances, he would have been elated. However, the mere thought of the mysterious figure's punch robbed him of any joy. Despite possessing such strength, he still had no chance against the mysterious figure. Personal wallet, 7. Only one simulation opportunity remained. Clearly, the path of joining the town marshal division was no longer viable. I refuse to believe that through my diligent practice, I cannot surpass you. Lin Chujiu steeled himself and initiated the next simulation once more. At the age of 18, you astutely gauged the situation and promptly withdrew from the Blackwind Stronghold. At the same age, you diligently practiced the Nameless Blade Manual, gaining new insights. By 20, you secretly relocated to an even more secluded place, continuing your rigorous training with the Nameless Blade Manual. At 21 and again at 22, you repeated this clandestine relocation, steadfastly honing your skills. This time, Lin Chujiu resolved to persist in his evasion, adhering to the principle of striking and vanishing, relocating annually. Remarkably, after several years, he had indeed eluded the mysterious individual. At 26, your mastery of the Nameless Blade Manual had stagnated. Although your strength had significantly increased, you felt the pinnacle of an 8th-grade warrior still lay far beyond your reach. When the mysterious figure finally confronted you, you fought valiantly. After an intense struggle, he struck you with a punch, you retaliated with a blade, and both of you perished. Damn, while it was yet another instance of inevitable death, the distinctly altered outcome granted Lin Chujiu a sense of vindication. Previously, he had succumbed effortlessly to the mysterious figure's casual blows, but this time, he had matched him blow for blow, resulting in mutual destruction. Clearly, the mysterious individual had his limits. He was not invincible. In high spirits, Lin Chujiu gazed upon the simulator's information interface. Chapter 4, Advancement to 8th Grade. The screen unveiled a series of words. Congratulations on surviving for 8 years. Abandoning comrades to cling to life, a pitiful existence. Yet, in your final moments, you fought valiantly to achieve mutual destruction with your adversary, thus displaying a semblance of masculinity. Evaluation, a cause for lamentation. Additional rewards, 8 simulation coins for years survived, 3 simulation coins for slaying a 9th-grade warrior. Personal wallet, 13. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain any one of the following. Lin Chujiu opted to preserve his martial prowess. Though he had yet to transcend the 8th-grade warrior threshold in this simulation, it was undoubtedly an improvement over previous attempts. Indeed, a warm current surged through his body, and he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. From this simulation, Lin Chujiu also discerned that regardless of his relocations, the mysterious figure would invariably find him, intent on his demise. At that moment, he had no better strategy. Nevertheless, with additional simulation coins awarded, he felt empowered to engage in further simulations. He refused to believe that a mere native could best someone endowed with extraordinary abilities. Continuing with the simulations, at 26, Lin Chujiu once again found his progress with the Nameless Blade Manual had reached a standstill, despite his considerable growth in strength. When confronted by the mysterious figure, he fought fiercely, but the outcome remained the same. He struck back, and they both perished. A sardonic smile crept across Lin Chujiu's face. At least he could ensure that he could exchange lives with the mysterious figure. Additional rewards, 8 simulation coins for years survived, 3 simulation coins for slaying a 9th grade warrior. Personal wallet, 19. Amusingly, not only did he incur no losses, but he also managed to earn a few simulation coins. Lin Chujiu realized he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Each encounter seemed to yield a modest profit in simulation coins, rendering him an eternal source of income. He was enamored with the idea of farming experience points. It delighted him immensely. After selecting martial experience, Lin Chujiu proceeded with the next simulation. At 26, when the mysterious figure confronted him once more, he fought valiantly. After an intense battle, he sustained injuries from the mysterious figure's punch, but ultimately triumphed, witnessing his foe's demise. Although he succumbed to his wounds days later, he relished the satisfaction of having lived to see his adversary perish. Such a feeling was undeniably gratifying. Personal wallet, 25. Retaining his martial prowess, Lin Chujiu engaged in 2 more simulations. In the first, he chose to preserve his martial experience. However, by the second simulation, he discovered that he had reached the limits of his potential. No matter how he trained during the simulation, he could no longer grow stronger. It was evident that he had encountered the legendary bottleneck of martial arts. Unless he could break through, he would be unable to progress for the remainder of his life. Personal wallet, 37. These 2 simulations had rewarded him with a gratifying total of 37 simulation coins. He could continue simulating indefinitely. Yet this time, Lin Chujiu chose to retain his life memories. While his strength might not increase, enhancing his odds in other aspects was not beyond possibility. All the information regarding his battles with the mysterious figure flooded into Lin Chujiu's mind. Every move, every injury, each detail vividly replayed as though he had experienced it firsthand. Though the mysterious figure remained unaware of Lin Chujiu's capabilities, he had now become intimately acquainted with the adversary's techniques. With such thorough preparation, what transformations awaited him in the upcoming simulation? Consuming 5 simulation coins, commencing simulation. At 26, when the mysterious figure arrived, both warriors were evenly matched. Following an intense battle, armed with knowledge of his opponent's techniques, Lin Chujiu evaded a lethal punch and struck back, resulting in the adversary's demise. At 26, having vanquished a formidable foe, you felt a surge of relief. Years of stagnation were shattered, and you finally broke through to the inner strength realm, achieving the status of an 8th grade warrior. At 26, upon returning to the county office, you found that the former county magistrate had long since ascended in rank. Investigating the Du family, you discovered they had also relocated. At 26, while journeying to Sanjiang County, you encountered an attack from individuals practicing demonic arts, who drained your blood and led to your demise. What the hell? Was this fate ever going to relent? Before awakening this simulator, he had lived a tranquil, undisturbed life for 18 years. Yet, after awakening this infernal device, he had been met with nothing but death, time and again, without exception. Was this cursed simulator a harbinger of misfortune? Never mind, let us focus on the present. He chose to retain his martial prowess. Instantly, a torrent of inner strength surged within him, coursing through his meridians. He channeled this inner strength, striking a nearby boulder with his fist. The stone remained unscathed, but upon nudging it with his toe, it shattered into dust. Astonishing. Was this the might of inner strength? Lin Chujiu felt he could effortlessly overpower 20 captains like Zhang De. If an 8th grade warrior was already this formidable, then the demonic martial artist who attacked him in the simulations must be incredibly powerful. Personal wallet, 63. With the additional 20 simulation coins awarded for breaking through to 8th grade warrior status, he now possessed a total of 63 coins. Should he continue with the simulations? Consuming 20 simulation coins, shall we commence the simulation? Indeed, upon reaching the 8th grade warrior status, the cost of simulation had once again increased. In a single instance, 20 simulation coins were required, and those 63 coins seemed a considerable amount. They could only facilitate a meager 3 simulations. Nevertheless, Lin Chujiu reassured himself that there was likely no danger in Black Wind Village, as long as he refrained from venturing into Sanjiang County for the time being. With such thoughts solidified in his mind, he temporarily ceased the simulations. At that moment, Captain Zhang De, accompanied by several other constables, had already advanced a considerable distance ahead. Lin Chujiu shook his head behind them. Captain Zhang De was undoubtedly unaware that the individuals awaiting him ahead would meet a grim fate. Had it not been for his prior simulations, he would never have imagined that a powerful 9th grade martial artist could emerge from such a remote little stronghold. As they pressed onward, it wasn't long before they arrived near Black Wind Village. Captain Zhang De halted and earnestly inquired, "What do you all think? Should we storm in through the front gate, or should we stealthily infiltrate from the side to rescue Miss Du first?" Chapter 5, Confronting the Mysterious Figure. Here it comes. Indeed, an option that had appeared in the simulation. Reality once again demonstrated to Lin Chujiu that the entire simulation process was not purely illusory. The constables exchanged glances, and one of them boldly exclaimed, "What is there to fear? These mere thieves can hardly wield a knife properly. You've already reached the next grade. And we've all trained for years in martial arts. Who could possibly stand in our way?" Captain Zhang De regarded him coolly. "What if we provoke the thieves, and they harm Miss Du? Will you take responsibility for that?" The fervent constable's bravado dissipated instantly. He was unafraid of charging forward. But the thought of injuring Miss Du and incurring the wrath of her father, who might refuse to part with his silver, was not a scenario he wished to contemplate. With that in mind, he hesitated and asked, "Captain, I've heard that Miss Du is as beautiful as a flower. She has been held captive for some time now. Could it be?" He left his thought unfinished, but the implication was clear to the assembled constables. Captain Zhang Da's expression turned grave as he coldly stated, "Our sole responsibility is to safely rescue Miss Du. Other matters are not to be questioned or known. Do you understand?" "Understood, Captain." Zhang Da nodded and proceeded, "Very well. For Miss Du's safety, we shall first infiltrate from the side of the stronghold to locate her." Soon, plans were laid out. A few constables remained at the front to divert the bandits' attention while Captain Zhang Da, Lin Chujiu, and another constable stealthily approached from the side. These three were evidently the strongest among the constables present. The infiltration was smooth and uneventful. The trio successfully entered the stronghold from the side. Captain Zhang Da lowered his voice, "Xiao Lin, Xiao Wang. When we hear commotion from the front, we will split into 3 teams and search from different directions. Our priority is to find Miss Du and rescue her if possible. If the situation does not permit, do not alert the enemy. Return here to regroup." "Understood." Moments later, the stronghold indeed erupted in chaos. It was apparent that Captain Zhang Da's strategy had borne fruit, as the other constables created a disturbance at the front. Of course, they did not intend to launch a full-scale assault. They were merely shouting from a distance. With their forces divided, Lin Chujiu relied on his memories from the simulation to guide him toward the familiar direction. Although he had mastered the techniques in the knife manual, he decided to head to the secret chamber to retrieve the nameless knife manual. Though he was uncertain why such a valuable tome would exist in a humble stronghold, it might prove to be worth a small fortune in the future. The simulation process granted him strength and experience, but did not provide any monetary gain. Following the route etched in his memory, he advanced further. Soon, he arrived at a location that felt eerily familiar. Inside the passage, Lin Chujiu's gaze sharpened as a figure suddenly lunged at him from the side, launching an attack. A fist as large as a cooking pot rapidly magnified before his eyes. The assailant had no intention of employing any tricks, delivering a direct blow aimed squarely at Lin Chujiu's chest. The wind from the punch was palpable. The formidable physique of the 9th-grade martial artist exuded an aura of invincibility, spurred by the external force. The mysterious figure's expression was frigid, his pupils glinting with a detached coldness. Under the ferocity of the punch, the young constable appeared momentarily paralyzed, standing dumbfounded in place. The mysterious figure smirked internally, confident that with this one punch, even a fierce tiger would be left quaking in fear. There was no way this insignificant constable could survive. In an instant, the heavy fist struck Lin Chujiu's chest. Yet, contrary to expectations of blood and a flying figure, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, Lin Chujiu's skin quivered, dissipating the force of the punch throughout his body. A blow powerful enough to fell a tiger had failed to inflict even the slightest harm. His skin was as resilient as that of a wild bull, effectively neutralizing the tremendous force. The mysterious figure instinctively leapt back, astonished to behold Lin Chujiu, a mere county constable, had reached the next grade and mastered such formidable external strength. Given time, he might not even be a match for him. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes as the mysterious figure sneered. "Unfortunately, you encountered me too early, genius. A talent stifled in its prime is of no worth." With that, the mysterious figure lunged forward once more, delivering an even more vicious punch aimed at Lin Chujiu's chest. As the fist was unleashed, the muscles in his arm writhed like a great serpent, the fabric of his sleeve tearing apart with an audible rip. The speed of his movement was blinding, a relentless barrage of force that sent a shockwave through the air. Compared to his previous strike, this punch was exponentially more potent. This punch incorporated the secret boxing technique he had diligently honed over the years, marking the pinnacle of his skill. The mysterious figure was confident. Even if the constable had also attained the 9th grade of external strength, he would inevitably suffer defeat under this blow. However, midway through the strike, in an ephemeral moment, he noticed the constable's lips curling into a sardonic smile, an expression that seemed ill-timed. What is happening? In that fleeting moment, a question surged within the mysterious figure's mind. Yet, his fist did not waver. Bang! With the same resounding impact, the mysterious figure's powerful punch once again connected with Lin Chujiu's chest. But this time, the outcome was utterly different. The mysterious figure felt that the force of his punch had not been dissipated. Rather, it had struck Lin Chujiu squarely. The sensation was unlike the previous encounter. At the moment of contact, an inexplicably potent force surged from the point of impact, coursing through his arm and flooding back towards him, coughing up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organ fragments. The force that had transmitted through his fist swiftly reached his chest cavity, effortlessly shattering several of his organs. 8th grade internal strength? With great difficulty. The mysterious figure uttered those words as he slowly crumpled to the ground, his eyes wide open, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Had he known that his opponent was merely an 8th grade martial artist, even with tenfold courage, he would never have dared to recklessly charge forward. Regrettably, The world offers little in the way of foresight, and the enigmatic figure had drawn his last breath. The orchestrator of this encounter, however, gently brushed the fabric of his garment and, observing the fallen adversary consumed by hatred, shook his head ever so slightly. While his opponent lacked the foresight, he, equipped with a life choice simulator, had the privilege of experiencing numerous precognitive insights. Through these countless simulations, he had long been aware of the existence of this mysterious individual. Moreover, through various confrontations, he had already discerned the opponent's level of prowess. To be frank, the mysterious figure in the current scene was significantly less formidable than the version that would emerge years hence in the simulated scenarios. As an 8th-grade martial artist endowed with internal energy, he need not even shift his stance. The mere recoil of his inner strength was sufficient to instill terror into his opponent's heart, leading to a swift demise. The once nightmarish presence was thus effortlessly vanquished. Lying prostrate at his feet, a peculiar sensation stirred within Lin Chujiu, yet the memories retained from the simulations tempered his mind, keeping his emotions largely undisturbed. He gently stepped over the lifeless body of the mysterious figure and continued onward. With the mysterious figure dispatched, it appeared that no significant threats remained within the Black Wind stronghold. Chapter 6. The Great Fire. Within the Black Wind stronghold, Lin Chujiu advanced cautiously. Although simulations indicated that this stronghold posed no significant danger, he nonetheless gripped the hilt of his blade, perpetually poised for action. To some extent, he placed his trust in the simulator, yet he had no intention of relying on it entirely. To adopt a careless attitude simply because of possessing an advantage was not his life-as philosophy. Upon delving deeper, his peripheral vision caught sight of 2 figures in a side chamber. Moving silently, he entered the room. Indeed, the 2 figures had long since lost their vitality. Judging by their attire, they were evidently bandits from the stronghold, slain by an unknown assailant. Could it have been that mysterious individual? A thought flickered in Lin Chujiu's mind. Although in previous simulations, this figure had relentlessly pursued him, it appeared they had indeed come to rescue Miss Du. No, that was not the case. The internal energy realm of an 8th-grade martial artist bestowed upon him heightened senses. Even in the dimly lit chamber, he could clearly perceive the state of the deceased. The 2 bandits slumped against the wall, their garments soaked in blood. Lin Chujiu crouched down and turned one of the bandits' heads. 2 rows of bite marks marred the neck, a grotesque sight. A buzz filled Lin Chujiu's mind, and a chill surged from his heart. At 26 years old, you ventured to Sanjiang County, only to be ambushed by practitioners of dark arts, meeting your demise as your blood was drained. This phrase inevitably surfaced in Lin Chujiu's thoughts. In the most recent simulation, he had perished from blood loss. However, in that instance, he had chosen to retain his martial prowess, opting not to preserve the memories from the simulation. Thus, aside from that textual information, he held no further understanding of the dark practitioner. The lifeless forms before him might well have met their end at the hands of that same dark martial artist from the simulation, suggesting a troubling connection. A chill swept through Lin Chujiu, nearly compelling him to turn and flee. Yet, this notion flickered momentarily in his mind before being forcibly suppressed. The simulator initiated the next simulation. At that moment, Lin Chujiu paused, intending to conduct another simulation. Having witnessed the 2 corpses drained of blood, he understood that the Black Wind stronghold harbored secrets unknown to him. In previous simulations, he had either been swiftly dispatched by the mysterious figure or had retreated, only to be felled by the same foe. The circumstances concealed within the depths of the Black Wind stronghold had remained entirely elusive to him. Consuming 20 simulation coins. Commencing simulation. At 18 years old, you have become an 8th-grade martial artist, entering the stronghold and dispatching the mysterious figure with a surge of internal energy. At 18 years, you delve deeper and discover the bizarrely deceased bandits, drained of blood. At 18 years, you proceed with caution, uncovering many corpses in similar states, yet ultimately gleaning nothing of value. At 18 years, you rescue Miss Du, earning the favor of the county magistrate and the generous rewards of Mr. Du. At 18 years, you are ambushed by masked assailants in the dead of night, engaging in a fierce battle, severing the arm of a formidable enemy, and forcing them to retreat. Choice 1. Do not pursue the fleeing enemy. Return home for a peaceful slumber. Choice 2. Engage relentlessly. Those who offend me shall face retribution, regardless of their escape. Choosing the second option. At 18 years, you opt to eliminate your adversaries once and for all, pursuing them vigorously, yet your agility falters, allowing them to easily evade you. Lin Chujiu. Then why present me with a choice at all? At 18 years, with the endorsement of the county magistrate and the financial support of Mr. Du, you journey to Sanjiang County, becoming a constable in the town's martial administration. At 19 years, you accumulate merits and exchange them for the grass on the flying lightness skill in the martial administration. At 20 years, you diligently practice the grass on the flying technique, significantly enhancing your combat capabilities, yet the goal of cultivating internal energy to become a 7th-grade martial artist remains distant. At 20 years, tasked with investigating the blood demon sect's rampage, you encounter a one-armed masked adversary and 3 other formidable foes. In the face of mortality, You comprehend the ultimate technique of the unnamed blade manual, the Black Tiger's prowl, slaying 3 foes while gravely wounding another, yet ultimately succumbing to your fate. Indeed, it was once again as such. This time, he had survived even shorter than before. Congratulations. You have lived for 2 years, facing overwhelming odds and fighting valiantly. Your brief existence has nonetheless shone brightly. Evaluation, some highlights noted. Additional rewards, 1 simulation coin, rating, 2 simulation coins, year survived. 18 simulation coins, defeated 3 8th grade martial artists. Personal wallet, 64. Each simulation consumes 20 simulation coins, and although this time he met an early demise, he accrued 21 coins, rendering it a modestly profitable endeavor. It appeared that, having become an 8th grade martial artist, there were no further rewards for defeating 9th grade martial artists. Simulation concluded, you may choose to retain any one of the following options. Lin Chujiu pondered deeply. After attaining the status of an 8th grade martial artist, he had experienced little enhancement in his prowess until the age of 20. The memories from his final days were indeed crucial, offering insights into the one-armed assailant. Retaining that memory would allow him to act with precision rather than groping in the dark. However, in comparison, during this simulation, he had acquired the lightness skill of grass on the flying and the ultimate technique of Black Tiger's prowl, both of which significantly bolstered his strength and were not to be easily forsaken. After careful deliberation, he ultimately resolved to retain the martial arts experience. In an instant, a flood of information surged into his mind, and he found himself adept in both grass on the flying and Black Tiger's prowl, especially the lightness skill known as grass on the wind, which he had meticulously honed from the moment he exchanged for the manual until the very end of his life. Seemed to be etched into his very being, as if it were a primal instinct. Should he continue to simulate? Lin Chujiu hesitated momentarily, yet his skin was already ablaze with warmth. A thought flickered in his mind, and with a gentle push from his toes, he soared into the air like a swallow. Bang! A punch struck out, and the ceiling of the room shattered instantaneously, allowing his light form to glide through the breach and land atop the roof. Standing on the rooftop, Lin Chujiu surveyed his surroundings. The once tranquil Black Wind stronghold was now ablaze in numerous spots, the flames licking higher with each passing moment. A weight settled in his heart. He almost forgot that during a prior simulation, the stronghold met its demise in flames. However, the recent simulation had failed to reveal this crucial detail. Coming to this realization, Lin Chujiu gained a deeper understanding of the life choice simulator. It did not meticulously document every occurrence, but rather recorded only significant junctures. Through textual information, he could glean only the general progress of events. Only by choosing to retain the simulated memories could he comprehend the intricacies as if he had lived them himself. Strangely, amidst such a conflagration, not a single bandit emerged to extinguish the flames, which was evidently illogical. As the fire intensified, it was an unwise decision to continue in the simulated state. Gazing at the raging inferno, Lin Chujiu resolved without further hesitation. Lightly pressing off the rooftop as he leapt into the air once more, he gracefully landed atop another building, delivering a decisive slash that cleaved open the roof. Peering inside, he indeed beheld 2 lifeless bodies, their demise mirroring that of the previous pair he had encountered. Lin Chujiu furrowed his brow, continuing to leap from room to room. Each successive chamber revealed a similar grim scene. His expression grew increasingly somber, his grip on the hilt of his blade tightening instinctively. It appeared that the remnants of the blood demon sect, the very ones who had assailed him and lost an arm to his blade, were likely responsible for the devastation of Black Wind Stronghold. It was highly probable they remained within the stronghold's confines. Lin Chujiu narrowed his eyes, although his heart weighed heavy. He did not succumb to undue fear. In the simulation, that one-armed assailant had initially been unable to contend with an 8th grade martial artist like himself. Even when 4 had besieged him, it had only resulted in a Pyrrhic victory. Thus, at this juncture in Black Wind Stronghold, armed with the grass on the wind and Black Tiger's stealth techniques, his strength evidently surpassed that of his adversaries. As long as he proceeded with caution, he anticipated no significant issues. At the moment when the flames reached their zenith, Lin Chujiu cleaved open the roof of a particular room and, through the gaping hole, observed an unusual scene. In the chamber stood a delicate figure, her back turned towards the entrance. From this vantage point above, he could discern that she was clad in a gown of emerald green, her hand steadily wielding a brush as she meticulously painted. A fleeting glance revealed that the scroll on the table depicted a stronghold nestled among mountains, seemingly an illustration of this very Black Wind Stronghold. Lin Chujiu gracefully descended through the opening and, upon landing, softly inquired, "Miss Du?" The slender figure turned to face him, revealing a pair of elegant eyebrows and pearly teeth. A visage truly captivating. Rising to her feet, she parted her crimson lips, her voice soft and gentle as flowing water. "It is I. Are you the gentleman my father sent to rescue me?" Lin Chujiu nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor as he queried, with the stronghold engulfed in flames. "How can you remain so absorbed in your painting, Miss Du?" Miss Du appeared slightly taken aback, responding softly, "I have been confined in this room and was unaware of the chaos outside. Lin Chujiu surveyed the room, his gaze drifting over the painting supplies, and with a subtle smile remarked, "This room is quite well equipped with various provisions, hardly resembling what one would expect in a bandit's lair. It seems they are rather considerate of your needs. Do not take offense, my lord. I am indeed infatuated with painting to the point of obsession, which led me to clandestinely venture into the mountains for inspiration, only to be captured by bandits. A folly of my own making," Miss Du replied with a faint smile. "Yet, the bandits treat me well, but that is merely for the sake of silver. They wish to use me to extort a fortune from my father. Do not be overly concerned, for I harbor no ulterior motives," Lin Chujiu said, observing her endearing face and nodding. "However, the fire draws near. We must cease our conversation and prioritize escaping the inferno. Please wait. Allow me to roll up this scroll," Miss Du replied, turning to carefully gather the painting. Behind her, Lin Chujiu's expression abruptly turned cold, and without a sound, he drew his blade, aiming a swift strike toward the nape of Miss Du's neck. The movement was as swift as thunder, an unassuming slice imbued with the essence of his martial arts accumulated over years of simulation. Were this strike to connect, not only would the defenseless Miss Du stand no chance, but even the masked adversaries from the simulation would surely meet their end. Indeed, the myriad signs observed upon entering the stronghold had instigated profound suspicion toward Miss Du. However, as his blade approached with the swiftness of a tempest, it halted mere inches from her skin, and still, she displayed no sign of reaction. Lin Chujiu's gaze flickered, and the blade came to an abrupt stop. Transitioning from motion to stillness required an extraordinary mastery, and without a doubt, he had long since attained that level of skill. As the blade's edge passed, a few strands of her hair were severed, drifting down gently. When Miss Du turned around after securing her scroll, she encountered Lin Chujiu, who had sheathed his blade, appearing as unremarkable as before. Years of sword practice enabled him to draw and retract his weapon with the grace of a dragon's roar, or to do so in utter silence. Catching his adversary off guard, unaware that she had narrowly escaped death, Miss Du's eyes sparkled as she smiled at Lin Chujiu. "My lord, how shall we make our escape?" Lin Chujiu remained silent, crouching down with his back to her. Behind him, Miss Du's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she leaned forward, her arms extending to encircle his neck. At that moment, Lin Chujiu turned to face her, astonished as he asked, "What are you doing?" Miss Du's hands froze midair, her expression one of bewilderment. "Are you not going to carry me out, my lord?" Lin Chujiu shook his head and gestured toward the floor. "It is improper for men and women to engage in such intimacy. I merely wish to check for any hidden passages. If found, we can escape through them." Miss Du momentarily struggled to grasp Lin Chujiu's line of thought, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. "My lord, you need not worry excessively. I understand this is a matter of urgency and will not behave coyly. Is that so? If Miss Du is so open-minded, then I shall not fret," Lin Chujiu replied, spreading his hands before the empty floor. "Alas, there are no secret passages. Forgive my intrusion, Miss Du," he added, stepping closer to her. Miss Du lowered her gaze, a deeper blush adorning her cheeks than before. Boom. The two individuals had squandered an excessive amount of time. The inferno had already encroached upon the room, and a wall could no longer bear the strain, collapsing with a thunderous crash. Du Shiji appeared startled, instinctively retreating behind Lin Chujiu. Yet, Lin Chujiu swiftly pivoted, positioning himself behind Du Shiji instead, his large hand seizing the collar of her garment at the nape of her neck. With a light push from his toes, he soared into the air. A resounding rumble echoed as the building succumbed to another collapse. Lin Chujiu had already propelled himself toward the opposite side, his feet dancing in rapid succession. In his grasp, Du Shiji, caught by her collar, wore a dazed expression. She had long been prepared, yet now realized that reality diverged from her expectations. Lin Chujiu, however, maintained an air of tranquility, showing no signs of remorse for his actions. Previously, he had tested the waters with a swift strike, yet had gleaned little information in return. Unable to ascertain with certainty whether she was indeed one of the Blood Demon sect members from the simulated scenario, he refrained from delivering a lethal blow. Nevertheless, his doubts lingered, unrelenting. To carry her upon his back, allowing her to rest behind him? Such a perilous gamble was one Lin Chujiu was unwilling to undertake. Should she truly be the blood-sucking demon, even with his superior martial prowess, he could easily meet with misfortune. Within the Black Wind stronghold, flames raged uncontrollably, threatening to reduce the entire enclave to cinders. Lin Chujiu soared above the inferno, carrying Du Shiji, and after several graceful descents, landed upon a cliff outside the stronghold. He released Du Shiji, silently gazing into the heart of the stronghold. Despite the ferocity of the blaze, it seemed no one was fleeing. It appeared this stronghold was already a ghost town long before the fire ignited. The astonishing vision of an 8th-tier martial artist enabled him to glimpse the other side of the stronghold. There, numerous constables appeared disheveled, yet their lives remained intact. Beside him, Du Shiji's complexion had grown pale, and beads of perspiration dotted her forehead. Lin Chujiu cast a sidelong glance at her, noting her chest rise and fall as her breath gradually steadied. A glimmer of yearning illuminated her face as she inquired, "Young master, was that just now what the martial artists refer to as lightness skill?" "Indeed," Lin Chujiu nodded, adding, "My lightness skill is rather lacking. I hope Miss Du will not find it laughable." Du Shiji shook her head, her eyes still shimmering with dreams, yet unquenched. "That sensation was truly delightful. I sincerely hope to one day soar through the skies as you do, young master." Lin Chujiu's gaze flickered, a hint of a smile gracing his features as he casually inquired, "Miss Du, do you also hold an interest in martial arts?" Du Shiji replied, shaking her head. "It's not martial arts per se that captivates me. Rather, if I possessed such remarkable agility, I could traverse the world with ease, even in perilous situations. Merely for the sake of convenience in painting and seeking inspiration? Surely, Miss Du must have formidable guardians at home." Lin Chujiu observed the encroaching ruins of the Black Wind stronghold, his deep voice emerging slowly. "Upon my earlier entry into this stronghold, I encountered a formidable warrior who was searching the premises. Could it be that he was also on the lookout for Miss Du?" Du Shiji's bright eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at Lin Chujiu, her expression a mix of confusion and contemplation. After a moment, she softly replied, "I truly cannot discern the strength of a martial artist. Among the guards my father has hired, the most skilled should be Master Ma. Yet he does not possess the ability to glide through the air as you do." Pausing, she added, "Could it be that father is concerned for my safety and has summoned another powerful warrior?" Lin Chujiu fixed his gaze upon Du Shiji, who shyly lowered her head under his scrutiny, prompting him to retract his penetrating gaze. He realized that despite numerous attempts to probe, he remained unable to discern whether she spoke the truth. Was the Du Shiji before him truly just an ordinary young lady of wealth? In the next simulation, I must opt to retain my memory. That way, I can unambiguously unveil the true identity of the masked individual. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Chujiu offered Du Shiji a gentle smile and remarked, "Miss Du, I believe your father must be anxiously awaiting your return. Let us depart." Chapter 8. The constitution of individuals cannot be generalized. Wuxiao County, the Du family mansion. Within the inner quarters, including the county magistrate, all officials were in attendance. Typically, individuals like Lin Chujiu, a mere constable, would have no standing to join the magistrate. Yet today, they were indeed the protagonists. Mr. Du raised his cup in a toast, expressing his profound gratitude. The magistrate beamed with delight. After several rounds of drinks, the youngest constable, Lin Chujiu, had succumbed to inebriation, lost to consciousness. Captain Zhangda and others were about to assist him back, but Mr. Du waved them off with a smile. "No need to trouble yourselves. Let this young constable rest here for the night. Once he is sobered up, I shall arrange for a carriage to take him home. My family may lack in many things, but we have plenty of guest rooms." Captain Zhangda glanced at the magistrate beside him, repeatedly shaking his head. "This is not appropriate. There are numerous women in the household. It would breach decorum." Yet Mr. Du laughed heartily. "It is of no consequence. My daughter wishes to wait for our young benefactor to awaken so she may express her gratitude." The officials exchanged glances, taking in Lin Chujiu's striking features. Even in his drunken state, he retained an extraordinary handsomeness. They silently shared a thought. Several constables looked upon Lin Chujiu with envy. What a remarkable lad, charging into a stronghold to rescue a damsel, and he bore an appealing visage, embodying the quintessential youthful hero who ignites the affections of maidens. Thus, young Lin's gallant deed of saving the fair maiden had surely captured Miss Du's heart. This might very well blossom into a beautiful tale. Ultimately, with the magistrate's tacit approval, Constable Lin Chujiu was permitted to remain. After departing the Du family mansion, one constable in the group appeared somewhat disgruntled. "At just 19 years old, I am in the prime of my youthful heroism. Had I reached Miss Du first, would not the Du family's prized son-in-law be me?" Upon hearing this, the other constables regarded him with bemused expressions, shaking their heads. The constable grew agitated. "What, you don't believe me?" "It's not a matter of disbelief." Captain Zhang sighed, shaking his head as he patted the young man's shoulder. "You see, my dear Wang, do you think merely saving a maiden entitles you to her affections? Isn't it? Ah, young Wang, do you still not grasp it? The constitution of individuals cannot be generalized. Young Lin saved someone. Thus, the young lady feels indebted and wishes to offer herself in return. You saved someone, and she can only express her gratitude with the promise of being a servant in the next life. Do you understand?" After another pat on the shoulder, Captain Zhang sighed and turned to leave. The other constables took turns coming by, patting young Wang on the shoulder, casting sympathetic glances at his face, before shaking their heads in disappointment and departing. Left behind, young Wang stood alone, tousled by the wind. He finally understood that the fault did not lie with him, but rather with this insufferable, superficial world. As the constables faded into the distance, Lin Chujiu had already been settled into a guest room at the Du residence. The servants quietly closed the door behind them, and a gentle voice emanated from outside. "Is young Master Lin comfortably settled?" "Miss Hui, everything has been arranged. He is now sound asleep." "Indeed, Master Lin is my savior. You must pay close attention. When he awakens tomorrow, do remember to inform me." "Very well, Mississippi." The sounds of conversation faded into the distance, while within the guest room, The rhythmic sound of Lin Chujiu's breathing resonated. Unbeknownst to anyone, the hour had grown late, and the entire Du family mansion had succumbed to the stillness of night. Outside the guest room where Lin Chujiu rested, in silence and secrecy, several dark steel needles pierced through the paper window panes, embedding themselves into the bed. A muffled groan escaped the room, then all fell silent. After a considerable pause, the door creaked open, and a frail, shadowy figure rushed inside. Cloaked in black and masked, this slender silhouette lunged towards the bed with claw-like fingers poised to strike. However, as the steel-like fingers reached out, they met only the softness of bedding, as it was merely filled with quilts and not flesh. The masked intruder felt a surge of panic and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Above, a dark blade descended with lethal swiftness, accompanied by Lin Chujiu's icy words, "I have awaited you for a long time." In that moment, the masked figure felt as though a terrifying beast had fixed its gaze upon them, every hair on their bodies standing on end, drenched in cold sweat. The blade struck with unparalleled speed, akin to a hidden tiger pouncing in the dark of night, aiming for the masked figure's back. Black tiger prowling in the shadows. A technique derived from the Nameless Blade manual, it shone brilliantly at this moment. Under the immense pressure of the strike, the masked figure struggled to move, desperately hurling themselves towards the right wall, precisely where the window stood. Yet, it seemed that Lin Chujiu had anticipated this entirely. His blade, mid-swing, inexplicably altered its trajectory, surging towards the right window. The intruder's body collided unceremoniously against Lin Chujiu's blade. With a swift motion, blood splattered across the window frame as the masked figure's right arm was severed, tumbling to the ground. Blood gushed from the severed limb, forming a mist that enveloped Lin Chujiu. The emergence of the blood mist was sudden, yet Lin Chujiu remained unfazed, as though he had foreseen this occurrence. He unleashed a flurry of strikes with his single blade, creating a barrier of light that kept the blood mist at bay. Years of simulated practice, combined with the strength of an 8th-grade martial artist, enabled him to wield his blade with such finesse that not a drop could penetrate. However, at the moment the blood mist appeared, the masked figure's strength surged dramatically, their speed increasing as they shattered the window and escaped into the night. Oh, a technique akin to the demonic disintegration that unleashes latent potential? Lin Chujiu mused, unperturbed. He cast a glance at the severed arm, confirming it belonged to a woman. With a nimble leap, he followed suit, propelling himself into the night. Amidst the shadows, the black-clad figure had already leaped several yards away, landing atop another building. Lin Chujiu, using the momentum from a small branch in the courtyard, soared toward the rooftop of the adjacent house. Yet, the masked figure, empowered by their newfound abilities, accelerated, deftly disappearing into the night in mere moments. Lin Chujiu remained calm, gripping his blade as he traversed the rooftops with ease. Eventually, he arrived at a particular door, as if guided by destiny. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Chujiu rapped gently on the door's edge, calling out clearly, "Come out, do not hide." Chapter 9. Come out. Do not hide. Come out, do not hide. I know you are in there. His resonant voice shattered the stillness of the night. Lin Chujiu stood steadfast, calmly fixated on the door before him. He was not speaking idly. He was entirely confident in his assertion. During the daytime banquet, he had feigned intoxication deliberately, intending to test Miss Du, and perhaps even the entire Du family. Unfortunately, despite his apparent inebriation, the Du family merely assigned servants to place him in the guest room for rest, and after waiting a day, nothing transpired as he had anticipated. To ensure caution, Lin Chujiu had secretly conducted another simulation in the guest room. At 18, you feign drunkenness and are placed in the Du family guest room for rest. At 18, after a day of waiting, you are attacked by a masked assailant in the dead of night, engaging in a fierce battle, where you sever the enemy's arm and repel them. Choice 1. Do not pursue a defeated foe. Return home for a restful slumber. Choice 2. Fight to the bitter end. Those who offend shall be punished. He chose the latter. Ultimately, Lin Chujiu tracked the masked figure to outside Miss Du's chamber. With his suspicions in mind, he boldly sliced through the door, only to find the severed-armed intruder and not Miss Du after another fierce confrontation. He pursued the masked figure out of Wuxiao County, ultimately exhausting their blood and cleaving them in two. However, in their final moments of despair, the masked figure had clawed at their own face, mangling their features beyond recognition. Although Lin Chujiu never glimpsed the true identity of the intruder, the body that lay beneath his blade was undoubtedly that of a young woman. All signs pointed to the fact that this was indeed Miss Du Shiji. The act of disfiguring oneself before death was perhaps a desperate attempt to prevent implicating her father, Mr. Du naturally. All these details became clear to him only after the simulation concluded, as he chose to retain his memories. As a constable, Lin Chujiu possessed a certain understanding of the ultimate aspiration of the constabulary, the Jinwu Division. Unlike ordinary Yamen constables, the Jinwu Division was a powerful institution tasked with quelling disturbances across the realm, focusing on martial artists who disrupted the imperial order. Once the connection between the Du family and the remnants of the Blood Demon sect was discovered, the Jinwu Division would undoubtedly dispatch officers to apprehend the entire Du family. After slaying the masked figure suspected to be Du Shiji in this simulation, Lin Chujiu returned to the Du residence, only to find that Mr. Du had indeed vanished, leaving behind only ignorant servants. Sensing that Mr. Du was also embroiled in something sinister, Lin Chujiu, upon joining the Jinwu division, never ceased his pursuit of Mr. Du's whereabouts. However, despite expending considerable time, he found nothing. It was as if Mr. Du had utterly vanished from the face of the earth since that day. At 18, as a constable of the Jinwu division, you are ordered to capture a rogue 8th grade martial artist. While passing by the banks of the Lansong River, you witness two martial artists dueling. Curiosity piqued, you approach to observe, only to be struck by a residual attack, and you perish. Ultimately, in a misadventure driven by curiosity, Lin Chujiu concluded this simulation. Personal wallet, 50. During this simulation, he expended 20 simulation coins, yet merely succeeded in eliminating a mere 8th grade martial artist, yielding a paltry 6 coins in return. The loss was indeed grievous. He opted not to continue the simulation. At the very least, the memories retained from this endeavor afforded him a deeper understanding of the affairs concerning the Du family. Lin Chujiu resolved to adopt a different approach. His previous direct pursuit of the masked figure had inadvertently granted Du Yuanwei an opportunity to flee, leaving Lin Chujiu with lingering apprehensions. As the saying goes, one fears not the thief who steals, but the thief who covets. Allowing a Du Yuanwei, associated with the blood demon sect, to linger in the shadows unsettled him greatly. The room offered no response, as if it were devoid of life. Heh, a man of honor speaks plainly. I have severed your arm, and remaining here will only weaken you further. Why not step out for a candid conversation? Lin Chujiu scoffed. Or do you believe I truly lack the courage to enter? As he spoke, flames flickered in the distance. Two servants, each bearing lanterns, approached, encircling Du Yuanwei. Little brother Lin, what brings you here at this late hour? Du Yuanwei inquired, his gaze falling upon Lin Chujiu, who stood with a blade poised in front of his beloved daughter, his countenance revealing a hint of dread. Lin Chujiu regarded Du Yuanwei, slightly shifting his stance while firmly gripping the hilt of his sword, and replied in a calm tone, I wish to consult with Miss Du. I kindly request you summon her. Du Yuanwei's voice trembled slightly as he suggested, given the chill of the night. Let me have the kitchen prepare a warming soup for you, dear brother Lin, and we can arrange for my daughter to meet you tomorrow. Lin Chujiu remained unmoved, shaking his head resolutely. At this moment, I must see Miss Du father. Du Yuanwei sighed, unsure of how to proceed, when suddenly a soft, husky voice emerged from the boudoir. With a crash, the door splintered open, revealing a pale, delicate visage behind it. Chapter 10. I have been waiting for you. The figure that appeared was none other than Miss Du Shiji. However, contrary to Lin Chujiu's expectations, she was not clad in dark garb, and her arms were unharmed. At that moment, she wore a nightgown, her complexion wan, and was being held captive by a masked assailant, the very same who had previously lost an arm to Lin Chujiu. Hold on, as long as you do not harm her life, I shall offer you any amount of silver. Du Yuanwei's face turned ashen under the lantern's glow. Silence. A mere rustic fool like you is not worthy of my words. The masked figure disregarded Du Yuanwei entirely, his cold gaze fixated on Lin Chujiu. Step back, or this lovely maiden shall meet her demise. As he spoke, his fingers, curled like iron claws, pressed against Du Shiji's throat. A mere thrust would spell a bloody end. Lin Chujiu furrowed his brow. Since the simultaneous appearance of Du Shiji and the masked figure, he sensed something amiss. His long-held belief that Du Shiji was allied with the masked man was, it seemed, a gross misjudgment. As the masked figure shouted threateningly, Lin Chujiu's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He smiled gently, yet his words were as frigid as ice. Though I once saved Miss Du, that was merely in accordance with the county magistrate's orders. At present, our acquaintance is rather superficial. Do you truly believe threatening her will be effective? The masked assailant fell silent for a moment. After a brief pause, a low chuckle emerged from behind Du Shiji. Heh, you nearly deceived me. If you truly were unperturbed, you would have acted long ago rather than waste words here. Growing emboldened, the masked figure continued. Do you dare to guess what troubles await you should Miss Du perish here today? Fond of guessing, are we? Lin Chujiu slowly raised his hand. The blade's tip aimed forward, and coldly replied, then why not take a guess? Will you harm Miss Du first, or shall I cleave you in two? As his words fell, Lin Chujiu audaciously disregarded the captive Miss Du and lunged forward, the blade cutting through the night with a flicker, swiftly closing the distance between them. Unbeknownst to him, the masked figure was taken aback by his audacity. No longer daring to rely on luck, the masked figure forcefully shoved Du Shiji towards Lin Chujiu while retreating at full speed. The blade was poised, nearly striking Du Shiji's face as she, propelled by the masked figure's push, could not halt her advance toward the blade's edge. In that moment, Du Yuanwei gasped in horror, and Du Shiji herself, pale and resigned, braced for death. However, as Lin Chujiu swung his blade, it inexplicably veered, the blade twisting and gliding past Du Shiji as if he had intentionally withheld his strength. The blade sailed by her, and Lin Chujiu, like a tempest, spun in pursuit of the masked figure. Utilizing his light-footed technique, he aimed to capture the fleeing assailant. The sound of slicing air was nearly imperceptible, but as the masked figure turned mid-flight, a flurry of blood-colored steel needles surged towards Lin Chujiu. His gaze sharpened, and with a flurry of strikes, he deflected the incoming projectiles. However, this slowed his forward momentum, allowing the assailant to gain distance. Yet, to Lin Chujiu's astonishment, the masked figure did not flee further but instead charged at him. Suspended in midair, the masked figure's single hand formed a claw, akin to a predatory eagle. Launching towards him, rather than retreating, Lin Chujiu met the challenge head-on, his blade slicing forward. Defiantly, the masked figure did not flinch, colliding with the blade's edge. Just a fraction more, and the blade would reach the masked figure's body. However, in that instant, Lin Chujiu abruptly withdrew his blade, twisting his wrist as if it possessed a will of its own, executing a strike behind him. In the darkness, a phantom of a fierce tiger roared, its shadow lunging toward the rear. The sound of clashing steel echoed, followed by two cries of anguish. Lin Chujiu spun around, leaping sideways. His blade aimed rearward as he laughed heartily. "Miss Du, I have been waiting for you." Behind him, the two servants of Du Yuanwei lay lifeless in a pool of blood, their faces etched with disbelief. Meanwhile, Du Shiji had retreated 3 paces, holding a golden hairpin. Gazing at Lin Chujiu with surprise. "You knew all along." Her expression darkened. In that fleeting moment, she and the two servants had simultaneously launched an ambush, hoping to catch him unawares, only to be outmaneuvered, resulting in their deaths. In truth, had it been an open confrontation, the two servants would not have perished so swiftly. Lin Chujiu's gaze remained tranquil, unflinching as he regarded Du Shiji before him, a serene smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "From the moment I set foot in Black Wind Stronghold, I harbored suspicions about you." On the surface, he appeared utterly composed, yet internally, Lin Chujiu was acutely aware of the imminent danger. Upon witnessing Du Shiji's abduction by the masked assailant, he nearly doubted his previous conjectures. Nevertheless, exercising caution, he maintained his vigilance regarding Du Shiji behind him. When the masked figure advanced rather than retreating, Lin Chujiu sensed that matters were far from straightforward. Indeed, his preparedness allowed him to swiftly detect the impending attack from behind. As an 8th-grade martial artist, discerning the direction of sound was fundamental. With a deft slice of his blade, he intercepted the assault from Du Shiji, simultaneously dispatching 2 formidable servants in the process. This maneuver proved to be an exquisite triumph. "Shiji, how could you?" Du Yuanwei stepped forward, anxiety evident as he implored, "Lin, my young brother, it's all a misunderstanding, my daughter." However, Lin Chujiu merely raised his blade towards him, offering a gentle smile. "Du Yuanwei, let us speak plainly. There is no need for pretense. You, as remnants of the Blood Demon sect, possess audacity indeed, believing that the remote location of Wuliu County would exempt you from the scrutiny of the town martial division? So you were aware all along." Du Yuanwei's countenance darkened as he halted in his tracks. In an instant, an imposing aura emanated from him. "Since you are privy to this, then you shall not be spared." Chapter 11. How did you know? In the Du family's inner courtyard, under the veil of night, a lantern lay discarded upon the ground, its flickering flames casting shadows that danced across Du Yuanwei's face, revealing his fluctuating emotions. Is it only you who knows of the Blood Demon sect's affairs, or have the constables been informed as well? The intensity of his presence continued to escalate. "What do you think?" Lin Chujiu refrained from providing a direct answer. At that moment, he comprehended why the mysterious individual had pursued and sought to eliminate him so fervently. Clearly, they feared the revelation of their ties to the Blood Demon sect. The remnants of the sect, lurking in the shadows, were still apprehensive of the formidable town martial division. The tale of Miss Du being ambushed by mountain bandits was merely a ruse. In truth, Du Shiji had deliberately infiltrated the stronghold, intending to use the bandits as sustenance to cultivate her nefarious powers. It remained uncertain whether the county magistrate's dispatching of constables was part of her scheme, but according to the original course of events, Du Shiji was meant to incinerate the stronghold after her bloodletting, concealing her sinister practices. Alas, my unforeseen intervention thwarted her plans. "Very well, first I shall eliminate you, and then I shall deal with the lesser nuisances." Du Yuanwei's hands curled into claws as he lunged forward. With a swift strike, Lin Chujiu's blade seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, penetrating the weaknesses in Du Yuanwei's defense and effortlessly carving a gash across his chest. Had Du Yuanwei hesitated even slightly longer, the outcome could have been far more dire. "How did you know?" Du Yuanwei's expression morphed into one of sheer panic. As if he had encountered a specter, Lin Chujiu, an 8th-grade martial artist, indeed astonished him. Yet, as an experienced 8th-grade practitioner himself, Du Yuanwei believed he should have been able to subdue his opponent through his vast experience. With the addition of the other two, victory should have been assured. However, in just a single exchange, he found himself at a disadvantage, while Lin Chujiu seemed to possess an intimate understanding of his martial style, effortlessly wounding him. Recalling the unfortunate fate of the would-be ambusher who had lost an arm, Du Yuanwei questioned whether they truly stood a chance in this 3-on-1 confrontation. Meanwhile, Du Shiji, who had intended to join the fray, was also taken aback. Before her stood Lin Chujiu, an enigma she could not decipher. While they were filled with trepidation, they remained unaware that Lin Chujiu's ability to predict their moves stemmed from numerous prior simulations. In those encounters, he had clashed with the members of the Du family on multiple occasions. The martial insights gleaned from those experiences allowed him to instinctively strike at the vulnerabilities of his opponents upon encountering them again. Although they were all 8th grade martial artists, Du Yuanwai's defeat was hardly unjust. The standoff became tense and awkward. After a prolonged silence, Du Shiji seemed to reach a decision. Retracting her gold hairpin before addressing Lin Chujiu, Lin Gongzi, must you pursue total annihilation? Is there truly no possibility for our peaceful coexistence? Her words elicited an inward chuckle from Lin Chujiu. To be candid, he had initially been unaware of her affiliation with the Blood Demon sect. In the simulations, it was they who had relentlessly sought to eliminate him out of fear of exposure. Now, the tables had turned, and she was imploring him for mercy? Absurd. The multitude of experiences from the simulations had illuminated Lin Chujiu to the lengths the sect would go to conceal their existence. Initially, he had lurked like a mouse for years, ultimately failing to evade the clutches of the mysterious pursuer. If he were to spare them now, they would undoubtedly regroup and resume their relentless pursuit once they regained their strength. Thus, why not resolve this matter once and for all? Lin Chujiu's expression fluctuated. As Du Yuanwai's thoughts raced, he stepped forward, stating, Lin Gongzi, having cultivated my business over the years, I possess a modest fortune. If you could find it in your heart to show mercy, I would willingly offer it to you. Du Yuanwai's humility was indeed misplaced. His ventures extended into the Sanjiang prefecture, and even the county magistrate engaged with him on equal terms. His wealth was hardly modest. Lin Chujiu seemed intrigued. Instinctively taking 2 steps closer, inquiring eagerly, is that true? Du Yuanwai reached into his bosom, declaring, I possess 30,000 taels in silver notes, a gesture of my sincerity, to serve as a deposit for you, my lord. Lin Chujiu advanced further. Suddenly, Du Yuanwai's hand emerged from his garment, clutching an object, which he hurled towards Lin Chujiu with all his might. A dark crimson, gossamer-like net unfurled instantly, enveloping a wide radius and descending upon Lin Chujiu. In that unexpected moment, Lin Chujiu's lips curled into a knowing smile, as though he had anticipated this turn of events. With a deft sidestep, he activated his lightness skill and evaded the net, swiftly darting to Du Yuanwai's side. With a flash of his blade, even as Du Yuanwai attempted to leap back, a deep gash was inflicted beneath his armpit. Blood gushed forth, and Du Yuanwai's complexion paled considerably. His spirit sank, feeling a profound sense of distress. Before him stood a youth, seemingly too young, yet possessing a prowess and cunning that decisively eclipsed his own. Confronting his opponent, Du Yuanwai felt increasingly constrained, as though each of his steps had been anticipated. Such thoughts flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, Lin Chujiu, emboldened by his advantageous position, pressed forward with his single-edged knife. Each strike aimed unerringly at Du Yuanwai's vital points. With a swift motion, a faint sound resonated. Du Yuanwai could not withstand the assault, and 4 fingers of his right hand were severed at the knuckles. The blood demon claw he had trained in was an esteemed technique of the blood demon sect. Although his mastery was not particularly advanced, it was expected that his fingers would be as resilient as gold or iron, capable of effortlessly parrying ordinary blades without sustaining harm. However, Lin Chujiu's seemingly ordinary single-edged knife, imbued with potent internal energy, had transformed into a weapon of unparalleled sharpness, easily slicing through Du Yuanwai's half-baked blood demon claw. Blood spattered against the dark night. Leave quickly, Du Yuanwai barked, halting the advance of Du Shiji, as blood sprayed from the severed appendage. With a cry that echoed his extreme agony, Du Yuanwai became enveloped in a cloud of blood mist, his presence elevated to a new pinnacle. It was evident that Du Yuanwai, too, had ignited the blood within him, temporarily unleashing his latent potential. In an instant, he vanished from Lin Chujiu's line of sight, appearing at his left side, an area where Lin's blade was weakest. The sudden surge in speed took Lin Chujiu by surprise. Nevertheless, disinterested in entangling himself further, he deftly retreated, redirecting his assault towards Du Shiji. It became apparent that among the 3, Du Shiji was the de facto leader. Thus, adhering to the principle of capturing the ringleader first, it was imperative to subdue Du Shiji without delay. Unfortunately, while Lin retreated swiftly, Du Yuanwai pursued with equal fervor. Within the shroud of blood mist, Du Yuanwai matched Lin's speed closely enough to keep him from escaping easily. Clang! Lin Chujiu's knife collided with another of Du Yuanwai's claws, producing a crisp sound. What could have been severed with a single stroke was now able to contest his blade due to Du Yuanwai's unleashed potential. This state, however, was fleeting. Du Yuanwai understood well that such a burst of power could not last indefinitely. His aim was merely to momentarily impede Lin Chujiu, allowing Du Shiji to retreat safely. Take the Saintus. Du Yuanwai spat a mouthful of blood, further thickening the blood mist that enveloped him. On the other side, Du Shiji's gaze lingered on Du Yuanwai before casting a determined glance at Lin Chujiu and leaping into the night. Beside her, The masked figure with a severed arm was also enveloped in blood mist, charging towards Lin Chujiu. Chapter 12. The 7th rank of Qi energy. Under the assault of the two who had also unleashed their potential, even Lin Chujiu found himself compelled to defend with all his might. When the momentum of Du Yuanwei and the masked figure finally waned, Lin executed the Black Tiger digs into the abyss, effectively harvesting their last chances. Regrettably, too much time had elapsed since Du Shiji's escape. After racing through the night for a quarter of an hour, he had to concede that he had ultimately lost track of her. As Du Shiji focused solely on fleeing, the other two had willingly sacrificed themselves to impede him, leaving him with little recourse. The seemingly unremarkable Du family in Wuliu County concealed 5 8th-grade martial artists. In contrast, the mysterious figure encountered at Heifengzhai, possessing merely 9th-grade prowess, appeared quite inadequate. Lin Chujiu, having decisively eliminated 2 8th-grade servants and subsequently dealt with Du Yuanwei and the masked figure, managed to achieve a remarkable feat of 4 deaths and 1 escape despite being outnumbered 5-1. To accomplish this with his 8th-grade strength was indeed impressive. Yet, the unresolved nature of the encounter left Lin with a lingering sense of discontent. Nevertheless, with matters having reached this juncture, further contemplation was futile. He resolved to concentrate on the challenges ahead. Returning to the original battlefield, Lin Chujiu meticulously searched for information pertaining to the Blood Demon sect. Eventually, he discovered a dark red booklet on Du Yuanwei's person, along with the net-like object and steel needles previously thrown by the two adversaries. Finding a secure location, Lin commenced his next simulation. He made no effort to dispose of Du Yuanwei and the others' corpses, deeming it unnecessary, as these events would inevitably be reported by morning. Spending 20 simulation tokens. Shall we begin the simulation? Age 18. You clean the battlefield and obtain the Blood Refining Technique Manual, Blood Shadow Net, and Blood Shadow Needles. Choose 1. Return to the county office and report to the county magistrate. Choose 2. Leave Wuliu County alone and continue pursuing Du Shiji. Select 1. Age 18. You report the Du family incident to the county magistrate, who initially disbelieves you. However, upon the discovery of multiple deceased individuals in the county, all having succumbed to blood loss, the county magistrate, in a panic, promptly reports to the town marshal division. Age 18. The town marshal division receives the report and dispatches officers to investigate the Blood Demon sect. As an eyewitness, you are specifically named to accompany them. Age 18. Within the Du family's inner residence, the officers from the town marshal division brazenly attack you. You wish to retaliate, yet are overpowered and perish. Congratulations. You survived for 5 days. A brief life, indeed lamentable, yet witnessing the strength of a 7th-grade martial artist before your demise is not entirely without merit. Evaluation, insignificant. Additional rewards, none. Simulation concluded. You may choose to retain any of the following. Upon choosing to retain the memory, Lin Chujiu felt as if he had experienced the simulation firsthand, fully aware of every detail that transpired. In his mind, he recalled the officer from the town marshal division launching an attack, the formless energy traversing 3 zhong, leaving an imprint upon his chest. Thud. The outcome was evident. With that single blow, Lin Chujiu was instantly obliterated. A 7th-grade martial artist could project energy, enabling them to strike from a distance. As the final realm of the innate 3 stages, the advancement in strength at the energy stage was indeed transformative. 10 8th-grade martial artists, when bound together, might still fail to contend with a single 7th-grade martial artist, possibly not even able to close the distance. Once a martial artist reached the 7th-grade energy stage, they could be considered a minor master among their peers. It was entirely normal for 8th-grade martial artists to be unable to defeat 7th-grade ones. Lin Chujiu found this utterly absurd. Initially, it was one thing for the mysterious figure to be an officer from the town marshal division. However, how could the next officer dispatched also be affiliated with the Blood Demon sect? Had the town marshal division become a stronghold for the Blood Demon sect? Lin Chujiu felt utterly fatigued by the situation. Yet, he had no choice but to commence the next simulation. If the town marshal division had indeed been infiltrated to such a degree, he would soon face a cataclysmic disaster. Spending 20 simulation tokens. Shall we begin the simulation? Age 18. You clean the battlefield and obtain the Blood Refining Technique Manual, Blood Shadow Net, and Blood Shadow Needles, along with a substantial amount of silver. You discard the land deed and silver notes, taking only gold and silver as you depart. Choose 1. Return to the county office and report to the county magistrate. Choose 2. Leave Wuliu County alone and continue pursuing Du Shiji. Select 2. At the tender age of 18, you departed from Wuliu County, fervently pursuing Du Shiji. Yet the latter seemed to have vanished from existence, leaving not a trace behind. At 18, you even left Sanjiang Prefecture, seeking a secluded place to devote yourself to the mastery of martial arts. Indeed, Lin Chujiu, feeling as though Sanjiang Prefecture was fraught with traps, resolved to find a refuge as he had in the past, honing his skills to increase the likelihood of breaking through his limitations. At 19, you practiced the Nameless Blade Manual, yet made no progress, ultimately setting your sights on the blood refinement technique. At 19, The blood refinement technique presented two methods of cultivation. One involved refining the essence of one's own blood, which, though slow in progress, resulted in purer power. The other entailed consuming the blood of others, which advanced rapidly but led to a mixed and impure power, risking the descent into madness. Unwilling to commit needless slaughter, you opted for the former. At 20, your progress with the blood refinement technique was slow, yet there was indeed advancement. At 22, you continued your practice of the blood refinement technique, expending vast sums on meat and blood-enriching herbs. Yet you were fortunate to have the riches inherited from the Du family to sustain you. At 23, your arduous cultivation yielded significant results as your body underwent a complete transformation, propelling your martial prowess forward. Though you still had a considerable distance to cover before achieving the 7th-tier mastery. By 24, having exhausted the wealth from the Du family, the blood refinement technique encountered a bottleneck, prompting you to devise ways to earn money. At 24, you approached a mid-sized escort agency, showcasing your martial skills, astonishing the chief escort who immediately appointed you as the head escort. The other escorts, initially skeptical, were subdued one by one with your prowess. By 26, after 2 years of escorting without failure, you earned the trust of the agency and amassed a good amount of silver, allowing you to continue your training in the blood refinement technique. At 27, you faced the most formidable bandit, Taoshan Liui, in history. After a fierce battle and on the brink of death, you broke through to the 7th-tier mastery, unleashing a blade aura that cleaved through opponents with ease, leaving no survivors among Taoshan Liui's ranks. By 27, the agency's reputation soared, and your fame also flourished, prompting the chief escort to consider marrying his daughter to you. Upon secretly glancing at her, you found her remarkably striking and resolutely declined the proposal. At 28, your progress in the blood refinement technique was promising, advancing further in the 7th-tier mastery as your energy reached a distance of 10 zhang. At 28, the agency received a mysterious cargo for transport, which you were tasked with escorting. However, word leaked, attracting a multitude of martial artists intent on seizing it. You valiantly fought off over 10 attackers, yet ultimately fell victim to a sword aura that cleaved you in two, resulting in your demise. This simulation process was lengthy, yet it culminated in an untimely death. You chose to retain your martial prowess. In this simulation, you broke through to the 7th tier, making the choice of what to preserve quite evident. The surging inner energy coursed through your body, transforming into a sharper aura. Lin Chujiu expelled a breath, a cloud of white mist shooting forth like an arrow, striking a nearby tree. With a resounding crack, the tree, as thick as an adult's waist, splintered and collapsed. Witnessing the fallen tree, Lin Chujiu felt a surge of exhilaration. Such was the terrifying might of the aura, vastly surpassing that of an 8th-tier warrior, though the outcome remained your demise. This simulation not only achieved a breakthrough, but also yielded a significant accumulation of simulation currency, which was quite satisfactory. Lin Chujiu regarded the information prompt from the simulator. Chapter 13, The Weapon Forge. An abundance of information flooded Lin Chujiu's vision. Congratulations on surviving for 10 years, a lifespan not deemed too short. Even a small figure can have a remarkable story. Before your death, you grasped the profound truth that even among 7th-tier warriors, there can be vast disparities. Therefore, you depart without regret. Evaluation, commendable. Additional rewards, 5 simulation coins. Rating, 10 simulation coins. Year survived, 50 simulation coins. Breakthrough, 66 simulation coins. Killed 11 8th-tier warriors. Personal wallet, 141. This simulation yielded a considerable amount of simulation currency, and with a breakthrough to the 7th tier, Lin Chujiu felt quite content. He resolved to embark on the next simulation without delay. Friendly reminder, a new mode has been unlocked in the simulator. Please check it out. The simulator issued this prompt, stirring Lin Chujiu's interest as he scanned the semi-transparent information box, discovering a newly appeared option. Simulation mode, simplified text version versus immersive experience version. Simplified text version randomly extracts relevant information. Only significant choices are required, allowing for a swift passage through the simulation process. Risk, low. Reward, low. Immersive experience version. Enter the simulation process personally, with each choice yielding different outcomes, introducing unpredictable changes to the simulation. Risk, high. Reward, high. With his focus sharpened, Lin Chujiu clicked on this option. Current simulation mode is simplified text version. Would you like to switch to immersive experience version? Yes. Eager to explore this new feature, Lin Chujiu anticipated the experience. However, he was soon disillusioned. Immersive experience version is locked. Would you like to spend 1,000 simulation coins to unlock it? Lin Chujiu. Why tease me with something not yet unlocked? Having barely accumulated 141 simulation coins, he found himself at a loss for words regarding the necessity of 1,000 coins to unlock this new mode. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it further and focus on mastering the simplified text version to enhance my strength. Shaking the cloth pouch in his hand, Lin Chujiu nodded in satisfaction. He was not one to possess a fastidious disposition, having made enemies of the Du family. He felt no guilt in utilizing their wealth to elevate himself. In the simulation, he relied on the gold and silver obtained from the Du family to purchase blood-enriching herbs and quality meats to fulfill the requirements of cultivating the blood refinement technique. Of course, this wealth was only spent within the simulation, while in reality, it remained in his possession. Perhaps, before the next simulation, I should make some preparations. Resolving this thought in his mind, Lin Chujiu hastened to employ his lightness skills, emerging from his hiding place and heading towards a more populated area. By midday, Lin Chujiu arrived at the heart of Sanjiang Prefecture, briskly ascending a small wooden building. Although the structure appeared quite dilapidated, Lin Chujiu dared not underestimate it. The weapon forge. Within, various divine weapons and martial manuals were available for purchase. Aside from the town guard and major sects, this place was among the more accessible for martial artists seeking martial manuals. Logically speaking, given the town guard's watchful stance towards all major sects, the existence of an organization like the weapon forge would be improbable. Yet, the weapon forge persisted, thriving in its own right. Thus, among martial artists, numerous tales circulated regarding the weapon forge. Some whispered of its formidable strength, claiming its master was unrivaled in martial prowess, commanding a degree of respect even from the court. There exists another theory which posits that the armory is privately operated by the town military division. This notion provides a plausible explanation. After all, who would willingly undermine their own business? Of course, Lin Chujiu remains oblivious to the veracity of these claims. His intentions for visiting this establishment are rather straightforward. Does the young hero seek a formidable weapon, a martial arts manual, or perhaps elixirs to assist in his training? The attendant at the armory gazes at Lin Chujiu with a cheerful demeanor. After a brief silence, Lin, having formulated his question in advance, inquires, "I wish to purchase a martial arts manual of reputable grade. Do you have any available?" The attendant scrutinizes Lin Chujiu for a moment before responding with a smile. "For manuals of such caliber, you must ascend to the second floor. Are you aware of our establishment's policy? A fee of 100 taels is required to access the second floor, and this fee is non-refundable regardless of whether the transaction concludes successfully." How unscrupulous! The term rogue trader flitted through Lin Chujiu's mind. Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply nodding in acquiescence as he produced 100 taels and handed them to the attendant. With a smile, the attendant gestured for him to proceed to the second floor. The idea of storming in without payment never even crossed Lin Chujiu's mind. He could easily discern that the attendant on the first floor was an 8th-tier martial artist. Thus, it would be reasonable to assume that a martial artist of 7th tier or higher would be stationed on the second floor. Although he himself was also a 7th-tier martial artist, he knew his overall strength could not compare to that of an experienced veteran in the same tier. Offending the Blood Demon sect had already kept him on edge. Provoking the armory would be tantamount to courting death. Fortunately, the armory held a good reputation, and he had not heard of any incidents of coercive sales. Lin Chujiu soon ascended to the second floor. In contrast to the first, the second floor appeared significantly more spacious, with several large cabinets arranged in an orderly fashion. A small, elderly man in his 50s sat amidst the cabinets, engrossed in a book. "Excuse me," Lin Chujiu called out to him. "How may I assist you, esteemed guest?" The old man looked up at Lin Chujiu upon hearing his voice. "Greetings, I wish to purchase some martial arts manuals of reputable grade, preferably those that could aid in breaking through to the 6th tier of martial arts." The 6th tier of martial arts? The old man closed his book and scrutinized Lin Chujiu, his gaze lingering as he examined him from head to toe. "Goodness. You are quite young, yet already a 7th-tier martial artist. Your future holds great promise, far surpassing that of an old man like me." It was evident that this elderly figure was also a formidable martial artist, for he could discern Lin Chujiu's level of prowess with a mere glance, indicating that his own abilities must be quite formidable as well. With a smile, the old man addressed Lin Chujiu. "Such manuals are exceedingly rare, but we do have them. The question is, can you truly afford the price?" Upon receiving confirmation of the existence of such manuals, Lin Chujiu felt a surge of joy and replied, "I have indeed come prepared." The old man regarded Lin Chujiu with a penetrating gaze, shaking his head. "Very well, since you have already paid the 100 taels, consider it a consultation fee." He then retrieved a booklet from his robes and tossed it onto a table beside Lin Chujiu. "This contains the catalog of all items on the second floor. Peruse it and see if anything piques your interest. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask." Lin Chujiu nodded in gratitude before promptly sitting at the table and opening the booklet. The first page read, "Martial Arts Manuals, Stream Level." In the armory's second floor, Lin Chujiu perused the small booklet, momentarily overwhelmed by the plethora of options. He suddenly realized that despite having traversed this world for some time, he remained utterly bewildered by the grading system of martial arts manuals. He recalled hearing the constable, Zhang De, mention that the martial arts they practiced were of inferior quality. Generally, one could only obtain reputable martial arts manuals at the town military division, major sects, or the armory. Lin Chujiu understood that such manuals were of considerable merit, yet he was completely unaware of the specifics of their value or advantages. "Excuse me, could you clarify what stream level entails?" Stream level is the most basic grade among reputable martial arts manuals, the old man replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Lin Chujiu. The concept of grading applies solely to martial arts that transcend the innate realm. For instance, the Inner Strength Manual of Stream Level, once mastered, allows one's true energy to flow like a mountain stream, unceasing and resonant. In contrast, the more advanced river level manuals enable one's true energy to surge forth like a mighty river, unstoppable. Lin Chujiu was momentarily taken aback. The old man, noticing the flicker of hope in his eyes, extinguished it with a single statement. Do not even think about the river level. That is reserved for the third floor. Given your current capabilities, you certainly cannot afford it, and even if you could acquire it, you would be unable to protect it. Lin Chujiu's heart quivered as he comprehended the old man's implication. The world is treacherous, with his current level of strength. Possessing a river-level manual could very well attract the covetous eyes of those with ill intent. While the armory would not deliberately leak its secrets, it is nearly impossible to ensure absolute silence in this world. The old man seemed to relish sharing his knowledge, his voice resonating throughout the second floor of the armory. In addition to inner strength manuals, other categories of martial arts manuals also adhere to this grading system. For instance, a stream-level martial arts manual corresponds to a 6th-tier martial artist, which is the first stage of the innate realm, the true energy realm. Only martial artists who possess true energy can fully harness the power of stream-level martial arts. To discern whether a particular martial art has reached a reputable grade, it is quite simple. One merely needs to ascertain whether it features a technique known as a finishing move. Finishing move? Lin Chujiu thought of the Nameless Blade Manual's Black Tiger Prowls, but maintained a facade of calmness. Indeed, the distinction between reputable martial arts and inferior ones lies in the ability to cultivate a finishing move. Mastering a finishing move can even amplify the martial art's potency manifold. Lin Chujiu silently nodded in agreement. It appears he was correct. The Nameless Blade Manual he acquired from the Black Wind Bandit indeed possesses a reputable grade. However, this particular manual likely belongs to the stream level, and he might only be able to unleash its full potential once he cultivates true energy and enters the innate realm. Lin Chujiu continued to peruse the booklet in his hands. Brawny Bull Technique, Stream Level Inner Strength, Masculine. Once mastered, the strength is akin to that of a brawny bull. Immensely powerful. When combined with martial arts of a masculine nature, it will be like a tiger gaining wings. Mystic Ice Technique, Stream Level Inner Strength, Feminine. Once mastered, the true energy becomes bone-chillingly cold, and when paired with feminine martial arts, they will complement each other perfectly. Lin Chujiu discovered that the booklet contained many terms he did not comprehend. Excuse me, what do masculine martial arts and feminine martial arts refer to? Oh dear, you truly are quite uninformed. The old man sighed, raising his head in exasperation. It is no small feat to earn your 100 taels. Observing Lin Chujiu's earnest expression, the old man finally nodded in satisfaction and began to explain. The later stages of the acquired realm are not worth discussing, as one can easily progress through them. However, once a martial artist reaches the innate realm and cultivates true energy, their practice of martial arts cannot remain so arbitrary. It must be approached with discernment. How then does one discern? Lin Chujiu diligently played the role of an attentive listener. The internal energy practice can be categorized into 3 distinct attributes based on the nature of the refined true energy: masculine, feminine, and neutral. Correspondingly, the martial arts designed for combat success are equally divided into these 3 attributes. It is evident that when masculine internal energy is paired with masculine martial arts, the inherent power can be amplified beyond its full potential, achieving even greater efficacy. Conversely, if masculine internal energy is combined with feminine martial arts, what could have been a full strength may dwindle to merely 70 or 80%, or even less. This is still considered fortunate. If one practices improperly, it could adversely affect their own cultivation, with mild cases leading to stagnation of power and severe cases risking the onset of madness. Lin Chujiu nodded and inquired, what about neutral internal energy? Must it only be practiced with neutral martial arts? The old man shook his head. Not at all. Neutral martial arts differ from the other 2 categories. They can be harmoniously combined with any type of martial art without any detriment, though they will not provide any enhancement either. Understanding this, Lin Chujiu felt that spending 100 taels to ascend to the 2nd floor was truly worthwhile. Even if he did not acquire a suitable martial arts manual this time, that 100 taels was not wasted. The 2nd floor fell silent once again as Lin Chujiu continued to peruse the pamphlet in his hand. A line in the pamphlet caught his attention. Blood refining technique, missing a stream level internal energy, neutral. It is said to be the foundational internal energy of the blood demon sect, which has been lost for 300 years. Elder, what does this missing mean? It means just that. We are aware of such a martial art, but due to various reasons, we have been unable to acquire it. How unfortunate. Lin Chujiu feigned a sigh, expressing just the right amount of regret. The old man chuckled. Our establishment not only sells martial arts manuals, but also acquires them. You should keep an eye out. If you happen to encounter a manual that is missing from our catalog, bring it to any branch of the forging house. and we will gladly purchase it at a premium price. Lin Chujiu's gaze flickered, and he lowered his head slightly, trying to conceal the emotional turmoil within him. Little did the old man know that the very manual listed as missing, the blood refining technique, was currently nestled in Lin Chujiu's possession. However, he had no intention of revealing this secret just yet. The forging house had always maintained a stellar reputation, but until he reached a certain level of strength, Lin Chujiu was reluctant to invite unnecessary complications into his life. He turned the page and continued his exploration. The sound of turning pages echoed softly throughout the quiet second floor. Great ginseng posture, stream-level internal energy, masculine. A unique internal technique that refines vitality and physique without cultivating true energy. Upon completion, one's vitality surges, akin to that of a ginseng root, yielding remarkable effects when paired with external martial arts. Lin Chujiu's hand froze mid-turn. Chapter 15. The Deputy Master's speculation. Lin Chujiu's unusual reaction did not escape the old man's notice. Young lad, what troubles you? The old man looked at him with mild surprise. Lin Chujiu managed a slightly awkward smile and laid the pamphlet flat on the table. Elder, this great ginseng posture, you are interested in the great ginseng posture? The old man seemed unable to suppress a laugh. Is there something wrong with the great ginseng posture? Lin Chujiu, seemingly oblivious to the old man's amusement, inquired earnestly. While it is indeed a stream-level internal energy, I personally advise against selecting it. The old man sat up straight, noting the hint of confusion on Lin Chujiu's face, and shook his head. Well then, considering the 100 taels you spent, I shall share more with you. Unlike typical internal techniques, the great ginseng posture does not cultivate true energy. Although it can fortify one's vitality and physique to a remarkable degree, without refining true energy, it ultimately proves futile. Only martial artists who favor external brute strength would toil in its practice. Lin Chujiu fell silent for a moment, biting his lip, and asked, can the great ginseng posture be practiced alongside other internal techniques? Oh, a glimmer of light suddenly sparkled in the old man's murky eyes. Young man, you have a sharp mind. Your thoughts align with those of our deputy master. Lin Chujiu felt somewhat bewildered. Yet, the old man was already animatedly sharing a wealth of information. Our deputy master is an extraordinary individual, deeply passionate about collecting and studying various martial arts. He acquired the great ginseng posture, and according to his calculations, he believes that practicing it in conjunction with the blood refining technique from the blood demon sect could yield exceptional results, significantly enhancing the cultivation speed. Alas, what? Lin Chujiu prompted eagerly. The old man shot Lin Chujiu a glance and finally burst into laughter. Alas. The deputy master ultimately failed to acquire the long-lost blood refining technique manual, leaving this speculation unresolved. So it is. Lin Chujiu's heart raced wildly. An idea surged within him. Impossible to suppress. He held the very blood refining technique manual in his hand. Perhaps he could attempt to realize the deputy master's unfulfilled speculation. However, he did not wish to display excessive excitement. Instead, he casually inquired, Elder, how much is the great ginseng posture? You are interested? The prospect of a sale reinvigorated the old man. Lin Chujiu feigned hesitation for a moment before uncertainly stating, but it doesn't cultivate true energy. Perhaps I should pass? The old man was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away, quickly interjecting, do not underestimate the great ginseng posture. Although it does not refine true energy, it is an excellent foundational practice. Mastering it will enable seamless transition to other internal techniques in the future. What is the price for the great ginseng posture? 1,000 taels is reasonable. Typically, stream-level manuals start at that price. However, given the fate we share, I shall sell it to you for 800 taels. Lin Chujiu felt a whirlwind of emotions. During his time as a constable in Wuxianovel County, he could scarcely save 100 taels in an entire year. 1,000 taels was an astronomical figure. It was no wonder that Constable Zhang De and the others had foolishly ventured into the Black Wind stronghold for a mere 200 taels, seeing it as a life-changing opportunity. With a sigh of resignation, Lin Chujiu's attention returned to the matter at hand. He heard the old man ask, so, young brother, how would you like to proceed with your purchase? Would you prefer a copy or an original? What is the difference? Quite simple. If you opt for a copy, I shall provide you with a transcription. Should you choose the original, I will give you the original manuscript and remove its information from our catalog, ensuring that no one else can acquire it from our forging house. Thus, you would be the sole possessor of this manual. Of course, the cost for the original is 10 times that of the copy. What significance does this hold? The significance is immense. While this type of internal technique may be less concerning for martial arts that are decisive in combat, the more individuals who learn them, the more people will be aware of your capabilities as you traverse the martial world. Should conflicts arise, it could leave you at a disadvantage. In contrast, acquiring the original eliminates such worries entirely. Purchasing merely a martial arts manual, Lin Chujiu did not anticipate the intricate complexities involved. He found himself thoroughly impressed. Truly, the Forge of Arms employs remarkable business acumen. Ultimately, he opted for a duplicate version. After all, it was an internal cultivation manual, and Lin Chujiu was reluctant to squander his wealth unnecessarily. Very well, I shall take 1 copy of the Great Reference Post. Payment upon delivery, he declared. Moments later, Lin Chujiu received his copy of the Great Reference Post, while the elderly gentleman acquired 800 taels of silver, both parties leaving contented. With the successful transaction, the old man's spirits visibly lifted. Glancing at the Great Reference Post in Lin Chujiu's possession, he remarked, "Do not underestimate this Great Reference Post. This internal cultivation method enhances one's vitality and physique, significantly boosting endurance and resilience. Once mastered, one can attain an invincible stance within the 3rd rank of the acquired realm." He continued, "Is there anything else you require? I recommend a mountain opening fist, also of the stream level, a formidable external skill that complements your Great Reference Post splendidly." "How much?" Lin Chujiu inquired. "Its original price is 1,000 taels, but as you are purchasing 2 manuals, I can extend a discount of 20%. Bringing it down to 800 taels. Lin Chujiu hesitated momentarily, choosing not to outright decline, but rather stated, "Let me contemplate this further." He settled beside the table, perusing the small booklet once more. While martial arts for overcoming foes are undoubtedly significant, the paramount concern lies in the elevation of one's cultivation realm. Without advancement in this realm, no amount of formidable techniques would prove beneficial. When faced with a powerful sword chi spanning several dozen zhang, even the most extensive knowledge of martial arts would lead to a dismal fate. However, acquiring an abundance of internal manuals is not necessarily advantageous. With the blood refining technique and Great Reference Post already in his possession, he was uncertain how they would synergize, thus postponing the acquisition of additional internal manuals. Initially, he had no intention of purchasing further martial arts for defeating adversaries. He merely wished to invest his funds wisely and expand his knowledge. Yet, as he flipped to the final page of the booklet, his gaze was drawn anew. Chapter 16, Heroes, Stay. White Tiger Blade Technique. Stream Level Blade Technique, Masculine. With the ultimate move White Tiger Breaks the Army, a flawed version of the 5-tiger slaughtering blade from the Absolute Blade sect, which has leaked from a discarded disciple. The phrase struck Lin Chujiu with astonishment. Instinctively, he recalled his nameless blade manual, whose ultimate move is the Black Tiger Probes the Abyss. Could there be a connection between the nameless blade manual acquired from the Black Wind Stronghold and this White Tiger Blade technique? Maintaining his composure, Lin Chujiu addressed the old man. "I shall choose this blade technique. There is a certain reliability in weaponry, far more than relying solely on fists. Is this also priced at 800 taels?" The old man's gaze shifted to Lin Chujiu's chosen White Tiger Blade technique, and he hesitated noticeably. This is different. While the White Tiger Blade technique is indeed of the stream level, it is a flawed version of the 5-tiger slaughtering blade, and its value is entirely distinct. The original price is 2,000 taels, but I can offer you a discount of 1,600 taels. 1,600 taels? Lin Chujiu's eyelids flickered, revealing a pained expression. Although he had acquired a considerable amount of gold and silver from the Du family, he could not afford to spend recklessly. It was essential to reserve some funds for future expenses. 1,600 taels was simply too steep. He needed time to reconsider. Noticing Lin Chujiu closing the booklet, the old man grew anxious. "Please, think it over. Tomorrow someone else may purchase this blade technique. If they opt for the exclusive purchase, you shall forever miss this opportunity. If I miss it, I shall simply select another martial art in the future," Lin Chujiu retorted. "My young friend, you are mistaken. I would not divulge this to just anyone, but the White Tiger Blade technique is unlike other stream-level skills. Once mastered, transitioning to the 5-tiger slaughtering blade will yield extraordinary results." Lin Chujiu's interest piqued. He inquired hopefully, "Do you have the 5-tiger slaughtering blade manual here at the Forge of Arms? Perhaps on the 3rd floor?" Upon hearing this, the old man's expression turned awkward. He chuckled nervously. "We could have had it, but the 5-tiger slaughtering blade is a precious technique of the Absolute Blade sect, and they guard it fiercely. Our proprietor has approached them multiple times, but they refuse to part with it." Lin Chujiu cast a sidelong glance at the old man, his expression revealing his skepticism. Without the 5-tiger slaughtering blade, discussing the White Tiger Blade technique felt like an attempt to deceive gullible souls. The old man, sensing Lin Chujiu's doubt, lowered his voice. "While we do not have the 5-tiger slaughtering blade manual, it is indeed within the Absolute Blade sect. They are a rare sect that welcomes those with skills as disciples, so should you gain entry, acquiring the 5-tiger slaughtering blade would be a straightforward endeavor." Though the old man spoke convincingly, Lin Chujiu remained unconvinced. He understood that this individual would exaggerate the truth to close a sale. Perhaps entry to the Absolute Blade sect was feasible, and they might possess the 5-tiger slaughtering blade. However, who dictated that mere admission guaranteed the importation of this coveted technique? Lin Chujiu dared not entertain such simplistic notions. If even the proprietor of the Forge of Arms had failed to negotiate for the technique, it was evident that the 5-tiger slaughtering blade was of utmost importance to the sect, and ordinary disciples would find it exceedingly difficult to acquire. Nevertheless, irrespective of the circumstances, Lin Chujiu had no intention of passing on the White Tiger Blade technique. A look of indecision flickered across his face. "Oh, the challenge of learning the 5-tiger slaughtering blade seems daunting. Perhaps the White Tiger Blade technique is not as enticing." Should I simply opt for the earlier mentioned mountain opening fist instead? My young friend, do not be so torn. I can see that you genuinely desire this. I do not wish for you to forsake such a remarkable opportunity over a trifling sum of silver. The old man was keenly aware of the stakes. One sale at 1,600 taels, another at 800. Resolutely, he made a decision. Here is my offer. I shall package both the white tiger blade technique and the mountain opening fist for you at the total price of 2,000 taels. Consider it a generous bargain. Do not haggle further. What say you? Lin Chujiu blinked, mentally calculating, and it indeed seemed quite a deal. When the old man beamed with delight as he escorted Lin Chujiu out of the Forge of Arms, Lin Chujiu pondered the 3 manuals he had acquired. Realizing he had initially intended to purchase only one, how had he been so easily persuaded by the old man's words? While martial arts manuals are undeniably valuable, one cannot bite off more than one can chew. For an ordinary martial artist, this situation would likely evoke a sense of despair. However, considering his possession of a life choice simulator, Lin Chujiu nodded in acceptance. Thankfully, as long as he could still wield his advantage, all would be well. The old man's face radiated with glee, his gaze drifting to a certain spot outside the forge, his eyes narrowing slightly. Do you require an escort from the establishment to see you out of the city? Lin Chujiu followed his gaze and shook his head, responding with a calm smile. No need, they are merely clowns. In truth, I harbor greater wariness towards the guards of the Forge of Arms than the hidden threats outside. One harbors countless secrets within oneself. Thus, it is prudent to keep them from the knowledge of too many. Very well, I wish you good fortune. Do remember to return should you have need next time. It was not until Lin Chujium's figure had entirely vanished around the corner of the street that the old man withdrew his gaze. A look of satisfaction adorning his face as he made his way back to the second floor. He could still be heard murmuring, "Ah, surely this must be some wealthy young master. Having secured this deal today, he need not worry about his monthly performance." At this point, Lin Chujiu, who had already distanced himself, was oblivious to the old man's words. He continued on until he reached a secluded alley, where he abruptly halted and called out to the empty passageway, "Come forth. You have been following me for quite a while. You must be weary by now." As his words fell, a sudden surge of energy cleaved the wall beside him, and a figure lunged forth like lightning. Before the figure even arrived, the force of the energy and the edge of the blade had already reached him. The formidable pressure split the wall, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon Lin Chujiu. Yet, he remained remarkably calm, merely lifting his blade and executing a gentle upward slice. In an instant, a blade aura, twice as powerful as the incoming energy, sliced upward toward the front. Boom. The collision of energies created a terrifying sound that reverberated through the surroundings, scattering debris and dust everywhere. The incoming force was utterly obliterated, and the figure, barely evading the danger, rolled away just in time to escape the onslaught of Lin Chujium's blade aura. The aura severed half of the assailant's hair before continuing its path, cleaving through a section of the alley's wall. Lin Chujiu said nothing, lifting his blade once more, ready to strike down at the figure sprawled on the ground. "Hero, please pause," the fallen figure exclaimed, panic etched across his face. Lin Chujiu advanced with his blade, its tip resting ominously on the man's brow, and coldly inquired, "What else do you wish to say?" Chapter 17, The Gift of the Heroic Blade. In the alley, dust swirled amidst the flying debris. Before Lin Chujiu knelt a figure, one knee on the ground, hands raised in surrender, daring not to move an inch. This young man, appearing to be around 25 or 26, held a singularly beautiful blade in his hands, gleaming like the moon. The point of Lin Chujium's blade was less than an inch from the young man's brow, a chilling aura seeping from the blade's tip. The youth had no doubt that should the energy be unleashed, his fate would be to perish on the spot with his brow shattered. "Hero, you have misunderstood me. I harbor no ill intentions." With a swift motion, Lin Chujiu pressed the blade forward, its energy piercing the young man's skin, drawing forth a few drops of blood. Cold sweat cascaded down the kneeling man's brow as he heard Lin Chujium's unyielding words. "Do not treat me as a fool. Speak of something worthwhile." It was evident that Lin Chujiu had no intention of entertaining fabricated tales. Under immense pressure, the young man lifted his blade high and shouted, "Hero, spare my life. If you do, I am willing to offer you this treasured blade. Are you negotiating with me?" Lin Chujiu scoffed, the blade in his hand quivering slightly. "If I do not spare you, does this blade not also belong to me?" The young man was momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in his words. After a brief moment of shock, he trembled and hoarsely implored, "I was blind. Please, hero, show mercy." Lin Chujiu remained silent, his gaze falling upon the blade in the young man's hands, intrigued. A treasured blade? As he spoke, he flicked his finger, sending a surge of energy that struck the young man's blade. The exquisite blade soared upward, landing softly in Lin Chujium's left hand. Examining the blade in his grasp, Lin Chujiu flicked his wrist, producing a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, the blade's light shimmering like a cold moon. He felt an impulse and, without infusing it with energy, casually struck against the other blade. Crack! A light sound resonated as his usual blade snapped cleanly in two, the front half clattering to the ground. Looking to his left hand, he found that the exquisite blade bore not a single mark of damage. A remarkable weapon. Lin Chujiu could not help but exclaim. Although the constable's blade was not a divine artifact, it was forged from quality steel provided by the court, ensuring its reliability. The fact that this blade could effortlessly sever the constable's weapon without sustaining any harm was indeed worthy of the title treasured blade. As long as the hero is pleased. The young man, still kneeling, adeptly flattered. As the saying goes, a treasured blade is bestowed upon a hero. This exquisite blade ranks 168 on the list of weapons, and it is a perfect match for you. Cold Moon, is it? Quite splendid. I shall graciously accept it. Lin Chujiu attempted to sheath the Cold Moon blade, only to discover that his constable's sheath did not fit. His brow furrowed in annoyance. Seeing this, the young man trembled, hastily unbuckling his own sheath and submissively offering it. I did not consider this. Please, hero, accept it. Moments later, Lin Chujiu sheathed the treasured blade and secured it at his waist, nodding in satisfaction. The young man discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inwardly sighing with relief. Judging by Lin Chujiu's satisfied demeanor, his life should indeed be preserved. In the young man's anxious state, Lin Chujiu's gaze shifted back to him. Now tell me, why were you fixated on me? As he spoke, an air of authority surged forth, pressing down upon the young man like a mountain. Crack! The young man could not withstand such pressure, collapsing onto the ground in a sweat-drenched heap. Though both were 7th-grade warriors, the disparity in their strengths rendered him incapable of even standing before Lin Chujiu. Under the oppressive aura, the young man dared not resort to deceit. Hero, I was blinded by greed. Upon seeing the steward from the 2nd floor of the Forge of Arms escort you out, I surmised you must have procured some fine items from there. Lin Chujiu was taken aback, feeling a sense of helplessness. He had been sufficiently discreet. Yet it appeared the enthusiastic demeanor of the steward had betrayed him. You are acquainted with that steward? Lin Chujiu's icy gaze landed upon the young man, resembling a hardened blade that rendered him chilled to the core. The young man jumped, uncertain of the sudden coldness in Lin Chujiu's demeanor. I had initially considered visiting the Forge of Arms to acquire some suitable martial arts manuals, but alas, the tomes on the 2nd floor were too exorbitant. 1,000 taels for a manual, and the knife techniques I fancied were even 2,000 taels, which I simply could not afford. The young man stammered, continuing, thus, upon seeing you being escorted by the steward, I naturally assumed you had made a purchase. Furthermore, as you wield a blade, I momentarily entertained some ill intentions. Lin Chujiu's heart stirred, recalling a particular manual he had in his possession. Could it be that the young man sought the white tiger blade technique? If that were the case, he had indeed approached the right person, albeit to his own detriment. Delivering a treasured blade to Lin Chujiu, he fondled the hilt of the Cold Moon blade, feeling inexplicably uplifted. Very well, considering you have presented me with this treasured blade, I shall grant you clemency. The young man was overjoyed, quickly exclaiming, thank you, hero. However, at that moment, a resonant dragon's roar echoed in his ears, while his eyes were obscured by a chilling blade's radiance akin to the cold moonlight. The youth, taken aback, desperately retreated, yet, before the brilliance of the sword, he was ultimately too slow. The fierce energy unleashed by the cold moon blade stretched over 10 zhang, slicing past him and cleaving the wall behind him in two, leaving a fissure that extended far into the ground. Originally, Lin Chujiu's energy could only reach 10 zhang, but under the enhancement of the cold moon blade, it surged by an impressive 30 to 40%. Indeed, a blade worthy of the prestigious weapon rankings was distinctly exceptional. As the youth regained his senses, dazed by the blade's power, he felt a coolness on his cheek, and upon touching it, found his fingers stained with crimson. Lin Chujiu had already taken his leave, but a clear voice drifted back to him. You may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment is inescapable. Merely a cold moon blade cannot bargain for your life. Should you be unsatisfied, you are welcome to seek me again. As the voice faded, so did Lin Chujiu's figure, disappearing into the distance. The youth pressed his hand against one side of his face, staring blankly at an ear that had fallen to the ground, inexplicably feeling a sense of joy at having survived a calamity. At this moment, Lin Chujiu, having already executed the grass-soaring lightness skill, had leaped beyond the city walls. His decision to spare the youth's life was not without reason. The opponent had offered his life in exchange for the blade and had lost all will to retaliate. To slay him now would contradict Lin Chujiu's principles. Moreover, within Sanjiang County, the eyes of the town marshal division were numerous. Provoking unnecessary bloodshed could easily attract their attention, detrimental to his interests. Thus, Lin Chujiu merely severed one of the youth's ears as a slight reprimand. If the youth were sensible, he would understand the futility of further entanglement. After all, what Lin Chujiu required was merely time. Should the youth persist in his pursuits, Lin Chujiu would remain unafraid. Simulator. Commence simulation. After exiting the city and finding a suitable hiding place, Lin Chujiu eagerly began a new round of simulation. Chapter 18, 6th grade innate. Costing 50 simulation coins, do you wish to commence the simulation? In his hiding spot, Lin Chujiu regarded the information that appeared with no surprise. Clearly, having broken through to become a 7th grade warrior, the simulator's prices had risen once more. Personal wallet, 142. Currently possessing 142 simulation coins, he could only simulate twice. Confirm simulation. At 18, you have become a 7th grade warrior, and after purchasing martial arts manuals at the Forging Pavilion, you decide to seek a place for secluded cultivation. At 18, you attempt to practice the Great Reference Post, making significant progress and greatly enhancing your vitality and strength. At 18, after a month of practicing the Great Reference Post, your vitality and strength reach their current limits, prompting a shift to practicing the blood refining skill. At 18, with your vigorous energy, practicing the blood refining skill yields remarkable results, progressing at an unprecedented speed. At 19, combining the Great Reference Post with the blood refining skill, your power advances rapidly, easily breaking through 30 zhong. At 19, while replenishing supplies in the city, you unexpectedly find your likeness on the Town Martial Division's wanted list, evidently due to the incident with the Du family. At 19, you return to your hiding place to continue your martial studies. At 24, having cultivated the Great Reference Post to a minor success, you discover your physique has reached an astonishing state with a single punch. You can effortlessly exert several thousand pounds of force without the aid of vital energy. At 24, your practice of the blood refining skill also bears fruit. Your power advancing swiftly, reaching an impressive 90 zhong. You sense that you are close to breaking through to the next grade. At 25, your energy reaches 100 zhong, hitting the limit of 7th grade, with only a thin line separating you from 6th grade. At 25, having hit a bottleneck in your power, you venture out for a respite, but inadvertently encounter the Town Martial Division's officers on a mission. Choose 1. Surrender and accompany the Town Martial Division officers for an investigation. Choose 2. Draw your sword and declare that your fate lies in your own hands. Please make a choice. Lin Chujiu observed that the officers of the Town Martial Division displayed a remarkable seriousness in their duties. In the simulation process, it had already been 6 or 7 years since he was placed on the wanted list. Unexpectedly, just a single outing led to recognition by the officers. Logically speaking, although Lin Chujiu had slain members of the Du family, they were remnants of the Blood Demon sect. And as long as he clarified the situation at the Town Martial Division, he should have a significant chance of absolution. However, this presupposes that he could indeed articulate his case clearly. In reality, within this simulation, the events concerning the Du family had transpired many years ago, and he would undoubtedly have been labeled as a fugitive evading justice. Not to mention, there might be numerous infiltrators from the Blood Demon sect within the Town Martial Division. Choosing that course would be akin to walking into a tiger's den. Moreover, this was merely a simulation process. In the real world, he must tread cautiously and meticulously. Yet, within the simulation, it seemed that such caution was unnecessary. A powerful strike could be rather advantageous, couldn't it? Choosing 2. With resolve, Lin Chujiu decided to take control of his fate. At 25, you encounter a squad of Town Martial Division officers and engage in battle. Your sword energy spans 100 zhong, and by the end of the skirmish, the entire squad is annihilated. At 25, the annihilation of the Town Martial Division officers creates a tremendous uproar, prompting the division to dispatch even stronger officers, vowing to capture you. At 25, by the banks of the Lansong River, you face a new wave of Town Martial Division officers. After a fierce battle, you annihilate their entire team, but sustain significant injuries. Fortunately, with the Great Reference Post, you recover after several days of healing. At 25, 2 fierce battles have shaken the green forest path of Sanjiang County, leading the leader of the Jianshui stronghold to invite you to join. After consideration, you gladly accept. At 25, the Town Martial Division sends officers to negotiate, but the leader of the Jianshui stronghold resolutely refuses. Enraged, the Town Martial Division mobilizes soldiers to launch a fierce assault on the stronghold, resulting in mutual injuries. At 26, leveraging your strength, you ascend to the position of 4th leader within the Jianshui stronghold. At 26, the Town Martial Division dispatches Bronze Badge officers to challenge the leader of the Jianshui stronghold on the Lansong River. A fierce battle ensues, leaving both sides heavily wounded. At 26, witnessing the abilities of a 6th grade innate during the battle, your previous bottleneck vanishes, allowing you to seamlessly break through to the 6th grade of martial artists. At 26, with the leader gravely injured, dissent brews within the stronghold, where conspirators have secretly communicated with the outside world, seeking to exchange your life and that of the leader for a reward. Armed with the leader, you unleash your sword energy, cutting through enemies effortlessly and escaping. At 26, having broken free, you are intercepted by Town Martial Division officers. After a fierce struggle, you slay a Bronze Badge officer and several Iron and Wooden Badge officers, managing to flee with the leader despite your wounds. At 26, from the shadows, a figure strikes. In your weakened state, you are caught off guard and struck in the back by Du Shiji, whom you have not seen in years. You perish. Congratulations, you have survived for 8 years, a life not considered overly brief, filled with vengeance and delight, and you have glimpsed the secrets of the innate. Though you have died, there are no regrets. Evaluation, quite commendable. Additional rewards, Simulation Coins 10 for evaluation, Simulation Coins 8 for years survived. Simulation coins 100 for breakthrough. Simulation coins 384 for slaying 37th grade warriors, 1 6th grade warrior. Personal wallet, 593. Though the conclusion of this episode left a twinge of melancholy, the considerable influx of simulated coins brought a sense of satisfaction to Lin Chujiu's heart. Upon choosing to retain his cultivation level, Lin Chujiu suddenly felt the vital energy within him surging rapidly, reaching a zenith before tumultuously coursing through his meridians. A faint, imperceptible sound reverberated within his body, and he sensed the blockages in his meridians being forcefully cleared as the overwhelming vital energy found a new pathway. With a deep exhalation, Lin Chujiu involuntarily expelled a breath of turbid air, only to inhale a trace of primordial essence from the heavens and earth. As this essence filled his chest, the magnificent vital energy within him roared to life, akin to flames ignited by oil, surging with even greater ferocity. This pulsating energy raced through his meridians incessantly, gradually transforming into a new entity. A quarter of an hour later, when Lin Chujiu opened his eyes once more, they sparkled with divine light, exuding an undeniable aura of power. Sensing the gradual calmness within, he extended a finger and pointed forward into the air. With a sharp sound reminiscent of torn silk, a beam of white light shot forth, shattering the door and piercing through numerous trees ahead, vanishing into the distance. Is this what it means to possess innate energy? Lin Chujiu lightly tapped the ground with his toes and soared into the air, far more agile and swift than before, effortlessly leaping over 100 zhang in the blink of an eye. After transforming his vital energy into true energy, not only had his offensive capabilities and range improved, but his mastery of the grass-soaring technique surpassed what he had previously achieved by a considerable margin. I have become a 6th grade innate warrior. Lin Chujiu gazed skyward, beholding the vast expanse above, and felt an exhilarating surge of emotion. Thus, should his subsequent actions be altered as a result? Chapter 19, Death Approaches. In Wuxiao County, a figure approached slowly from the distance, making its way toward the county office. Clang, clang, clang. A series of blade drawing sounds rang out as Captain Zhang led a group of constables, facing this figure as if confronting a formidable foe. Lin Chujiu regarded the numerous constables before him and smiled gently. Captain, no need to be tense. I am here to see the county magistrate. Captain Zhang scrutinized Lin Chujiu, sensing an unmistakable difference in him. His brow furrowed into a frown. Frankly, how could someone like Lin Chujiu, who had recently saved Miss Du from the bandits and garnered attention from both the magistrate and Mr. Du, so suddenly make such a choice? Little Lin, put down your weapon and come with us to see the magistrate. These past few days, the magistrate has reported to the town marshal office about your actions, and it will be difficult to resolve this matter amicably. Lin Chujiu merely shook his head with a smile, disregarding Captain Zhang's entreaty, and continued forward, sheathing his sword. Halt! Captain Zhang shouted, swinging his blade towards Lin Chujiu's head. Although Lin Chujiu had once been his subordinate, having followed him for many days, this was now a matter concerning the Du family's significant case, and he could not afford any favoritism. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as Captain Zhang's weapon halted midair, the blade barely an inch away from Lin Chujiu's finger. This forceful strike had been effortlessly countered by Lin Chujiu with a mere finger. Captain Zhang swiftly withdrew his blade, only to find a finger-sized dent marred its edge. He stared in shock at Lin Chujiu, disbelief etched across his face. In just 2 days, Lin Chujiu appeared to have transformed entirely, his strength having surged to an unimaginable degree. Have you entered the ranks? Captain Zhang's heart trembled as he instinctively voiced his question. The only explanation for Lin Chujiu's transformation could be that he had become an official martial artist. Lin Chujiu retracted his finger and offered a faint smile. I suppose you could say that. He had merely utilized the remarkable physical strength gained from his practice of the great stance, not relying on the innate true energy of a 6th grade warrior. With a smile, Lin Chujiu advanced once more, and with each step, the constables retreated. In their eyes, this former comrade had now become an overwhelmingly fearsome presence. Ultimately, Lin Chujiu arrived in the grand hall of the county office, casually pulling a stool to sit and closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, constables had already rushed to inform the magistrate. Lin Chujiu remained unperturbed, lost in his thoughts. In truth, before returning to the county office, he had undergone several simulations. After these simulations, his cultivation had firmly reached the 6th grade innate level, and he had also made commendable progress in various martial arts, such as the mountain opening fist and the white tiger blade technique. Throughout the simulations, he had discerned the intricacies of the town marshal office in Sanjiang Prefecture. Within this office, there existed various ranks of constables, each designated with wooden, iron, or bronze badges. In a jurisdiction, the most formidable bronze badge constables were held by 6th grade warriors. In one simulation, Lin Chujiu faced off against the strongest bronze badge constable in Sanjiang Prefecture and emerged victorious. And the cunning Du Shiji, who had once ambushed him leading to his demise, had cleverly chosen not to reappear. Perhaps, during the subsequent simulations, Lin Chujiu had not found himself in a dire situation. prompting Du Shiji to remain concealed, lacking confidence in her victory. However, based on his prior encounter in the simulations, Lin Chujiu surmised that Du Shiji had likely also reached the 6th grade warrior level. His own martial advancement was progressing swiftly, yet Du Shiji could keep pace with him in the simulations, clearly indicating that her practice of blood refinement technique involved drawing upon the vitality of others. Only through such means could her power escalate so dramatically, with her advancement rivaling his own in the simulations. After several simulations, Lin Chujiu concluded that there seemed to be no one left in the town marshal office who could pose a threat to him. Thus, he resolved to return to Wuliu County to bring this matter to a definitive conclusion. Otherwise, as in the previous simulations, carrying the identity of a wanted criminal by the town marshal office was far from ideal. The town marshal office was a formidable institution established by the court. The lack of constables capable of dealing with him in one jurisdiction did not imply that he would face the same in another. Given his current strength, it would be unwise to provoke the town marshal office to such an extent. In reality, Lin Chujiu had only been absent from the county office for 2 days. His clash with Mr. Du and the others had occurred merely the night before. Time had barely passed when sounds echoed from outside the hall. Lin Chujiu opened his eyes to see the magistrate entering amidst a throng of followers. Beside him stood a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, exuding an intimidating aura. This was evidently an official martial artist, likely a constable dispatched by the town marshal office in Sanjiang Prefecture. The magistrate did not approach too closely. Instead, he observed Lin Chujiu from a distance, his voice fierce as he commanded, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly apprehend this scoundrel." However, the surrounding constables exchanged glances, momentarily lacking the courage to advance. The magistrate sensed something amiss. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him and cautiously inquired, "My lord?" The middle-aged man's gaze fell upon Lin Chujiu, and suddenly he erupted into hearty laughter. As the county magistrate stood perplexed, he calmly remarked, "So, it turns out you are merely a novice martial artist. It is no wonder that your subordinates, these constables, dare not take action, though skilled in their arts. They would be like lambs to the slaughter before a novice martial artist." He then beseeched, "I implore you, sir, to lend your assistance." The county magistrate, despite holding the esteemed title of county head, recognized that this middle-aged man was the chief constable of the Sanjiang Prefecture, the authority of the prefectural constabulary, tasked with maintaining order on behalf of the court, surpassed that of a mere county magistrate. The middle-aged man responded with a serene smile, "I come here on orders. It is only fitting that I act accordingly." With that, he stepped forward, hand resting upon the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed on Lin Chujiu with the intensity of a hawk. "Will you surrender willingly, or shall I first sever your limbs before you yield?" Lin Chujiu, without even rising from his seat, leisurely swayed his feet and replied nonchalantly, "Is it truly so remarkable that a mere official from Wuliu County has stirred the interest of the prefectural constabulary?" The middle-aged man's gaze turned frigid as he declared sternly, "As a constable of the court, you ought to benefit your community rather than take lives and seize possessions. Such actions are of grave consequence, and the prefectural constabulary will not tolerate them." A low chuckle escaped Lin Chujiu as he met the middle-aged man's stare. "What if I told you there was more to this matter? What if Mr. Du's family concealed a secret identity? Perhaps as remnants of the blood demon sect long sought by the prefectural constabulary?" No sooner had he spoken than the middle-aged man, with a thunderous roar, drew his sword and struck forward. "Even at death's door, you seek to deceive the public. You shall be executed." The dazzling blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a more formidable wave of energy that reached Lin Chujiu before the blade itself. "A 7th-tier martial artist," gasped the astute constable Zhang De. He realized that Lin Chujiu was doomed. Despite the possibility that Lin had attained the 1st tier, the disparity between 1st-tier martial artists was vast. The annihilation of a 9th-tier martial artist by a 7th-tier martial artist was the most plausible outcome. In that moment, Zhang De couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The clever young man, having achieved the 9th tier at such a tender age, had an unfathomable future ahead of him. Yet, how unfortunate it was that he had succumbed to ill intentions against the Du family. Such a promising future was now laid to waste. However, before this thought could linger, Zhang De's mouth fell agape in disbelief. Lin Chujiu had clenched his fist and, seemingly at a leisurely pace, thrust it forward. A thunderous roar reverberated through the hall. A powerful shockwave surged forth, toppling tables and chairs, sending them crashing against the walls. The middle-aged man's blade energy shattered under the force of this seemingly earth-shattering punch. Simultaneously, his sword was reduced to splinters. Lin Chujiu's fist crashed into the middle-aged man's chest as he staggered, his blood surging violently. With a resounding thud, the middle-aged man was propelled into the air, crashing into a row of wooden racks before collapsing to the ground. Lin Chujiu approached with deliberate steps, a derisive smile gracing his lips. "A mere constable dares to be arrogant before me?" Chapter 20. The prefectural constabulary of Sanjiang in the grand hall of the county office. Lin Chujiu stood over the fallen, bloodied constable of the prefectural constabulary. With just a single punch, he had easily dismantled the man's blade energy and rendered him incapable of further resistance. The county magistrate and the other constables were left in a state of shock, uncertain of how to proceed. County magistrate, Lin Chujiu began, but before he could finish, the magistrate, upon receiving Lin's penetrating gaze, stumbled back several steps in fear. If even the prefectural constabulary's constable had been felled by a single blow, how could a mere civil servant like him muster the courage to stand before Lin Chujiu? Lin Chujiu did not advance any further, but instead smiled and asked, Magistrate, are you aware of Mr. Du's close ties to you? Might you know of his connection to the remnants of the blood demon sect? What nonsense are you spouting? The prefectural constabulary maintains order. I advise you not to mislead yourself. Even now, it is not too late to turn back, the magistrate stammered, his voice trembling. Upon hearing no response that met his expectations, Lin Chujiu shook his head in disappointment. Ah, yes, Mr. Du, as a remnant of the blood demon sect, manages to hide so well in Wuxiao County. It would be implausible for you, magistrate, to be entirely unaware of this. At that moment, with a clang, Lin Chujiu drew his blade and slashed forward, the brilliant light of the sword obscuring the magistrate's vision. In an instant, the gathered crowd gasped. As Lin's blade tip hovered dangerously close to the magistrate's brow, the magistrate felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his legs trembling, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Lin Chujiu smiled slightly, retracting his cold moon blade and lifting the still prostrate constable. Ladies and gentlemen, I am bound for the Sanjiang Prefectural Constabulary. The mountains are high, and the waters long. May we meet again by fate. With that, he lightly stepped forward, carrying the constable, and gracefully leaped out of the grand hall. A few more bounds, and he vanished from their sight. The surrounding constables hastily converged around the magistrate, offering protection. Constable Zhang De, steeling himself, inquired, Magistrate, what shall we do now? The magistrate's face turned pale, his body still trembling. After a moment of resolve, he commanded, quickly send someone to report to the prefectural constabulary. The magistrate felt a deep sense of helplessness. Lin Chujiu, hailing from the county office, would surely implicate them if they did not act swiftly, drawing the ire of the prefectural constabulary. As for Lin Chujiu himself, having injured a constable and brazenly heading to the prefectural constabulary, it was clear he was an inexperienced youth unaware of the vast power of the constabulary. After arranging matters, the magistrate returned to his inner quarters, frowning in contemplation. Isn't the blood demon sect perpetually listed on the prefectural constabulary's wanted list? How much truth lies in what Lin Chujiu claimed? While chaos reigned in the county office, Lin Chujiu had already traveled a considerable distance with the constable in tow. The journey to Sanjiang Prefecture was no short one, but now that he had reached the innate level, his internal energy was nearly inexhaustible. Even after days and nights of rapid movement, he would not falter. As he traveled, the constable he held in his grasp scoffed, Are you truly this naive or merely foolish? Do you really think you can best me and evade the prefectural constabulary's grasp? Lin Chujiu remained unfazed, a slight smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. You should be more afraid of returning to the prefectural constabulary, the remnants of the blood demon sect hiding within their ranks. Imagine their reaction if the chief constable were to learn of this. Humph. I have no idea what nonsense you're babbling about. The constable shut his eyes, seemingly disinterested in further conversation. A dull thud resonated, and the iron badge constable felt an excruciating pain at the nape of his neck. Angrily, he opened his eyes and demanded, What are you doing? Lin Chujiu blinked, pondering for a moment. Damn it, cinematic portrayals are deceptive. Aren't you supposed to just knock someone out with a chop to the neck? Why isn't it working? Be quiet. I must concentrate on my journey and have no time for you. With that, Lin Chujiu raised his hand in a blade-like gesture and struck the same spot on the iron badge constable's neck with a resounding crack. The constable gasped, feeling as though his cervical vertebrae might snap. The pain sent cold sweat pouring from his body. Yet, he remained alert, showing no signs of fainting. TSK, still ineffective. It seems I need to acquire some acupoint sealing techniques. Otherwise, every task becomes inconvenient. You. Bang. I bang. The iron badge constable fell utterly silent, harboring no doubt that if the other continued this onslaught of knife-hand strikes, he would likely perish before reaching the town guard office. Ah, are we quiet now? How intriguing. Indeed, a quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. Despite being rendered numb by the strikes, the iron badge constable resisted the urge to open his eyes, trembling inwardly. Meanwhile, as Lin Chujiu held him aloft, feeling his body soar through the air, and hearing the wild winds howl past his ears, the constable understood how terrifying their speed was. To be carrying a robust adult while executing such agile leaps spoke volumes of his opponent's formidable strength. Overcoming oneself was certainly no stroke of luck. The injuries weighed heavily upon the iron badge constable, leaving him in a state of fatigue. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated, piercing through his eardrums and jolting him awake from his drowsiness. He heard a familiar voice bellowing, Who goes there, daring to intrude upon the town guard office? Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a slender figure with a short beard, wielding a blade directed towards him. It was Lord Liu. A surge of joy surged within the Iron Badge Constable as he recognized him as one of the Bronze Badge Constables from the town guard of Sanjiang Prefecture. Lord Liu. This person, he exclaimed, only to be abruptly interrupted by a heavy strike to his nape, the sudden agony rendering him incapable of continuing. After disrupting the constable's words, Lin Chujiu declared loudly, I possess information regarding the Blood Demon sect, and seek an audience with Lord Liu. Blood Demon sect? The petite figure hesitated. But as his gaze fell upon the person Lin Chujiu was holding, his expression changed drastically. You vile scoundrel! How dare you injure my town guard constable? You shall not leave here unscathed today. All constables, heed my command. This villain has wounded our town guard constable. He must be executed without mercy, with a single command. Numerous iron and wooden badge constables surged forth from the town guard office. The clattering of drawn weapons echoed as Lin Chujiu found himself surrounded by over 100 constables. Despite being encircled, Lin Chujiu showed no signs of trepidation. Observing the multitude of town guard constables around him, he chuckled lightly. What a stroke of luck today. Nearly half of the town guard is present. Through several simulated encounters, Lin Chujiu had thoroughly grasped the structure of the town guard of Sanjiang Prefecture. The town guard comprised 3 bronze badge constables, each commanding 6 iron badge constables, totaling 18. Furthermore, each iron badge constable led 10 wooden badge constables, resulting in 180 wooden badge constables. The remaining trainees or novices from external training camps were not included in this count. Even so, the strength of the town guard was indeed formidable. It is worth noting that bronze badge constables must achieve a 6th grade innate realm, while iron badge constables require a 7th grade realm, and wooden badge constables, although with lower requirements, must still be at least 9th grade warriors, with many being 8th grade. Such a level of power rivaled that of small to medium-sized sections. Nevertheless, Lin Chujiu felt no fear. He pressed forward resolutely. It seemed that to meet your esteemed Constable Liu, he would have to fight his way in. Chapter 21, The Great Constable. In the midst of being encircled by the 100 constables of the town guard, Lin Chujiu advanced step by step. The bronze badge constable bellowed, slashing his blade towards Lin Chujiu. The dazzling blade energy traversed dozens of yards, reaching Lin Chujiu. Though the blade energy was formidable, the true essence differed from mere force. Its concentration ensured that it would not lose potency as it traveled. The might of the blade energy that had been unleashed remained intact as it neared Lin Chujiu. Faced with such blade energy, Lin Chujiu did not draw his sword. Instead, he took a deep breath and delivered a heavy punch with his right hand. The mountain opening fist, which he had already mastered to a minor degree, met the oncoming blade energy of a 6th grade warrior in that moment. Boom. The terrifying clash of the blade energy and Lin Chujiu's fist erupted, sending shockwaves outward and scoring deep gashes into the stone floor beneath. The blade energy, forged from innate true qi, was as sharp as the finest weapon. Lin Chujiu shook his arm, glancing at his uninjured fist, and smiled with satisfaction. Well, the old man from the Forge of Arms wasn't lying. This mountain-opening fist is worth its weight. With the bronze badge constable's initial strike, the surrounding iron and wooden badge constables shouted in unison, charging forward with their weapons drawn. Lin Chujiu, with the cold moon saber at his side, held the iron badge constable with one hand and clenched his fist with the other, launching himself into the throng. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain-opening fist, while lacking external offensive capabilities, was bolstered by his formidable physique honed through the great stance and the fist technique. He now tore through the crowd like a tiger among sheep, facing no opponents. As the iron badge constables swung their blades, a single punch from him would shatter their chi, causing their weapons to snap and their bodies to fly backward. As for those wooden badge constables of inferior strength, a mere flick of his arm sent them tumbling into a heap. Despite being besieged by over 100 constables, Lin Chujiu overwhelmed them with sheer force. Before long, the ground was strewn with moaning, pained constables. Lin Chujiu, however, showed restraint, sparing the lives of all but one, the bronze badge constable, who stood at a distance, trembling uncontrollably as he beheld Lin Chujiu, who stood like a demonic deity in the midst of the chaos. Although he revealed no signs of externalizing true qi, the mere strength of his physique and mastery of a solid fist technique had felled 100 constables. Furthermore, even while besieged, he managed to exercise caution and avoid taking lives. Such prowess left the standing bronze badge constable in sheer awe. Are you a disciple of the mountain-moving sect? The bronze badge constable forced himself to regain composure, asking. His inquiry was not without reason. Among the myriad sects in the world, few excelled in external hard techniques, and the closest to Sanjiang Prefecture was indeed the mountain-moving sect. Among the various sects, the mountain-moving sect enjoyed a relatively favorable relationship with the imperial court. Many disciples served among the border troops, relying on their extraordinary physiques and hard techniques to dominate the battlefield and slay their foes. Mountain-moving sect? I am not. Lin Chujiu, gripping the iron badge captor in one hand, slowly approached the bronze badge captor. Will you step aside, or will you continue to obstruct me? A subtle smile graced Lin Chujiu's lips as he remarked, let me clarify one point. You are a 6th grade innate, and I may find it difficult to control my strength." Before he could finish his sentence, the bronze badge captor had already propelled himself backward with a swift leap, brandishing his blade, a fierce aura emanating from it, aimed directly at Lin Chujiu. At this moment, it seemed that the bronze badge captor had no regard for his colleague's life, as the strike of energy encompassed not only Lin Chujiu, but also the iron badge captor he held. However, Lin Chujiu's extensive simulations had not been in vain. His current strength had transcended that of an inexperienced 6th grade warrior. With a resounding clang, his cold moon blade was drawn, slicing through the air with an unassuming yet formidable grace. In an instant, a wave of might, several times stronger than his opponent's, obliterated the incoming energy and swiftly struck behind the retreating bronze badge captor. The terrifying energy surged forth, and the bronze badge captor, sensing the chilling presence behind him, was overtaken by despair. Yet, just as the energy was a mere foot from his back, it abruptly shattered. The terrifying true energy surged wildly after the collapse, unleashing a powerful force that erupted behind the bronze badge captor. With a gasp, he coughed up blood, his body crashing to the ground. Although he had evaded being cleaved in two, injury was inevitable. The bronze badge captor dared not linger, lacking even the courage to glance back. He staggered toward the Jinwu division. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chujiu smiled faintly and leisurely followed behind. Just 2 days prior, the Jinwu division of Sanjiang County had appeared to him as an unattainable beacon, yet in the brief span of 2 days, he had transformed from an insignificant warrior into a 6th grade innate. Now, he stood alone, instilling fear in the entire Jinwu division, causing the bronze badge captor to flee in terror. With rhythmic footsteps echoing, Lin Chujiu entered the inner hall of the Jinwu division, dragging along the iron badge captor who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Inside, a middle-aged scholar sat confidently in a grand chair. The previously fleeing bronze badge captor stood beside him, visibly shaken as he regarded Lin Chujiu's entrance. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Lin Chujiu's prowess. "Lord Liu, it's him," the bronze badge captor whispered, drenched in cold sweat, to the middle-aged scholar. Although both were bronze badge captors, there existed a vast chasm between them. As the chief captor of the Jinwu division, the middle-aged scholar, Luani, was not far from ascending to a silver badge, distinguishing him from the average bronze badge captor. With a composed smile, Luani rose from his chair, folding his fan. "What brings you to our Jinwu division with such an imposing demeanor?" As he spoke, his gaze scrutinized the young man before him, while Luani assessed Lin Chujiu. Lin Chujiu returned the scrutiny. Drawing from his experiences and simulations, he recognized Luani as the chief captor of the Jinwu division. As chief captor, he was expected to be the strongest among them. Apart from him, another bronze badge captor, who had clashed with the chief of Lianjiang Water Village to a standstill in the simulations, was also noteworthy. The strength of that captor far surpassed that of the one he had just chased away, currently absent. It was uncertain whether he was on a mission or lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, Lin Chujiu felt no excessive concern. Now at the pinnacle of 6th grade strength, he possessed ample confidence that even against an onslaught from 3 bronze badge captors, he could still extricate himself unscathed. Of course, his intention was not to confront the Jinwu division head-on. If matters could be resolved through dialogue, it would be for the best. "Greetings, Lord Liu," Lin Chujiu politely acknowledged, casually discarding the iron badge captor onto the ground. He had handled it with such finesse that the captor did not awaken upon landing. "This individual is a remnant of the blood demon cult, concealed within the Jinwu division, and I have captured him," Lin Chujiu stated plainly. Casting a piercing gaze at the chief captor, Luani, he was uncertain of the extent of the blood demon cult's infiltration within the Jinwu division. It could be limited to the captured iron badge captor or could extend to the bronze badge, and perhaps even Luani himself could be involved. Thus, Lin Chujiu had deliberately chosen this meeting place, where few outsiders were present. If Luani were indeed a remnant of the blood demon cult, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to eliminate Lin Chujiu. However, after uttering his words, silence reigned in the inner hall, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Luani sighed deeply. "One man alone can traverse the perilous grounds of our Jinwu division with such ease. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Yet, this matter does not concern you. Why must you wade into these murky waters?" With a sigh, Luani flicked his wrist, causing his fan to snap open, and with an infusion of powerful true energy, it shot forth like lightning, targeting the other bronze badge captor standing beside him. Caught completely off guard, the latter found his throat severed by the fan, unable to utter a single word, his eyes wide in confusion as he crumpled to the ground. Even in death, his eyes reflected utter bewilderment, as if he could not comprehend why the chief captor had suddenly turned against him. Chapter 22. The Saintess of the Blood Demon Cult. In the inner hall of the Jinwu division, Lin Chujiu observed Luani's sudden assault, his pupils contracting as his hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. For a moment, he found himself perplexed. Was this chief captor of the Jinwu division a remnant of the blood demon cult? If not, why had he violently turned against his own bronze badge captor, killing him with a single strike? If he were indeed one of them, Why was he so unfazed, showing no inclination to attack Lin Chujiu? Amidst Lin Chujiu's swirling doubts, Luani shook his head, extending his index finger and gently tapping it, releasing a stream of true energy that struck the iron badge captor on the ground. This energy coalesced and lingered, though it was evident that its lethality was minimal. Lin Chujiu did not intervene, sensing a shift in the unfolding events. Luani glanced at him, as if to provide an explanation, and softly stated, "This is a technique for acupoint sealing and meridian cutting. My earlier gesture ensures that he will remain unconscious for at least half a day." Lin Chujiu cast an envious glance at Luani's retracted finger. It seemed evident that he needed to learn not only lethal combat techniques, but also some auxiliary skills for acupoint sealing. Had he possessed such knowledge earlier, he would not have spent so long trying to render the previous captor unconscious with mere strikes to the neck. "Do you have something to say to me?" Lin Chujiu inquired, his cold moon blade resting at his waist, unperturbed. He smiled. "You wouldn't be trying to recruit me, would you?" The other party, in a sudden outburst, killed a bronze-ranked constable and incapacitated another iron-ranked constable, clearly intending to engage in some clandestine activities. Indeed, it was evident that they sought to recruit you into their fold. Luani responded with a calm smile, inquiring whether the young brother had any interest in the proposition. Lin Chujiu rested his right hand on the hilt of his blade, his eyes narrowing slightly, as if poised to draw his sword at any moment. However, he soon relaxed his grip, his entire demeanor becoming more at ease. "You are not a member of the Blood Demon sect," he asserted with conviction. "Oh." Luani regarded Lin Chujiu with a hint of surprise, asking, "How can you be so certain?" Lin Chujiu merely smiled in silence, offering no explanation. In truth, his confidence stemmed from multiple encounters during the simulation process. Throughout those encounters, with his mastery of blood refinement techniques, he was able to discern that the martial skills employed by Luani bore no connection to the Blood Demon sect's teachings. The blood refinement technique, indeed the foundational internal skill of the Blood Demon sect, had been cultivated to an extraordinary level within him by refining his own essence blood, resulting in an exceptionally pure internal energy. With this unparalleled blood-refined energy, during the simulation, he sensed the distinct characteristics associated with the Blood Demon sect in the energy of other remnants of the sect when he battled them. Both Du Shiji, whom he had previously confronted, and the iron-ranked constable he had captured, exhibited a peculiar restlessness in their internal energies, a direct consequence of their practice involving the consumption of mixed blood. Likewise, the bronze-ranked constable, who had just been slain by Luani, also displayed a hint of this unique restlessness in his energy. In stark contrast, Luani's internal energy was remarkably serene, entirely distinct from the internal skills of the Blood Demon sect. Noticing Lin Chujiu's silence, Luani did not press further. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Since you have arrived at the Town Marshal Division, you must be hoping for a meaningful dialogue." He resumed his seat in the armchair, gesturing for Lin Chujiu to take a seat in another chair. "You are Lin Chujiu, a constable from Wuxianovel County. 3 days ago, you were dispatched to rescue Miss Du from the Black Wind stronghold, and upon your return, you executed several individuals from the Du family that very night, causing Miss Du to vanish without a trace. Is that correct?" Luani spoke as if reciting a familiar dossier, a gentle smile gracing his face as he regarded Lin Chujiu. Lin Chujiu felt no surprise. This information had undoubtedly been reported to the Town Marshal Division by the county office long ago. Miss Du is a saintess of the Blood Demon sect, and the iron-ranked constable on the ground is also a remnant of the sect, seeking to silence you, only to be subdued by you instead, correct? Luani continued, as though recounting events he had witnessed firsthand. Lin Chujiu was somewhat taken aback. "You have always known?" he asked, realizing there was no other explanation. He had learned of Du Shiji's identity as a saintess of the Blood Demon sect during his confrontation with the Du family that night, from the words of Du Yuanwei. Luani, who was presumably not present at the scene, clearly possessed prior knowledge of these matters. "You are fully aware of this. Yet you still allow the Du family to establish a foothold in Wuxianovel County, permitting them to infiltrate the Town Marshal Division and even allowing them to consume the blood of others to cultivate their skills?" Lin Chujiu's gaze turned icy as he looked at Luani, his expression evidently unfriendly. As the chief constable of Sanjiang Prefecture, Luani was well aware of everything yet tolerated the presence of the iron-ranked constable, a remnant of the Blood Demon sect, in Wuxianovel County. If Lin Chujiu's strength had been even slightly inferior, he could have easily fallen victim to their murderous intentions. This realization soured Lin Chujiu's perception of Luani. Luani refrained from elaborating further, simply exhaling a long sigh. After a prolonged silence, he posed another question. "Having interacted with the Du family, what do you think of Miss Du's prowess as a saintess of the sect?" Lin Chujiu, somewhat puzzled, nevertheless responded honestly. For a small family like the Du family to have so many 8th-rank martial artists is indeed remarkable, and Miss Du's skills are exceptional. However, in comparison to the Town Marshal Division, she remains insignificant. Indeed, Luani nodded, then inquired, "What do you think has allowed the remnants of the Blood Demon sect to remain on the Town Marshal Division's wanted list for so long without being eradicated?" Lin Chujiu found himself unable to answer. Luani had not anticipated a response, continuing instead with his thoughts. What you have seen is but the surface of the blood demon sect's exposure. If I were to tell you that over the past several centuries, the town martial division has eliminated no fewer than 100 blood demon sect sanuses, what would your reaction be? Lin Chujiu was astonished by this revelation. So there are many sanuses of the blood demon sect, and Du Shiji is merely one of them? Yes and no, Luani replied, shaking his folding fan as he spoke in a solemn tone. Each saintess of the blood demon sect is indeed Du Shiji, yet each one is also not her. You may understand it as the saintess of the blood demon sect manifesting in multitudes. Each Du Shiji is but one of her incarnations. At this, Lin Chujiu was genuinely shocked. What is happening? Shouldn't this world be one of martial arts? Why are there such incomprehensible elements involved? Sensing Lin Chujiu's astonishment, Luani chuckled softly. It is only natural that you find it difficult to comprehend. After all, such realms transcend our imagination. And even those of us who have stepped into the 6th rank of innate mastery struggle to grasp even a fraction of it. Wait, Lin Chujiu interjected, furrowing his brow. If Du Shiji is so formidable, how could I have repelled her? In the presence of such a significant figure, we mere minnows should be easily dispatched with a mere flick of a finger, should we not? Not at all, Luani shook his head vigorously, the fan in his hand fluttering. It is not Du Shiji who is powerful, but rather the saintess of the blood demon sect, or more accurately, that particular saintess from ages past. Under Lin Chujiu's gaze, Luani's expression grew distant, as if he were transported back to a long-forgotten scene. Legend has it that 300 years ago, when the blood demon sect met its demise, a formidable warrior known as the Sunlight Sword Saint obliterated all life from the blood demon sect saintess with a single stroke of the great Sun Rulai sword. Yet, ultimately, hundreds or even thousands of blood shadows managed to escape, each fleeing to various realms to conceal themselves. If left unaddressed, each of these blood shadow incarnations could potentially restore themselves to the saintess of the blood demon sect in the future. Upon hearing such a revelation, Lin Chujiu's emotions became a tumultuous mixture, leaving him at a loss for words. So he had not merely offended a single blood demon sect saintess, Du Shiji, but rather had antagonized hundreds or even thousands of them, potentially including that exceedingly formidable original saintess? Why must life be so fraught with difficulty? Luani seemed to perceive the unease within Lin Chujiu's heart, and at the opportune moment, he said, "Are you willing to join the town martial division?" Though the saintess of the blood demon sect possesses many incarnations, at present, she can only lurk in the shadows. She lacks the audacity to confront us directly. What would joining entail, and what would not joining mean? Lin Chujiu asked, his gaze flickering as he regarded Luani. The chief constable, Luani, smiled slightly, as if he had already foreseen the outcome. If you choose to join, I happen to have a task that requires your assistance. Should you succeed, I can erase the matter involving Wuliu County from the records and even promote you to bronze rank. What do you think? Would you care to consider it? Chapter 23. Luani's request. Within the inner hall of the Jinwu division, Lin Chujiu gazed at Luani before him, his eyes flickering with curiosity. What task? Ultimately, he posed this question, which implied his tacit agreement to the suggestion of joining the Jinwu division that Luani had mentioned. This was indeed one of the objectives of his visit. Despite possessing a simulator as his advantageous tool, Lin Chujiu did not believe that confronting the Jinwu division head-on was the optimal choice. Luani remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand. Drawing in a breath of vital energy, an object flew forth from the lifeless body of a copper badge officer on the ground, heading towards Lin Chujiu. He caught the item in his hand and, upon closer inspection, discovered it to be a copper badge. What is this? LV Siming, 42 years old, has been with the Jinwu division for 14 years, serving as a copper badge officer. Lin Chujiu's face displayed confusion as Luani produced a dossier and tossed it into his hands. Even as Lin Chujiu struggled to comprehend the situation, Luani continued. This is the information on LV Siming. Familiarize yourself with it. Tonight, we shall commence our operation. Operation? Lin Chujiu expressed his bewilderment. Luani regarded him and nodded. Indeed. We have already ascertained that there is a stronghold of the blood demon sect's remnants in Sanjiang County. I suspect that the sect's saintess, Du Shiji, is also currently taking refuge there. We will initiate our operation tonight to dismantle this stronghold of the blood demon sect. And how does this relate to the deceased LV Siming? Lin Chujiu still failed to grasp the connection. Luani swiftly addressed his inquiry. LV Siming was undoubtedly an informant of the blood demon sect embedded within our Jinwu division. You will impersonate him and infiltrate their stronghold, allowing us to coordinate our efforts and capture the remnants of the blood demon sect. You want me to masquerade as LV Siming? Lin Chujiu glanced at the now lifeless form of LV Siming, feeling a sense of unease. Are you serious? Ha! Luani burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Lin Tongpai, you are undoubtedly strikingly handsome. LV Siming pales in comparison. However, allow me to enlighten you. I possess considerable expertise in the art of disguise. In my youth, I was affectionately bestowed with the moniker of the thousand-faced scholar by my friends in the martial world. At this moment, Luani had already referred to him as Tong Pai, seemingly confident that Lin Chujiu would not refuse his request. Yet, Lin Chujiu was not so easily swayed. Going undercover feels perilously risky, he remarked, furrowing his brow. Why must I acquiesce to your demand? Nevertheless, upon hearing his response, Luani remained unperturbed, instead flashing a cryptic smile. Of course, little brother, you may refuse. However, he continued, leisurely fanning himself with the folding fan, I have meticulously orchestrated this plan for quite some time, and your actions have inadvertently alerted the individuals within the blood demon sect stronghold. If we do not act swiftly, they will soon disperse and vanish without a trace. While I would find that regrettable, the absence of the blood demon sect stronghold in Sanjiang County would certainly bring me peace of mind. But tell me, little brother, are you truly prepared to face the blood demon sect's retribution? According to the Jinwu Division's past experiences of exterminating the blood demon sect's sanus avatars, each stronghold is invariably equipped with a prepared blood pool. If the blood demon sect's saintess were to enter it, she could absorb the essence of the blood within and rapidly enhance her cultivation. Pray tell, little brother, Luani continued, his tone laden with foreboding. Once the saintess's powers have been augmented, who do you think she will target first, our Jinwu Division or you? Luani's words resonated with a certain gravity that Lin Chujiu could not entirely dismiss. There was indeed some truth to his assertions, after all. If Du Shiji sought vengeance post-enhancement, he would undeniably be a more appealing target than the Jinwu Division. Having slain members of the Du family and forced Du Shiji into a hasty retreat, he had undoubtedly incurred a deep-seated enmity far more potent than that of the Jinwu Division. Moreover, his lack of connections rendered him an easy target. It was human nature to prey upon the weak and fear the strong. He had not anticipated that the so-called stronghold of the blood demon sect would harbor a blood pool, a factor that disrupted the balance of power. It was no wonder that, even with the simulator enhancing his abilities, Du Shiji was still able to keep pace with him. A contender endowed with limitless potential posed an unacceptable risk if left unchecked. It was imperative to eliminate her at the earliest opportunity. Very well, I agree, Lin Chujiu conceded, albeit with some reluctance, under the watchful grin of Luani. However, I have one condition. Before we proceed to the blood demon sect stronghold, I require a quiet room to rest. I have journeyed a long way from Wuxiao County and am in need of recuperation. Lin Chujiu's request was entirely reasonable, and Luani could hardly refuse. Very well, I will first assist you with your disguise, and then you may rest and familiarize yourself with LV Siming's dossier. An hour later, Lin Chujiu sat in a room, gazing into a copper mirror, astonished as his mouth fell agape. The reflection before him was no longer the remarkably handsome visage he was accustomed to, but rather a face that inspired revulsion. Despite only having a fleeting encounter with the copper badge officer LV Siming, he recognized that he now bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Indeed, Luani had not exaggerated. His mastery of disguise was nothing short of astonishing, truly deserving of the title the thousand-faced scholar. At that moment, Lin Chujiu had already memorized the information contained in the dossier. However, he did not enter a state of rest as he had previously stated. In truth, with his current peak 6th grade strength, his vital energy was as abundant as the flowing streams, exhibiting a profound and unending quality. Having traveled from Wuxiao County to this point, and having fought his way into the inner hall of the Jinwu Division, he felt no signs of fatigue. His request for a room was, in fact, part of a different plan. Open the simulator. Seated at the table, Lin Chujiu focused his thoughts, and a translucent interface for the simulator materialized before him. Personal wallet, 1385. Prior to arriving at the Jinwu Division, he had conducted several simulations, defeating numerous martial artists of similar rank and earning a considerable amount of simulation currency. Simulation mode, simplified text version, immersive version. With a decision firmly in mind, Lin Chujiu concentrated on the immersive option. Immersive version, not unlocked. Would you like to spend 1,000 simulation currency to unlock it? Yes. Deducting 1,000 simulation currency. Immersive version successfully unlocked. Immersive version, engage in the simulation process personally. Every choice leads to different outcomes, introducing unpredictable changes to the simulation process. Risk, high. Reward, high. Would you like to choose the immersive version for simulation? Yes. Current basic consumption, simplified text version, is 100 simulation currency. The immersive version requires 3 times the simulation currency, totaling 300 simulation currency. After the simulation concludes, the power level, martial arts experience, and life memories can all be retained, with a chance to obtain additional rewards. Shall we begin the simulation? Begin. Chapter 24. I knew you would not give up on me. Sanjiang County Town Martial Office. In the room, Lin Chujiu gazed at the vividly real environment before him, instinctively clenching his fists. The sensation he received was strikingly genuine, were it not for a clear thought resonating within him. He might have almost believed that everything before his eyes was indeed reality. Indeed, at this moment, he had entered into yet another simulation process. However, unlike previous instances, This time he was immersed in a visceral experience rather than a mere textual representation. Aside from the knowledge in his heart that this was a virtual simulation, everything else bore no difference from reality. Lin Chujiu closed and opened his eyes, a thought flickering in his mind. In the blink of an eye, he sensed a peculiar transformation occurring in the world around him. The flow of time began to accelerate rapidly. Skipped 1 hour. Skipped 2 hours. Skipped 3 hours. Lin Chujiu noticed that the light in the room had dimmed, as time had swiftly transitioned from just past noon to dusk. His mind was now laden with the memory of having idly waited in the room for 3 hours. Engaged in this immersive simulation, he found himself able to manipulate the strands of time at will. Eager to proceed, he bypassed the 3 hours of inconsequential waiting and arrived at the moment of preparation for departure. Exiting the room, he cast a glance at the figure of the chief constable, Luani, standing in the distance, their understanding unspoken. Then, adhering to the prearranged script, Lin Chujiu, bearing the visage of the bronze badge constable, Lu Siming, extricated another iron badge constable from the confines of the marshal office's prison. This iron badge constable had initially suffered severe injuries from Lin Chujiu's true chi in Wuxianovel County and had been subjected to repeated strikes to the neck during the journey, leaving his body in a state of utter exhaustion. Yet, he was remarkably resilient, as he was a necessary character in Luani's narrative. Although Luani had induced a state of unconsciousness in him through acupoint sealing, she simultaneously employed her true chi to assist in unblocking his meridians, ensuring he could survive to return to the blood demon sect's stronghold. Lord Lu, I knew you would not abandon me. The Iron Badge Constable, being carried along in a frantic dash by Lu Siming, was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Although they were all agents planted by the Blood Demon sect within the Marshal Office, their standings were fundamentally different. Within the Sanjiang County Town Marshal Office, the agents of the Blood Demon sect adhered to a strict hierarchy. In the past, the existence of other agents had primarily served Lu Siming. Should any suspicion arise from the Marshal Office, other agents would be compelled to expose their own identities to ensure Lu Siming's continued concealment. Thus, the current situation was easily comprehensible. Lord Lu Siming had willingly risked exposure to rescue him. This profound camaraderie was fully felt by the Iron Badge Constable. Lord Lu, where are we headed now? Despite having regained his life, the Iron Badge Constable was still gravely injured, making even the utterance of such a question a considerable effort. Back to the stronghold. A certain young man from Wuxianovel County seems to have become entangled in a significant scheme with Luani. We must report this to the Saintess. Ah, I know, that young constable from Wuxianovel County. I wonder where he learned such formidable martial skills at such a young age. The blood pool is already prepared, and when the Saintess emerges, he will understand what it means to possess terrifying martial prowess. He coughed. Upon saying this, the Iron Badge Constable suddenly felt his body jolt. His already precarious condition worsened. It was at this moment he gradually realized that he had been hoisted by Lu Siming all along. Why does this mode of transport feel so familiar? In an instant, Lu Siming, carrying him, gently leaped over the wall. Despite the weight of the Iron Badge Constable, he appeared effortlessly agile as he sped through the tall grass outside. This was the grass-soaring lightness skill. The Iron Badge Constable couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps due to the shocking events of the day, he found himself harboring an inexplicable suspicion. The familiarity he felt stemmed solely from this signature lightness skill of the martial office. The young constable from Wuxianovel County must have learned it from somewhere. Realizing this, the Iron Badge Constable felt a chill run down his spine. He exclaimed, "That's it. That young constable can perform the grass-soaring lightness skill. He might have been secretly arranged by Chief Luani. We must promptly report this matter to the Saintess." The impersonating Lu Siming nodded. Indeed, that makes sense. As he spoke, he shook his arm, adjusting to a more comfortable posture while continuing to sprint forward. The Iron Badge Constable, being hoisted, nearly lost the remainder of his already fragile life with that motion. The journey was not particularly short, and it was not until midnight that Lin Chujiu arrived outside the stronghold. The time taken was not due to Lin Chujiu's lack of skill in lightness techniques. In truth, his abilities far surpassed those of Lu Siming, but he refrained from unleashing his full strength, as he was constrained to exhibit only the capabilities expected of Lu Siming, which had delayed his arrival. Although referred to as the Blood Demon Sect Stronghold, it was merely a dilapidated temple. Lin Chujiu exhaled softly, and according to the documents provided by Luani, he struck his palms together in a specific rhythm, performing 9 sets in total. In the stillness of the night, the sudden sound of 9 palm strikes reverberated eerily. Soon, a shadowy figure emerged from the crumbling temple. As the figure appeared, it was initially within the temple, but in the next instant, it was before Lin Chujiu. Lu Siming, what brings you here at such a late hour? The shadowy figure, whose face remained obscured in darkness, scrutinized the two before him, his deep, hoarse voice resonating as though it emerged from the depths of the earth. Elder Zhao, Luani of the Martial Office has devised a startling scheme. We have come to inform the Saintess. Is this a matter for you to discuss? The figure, referred to as Elder Zhao, cast a cold glance at the Iron Badge Constable, his brow furrowing. Lu Siming, what is truly going on? Lin Chujiu felt the blood-refining true qi within him flow steadily, easily sensing the power level of Elder Zhao before him. The figure known as Elder Zhao stood like a chaotic and impure blood mist, reflecting in Lin Chujiu's consciousness. Clearly, Elder Zhao had also attained the 6th rank of innate true qi cultivation, yet his strength was not excessively formidable, still falling short compared to Chief Luani of the Sanjiang County Town Marshal Office. Thus, Lin Chujiu, posing as Lu Siming, felt considerably more at ease. Maintaining a tone of measured authority, he replied, Luani has likely already acquired substantial information regarding this stronghold. She will likely initiate corresponding actions soon. My purpose in coming here is to alert the saintess of this matter. Elder Zhao's demeanor was far from amiable. He spoke coldly. Is such a matter worthy of your presence here at this hour? You have departed without permission. If that Luani discovers this, it will undoubtedly arouse greater suspicion, remarked Lin Chujiu, masquerading as Lu Siming, with a wry smile and a shake of her head. Not merely suspicion. A junior constable has arrived in Wuliu County and apprehended old Zhang. Had I not seized the opportunity to rescue him beforehand, he would likely be ensnared by those two by now. A junior constable in Wuliu County? Elder Zhao inquired, somewhat astonished. His name is Lin Chujiu. In Wuliu County. The whereabouts of the saintess have been unearthed by him. Are you unaware? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao's heart jolted, and as he grappled for words, a gentle yet chilling voice emanated from the depths below. Let him in. Chapter 25, Familiarity. In the desolate mountains at midnight, as that soft yet frigid voice resonated, a tremor rippled through the vicinity. Elder Zhao cast a penetrating glance at Lu Siming and said, Follow me. He then turned away, not entering the temple, but veering around it and proceeding to the right for several hundred steps. Lin Chujiu trailed behind, her eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. She had assumed the stronghold of the blood demon sect lay beneath the dilapidated temple, only to find it was not the case. It remained unclear whether Lu Siming was aware of this fact or not. Although the dossier provided by Luani was comprehensive, it could not possibly encompass such intricate details. If it had, Lin Chujiu would begin to suspect Luani himself was an agent of the blood demon sect. After walking several hundred steps to the right, Elder Zhao advanced further, revealing a marshland veiled in dense mist. He glanced at the iron badge of the constable Lin Chujiu held, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. Nonetheless, he addressed the iron badge constable, saying, Open your mouth. The iron badge constable, held in Lin Chujiu's grasp, nearly wept with joy at the command. Promptly widening his mouth, Elder Zhao then deftly flipped his hand and flicked a pill-like object into the constable's mouth. Normally, with your status, you would not be permitted in this sacred ground of our sect, but given your arduous efforts, I shall make an exception today. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's haughty words, the iron badge constable's eyes widened, his face flushed, no longer resembling a person on the brink of death. Thank you, Elder Zhao, he managed to utter with great difficulty. Lin Chujiu found herself somewhat bewildered. Witnessing this scene, she wrestled internally with the dilemma. Should she also open her mouth? Was she to partake in that mysterious pill as well? What to do? The dossier provided by Luani had made no mention of such matters, and she felt a pressing urgency. In that moment, Lin Chujiu grasped the complexity of the undercover operation. It was not as simple as she had presumed. Just as her anxiety mounted, Elder Zhao cast a glance her way and coolly remarked, A 6th grade innate can withstand the miasma. There is no need to waste a detoxifying pill. With that, Elder Zhao let out a soft hum, unleashing a crimson aura around him, forming a protective shield. He did not rush into the mist, but instead regarded Lu Siming with a cold stare. At this juncture, Lin Chujiu felt her anxiety dissipate. Imitating him, she also released her inner energy, creating a protective barrier around herself. To align with Lu Siming's level of power, she refrained from exerting her full strength. The similarly crimson aura enveloped her. Seeing the identical crimson energy, the wariness that had been buried deep within Elder Zhao's eyes finally faded. This was the unique, blood-refining energy of the blood demon sect. There could be no mistake. Although Lu Siming belonged to the blood demon sect, he typically operated as an undercover agent within the Jinwu division. Hence, he would not reveal the characteristics of the blood-refining energy among the martial artists of the realm. This was an unspoken rule. Most practitioners kept their inner cultivation secret, often preferring to exert only 80% of their power rather than expose their unique inner energy characteristics. The interplay between different inner energies could lead to mutual counteractions. Once one's inner energy characteristics were revealed, it became easy for others to discern and exploit them. This posed significant disadvantages for any martial artist. Thus, many practitioners would only reveal their unique characteristics when fully committed to combat. The Blood Demon sect, however, was an exception. Due to an incident years ago, the name of their blood-refining energy became widely known throughout the martial world. Yet, how to counteract blood-refining energy remained a topic of much debate, for it had seldom been displayed before the public. After all, even the renowned Forging Pavilion had yet to procure the manuals of the Blood Demon sect's martial arts over the years. Before the mist, noticing that Lin Chujiu's protective barrier barely enveloped herself, Leaving the Iron Badge constable exposed, Elder Zhao let out a soft snicker. It seems that being an undercover agent is quite a laborious task. After all these years, your skills have made little progress. Lin Chujiu smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in a dispute. Possessing pure blood-refining energy, she could perceive the subtle differences in their energies, while the other, with mixed blood-refining energy, evidently lacked such acuity. Elder Zhao ceased further conversation, leaping into the mist. Lin Chujiu hesitated not, promptly following suit with her light-footed technique. The marshland was exceedingly soft. Yet both were 6th-grade martial artists, easily traversing it without effort. Before long, Elder Zhao led Lin Chujiu to a thatched cottage. Let us go? This time, Elder Zhao once again surprised Lin Chujiu. He did not enter the cottage, but instead leaped into a dry well behind it. These blood demon sect fellows seemed to delight in employing misleading tactics. Although the well's opening was not particularly small, the Iron Badge Constable Lin Chujiu held would clearly struggle to pass through. She tossed it upwards, leaping into the well herself, and the thrown constable followed closely behind. The Iron Badge Constable, drenched in cold sweat, struggled to catch his breath. Fortunately, upon entering the well, the space below was considerably wider. Lin Chujiu caught him once more, holding him in her grasp. Feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death, the Iron Badge Constable nearly wept with gratitude. Thank you, Lord Liu. You're welcome. The voice that reached his ears bore an inexplicable familiarity. The increasingly fatigued Iron Badge Constable grappled with the arduous task of recollection. Where had he heard such a familiar voice before? No, Lord Liu had always been a colleague in the Jinwu division, both members of the Blood Demon sect, and their daily interactions were plentiful. Such familiarity was to be expected. It appeared his injuries had indeed taken a toll on his mental clarity. Beneath the dry well, a network of secret passages sprawled out. Elder Zhao guided Lin Chujiu, seemingly retracing their steps. Eventually, Elder Zhao's pace slowed. At that moment, Lin Chujiu, who had been diligently memorizing the route, found herself harboring a bold hypothesis. In terms of direction and distance traveled, could it be that I have returned to the dilapidated temple of Ur? Am I now beneath the ruins of that very temple? If not, it would be challenging to explain how I previously heard Du Shiji's voice emanating from the depths of that forsaken place. Indeed, Lin Chujiu had long discerned that the gentle voice that resonated from the depths of the dilapidated temple unmistakably belonged to the elusive Du Shiji, who had escaped from his grasp in Wuxianovel County. And now, beneath the ground, at the center of a vast blood pool, there sat upon the stone platform that familiar, fragile silhouette. You have arrived, the once gentle voice echoed, as the delicate figure atop the stone platform turned to face them. Chapter 26. I shed blood for the holy sect. Beneath the earth, on the stone platform at the heart of the blood pool, that figure spun around. Amidst the crimson glow, a familiar visage came into view. Without a doubt, it was Du Shiji, whom he had encountered before. Yet, in this current environment, her countenance, though still exuding a gentle fragility, bore an unexpected air of solemn authority. Saintess. Elder Zhao bowed his head respectfully before Du Shiji, his face reflecting veneration. Saintess. The Iron Plate Constable, grasped in Lin Chujiu's hand, struggled to the ground, kneeling with eyes filled with longing. Lin Chujiu did not comprehend their fervor. However, in truth, every stronghold of the Blood Demon sect was born from the avatar of the Holy Maiden. As one of the incarnations of the Blood Demon sect's Holy Maiden, Du Shiji represented not only a saintly figure, but also an origin akin to that of a maternal essence for them. Saintess, is the essence of the blood pool sufficient? Elder Zhao inquired. Du Shiji's gentle voice flowed like water, imbued with an enigmatic undertone. It should have been enough, but some unforeseen circumstances arose in Wuxianovel County, and now we find ourselves somewhat lacking. Elder Zhao's gaze turned icy as he replied, Then I shall prepare more. There is no need. Just as Elder Zhao was about to take action, he was halted by Du Shiji. Her soft gaze gradually shifted to the kneeling Iron Plate Constable before her. Why seek far when we can use what is near? At her words, Elder Zhao instantaneously grasped her intent. With a whoosh, Elder Zhao thrust his palm outward, unleashing a wave of blood-red true energy that formed a colossal palm imprint, striking the Iron Plate Constable's back. The constable cried out as his entire body was propelled forward, soaring above the blood pool. Suspended in midair, gazing down at the billowing crimson mist of the pool, the Iron Plate Constable suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Holy Maiden, I have shed blood for the holy sect. You cannot treat me this way. Caught in Elder Zhao's grasp, the Iron Plate Constable found himself unable to move. Thus, I must ask you once more to shed blood for the holy sect, just as you have always done. Elder Zhao sneered, applying force with his enormous palm of true energy. Instantly, blood mist surged from the Iron Plate Constable's body, cascading into the pool below. What a lack of hygiene, Lin Chujiu thought to himself, his mind filled with exasperation. Lord LV, save me. In that moment, the Iron Plate Constable finally remembered Lord LV Siming, the one who had brought him here, and began to desperately seek aid. Had he been in his right mind, he would have realized that even LV Siming would be of no use against Elder Zhao and the Holy Maiden. What's the matter, Lord LV? Are Are you going to stand up for him? Elder Zhao, controlling the iron plate constable midair, fixed a cold gaze upon the approaching LV Siming, his eyes glinting with malice. It is not about standing up for him. Lin Chujiu furrowed his brow, rapidly calculating how he should respond in this situation as LV Siming. At such a juncture, he became acutely aware that the dossier provided by Luani was utterly worthless. Previously, he had foolishly believed that mere memorization of the documents would suffice to navigate this treacherous path. Had it not been for his audacity, he would have long since taken his leave. He regarded Elder Zhao, then glanced at the strikingly similar yet evidently altered Du Shiji, and spoke slowly. To sacrifice oneself for the holy sect is indeed a matter of great honor. However, to be so casually used as fodder for the blood pool is rather frivolous, and I cannot condone such treatment. Hearing Lin Chujiu's words, Elder Zhao's expression shifted slightly, his true energy becoming increasingly agitated. Yet, Du Shiji on the stone platform raised a hand to halt him. Do you not understand why I would use him as nourishment for the blood pool? Du Shiji's gaze fell upon the iron plate constable, tinged with a hint of pity. Indeed, while the world's martial artists may label our sect as a demonic one, believing us to act without restraint, I maintain that our actions adhere to our own principles. Lin Chujiu endeavored to immerse himself in the role of LV Siming, questioning with conviction, pray tell, holy maiden, what justification can there be for such actions? Even at the cost of alienating the hearts of your followers? Justification? Du Shiji's eyes flickered toward the iron plate constable, her expression tinged with a semblance of compassion. The reason, of course, is that he is a fool, having lingered in the town guard for years without any achievements to his name, leaving him with little utility beyond serving as nourishment for the blood pool. This response from Du Shiji took Lin Chujiu by surprise. If that was the stance she chose to adopt, it seemed difficult to argue against it. However, while Lin Chujiu accepted this rationale, the iron plate constable, who was now spewing blood in the air, vehemently disagreed. Holy maiden, spare me. I have contributed to the holy sect. Though I may lack merit, I have endured hardships. As these words escaped his lips, the iron plate constable's body grew exceedingly weak, teetering on the brink of death. Hardships? Ha ha ha. The gentle facade that Du Shiji had consistently maintained shattered, and she erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Yet, this frenzy lasted but a fleeting moment before her demeanor once again settled into calm. She turned her inscrutable gaze toward LV Siming. As for hardships, one could indeed argue there are some. My dear Lin, he brought you to this stronghold. Do you not consider that a hardship? Lin Chujiu's heart raced with alarm. Yet, on the surface, he feigned confusion, furrowing his brow as he asked, Holy maiden, what do you mean by that? It means nothing. Before the iron plate constable could utter a cry of despair, his form erupted into a vast cloud of dense blood mist. The blood mist descended into the pool below, causing the blood water within to churn violently, and countless blood-colored phantoms surged forth from the depths, swirling around Du Shiji atop the stone platform with a howling din. Lin Chujiu's expression shifted dramatically as he felt numerous blood hands emerging from the depths of the blood pool, gripping him tightly. At this juncture, he realized that he had been exposed. He cursed Luani's incompetence in the depths of his mind, and then turned his curious gaze toward Du Shiji on the stone platform, asking, Miss Du, I fail to understand where I have revealed my flaws. Lin Chujiu found herself utterly perplexed, despite her relentless efforts. How could it seem as though her disguise had been so effortlessly unraveled? Or could it be that Luani, who prided himself on being a master of disguise, was merely boasting, his skills in transformation rather limited? A multitude of questions swirled within her mind. Du Shiji, perched upon the stone platform, offered a gentle smile. Though Luani was once known as the master of 1,000 faces, I would never judge him merely by appearances. And what then? Do you rely upon for your discernment? Lin Chujiu inquired, displaying an earnest thirst for knowledge. Since Du Shiji had yet to launch an immediate attack, she felt it imperative to understand the reasons behind her failed masquerade. Of course, it is the scent of blood that guides me. The essence of Lu Siming's blood is aged and tainted, lacking the vibrancy of yours, young Master Lin. Your blood is fresh and fragrant, exuding a fervor that surpasses our previous encounter. As Du Shiji regarded Lin Chujiu, an unusual gleam flickered in her eyes. Unconsciously, she licked her lips as if gazing upon the most delectable of dishes. Is that so? Lin Chujiu observed Du Shiji's peculiar demeanor, sensing something was amiss. Thus, it was not merely Luani's lack of skill in disguise that led to her exposure. Rather, the other party possessed an almost canine ability to detect the rich, alluring scent of her blood. Goodness, Lin Chujiu thought. The fervor Du Shiji spoke of, which had intensified since their last meeting, must indeed stem from her cultivation of the great ginseng stance. It seemed that this practice had transformed her into a veritable elixir of vitality. The dialogue between the two did not escape the notice of Elder Zhao, who stood nearby, bewildered. He cast a glance at Lu Siming, then at the Saintess Du Shiji, feeling a rising tide of confusion. Saintess, Lu Siming has clearly been cultivating the blood refinement true qi, has he not? While appearances can be altered, The distinctive blood refinement true chi of the blood demon sect is unassailable and cannot be deceived. Having obtained the blood refinement technique manuscript less than 3 days ago, how could he have already mastered the blood refinement true chi? There must be a profound secret concealed within him. Du Shiji's gaze remained fixed on Lin Chujiu, her eyes glinting with a curious intensity. Alas, regardless of the secrets you harbor within this stronghold, beside the blood pool, all that you possess shall belong to me. Upon uttering these words, the blood-red phantasms surrounding Du Shiji began to whirl with increasing speed. As wave after wave of these phantoms surged into her body, her aura visibly intensified. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiu remained firmly ensnared by the bloodied hands that emerged from the depths below. A long sigh escaped her lips as she resigned herself to the realization that one must never underestimate anyone. Who would have imagined that Du Shiji, who had been so easily bested just days prior, could now exhibit such formidable power, even with her strength elevated to the 6th rank of innate mastery through repeated simulations. Lin Chujiu still perceived Du Shiji's current state as quite formidable. Thankfully, they were still in the midst of a simulation. Otherwise, Lin Chujiu doubted she could maintain her composure. Luani, make your move. We're in trouble. Deep below, Lin Chujiu summoned her breath, releasing a forceful cry that reverberated through the subterranean chambers. Elder Zhao, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned by the resonance of her voice. Yet, after her call, the surface remained eerily silent. Luani, you scoundrel! Lin Chujiu cursed inwardly, abandoning her efforts to shout further. With no response from above, continuing to call out would only serve to make her appear foolish. Earlier, Du Shiji's voice had reached the surface. With her own strength, her voice should carry even further. If Luani had indeed organized an ambush outside, he would have heard her summons. Thus, only 2 possibilities remained. Either Luani, her so-called ally, had faltered in his preparations, or he harbored ulterior motives, intending to use her as bait. Neither scenario boded well for Lin Chujiu, who was currently entangled in a perilous game of subterfuge within enemy territory. Luani has not arrived. Du Shiji smiled slightly, recognizing the correctness of her assessment. With his prowess as a 6th-rank warrior, it was indeed overly ambitious to attempt the destruction of a blood demon sect stronghold fortified by a blood pool. Young Master Lin, cease your struggles. Surrender to me. As she spoke, Du Shiji extended her fingers, reaching toward Lin Chujiu in an airy grasp. In an instant, the multitude of bloodied hands that had previously grasped Lin Chujiu tightened their grip. Such force could easily crush a boulder for a flesh and blood body. The outcome would clearly be a mangled demise. Become a part of this blood pool and enter my being, young Master Lin. Her voice faltered abruptly. Du Shiji gazed incredulously at Lin Chujiu, who remained steadfast and unharmed. Under the relentless grip of the bloodied hands, Lin Chujiu felt no discomfort whatsoever. In fact, within the clutches of those bloodied hands, her body felt as resilient as tempered steel, unyielding. Yet even the strongest steel should yield under such immense pressure. What is this? The source of her resilience lay in Lin Chujiu's cultivation of the great ginseng stance and the mountain-opening fist. At this moment, her physical tenacity rivaled that of warriors who focused solely on external techniques. The grip of the bloodied hands was akin to a mere tickle. Inflicting harm upon her remained a distant endeavor. I did not anticipate your proficiency in external techniques. I had underestimated you. As the saintess of the blood demon sect, Du Shiji was no novice. She quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation. Do you not realize, however, that my blood demon sect's martial arts are an anathema to external techniques? As she spoke, Du Shiji began to levitate from the stone platform. Following the infusion of blood shadows into her body, her aura surged ever stronger. The blood moon shines without light, drawing upon the energies of the universe. As this chant echoed above the blood pool, the very waters below churned violently. Endless blood shadows continued to converge, swirling above her head, culminating in a blood-red full moon. Finally, a singular blood-red thread shot forth from this lunar manifestation, connecting with Du Shiji. In an instant, her aura soared to unprecedented heights. Her strength, once merely that of a 7th-rank warrior, now reaching the pinnacle of the 6th rank. The legends held true. The saintess could indeed draw strength from the blood moon's projection through her other incarnations. At this moment, Elder Zhao's reverence for her reached unparalleled heights. Ignoring Lin Chujiu, he knelt upon the ground, crying out, "The blood moon returns, the saintess reigns supreme." As Zhao Elder's fervent exclamation resonated, Du Shiji gazed down from her elevated position. Young Master Lin, come forth and become my sustenance, aiding me in transcending to the next realm. Chapter 27. You are ruthless. By the edge of the blood pool, Lin Chujiu, ensnared by countless blood hands, finally ceased his inner turmoil. With a sudden convulsion of his entire body, the formidable strength cultivated through the Decanswang technique surged forth. As he grasped the entangled blood hands and yanked them with all his might, this force unleashed was potent enough to sever even tree trunks as thick as a wrist with a single pull. However, the situation was not as favorable as he had envisioned. The colossal hands formed from blood seemed to possess an elasticity akin to that of rubber. When he exerted his strength, The blood hands merely elongated and morphed without breaking. It was evident that these blood hands were resistant to force, and relying solely on brute strength would make escape an arduous challenge. Under the luminous orb of the blood moon, a figure soared through the air. At that moment, Du Shiji was enveloped in a shroud of sanguine shadows, resembling a dark blood demon of the night, as she lunged towards Lin Chujiu. With the influx of immense power, Du Shiji exhaled with some difficulty. Although she could draw strength from the projections of other blood demon cult saintess avatars through the blood moon, her corporeal form had its limits and could not absorb power without restraint. Suspended in midair, Du Shiji's fingers transformed into claws, sharper and more resilient than gold or iron. Descending towards Lin Chujiu's head, Lin Chujiu felt a twinge of incredulity. He could not fathom why the disciples of the blood demon cult had such an affinity for clawing at people. Nonetheless, despite Du Shiji's rapid enhancement, the pressure she exerted on Lin Chujiu remained manageable. With a vigorous shake of his arms, although he could not break free from the blood hands constricting him, it did not impede his movements. Exhaling forcefully, Lin Chujiu unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Du Shiji's face. The might of his blow, augmented by his formidable physique cultivated through the Decanswang technique, was sufficiently intimidating. At that moment, Du Shiji, with a swift pull of her hand, summoned a torrent of blood from the pool, which surged forth to intercept Lin Chujiu's fist. Bang! Lin Chujiu's punch, imbued with the strength of a mountain, struck the rushing blood, and the terrifying force was dissipated by the torrent, failing to achieve any significant impact. Du Shiji's claws continued their advance, now less than a foot from Lin Chujiu's forehead. A mere inch further, and Lin Chujiu would surely meet a grim fate. At this juncture, Lin Chujiu suddenly opened his mouth, unleashing a stream of white energy directed at Du Shiji's eyes. The solidified vital energy transformed into a blade as sharp as a treasured sword, causing Du Shiji to feel a sharp pain in her brow, forcing her to retract her hands and grasp at the incoming white stream. Crack! Her fingers, as unyielding as metal, seized the advancing white energy with a fierce grip. The white stream shattered upon contact, yet Du Shiji felt a stinging pain in her palm, as the vital energy had cut through her hand. Clang! Seizing the fleeting moment, Lin Chujiu deftly drew the cold moon saber from his waist. In the next instant, a terrifyingly sharp white glare filled the dim underground. The white tiger breaking army, perfected during his training, radiated its brilliance. In that ephemeral moment, it seemed as though a white tiger leapt forth from the shimmering light. Indeed, this was a martial art of the stream level, and now that Lin Chujiu had attained the 6th grade True Chi realm, the white tiger saber technique unleashed an unprecedented level of terrifying power. Unlike the black tiger exploring the abyss, this white tiger breaking army excelled in its unrivaled sharpness. Overhead, the blood pool seemed to be eclipsed by a scorching sun. The blood hands entangling Lin Chujiu were cleaved apart in less than the blink of an eye by the indomitable blade light. The ferocious blade continued its relentless advance, targeting Du Shiji ahead. With the confluence of peak 6th grade True Chi, a stream-level martial art, and the cold moon saber, Lin Chujiu unleashed the most formidable attack he could muster. He had no intention of holding back. His strike was a full-force commitment. Victory or defeat hinged upon this very moment. Faced with the resplendent blade light, Du Shiji's complexion paled. An inexorable shadow of death settled within her heart. She desperately retreated, wishing to distance herself from the approaching blade as much as possible. The grace with which she had charged forth now contrasted starkly with her frantic escape. Alas, this was a culmination of Lin Chujiu's careful preparation, a decisive blow that could not be so easily evaded. In a moment of sheer desperation, Du Shiji could not even cry out in anguish before her entire being was swept away by the fierce blade light. In her place, a thick mist of blood erupted, leaving no trace of the blood demon cult saintess behind. After cleaving Du Shiji into a mist of blood, the white blade light remained insatiable, continuing its path to slice through the blood moon behind her, reducing it to a torrential rain of blood. Ultimately, the blade light severed the blood pool and stone platform in half, pressing onward. Boom! The blood demon cult's subterranean stronghold was nearly obliterated by this strike, as twinkling starlight streamed in from above, accompanied by a soft night breeze. All of this signified a terrifying reality. Lin Chujiu's blade had cleaved through the distance from the underground stronghold to the surface. If one were to gaze upward, a vast opening had appeared, revealing the sparse stars of the night sky. The saintess, Elder Zhao, still trembling on the ground, was filled with dread. Just as he anticipated witnessing the saintess's grand display of power, she had been effortlessly dispatched by that man with a single stroke. Was it too late for him to withdraw from the blood demon cult now? Clearly, he was overthinking. After dispatching Du Shiji, Lin Chujiu seemed unsatisfied with the results of his blade and casually swung it backward. Swish. This time, he did not employ the energy-intensive white tiger breaking army, but instead executed a simple, ordinary blade strike. Yet, it was evident that Elder Zhao was not a formidable warrior, but merely an average 6th grade fighter. Against him, no grand technique was necessary. A simple basic attack sufficed. A flash of blood coursed through his brow, An elder, Zhao, naturally collapsed to the ground. Was this the extent of the blood demon cult's stronghold? Lin Chujiu furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something amiss. He had anticipated a challenging encounter, yet he had effortlessly dispatched the boss at the very outset. Although he had foreseen his own strength, he never expected it to exceed his expectations. No. As Lin Chujiu was about to sheath his blade, he paused, observing the changes before him. The blood pool, which he had cleaved in two, continued to churn vigorously beneath the tumultuous surface. All the residual blood began to swirl and converge at an alarming speed. Soon, a larger sphere of blood emerged before Lin Chujiu. Oh, it would be more accurate to refer to it as a blood-colored orb. Indeed, this new blood moon, formed from all the residual blood in the pool, bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, differing only in size. The newly manifested blood moon slowly ascended, hovering above the subterranean stronghold. Though the purpose of this newly coalesced blood moon remained elusive, Lin Chujiu was certainly not foolish enough to wait idly by. Gripping the cold moon blade tightly in his hand, he unleashed another strike. The vital energy within him surged forth as he executed the formidable technique. White Tiger breaking the army once more. As expected, the considerably enlarged blood moon before him was cleaved in two, with crimson liquid splattering in all directions. However, the display of might, though impressive, did not yield the anticipated results. Moments later, Lin Chujiu discovered that the blood he had scattered was once again churning and converging, reforming into a complete blood moon. Following this, a blood-red thread emerged from the blood moon, connecting to Du Shiji, who had previously been shattered into a mist of blood by his blade. Under the influence of the blood-red thread, the blood mist surged vigorously, swiftly coalescing into a human figure. A voice filled with melancholy resonated from the form that had materialized from the blood mist. Young Master Lin, how cruel you are. Chapter 28, You cannot outlast me. In the subterranean stronghold of the blood demon sect, a figure enveloped in blood mist hovered before Lin Chujiu. The mist draped around her like gossamer, revealing glimpses of Du Shiji's enchanting form, now clearly devoid of any clothing. Her delicate jade-like foot emerged from the blood mist, gently making contact with the dark, muddy ground below. The stark contrast between the inky earth and her pristine foot, entwined with the blood-red veil, painted an exceedingly bizarre tableau. Lin Chujiu felt an unmistakable shift in Du Shiji's demeanor. When he first encountered her in the Black Wind stronghold, she had exuded a gentle warmth, akin to a kind-hearted neighborly sister. However, during their previous meeting at the stronghold, as she stood above the blood pool, an air of imposing authority had begun to envelop her. Now, after having cleaved her into blood mist, the Du Shiji that reappeared before him bore an unsettling aura of allure. Was this merely an illusion? Lin Chujiu pondered, tightening his grip on the cold moon blade instinctively. Young Master Lin, Du Shiji began, her voice tinged with an eerie undertone, but was swiftly silenced by a flash of white from the blade. Clearly, Lin Chujiu had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. Whenever confronted with perplexing matters, his approach was straightforward: strike first and inquire later. Yet this time, the outcome was not as straightforward as anticipated. The blade sliced through, cleaving the graceful figure of Du Shiji in half. However, contrary to all logic, the bisected Du Shiji did not succumb to death. Following the passage of the blade, the two halves of Du Shiji pressed together once more, swiftly reconstituting into a single entity. With a soft laugh, she spoke. Young Master Lin, I still have words left unspoken. Why the haste? The futility of his strike left Lin Chujiu outwardly composed, yet his mind was rife with confusion. At that moment, Du Shiji did not appear inclined to attack, prompting him to momentarily halt his assault and await her words. Young Master Lin, have you yet to realize that Luani from the Jinwu division has yet to arrive? Du Shiji's words were laced with insinuation. Such tactics were blatantly crude and outrageous, yet they struck a chord. Lin Chujiu and Luani had never shared an unbreakable trust, and witnessing Luani's delayed arrival made it clear to him that he had been manipulated. Enough about Luani, let us discuss you. What is this situation? Why can you not be slain? In the simulated process, Lin Chujiu found himself bolder, often speaking without a filter. However, upon posing this question, Du Shiji genuinely pondered for a moment before nodding and addressing him earnestly. This is the Blood Shadow Incarnation, a divine technique I mastered after achieving the true essence of Blood Demon. As long as I possess the Blood Shadow Incarnation, I cannot be killed. Lin Chujiu's gaze fixed upon her, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he smiled gently. Cannot be killed? Yet I have heard otherwise. Luani has claimed that the Jinwu division has dispatched no less than 100 Blood Demon Sect's holy maidens over the years. Who speaks the truth? Over 100 slain holy maidens of the Blood Demon Sect, and yet here I stand before you as a complete being. Lin Chujiu merely smiled in response, refraining from delving deeper into the matter. Instead, he posed another question that perplexed him. Logically, having killed numerous members of your sect, we should not be engaged in such a cordial exchange, should we? As he spoke, Lin Chujiu's gaze bore into Du Shiji, his grip on the cold moon blade firm, his vital energy coiling, ready to unleash its full force at any moment. Young Master Lin, you overthink. They were merely fodder prepared for my return to the world. Their deaths hold no sorrow. Du Shiji shook her head with a smile, her gaze settling on him, her eyes shimmering with an unusual emotion. Amidst the veils of blood mist, her voice echoed, "What of you, young Master Lin? Would you consider embracing the Blood Demon sect? I assure you, you are unlike those foolish sacrifices." Something felt amiss. Lin Chujiu sensed an undeniable change within her. "May I inquire why you have chosen me?" he asked, his brow furrowing deeper. "Ah, young Master Lin, you've caught on," Du Shiji replied with a light laugh that sent shivers through him. "I must thank you for that previous strike, which shattered my confines, allowing me to return to my true self." With a soft chuckle, she continued, "As for why I chose you, it is simple. You have honed your blood refinement vital energy in mere days. Such talent, if not nurtured within my sect, would be a monumental loss for both the Blood Demon sect and yourself." A long sigh escaped Lin Chujiu unexpectedly. As Du Shiji looked on in confusion, he shook his head and remarked, "I finally understand why Miss Du has shown such favor to me." "Why is that?" Du Shiji's gaze flickered, her voice quivering slightly. "Because you are stalling for time." As he spoke, Lin Chujiu thrust the cold moon blade forward, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Du Shiji. She attempted to block with her hands shaped like claws, but against the full force of his white tiger breaking the army. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly futile. Once again, Du Shiji found herself cleaved in two. Yet, in an instant, the two have seamlessly rejoined into one. A cold, resolute voice echoed, "Do you not yet comprehend? This is merely a futile endeavor. You cannot kill me. Who knows?" Lin Chujiu replied with a calm smile. "If it truly is a fruitless endeavor, you need not remind me repeatedly. Your alerts serve but one purpose. You fear my relentless assault." As he spoke, Lin Chujiu unleashed another strike. White tiger breaking the army. Facing this most formidable strike, Du Shiji found himself utterly unable to withstand the blow and was once again cleaved in twain. Upon reassembling, even Du Shiji exhibited signs of hysteria. "So what if you have seen through my intentions? With my stream-level ultimate move, I refuse to believe you can sustain it indefinitely when your strength wanes. That will be the moment you become my sustenance." White tiger breaks the army. Lin Chujiu unleashed another full-force strike, cleaving Du Shiji in half once more. Du Shiji was not mistaken. Even at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, he could not employ the white tiger breaks the army without limit. However, should he resort to mere ordinary techniques, vanquishing the current state of Du Shiji would undoubtedly require a fierce struggle. Faced with Du Shiji, who was replenished by the blood moon, it was evident that a protracted battle would be disadvantageous for Lin Chujiu. This time, Du Shiji's reassembly was noticeably slower. The continuous strikes had evidently taken their toll. Lin Chujiu had calculated for this, seizing the fleeting moment before Du Shiji could reconstitute. His blade sliced through the blood mist, arriving at the juncture between the blood moon and Du Shiji's fragmented form. There, a blood-red thread connected the blood moon to Du Shiji's remains. With a swift motion, the cold moon blade resolutely descended. However, this seemingly fragile blood-red thread did not sever as anticipated. As the cold moon blade passed through, the blood-red thread instantly snapped, only to reconnect in the blink of an eye. Du Shiji's remnants successfully completed their assembly. "Lin Gongzi, it is futile." The enchanting figure shrouded in blood mist stepped forth, gliding like a specter, and with fingers like hooks, reached for his head. Momentarily distracted by the blood-red thread, Lin Chujiu could only muster a leap, narrowly evading a fate of having his skull crushed, though his back was inevitably raked, leaving several crimson trails that stung fiercely. Even with a physique honed to excellence, he found himself easily breached by Du Shiji's claw strike, which matched him at the 6th tier pinnacle. As Lin Chujiu prepared to wield the white tiger blade again, Du Shiji exhibited no fear. "Lin Gongzi, it is futile. I possess an abundance of blood moon essence, and you cannot outlast me. How can you be so sure without trying?" Under the blood moon, Lin Chujiu's blood refining technique surged to its zenith, unreservedly unleashing the properties of his blood refining true qi. In the next moment, his aura changed dramatically, vibrant as a red dawn, with true qi erupting from his pores, enveloping him in a radius of several feet. As he fully unleashed the characteristics of his blood refining true qi, the blood moon above trembled violently, and a blood-red thread, akin to a thumb in thickness, extended from it, directly connecting to him. Instantly, Lin Chujiu felt a ceaseless stream of power surge within him, restoring his true qi at an accelerated pace. Overcome with exhilaration, Lin Chujiu laughed heartily. "Haha, how intriguing. Now I too possess the blood moon essence. Let us resume our battle." Chapter 29. You are left with but one path. In the underground stronghold of the blood demon sect, Lin Chujiu found himself connected by a blood-red thread as well. The blood moon, composed entirely of coagulated blood, did not regard him as an outsider. Its essence contained a portion belonging to Du Shiji, as well as a share of his own. "Impossible. How can you also be favored by the blood moon?" Du Shiji, witnessing this scene, expressed his disbelief. Lin Chujiu, oblivious to the astonishment within Du Shiji's heart, merely smiled lightly and raised his blade, pointing it at Du Shiji as he proclaimed, Is it not entirely normal for one who practices blood refining to be able to accept the blood moon essence? With his true chi brimming, Lin Chujiu harbored no further reservations and unleashed another strike of the white tiger breaks the army. However, this time, the blade's radiance was not the fierce white of before, but a fiery red, akin to blazing flames. As the blade swept forth, it resembled a crimson giant tiger emerging from a sea of corpses, roaring as it lunged toward Du Shiji. Lin Gongzi, hold on, Du Shiji exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Lin Chujiu remained unfazed, his blade continuing its relentless arc. The reformed Du Shiji was once again enveloped in blood mist, cleaved asunder. This time, Lin Chujiu had no intention of waiting for her to reassemble. The cold moon blade struck repeatedly, each slash embodying the might of the white tiger breaks the army. Having already been reduced to blood mist, Du Shiji had no opportunity to reconstitute amidst the relentless onslaught, her essence growing increasingly diluted. Lin Chujiu continued to unleash his strikes, his true chi pouring forth like a torrential river. The balance between consumption and replenishment reached a remarkable equilibrium, and the blood moon overhead visibly began to shrink. Clearly, with each slash, Lin Chujiu was exhausting the energy essence contained within the blood moon. Before long, the once vast blood moon, comparable to a grinding stone, diminished to the size of a human head. Yet this was not the end. As Lin Chujiu persisted, the blood moon continued to shrink at an alarming rate. Perhaps only a few more strikes of the white tiger breaks the army would suffice to obliterate this blood moon, and with it, the life of Du Shiji, who depended upon it for survival, would be extinguished. Ahead, the blood mist that Du Shiji had transformed into had grown exceedingly thin. Evidently struggling to withstand the onslaught of the white tiger breaks the army. After another decisive strike, Lin Chujiu expelled a breath of turbid air, his movements slowing. Having reached the 6th tier and honed his true chi, a martial artist's endurance had greatly increased. However, the ultimate techniques of stream-level martial arts were a different matter. Typically, a 6th-tier martial artist could only manage a few such techniques in succession before fatigue set in. Yet, in that recent moment, Lin Chujiu had executed nearly dozens of strikes. Even with the replenishment from the blood moon essence, his meridians swelled with pain, feeling the strain of overexertion. Should he continue to employ such intense techniques, it could potentially damage his meridians. Thus, he paused to catch his breath, as true chi settled within him, akin to sweet dew seeping into his strained meridians. Lin Chujiu was struck by an unexpected realization. He could sense that the numerous high-intensity applications of his true chi had altered its very nature. The once somewhat gentle true chi now bore a certain resilience and rigidity. A surge of joy welled within him as he comprehended the significance of this change. The next level of true chi was the formidable chi of the 5 tiers. Unlike the gentleness of true chi, the characteristic of chi was its unyielding strength, capable of shattering all that lay before it. In the midst of nearly overexerting himself with stream-level techniques, his true chi began to show signs of transformation. While it was unlikely to achieve this change immediately, it was undoubtedly a promising beginning. With a buoyant spirit, he gazed forward, only to witness the blood mist slowly writhing, gradually coalescing once more. Ultimately, Du Shiji's figure re-emerged before him. However, this reappearing Du Shiji was in a state that was utterly incomparable to her previous form. Not only did she appear woefully disheveled, but her aura was also markedly diminished compared to before. Originally relying on the infusion from the blood moon to attain the pinnacle of the 6th rank, at this moment, her power had significantly diminished. Now merely at the initial stage of the 6th rank. At such a level, Lin Chujiu need not even resort to her ultimate move, the white tiger breaking army. It would suffice to contend with her. A nagging feeling of undue ease crept into Lin Chujiu's mind, prompting her to address the figure before her. Du Shiji. Miss Du. Cease your pretense. I refuse to believe that the mere saintess of the blood demon sect possesses so little capability. Reveal your true prowess at once, so I may decide whether to continue battling or to capitulate and join the blood demon sect. However, the Du Shiji, who had previously fervently invited him to join the sect, responded differently this time. After enduring countless strikes from Lin Chujiu, her mental state had evidently become unbalanced. Join the blood demon sect. Beneath the veil of blood mist, Du Shiji's face contorted with malice as she coldly declared, "You have thwarted my grand ambitions and ruined my blood moon. You are left with no choice but to become sustenance." With that, she suddenly raised her arms, her delicate limbs meeting above her head, as a peculiar wave of energy radiated from her being. Though it appeared to be an ordinary gesture, at that moment, Lin Chujiu felt a jolt of terror, dismissing the pain coursing through her veins as she unleashed a new strike of the white tiger breaking army. Her reaction was undeniably swift, yet it ultimately fell short. The crimson blade light was merely a foot away from her form when Du Shiji's body spontaneously erupted, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. This self-detonation released an immense force, momentarily halting the advance of the blade light. As the blade was held at bay, the blood mist swiftly ascended into the blood moon above. With the infusion of this new blood mist, Lin Chujiu abruptly realized that her connection to the blood moon had inexplicably severed, leaving her devoid of any power transmitted from it. In that instant, a profound sense of impending doom washed over her. A terrifying pressure emanated from the blood moon suspended above. A strange instinct whispered to Lin Chujiu, prompting her to withdraw her blade and leap back, her light-footed agility reaching its zenith. In mere moments, she could have fully extricated herself from the blood moon's encompassing shadow. Unfortunately, she would not be afforded even that fleeting moment. A slender, jade-like hand emerged from the blood moon, its alabaster arm delicate as a spring onion. 5 tender fingers poised to descend upon Lin Chujiu's crown. This hand, though seemingly of ordinary size and distanced from Lin Chujiu, somehow descended upon her with alarming swiftness. In that instant, every drop of blood in Lin Chujiu's body surged with a frantic roar, her very bones and sinews lamenting in despair. The mere approach of that jade hand instilled within her the most profound terror she had ever known. At this critical juncture, Lin Chujiu bit down on her tongue, reclaiming some control over her body amidst the tumult. White Tiger breaking army. Once again, she unleashed her most potent strike, targeting the descending jade hand. The blade light flared forth, stronger than before, reaching the zenith of her capabilities. Yet, as the hand continued its slow descent, it met the blade light effortlessly, which shattered into nothingness. The jade hand pressed down further, ultimately resting upon Lin Chujiu's head. Boom! The suppressed force erupted violently, and Lin Chujiu's body was instantaneously reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. Chapter 30. What young people? In the desolate mountains, not far from the blood demon sect's stronghold, 2 figures stood silently, sensing the terrifying fluctuations emanating from ahead. One figure could not suppress a gulp of saliva. Shouldn't the saintess of the blood demon sect's avatar only possess postnatal cultivation? Even with the assistance of the blood pool, she should barely reach the innate 6th rank. How could she exhibit such astonishing might? Old Zhang, you haven't participated in the capture missions for the blood demon sect's saintess avatar, have you? Indeed not. Is that important? Of course it is. Otherwise, you would comprehend what a blood demon sect saintess avatar truly is and would not pose such naive inquiries. TSK. The startled figure shook his head and deflected the topic. Old Lu, did you not say you arranged for personnel to infiltrate? If they do not act now, they may all be reduced to ashes. Rest assured, that is a foregone conclusion. Did you not see the terrifying might they have unleashed? How can you be so unconcerned? Old Zhang turned to observe the other, clearly perplexed. Are you intentionally sending your subordinates to their doom? Old Lu, it is rather unkind of you. Old Lu smiled and shook his head. Not at all. Strictly speaking, that individual cannot yet be considered one of my subordinates. I merely offered him an opportunity. Should he seize it, I would not hesitate to grant him a position with a copper medal. If he lacks the fortune, then it is merely fate. Old Lu, with such a lack of integrity, who would dare work under you in the future? That is different. Old Lu pondered for a moment before continuing. The young man possesses a clean background, yet his formidable skills are shrouded in mystery. I cannot fathom their origin, making this an opportune moment to test him. And what now? Shall we proceed with the assault? Not yet. The blood demon sect saintess, relying on the blood pool, possesses an almost immortal blood shadow. More alarmingly, by sacrificing their own blood essence, they can harness a fraction of the strength from other high-ranking avatars. Judging by the intensity of that last strike, it is at least on par with the 5th rank. The 5th rank of the Qi-gathering realm? Old Zhang's heart raced, and he began to reconsider. Old Lu, perhaps I should return. I clearly came out for field work, yet you hurriedly summoned me back. I sensed this would not end well. Fear not. Given the saintess's own cultivation, even if she sacrifices her blood essence, the power she can wield will not amount to much. At most, she can unleash 1 or 2 attacks. Besides, this mission does not involve only us. What about those with the iron and wooden metals? You intend to send them in as cannon fodder? Ah, Old Lu, you are quite the strategist. In response to Old Zhang's praise, Old Lu rolled his eyes. You are overthinking it. I aspire to ascend the ranks. Even if this method is more efficient, I would not resort to it. Were it not for the fact that the young man is not yet a formal member of the Jinwu division, I would not have employed such tactics. Old Lu shook his head and added, there are others who will accompany us to fulfill this mission. Who? As Old Zhang's query fell, he suddenly felt a tremendous weight on his shoulder, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. Startled by the overwhelming force, he instinctively turned to look. What met his gaze was a face as rugged as stone. The owner of that countenance was tall, with hair streaked in black and white. Though he appeared to be in his early 30s, his visage bore the marks of time, etched with the trials of enduring storms and hardships. Lu Yingbai? Old Zhang exclaimed, recognizing the owner of the stone-like face at once. They have even dispatched a silver medal for this mission? If his memory served him correctly, this Lu Yingbai had been ordered to assist at the frontier. How was it that he had returned to Sanjiang County and appeared before him now? Luda retracted his broad, substantial hand that had been resting upon Lao Zhang's shoulder, offering a smile as he turned to another individual, Luani. What of the blood demon sect saintess? Shall we charge forth and resolve this swiftly? I have another mission awaiting my attention. Luani, shedding the casual demeanor he had displayed earlier with Lao Zhang, responded gravely. Luin Pai, I must implore you to hold for a moment. The saintess has just invoked her blood to summon the strength of her other incarnations. I recommend we observe for a while longer. Observe what? Luda expressed his confusion. You are all standing here in good health. Why would she resort to such desperate measures? It is not that I underestimate you, but it appears that you are not formidable enough to warrant such a response from her. Luani could only manage a wry smile. Meanwhile, Lao Zhang interjected. Old Lu mentioned he had sent a young man into the fray. It is likely that this youth has cornered her to such an extent. What young man could possibly compel the blood demon sect's saintess to such extremes? Luda clearly doubted this claim. At that moment, the ground trembled violently beneath them, and a blade's aura erupted from the earth, spanning nearly 200 zhong, slashing menacingly before them. Upon gazing ahead, they beheld a deep chasm carved into the ground, evidently wrought by the ferocity of the blade's passage. The manifestation of qi extending 200 zhong was a feat beyond even the peak of a 6th-tier warrior, and the intensity of the blade's aura hinted at a transformation into a more potent form of energy. Luda, intrigued, cast a glance at Luani. Is this one of your men from the Sanjiang County's martial office? When did you become so extravagant as to send a near 5th-tier youth to his doom? Luani was left speechless. Yet, Luda had already propelled himself forward, his form charging forth like a mighty bull. I cannot bear to witness such a fine young lad sacrificed in vain. Boom. A colossal jade hand emerged from the depths, crashing down with tremendous force. Rumbling. Amidst the violent tremors, the ground ahead completely collapsed, and the immense jade hand disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist, its power evidently exhausted and beginning to dissipate. From the remnants of the jade hand, a faintly crimson silhouette surged forth, swiftly retreating into the distance. It was gone. Luda felt a chill in his heart, realizing that the young man below would undoubtedly not survive. The previous strike from the jade hand was so powerful that even he, a bona fide 5th-tier warrior, would suffer grievous injury from such an assault. In the Sanjiang County's martial office, Lin Chujiu opened his eyes. Truly, it was an immersive simulation. The entire process felt as though he had been physically present, experiencing it firsthand in a manner that was profoundly unsettling. In this simulation, the outcome was unclear to him. Previously, he had been struck by the jade hand summoned by Du Shiji in the blood demon sect's underground lair, his body exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Just as he believed that was the end, he astonishingly realized he had not completely perished. Although he had been obliterated into blood mist, his consciousness persisted. Then, as if by instinct, his thoughts coalesced, and the mist rapidly converged towards the center. Soon, a new body materialized in the same location. Aside from the absence of his clothing, this newly formed body was strikingly identical to the original. Through his cultivation of the blood refinement technique and his previous connection with the blood moon, he had unknowingly acquired a semblance of the blood shadow incarnation ability. With his new body reformed, he unhesitatingly summoned the cold moon blade that had fallen to the ground, executing a new technique, the white tiger breaks the army. The blade's aura surged nearly 200 zhong, slicing through the jade hand and tearing into the depths of the earth. Regrettably, fate had other plans. This strike seemed to have thoroughly enraged his opponent. The jade hand, now drained of its power, unleashed a desperate, cataclysmic blow. In an instant, the blood moon shattered. The underground lair collapsed, and Lin Chujiu was completely obliterated, unable to resurrect once more. Lin Chujiu speculated that the blood shadow incarnation ability he had inexplicably mastered allowed for only a single resurrection, a mere shadow of its potential. Yet, in its wake, the jade hand too had exhausted its strength and disintegrated entirely. Of course, everything that transpired thereafter was beyond the knowledge of Lin Chujiu, who had concluded the simulation. This simulation was an immersive experience. The simulation has concluded, and you shall receive. Chapter 31, Blood Shadow Incarnation. Within the Sanjiang County's martial office, Lin Chujiu, having completed his first immersive simulation, began to assess his gains. Note, this simulation was immersive. Your martial prowess, combat experience, and life memories will be fully retained. Additionally, the rewards for defeating formidable foes will be tripled compared to the simplified text version. As the notification appeared, a surge of warmth coursed through Lin Chujiu's body, and he realized that his cultivation had significantly advanced, solidifying his skills considerably. At that moment, the qi within him began to exhibit faint traces of the characteristics of a more refined energy. Whereas previously he had merely been at the peak of the 6th tier, he could now be regarded as a near 5th-tier warrior. With a gentle step forward, he would soon become a genuine 5th-tier warrior. One must not underestimate such a seemingly minor enhancement. In truth, for ordinary martial artists, transitioning from the pinnacle of the 6th tier to the threshold of the 5th tier may require years or even decades of diligent effort. Yet Lin Chujiu had achieved this leap in mere moments through a single simulation process. Naturally, the memories and combat experience from his journey to the blood demon sect's lair were preserved in their entirety. Next, Lin Chujiu turned his attention to the rewards of simulation currency. He had nearly depleted his reserves in unlocking the immersive version, and without further income, he risked being unable to initiate the next simulation. Congratulations. You survived for an hour, leading an extraordinarily brief yet magnificent existence, executing dozens of your most formidable attacks, battling to the last breath against a fifth-tier warrior. Although you ultimately perished at his hands, it was not due to your own shortcomings. Your demise is still a tale of tragic heroism. Evaluation, commendable. Additional rewards, 20 simulation currency, evaluation, 72 simulation currency, defeated a sixth-tier warrior. 300 simulation currency, successfully destroyed a blood demon sect stronghold, martial art ability, blood shadow incarnation. Has something peculiar been included among the rewards? Despite the joy of acquiring a substantial amount of simulation currency, Lin Chujiu's attention was immediately captured by the appearance of the strange reward. Martial art ability, blood shadow incarnation. What could this be? Recalling an incident from the simulation process, Lin Chujiu began to form a hypothesis. Clearly, this ability must pertain to the capacity to resurrect once as blood mist after being slain. Reflecting on the details of the simulation, Lin Chujiu comprehended that this was likely a consequence of cultivating the blood refinement technique and the subsequent connection to the blood moon, which had triggered such an anomaly. Given his current proficiency in the technique, his entire essence could only sustain a single transformation into blood mist for revival. Yet, even the prospect of a single resurrection felt like a tremendous boon to Lin Chujiu. What could possibly be more valuable than a life? A slight tremor of excitement coursed through him, but he swiftly dismissed the notion of testing this ability in the real world. In the simulated scenario, he encountered a mishap. However, he could restart the simulation. In the real world, though, once problems arise, there is no remedy to be found. With such exhilarating emotions coursing through him, the modest amount of simulation currency he had earned this time did little to excite him. Personal wallet, 477. Although the earnings were scant, they were more than sufficient to initiate another simulation. Yet, Lin Chujiu did not immediately re-enter the simulation. The previous simulation had clearly presented numerous issues that required his thorough contemplation and resolution. In the earlier simulation, even until his demise, Luani, who had promised to provide support, had not made an appearance. It was evident that he had been entirely willing to use Lin Chujiu as a mere pawn. The world of martial arts is fraught with peril, full of hidden traps. Indeed, one must never let their guard down. Ah, Luani, I saw through your true nature from the very beginning. After pondering for a while and reaching a decision, Lin Chujiu once again initiated a new simulation. This time, he opted not for the simplified textual version, but directly chose the immersive version. Upon comparison, Lin Chujiu realized that there was, strictly speaking, no absolute superiority between the two simulation modes. What existed were merely different emphases. If one wished to swiftly enhance their cultivation at a lower cost, the simplified textual version would be the more prudent choice. However, if one aimed to focus on details and intentionally navigate through certain crucial nodes, the immersive version undoubtedly offered greater operability. Consuming 300 simulation coins, commencing simulation. With a slight smile, Lin Chujiu opened his eyes and surveyed the familiar surroundings before stepping out through the door. The new simulation had begun. This time, he did not foolishly rush towards the blood demon sect stronghold. Instead, his focus was directed towards Luani, who, in a certain room, Luani, meditating with closed eyes, was startled and called out. A silver flash shot forth from his folding fan towards the door without a moment's hesitation. In this town martial division, no one could approach his resting place without his permission. Clearly, anyone capable of such an act would be an outsider unaware of the situation. As the chief capturer of the town martial division in Sanjiang County, Luani's strength was undoubtedly formidable. In the blink of an eye, the silver needle pierced through the wall, appearing before Lin Chujiu. The 3-inch-long silver needle, propelled by true energy, could easily penetrate even the hardest of rocks. However, Lin Chujiu merely exhaled gently, and a white light shot forth, effortlessly knocking the fierce silver needle down. The white light did not cease its momentum, crashing against the wall and creating a large hole. Luani, startled, jumped up, holding his folding fan in this direction. Lin Xiao, brother, is that you? Recognizing the visitor, Luani relaxed, but his astonishment only intensified. He had always known Lin Chujiu was exceptionally strong. Yet this brief encounter made him suddenly realize that the opponent's strength far exceeded his imagination. Perhaps his original plan was too rash? Luani closed his folding fan, but his vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. With a smile, he inquired, is Lin Xiao brother ready to set off? The person is in the cell. I can take you to retrieve him. However, contrary to Luani's expectations, Lin Chujiu merely shook his head with a smile. No, I still have some matters to discuss with Lord Lu. With a somewhat awkward smile on Luani's face, Lin Chujiu made himself comfortable in the room. Lord Lu, I have heard that the saintess of the blood demon sect can discern a person's true form through their blood aura. I fear that my disguise may not be reliable. Luani's heart leapt, though his face displayed a look of surprise. Is that so? Who told you this? Who told me? Of course, it was the saintess of the blood demon sect, Du Shiji, who said it herself. The vital information obtained during the previous simulation process was not something Lin Chujiu would easily overlook. His expression held a hint of inscrutability as he casually remarked, "Lord Lu wouldn't intentionally send me to my doom, would you? How could that be?" Luani responded with utmost seriousness. "I was also unaware of such information. Otherwise, I would not have asked you to disguise yourself and infiltrate. Is that so?" Lin Chujiu gazed steadily at Luani, and after a prolonged silence, he smiled gently. "Then what shall we do about the infiltration? We must deliberate carefully." Luani's folding fan snapped shut with a thud against his palm as he spoke in a low voice. "If what you say is indeed true, then we cannot take the matter of infiltration lightly." It was evident that even with Lin Chujiu raising such concerns, he still had no intention of abandoning the infiltration strategy. "Lord Lu, I have an idea. I wonder if it should be shared. Please, do tell." Under Luani's watchful gaze, a peculiar smile gradually spread across Lin Chujiu's face. He began to speak slowly, suggesting, "The iron plate capturer of the blood demon sect is of little use. Why not have you, Lord Lu, personally disguise yourself as this iron plate capturer? Together, we can infiltrate the blood demon sect stronghold, and whatever methods they have, they will have no choice but to surrender." Chapter 32. Why seek the distant when the near is available? In the room, Luani blinked in disbelief. He was somewhat taken aback by Lin Chujiu's imaginative proposal. Momentarily at a loss for how to express his reaction, "Lord Lu is unwilling?" Lin Chujiu maintained a smile, looking at Luani kindly. Yet, a closer look would reveal that his eyes were gradually filled with a chilling intensity. "You send me to my death while you reap the rewards?" Lin Chujiu was evidently no longer willing to be a pawn to be used by others. Luani felt a bit awkward. He forced a smile and said, "Lin Xiao brother, it's not that I am unwilling. I truly need someone to command the capturer team of the town marshal division from the outside." "All right." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chujiu had already smiled. "Then I want to press the matter. However, I still ask Lord Lu to arrange for a copper plate to cooperate with me." "A copper plate?" Luani's heart tightened, struggling to keep up with Lin Chujiu's line of thought. "After eliminating that blood demon sect spy, I truly have no one available on my side. Otherwise, I wouldn't trouble you, Lin Xiao brother." However, his words were once again interrupted by Lin Chujiu. With a chuckle, Lin Chujiu declared, "Where are the unavailability? Isn't there a 6th grade capturer lurking in that corner over there?" Buzz. The moment those words left his mouth, Luani felt his mind whirl, his thoughts exploding. From the corner Lin Chujiu pointed to, a faint sound of breathing could be heard. Though subtle, it was unmistakable to the ears of the two 6th grade martial artists. "That person over there, are you not coming out? Or are you a spy infiltrating the blood demon sect?" As he spoke, Lin Chujiu's right hand had already moved to the hilt of his dagger, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. Hold on. A figure leapt out, standing before the two. "Old Zhang." A look of appropriate surprise appeared on Luani's face. "How did you return?" Lin Chujiu stood to the side, offering a subtle smile without uttering much more. He recognized the man before him, Zhang Tongpai, who had once engaged in a fierce duel with the leader of the Lianjiang water village during his initiation into the gang. Although Zhang Tongpai was not the chief enforcer, his prowess was likely comparable to Luani's, marking him as a distinguished figure among 6th grade martial artists. "Oh, it is Zhang Tongpai," Lin Chujiu remarked with a smile. "Since Zhang Tongpai has fortuitously returned from a mission, why not join forces with me to infiltrate the blood demon sect stronghold? This would not disrupt your battle plans, Lord Lu." Luani and Zhang Tongpai exchanged subtle glances, caught in a moment of indecision. Ultimately, Zhang Tongpai gritted his teeth and replied, "Very well, I shall heed this young brother's suggestion. Even if the blood demon sect's stronghold resembles a den of tigers and dragons, with our combined efforts and your support from the outside, it shall undoubtedly fall." Luani cast a serious glance at Lin Chujiu and nodded gravely. At last, events unfolded as Lin Chujiu had anticipated. Following his directives, Luani transformed Zhang Tongpai's appearance to resemble that of an iron plaque enforcer. To enhance the illusion's authenticity, Luani administered an unknown elixir to Zhang Tongpai, rendering him utterly lethargic, as if on the brink of death. Furthermore, Luani produced a fragrance made from mysterious materials, which he soaked in the blood of 2 blood demon sect infiltrators before sprinkling it upon Zhang Tongpai and Lin Chujiu. According to Luani, this would allow them to mask their scent with the essence of the 2 infiltrators, fooling the keenly sensitive senses of the blood demon sect's holy maiden. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chujiu could not help but smirk internally, regarding Luani with disdain. During his previous solo infiltration, he had not been afforded such preparations. It was evident that Luani had never truly considered him an ally. Any promises made regarding his elevation to a copper plaque were likely mere empty assurances. However, Lin Chujiu refrained from voicing this observation. After all, it was said that one could find shade beneath a grand tree, and he would not squander the opportunity to join the town guard. Although Luani was cunning in his schemes, should Lin Chujiu successfully complete the mission, he believed Luani would be pleased and not begrudge him the title of copper plaque. Moreover, Lin Chujiu held genuine interest in returning to the blood demon sect stronghold. Everything beneath the ground, including the ominous blood moon, piqued his curiosity. Once again, Lin Chujiu stood before the dilapidated temple, revisiting the site of his earlier simulation. As before, after exchanging a secretive signal and engaging in a series of meaningless pleasantries, he followed Elder Zhao to the blood pool, carrying the copper plaque. "You have arrived," came the familiar, gentle voice of Du Shiji, who turned back from the stone platform. "Holy Maiden, is the essence of the blood pool sufficient?" Lin Chujiu found amusement in Elder Zhao's repetition of this question, as he resembled an actor reciting lines on stage. Du Shiji responded, "It should have been enough. But an unforeseen incident occurred in Wuliu County, and now we find ourselves lacking." Elder Zhao replied, "Then I shall procure more." The two played their roles with unwavering fidelity. However, before Elder Zhao could make his move, Lin Chujiu intercepted him. "No need," he said with a smile, glancing at the copper plaque he held. "Why seek far when we can use what is at hand?" Du Shiji looked at Lin Chujiu in astonishment, unable to comprehend how her thoughts had been anticipated. When had Lu Siming become so astute? "Holy Maiden, Lu Siming has come to present the essence of blood." As he spoke, Lin Chujiu unsheathed his sword, simultaneously tossing the copper plaque toward the blood pool. In midair, the throned Zhang Tongpai trembled, nearly terrified into submission. "Damn it! You think you can treat me as a mere token?" he thought, but with immense willpower, he resisted the urge to evade, instead allowing himself to be propelled toward the blood pool by Lin Chujiu's throw. "Wait, you are not Lu Siming." As a blinding white light sliced through the air, both Elder Zhao and Du Shiji were jolted awake, but it was too late. Lin Chujiu's full-force strike, the White Tiger Breaking Army, was already formidable enough to obliterate Du Shiji into a mist of blood during the previous simulation, and now, having improved slightly in strength and taken them by surprise, the outcome was inevitable. Du Shiji raised her hands in a feeble attempt to defend herself, but it was like an ant attempting to stop a chariot. In the wake of the white light, Du Shiji was utterly disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. Zhang Tongpai, suspended in midair, was taken aback. He had heard Luani speak of this young man's strength, but he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. The esteemed Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect, defeated with a single blow? Why not simply make an entrance yourself instead of dragging me along for the ride? Was he merely looking for someone to cheer him on? Zhang Tongpai act. Lin Chujiu's voice rang in his ears, and Zhang Tongpai, startled, channeled his true energy into a powerful palm strike. The underground chamber suddenly became stiflingly hot. The martial art Zhang Tongpai practiced was an assertive and fiery technique. And with this strike, the blood mist before them began to dissipate, its reformation noticeably slowed. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Chujiu was pleasantly surprised that even a random individual could counter the blood mist. Moreover, with the addition of a second person aiding him, he felt significantly more at ease. He swung his sword with a flourish, the blade's energy swirling, cleaving Elder Zhao, who had attempted to flee several dozen feet away, in half. No more blood moon. In a mere instant, the blood mist before them reformed into Du Shiji's silhouette. Although Zhang Tongpai's martial prowess provided some suppression, his overall strength was insufficient to delay her for long. Light, Qiankuan. Du Shiji clearly prepared to summon the blood moon once more. Yet, Lin Chujiu was determined not to dance to her tune this time. He swung his sword once again, and amidst the chaos of energy, Du Shiji, who had barely begun to chant her incantation, was blasted into another cloud of blood mist. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chujiu swiftly sliced the blood pool in two and urged Zhang Tongpai, "Let's go. Go." Zhang Tongpai was taken aback. "We're not fighting anymore." Recalling the terrifying attack Du Shiji had unleashed during the previous simulation, Lin Chujiu had no intention of remaining as a target. As he spoke, he leaped back 20 feet. "You truly aren't going to fight?" Zhang Tongpai glanced back at the thinning blood mist, reluctant to abandon the easily attainable victory. "If you won't fight, then I shall gladly accept the credit for slaying the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect." With a beaming expression, Zhang Tongpai unleashed another fiery palm strike. Lin Chujiu shook his head, continuing to retreat. His gaze toward Zhang Tongpai was now filled with pity. It was evident that this Zhang Tongpai, lacking experience, was unaware of the true terror of the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon sect. Having retreated 300 feet, Lin Chujiu halted beside a familiar figure. "Lord Lu? So you have arrived." Luani gazed in astonishment at Lin Chujiu, who had retreated to his side. "Brother Lin, what has transpired?" Lin Chujiu shrugged his shoulders. "I have joined forces with Zhang Tongpai, and we have reduced that Blood Demon sect saintess to a mere mist of blood. Zhang Tongpai intends to seize the credit for vanquishing her, and I do not wish to contest with him. Let us simply observe. I perceive that Zhang Tongpai's mastery is formidable, and the Blood Demon sect's saintess cannot withstand his prowess." Suddenly, a thunderous rumble interrupted their conversation, as a jade-like hand emerged from the underground lair, striking down with tremendous force, causing the entire stronghold to collapse. Luani's face turned ashen, devoid of color. Chapter 33, 5th Rank Martial Artist. In the desolate mountains, within the eyes of Lin Chujiu and Luani, the jade hand displayed an astonishing combat power. Luani's countenance turned pale with shock, while Lin Chujiu narrowed his eyes slightly. This was his first time witnessing the jade hand's might from a third-person perspective. In the previous simulation, as the target of that hand, He had found himself inside the stronghold, obliterated in an instant. Even with the Blood Shadow Incarnation, incomplete version, he could only revive once and endure for a brief moment longer. What transpired thereafter was unknown to him, having exited the simulation upon death. At this moment, observing the terrifying power of the Jade Hand, he felt a quiet astonishment within. No wonder his previous self had been annihilated in a single strike. Judging by the current display of the Jade Hand's might, it was evident that such strength surpassed that of a 6th-rank martial artist. Zhang Tongpai, remaining within the stronghold, was likely already reduced to nothing but a smear of flesh. Lord Lu, what shall we do now? Lin Chujiu inquired, casting a glance at Luani and presenting the question to him. As an external aid, it was certainly not his burden alone to bear. Luani, maintaining a serious expression, surveyed the stronghold, surmising that Zhang Tongpai had likely perished by now. He glanced at Lin Chujiu, momentarily unsure whether the latter was genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance. Yet, since the blood demon sex saintess had already been compelled to resort to such measures, it was inevitable that she would prepare to flee. They must intercept her before she could escape. Otherwise, Zhang Tongpai's sacrifice would be in vain, and this operation would ultimately be deemed a failure. Brother Lin, assist me in stopping her, Luani called out, unfurling his folding fan with a swift motion. Lin Chujiu surreptitiously observed Luani, realizing that his lightness skill lacked the explosive force typical of a 6th-rank martial artist, his initial speed rather sluggish. All right, he responded, leisurely employing his grass-on-the-fly technique, trailing half a step behind Luani as they soared forward. Who among them could not indulge in a bit of leisurely escapism? The two figures advanced at a relaxed pace. At this rate, it was highly probable that the blood demon sex saintess would easily evade them before they could arrive. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from the nearby dense forest. A figure, akin to a rampaging bull, surged forth, crashing through the underbrush. The figure charged straight ahead, powerful feet pounding the ground, sending fragments of stone flying, as every tree that obstructed its path was brazenly shattered. Luingpai, upon glimpsing this figure, Luani felt a surge of relief, quickening his pace and smoothly withdrawing from his state of nonchalance. Lin Chujiu's heart also trembled, instinctively accelerating his steps. He discerned that the figure now emerging was undeniably a 5th-rank martial artist. It turned out that in order to confront the blood demon sex saintess, the Jinwu division had enlisted the aid of a formidable 5th-rank martial artist. Realizing this, Lin Chujiu felt a surge of caution within him. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he fixed his gaze on the back of the 5th-rank martial artist, trailing cautiously behind at a respectful distance. As they observed, the 5th-rank martial artist charged forward, leaping high above the Jade Hand. With a single fist clenched, he struck downward. Boom! A terrifying sound erupted, and shockwaves rippled across a radius of dozens of yards. Rocks, soil, and splintered wood were sent flying in all directions. Simultaneously, the 5th-rank martial artist's body was propelled backward, as if a helpless lamb tossed aside by an overwhelming force. He landed, carving a trench several dozens of feet long into the earth, finally managing to halt his momentum. Rising again, he charged forth. In truth, all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Chujiu and Luani had yet to approach the scene. Whether it was due to insufficient speed in their lightness skills or some other reason remained uncertain. With a furious roar, the 5th-rank martial artist surged toward the Jade Hand once more. Lin Chujiu noted that, following the earlier strike, the solidity of the Jade Hand had noticeably diminished. The blood mist that constituted the hand appeared significantly thinner than when it had first manifested. Boom! The 5th-rank martial artist struck the Jade Hand once more. This time, he only stumbled back a few steps, a marked improvement compared to the previous encounter. The three onlookers comprehended that the Jade Hand was evidently weakening rapidly. Luani, be cautious. Do not let her escape. The 5th-rank martial artist bellowed, charging forward again. Indeed, the Jade Hand no longer seemed inclined to engage him, erupting violently and splitting into 3 blood shadows that darted in different directions. With its remaining strength, the Jade Hand could only manage this division of the blood shadows, a clear indication of its limits. Should any one of these shadows successfully evade capture, the operation to apprehend the blood demon sex saintess would ultimately be deemed a failure. Stop her! The 5th-rank martial artist shouted again, pursuing the nearest blood shadow. Even he, a 5th-rank martial artist, found it challenging to manage all 3 shadows simultaneously. Unlike the blood demon sex saintess, he lacked the capability to split his focus. Brother Lin, I implore you, Luani urgently urged, darting after the nearest blood shadow. In an instant, the 3 individuals were each tasked with their own pursuits, veering off in different directions. This was precisely what Dushiji had desired. Should the 3 converge, she would have to contend with all at once, and with her dwindling strength, that was not an optimal choice. The 5th-rank martial artist was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Even though the blood shadow raced away with astonishing speed, he ultimately managed to catch up after a brief interval. Boom! A punch delivered with full force shattered the blood shadow, dispersing it into the air. However, upon witnessing this moment, the 5th-rank martial artist's expression turned grim. It became evident that the shadow he had pursued was a decoy. To label it as false was perhaps inaccurate. The core strength and the imprint of the blood demon sect Saintis had not been invested in the fleeing shadow. It is evident that the blood demon sect Saintis has executed a clever ruse reminiscent of the Tianji horse racing strategy. She has utilized the weakest of her blood shadows to lure the strongest among the present, while her true clone remains concealed within the two other blood shadows. At this juncture, even if he were to turn and race back at full speed, it would undoubtedly be too late. Luani, can you seize this opportunity? The fifth-tier martial artist furrowed his brow, his mood rather dismal. To be frank, he harbored no firm assurance that the Saintis' clone imprint was indeed left behind. Unbeknownst to him, in another direction, Luani was facing a similar dilemma. As Luani cautiously engaged and ultimately shattered the blood shadow he pursued, he soon realized that this particular shadow was not the location of the blood demon sect Saintis' clone imprint. The true imprint must be hidden within the other two blood shadows. Although a semblance of concern lingered in his heart, it was not as heavy as that of the fifth-tier martial artist. At the very least, there was a 50% chance that the Saintis' clone imprint resided within the blood shadow that Lu Yin was pursuing. Let us hope so. With a sigh, Luani turned to retrace his steps. Regardless of the outcome, this operation had resulted in the loss of a copper badge, and he needed to demonstrate a sense of responsibility. At this moment, Lin Chujiu was uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. After a brief pursuit, he quickly uncovered a startling truth. The blood demon sect Saintis' clone imprint was evidently concealed within the very blood shadow he was chasing. An unmistakable fluctuation, characteristic of the blood demon sect's prowess, emanated from the blood shadow ahead. Having cultivated the blood refinement technique, he sensed this peculiar connection instantaneously. What he had initially assumed would be a successful evasion now forced Lin Chujiu to confront the reality. Young Master Lin, it seems we are indeed fated to meet. A familiar voice suddenly rang out as the blood shadow ahead abruptly halted. Chapter 34. I am also fifth tier. As that blood shadow reformed into a jade hand, Lin Chujiu could only raise his cold moonblade. At this juncture, the possibility of peaceful coexistence between them had vanished. Did you not deliberately choose to confront me? Speak of fate. Who are you trying to deceive? Lin Chujiu chuckled lightly, his inner energy surging as he prepared to unleash his ultimate move, the white tiger breaking army. It was his most formidable technique. After all, one must seize every opportunity. This unforeseen turn of events is entirely due to young Master Lin's actions. How could I not repay such kindness? A voice echoed from within as the jade hand soared upward, descending upon Lin Chujiu with a powerful strike. Lin Chujiu's gaze remained as unyielding as iron, and he unleashed the white tiger breaking army, cleaving upward to meet the impending blow. At this moment, though the jade hand remained formidable, its power had waned significantly, leaving Lin Chujiu unperturbed. Boom. The clash between the jade hand and the white tiger breaking army sent shockwaves rippling outward, causing trees to splinter and debris to scatter. Lin Chujiu's arm cracked audibly, the immense force shattering his bone, leaving his right arm limp, the cold moon blade slipping from his grasp. As the jade hand descended once more, it was evident that despite its diminished power, it now sought to unleash its remaining strength to resolve the conflict once and for all. Yet, beneath the jade hand, Lin Chujiu's expression remained remarkably calm. With a deft flick of his toes, he retrieved the fallen blade with his other hand. With a fluid motion, he struck again, unleashing the white tiger breaking army in its most potent form. In that moment of collision, the jade hand faltered, momentarily taken aback by the sheer ferocity of Lin Chujiu's attack. Given the martial prowess displayed by his opponent, it was impossible for her not to recognize that this strike was a culmination of heightened intensity, far surpassing previous blows. If hit, the outcome would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Then perish, she declared resolutely, as the jade hand descended with tremendous force. Boom. A terrifying sound wave erupted from the collision. Within 100 yards, trees were shattered, and earth and stone were thrown into chaos. The jade hand disintegrated, transforming into a thin blood shadow. Gradually, the shadow coalesced, revealing the figure of Du Shiji. However, this time, she lacked even the veil of blood mist, displaying a state of extreme weakness. Nonetheless, as she gazed at the other mass of blood mist below, a smile of satisfaction graced her lips. Ultimately, I have triumphed. Observing Lin Chujiu transform into blood mist beneath that strike, Du Shiji's spirits lifted considerably. Young Master Lin, your exquisitely fragrant blood essence shall be mine to claim. Though I have lost a blood pool stronghold, acquiring this rare blood essence is no small consolation. I anticipate that after absorbing it, I shall advance further. With that, Du Shiji's graceful form descended through the air. In her blood shadow state, she differed from ordinary martial artists. Her power now resembled that of a mere acquired martial artist, yet she could perform feats typically reserved for those of innate prowess. Following the collapse of her jade hand, her formidable power dissipated alongside it. Upon reaching the ground, Du Shiji extended her hand, attempting to gather the blood mist that Lin Chujiu left behind, only to find it impossible to coalesce. As she stood bewildered, the blood mist before her rapidly converged. instantaneously forming a figure. With a beckoning motion, the cold moon blade nearby was drawn to her hand by a surge of true energy. Then, Lin Chujiu naturally swung the blade in a decisive strike. How is it possible for a blood shadow to take form? Du Shiji was still in shock as her body was cleaved in two. The true energy surged, and with a slight tremble of the cold moon blade, the recently formed body of Du Shiji shattered into a cloud of blood mist once more. Lin Chujiu did not pause for even a moment, unleashing another swift strike. He was fully aware that Du Shiji possessed the same blood shadow transformation ability, inherited from the blood demon sect Saintus of Ur, making her mastery far superior to his own. Given his uncertainty on how to counter this, Lin Chujiu resorted to the simplest of methods. With each successive strike, he relentlessly hacked at the blood mist before him, compressing and flattening it. Since his own blood shadow transformation allowed for only a single revival, surely Du Shiji's, despite being more authentic, could not boast infinite chances at resurrection. The reasoning held true, yet after dozens of strikes, when he discovered that the last vestige of her blood mist could not be vanquished, he conceded to a growing sense of urgency. Luani and that fifth-tier martial artist would likely arrive shortly. Moreover, he found himself in a peculiar state of blood shadow transformation, making it exceedingly difficult to explain the situation. Should they ascertain his connection to the blood demon sect, he would surely be dealt with alongside the Saintus, leaving him with nowhere to lament his fate. With these thoughts coursing through his mind, Lin Chujiu steeled himself and expelled a surge of true energy from his hands, directly ensnaring the remaining wisp of blood mist. He leaped forward, intent on first removing the blood mist before seeking alternative means to address the situation, whether through fire or water. Anything that could thoroughly resolve the threat posed by Du Shiji. Unfortunately, his understanding of the blood demon sect's peculiarities remained insufficient. No sooner had he grasped the blood mist than he felt a chilling sensation in his palm, swiftly followed by a surge of heat. When he glanced down, the blood mist had already vanished without a trace. A coldness began to spread from his palm to his heart. Simultaneously, Du Shiji's voice resonated within him. "Young Master Lin, you belong to me now." The voice bore an icy edge mingled with a hint of joy, causing Lin Chujiu's heart to plummet into despair. He sensed that this time, his fate was likely sealed. Who would have thought that Du Shiji from the blood demon sect, akin to a rat, could burrow into his body through mere moments of contact? Blood demon seizing the soul. The chilling, mournful voice echoed once more, and Lin Chujiu felt his consciousness waver, as if the flame of his soul was on the brink of extinguishment. No, it should be said that his soul's flame had already been snuffed out. At the moment the words blood demon seizing the soul were uttered, the wisp of blood mist that had entered his body had already seized control of him, snuffing out the flame of his true essence. Yet, he was merely in a simulated state. While the soul within the simulation was extinguished, his true essence, which governed the simulation, remained intact. Intriguing, he mused. Having practiced the outer sect's blood refinement technique for merely a few days, I have already elevated my true energy to such heights. Am I perhaps innately suited to the cultivation methods of the blood demon sect? If young Master Lin were to join my sect instead of opposing it, perhaps the grandeur of our sect during the reign of the former leader could be revived. He marveled at the formidable physique and vibrant vitality he possessed, which seemed to surpass even my inherited vessel. After seizing control of Lin Chujiu's body, Du Shiji murmured in astonishment. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiu, observing the simulated process, felt his blood boil as his true energy began to flow through an arcane pathway. The true energy, which had previously reached a bottleneck, now began to ascend toward greater heights. The resilient and vigorous sensation within the true energy grew increasingly pronounced. Clearly, a transformation into a more refined form of energy was underway. At last, a powerful aura radiated from Lin Chujiu's body, creating a wave that swept through the surroundings. In that instant, under Du Shiji's manipulation, Lin Chujiu's power surged, propelling him into the fifth tier of the true energy realm. From this moment forth, he was a fifth-tier warrior, if only his body still belonged to him. Lin Chujiu couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of his situation. He had never anticipated things would unfold this way. What now? He pondered. How does one account for the simulation process when one's body has been usurped? He attempted to reclaim control over his body, only to discover it was futile. Within the simulation, his soul was indeed as cold as ice, and Du Shiji, as a fragment of the blood demon sect's Saintus from centuries past, wielded an inscrutable method that left him defenseless. Thus, he could only observe with a calm demeanor. The scene soon shifted dramatically. Trees in the forest toppled as a figure like a fierce tiger charged forth. The fifth-tier warrior had returned. Close behind, the swift Luani struggled to keep pace, clearly finding it less arduous than the earlier confrontation, where he had to bulldoze through the thicket. Brother Lin, where is the Saintus of the blood demon sect? No, wait, you've broken through in power? Luani exclaimed, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Chujiu. Yet, Lin Chujiu merely smiled, casually brushing back his hair. Ah, the fifth-tier brute of the outer sect and a sixth-tier lackey. How swiftly you've come. Luani's pupils constricted in shock. You are the Saintus of the blood demon sect. The fifth-tier warrior's face hardened as he coldly declared, "Blood demon, seizing the soul." "Indeed, I commend your discernment," Lin Chujiu retorted, casting a disdainful glance at the cold moon blade in his hand before tossing it aside. His hands formed claws, his expression turning frosty. "Now that I too am a fifth-tier warrior, you shall not leave here today." Chapter 35, The Blood Lotus of Desolation. In the desolate mountains, Du Shiji, having usurped Lin Chujiu's body, bore a murderous expression, clearly intent on exterminating the two from the Zhenwu division. The garments woven from blood mist fluttered without wind, akin to blazing wildfires, searing the eyes of the Zhenwu division warriors. The fifth-tier warrior of the Zhenwu division clasped his fists before him, unleashing a wave of force. "Had you fled immediately after seizing the soul, I would have had no recourse. But you were foolish enough to wait here for us." Lin Chujiu chuckled, his pupils turning a sinister crimson, his face adorned with an otherworldly allure. "Such grandiose words. One might mistake you for possessing formidable strength. As if you can easily subdue me. Master Lu, be cautious," Luani warned, glancing at the fifth-tier warrior. The saintess of the Blood Demon sect spoke truthfully. He had witnessed their earlier confrontation and knew that the Jade Hand's assault had forced Lu Yinbai into retreat, clearly placing him at a disadvantage. However, the fifth-tier warrior of the Zhenwu division merely shook his head, betraying no sign of fear. "You are a master from centuries past. Even if merely a fragment of your former self, I, Lu, would not dare to compare. Yet now, you have only temporarily seized the soul. And this body is hardly suitable for you. How much power can you truly wield?" "You are surprisingly well informed," Lin Chujiu replied, his gaze turning icy. "However, eliminating you will be more than sufficient." As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chujiu's figure flickered, the blood mist enveloping him, now standing before the Zhenwu division's fifth-tier warrior. After breaking through to the fifth tier, Du Shiji's control over his body unleashed a formidable power unlike any previous moment. With fingers curled, radiating a fierce crimson glow, his true energy, denser than ever, advanced like a divine weapon toward the fifth-tier warrior. Boom! The fifth-tier warrior of the Zhenwu division retaliated with both fists, forcefully blocking the oncoming red energy. As a practitioner specializing in external hard techniques, he sacrificed the ability to project his true energy outward in exchange for an incredibly resilient physique and terrifying strength capable of splitting mountains. Lin Chujiu's blood-red true energy collided with the warrior's arm, producing a sound reminiscent of striking the toughest metal, sending shivers through the onlookers. Time skip, 1 hour. Time skip, 2 hours. Time skip, 1 day. Time skip, 2 days. He utilized the simulator S function to bypass these inconsequential moments. After all, once the simulation concluded, all memories would be preserved, and Lin Chujiu lacked the patience to continue observing, with others controlling his body chaotically while he, the original owner, could only passively watch. Lin Chujiu's spirits were understandably low. "The simulation has concluded. Would you like to replay the ending?" Indeed, after swiftly traversing through time, the simulation process has reached its terminus. Lin Chujiu understood in his heart that the so-called conclusion of the simulation merely indicated the demise of the body within the simulated realm. Truth be told, he harbored a curiosity regarding the manner of death of the body that had been seized. If the death occurred 2 days later, it would not have been at the hands of a fifth-tier warrior from the Zhenwu division. As for Luani, a sixth-tier warrior, apologies. But even considering his status as the chief capturer of the Zhenwu division in Sanjiang County, Lin Chujiu did not regard him as a serious threat. At best, he was merely an auxiliary figure. Upon choosing to replay the simulation's conclusion, Lin Chujiu's perspective was instantaneously elevated, soaring into the sky above a certain scene. Oh, the Lianjiang Water Village? As Lin Chujiu watched the replay, he gasped in surprise. The scene unfolding before his eyes was all too familiar. It was indeed the Lianjiang Water Village where he had once joined the fray during a previous simulation. Yet, at this moment, the village was a tableau of carnage. Shrouded in despair and gloom, a familiar yet alien figure darted through the village with lightning speed. Familiar, because the figure was none other than himself. Alien, because the form he now embodied was exceedingly strange, utterly unlike his usual appearance. Within the village, the Lin Chujiu who had been possessed was drenched in blood, enveloped by a dense mist of crimson. He resembled a bloodthirsty beast, feasting on the lifeblood of every bandit it encountered. However, just as Lin Chujiu reveled in the delight of his sanguine indulgence, a tempest brewed above the village, and a terrifying beam of sword light descended from the heavens. Accompanying this was a voice that echoed like thunder, stirring the river waves to rise 3 meters high. "Bold demon, how dare you wreak havoc?" As the sword light fell, it seemed to saturate the very fabric of the universe, and amidst the thick mist of blood, Lin Chujiu found himself with no avenue of escape. How could there be a grandmaster here? The sword light flashed, and Lin Chujiu, watching the replay, could only hear a murmur of disbelief. Before a blood-colored lotus erupted below him, the blossoming blood lotus unleashed a terrifying power that should not belong to a fifth-tier warrior, countering the descending sword light. Then, a thin shadow of blood surged upward, darting swiftly toward the distance. The blood-wailing lotus? How long has it been since I last saw it? The entity that had struck down the sword light murmured to itself, recognizing this as a technique of the blood demon sect. Was that the avatar of the sect's holy maiden? Yet it takes the form of a man. How decisive! It sacrificed its entire lifeblood to ward off my sword light, thus managing to escape as a blood shadow. This simulation process has now come to an end. This simulation was an immersive experience. All aspects of cultivation, martial experience, and life memories have been retained. In an instant, Lin Chujiu felt a surge of true energy within him, transforming into an intense heat as it rapidly converted into the essence of Gang Qi. Ultimately, when all of his true energy had metamorphosed into Gang Qi, Lin Chujiu's cultivation was firmly established at the 5th-tier Gang Qi realm. Remarkably, despite having only barely reached the 5th-tier warrior level 2 days prior during the simulation, Lin Chujiu discovered that his current prowess far exceeded that of a mere novice in the Gang Qi realm. The quantity of Gang Qi within him was akin to that of a 5th-tier warrior who had solidified his foundation over many years. Du Shiji, as the holy maiden avatar of the blood demon sect, indeed possessed unfathomable capabilities. The life memories and martial experiences from the simulation seamlessly integrated with Lin Chujiu, aligning perfectly with his current self. With a mere thought, he comprehended the reason behind his rapid advancement in power. At that time, outside the desolate mountains, leveraging the cultivation of a 5th-tier warrior coupled with the peculiar techniques of the blood demon sect's holy maiden, Du Shiji ultimately vanquished the 5th-tier warriors of the Jinwu division, including Luani. Subsequently, having sustained some injuries in that battle, she made her way back to Sanjiang County, mercilessly slaughtering villagers along the way to siphon their lifeblood for her own replenishment. Yet, the essence found within the blood of untrained commoners was scant. Having completely unleashed her potential, Du Shiji, controlling Lin Chujiu's body, directly assaulted the Jinwu division of Sanjiang County. In the presence of her 5th-tier might, the Jinwu division was akin to an unguarded sheepfold, with each capturer becoming a delectable lamb offering their lifeblood to her. Overcome by the thrill of slaughter, Du Shiji headed towards another location teeming with warriors. The Lianjiang water village, situated nearby, was her obvious target. When Lin Chujiu replayed the ending of his demise, he witnessed the scene of Du Shiji's massacre at Lianjiang water village. Alas, it seemed that fate was unkind. In her inaugural display of unrestrained power, Du Shiji regrettably encountered a passing grandmaster warrior. The grandmaster's tiers ranged from 3 to 9, with innate tiers from 4 to 6. Before a grandmaster, regardless of their rank, the outcome for a 5th-tier Gang Qi warrior was clearly predetermined. However, Du Shiji proved herself worthy of her title as the holy maiden of the blood demon sect. Employing a myriad of cunning tactics, she self-destructed the body she had commandeered from Lin Chujiu, successfully escaping with a technique known as the blood-wailing lotus. Reflecting on these memories, Lin Chujiu felt a tremor in his heart. He suddenly realized that his previous confrontation with Du Shiji had been rather rash. Fortunately, he had not driven her into a corner, for otherwise, had she unleashed a blood-wailing lotus upon him, he would have certainly been unable to withstand it. Detaching himself from the memories of the simulation, Lin Chujiu shook his head. Very well, let us see what other gains this experience has provided. Chapter 36, An Alternate Price. Within the Jinwu division, Lin Chujiu began to assess his rewards. Based on his calculations, aside from his breakthrough to the 5th-tier Gang Qi realm, he anticipated that his other gains would also be considerable. Congratulations, you survived for 2 days, a fleeting existence. Skillfully employing strategies such as watching from the sidelines, fishing in troubled waters, and a friend's demise is not the concern of a Taoist, demonstrating both bravery and cunning. Alas, your insights were ultimately shallow, and you unwittingly fell victim to the mark of the holy maiden of the blood demon sect, suffering possession and committing the heinous acts of slaughter and blood-sucking, ultimately leading to your demise at the hands of a grandmaster. Dust to dust, how lamentable. Evaluation, not worth mentioning. Additional rewards, 200 simulation coins, breakthrough in realm, 648 simulation coins, killed 5 6th-tier warriors, 2 5th-tier warriors. 300 simulation coins, successfully destroyed a blood demon sect stronghold, blood refinement technique, intersect, and the ultimate move, blood-wailing lotus. Personal wallet, 1325. This haul was so bountiful that Lin Chujiu nearly leapt for joy. The blood-wailing lotus, a technique capable of withstanding a grandmaster's strike, had come into his possession. While he was uncertain of the exact tier of this martial art, its ability to counter a grandmaster's attack suggested it surpassed the stream level. However, utilizing this technique required self-destruction of the body, sacrificing one's lifeblood. Thus, Lin Chujiu vowed not to employ it unless in dire circumstances. Even more valuable to Lin Chujiu was the blood refinement technique. It turned out that the version he obtained from Du Yuanwei was merely a severely truncated outer sect edition. This time, after being possessed by Du Shiji, the other party meticulously refined the blood essence true energy within their body, astonishingly allowing the simulator to capture the flow of true energy, thereby upgrading the truncated outer sect blood refinement technique to the inner sect variant. The cultivation technique is the foundation of myriad martial arts, and the elevation of the blood refinement technique scripture signifies monumental significance. This turn of events, a misfortune that turned fortuitous, could be deemed a substantial gain rather than a loss. At this moment, Lin Chujiu even entertained a daring thought. Perhaps he should simulate once more, allowing Du Shiji to possess him again and fully exploit the situation. After a moment's reflection, he shook his head. Based on the memories retained, Lin Chujiu came to understand that Du Shiji, as one of the avatars of the blood demon sect Saintus, indeed had her limitations. The Du family had lurked in Wuliu County for so many years, and Du Shiji's own martial prowess was not particularly high. When he had stormed into her domain, she had chosen to retreat rather than fight to the death. At that time, Du Shiji was likely only at the 7th grade martial artist level, perhaps by coincidence, or perhaps hastened by his detection. Du Shiji returned to the blood demon sect stronghold to absorb the essence of the blood pool, ultimately achieving peak 6th grade strength. However, she still lacked the means to break through to the 5th grade barrier. Clearly, the strength borrowed through the blood moon to resist a 5th grade martial artist was not a regular capability. After possessing Lin Chujiu, her own strength had coincidentally been just at the threshold of the 5th grade, coupled with her cultivation of the incomplete blood refinement technique and her robust blood vitality, which allowed her to streamline the true energy within, enabling her to advance to the 5th grade. Even if he were to undergo the simulation again, he would already be a 5th grade martial artist, and Du Shiji could not easily assist him in breaking through to the 4th grade again. If elevation were so simple, why would Du Shiji have concealed herself for so many years? Having come to this realization, Lin Chujiu directly opened his door and proceeded to the office of Great Constable Luani. This time, he approached in reality, rather than entering a simulated scenario. After elevating his martial prowess to the 5th grade, a standard simulation now required the expenditure of 200 simulation coins. The immersive experience, however, demanded triple that amount, a staggering 600 coins. Until he clarified some crucial matters, Lin Chujiu was not inclined to recklessly initiate a new simulation. Knock, knock, knock. This time, Lin Chujiu politely rapped on Luani's door. Moreover, before approaching to knock, he had already raised his voice, calling out, "Lord Lu, it is I." Within the room, Luani, who had been meditating, felt a sudden jolt and narrowly halted the fan he was about to swing. Had he been a moment slower, the concealed silver needles within the fan would have shot out towards the door. These hidden mechanisms were exquisitely crafted and powerful, combined with his true energy and strength. Their impact was formidable. He was confident that even a 6th grade martial artist caught unawares would face dire consequences from a single needle. However, since it was Lin Chujiu outside, an integral part of his plans, there was no need to harm him. "Lin, my young brother." The door was opened through the power of true energy as Luani stood up within the room. He sheathed his fan and smiled, asking, "Are you prepared to set out? The person is in the jail cell. I will take you to retrieve him." Lin Chujiu merely smiled and shook his head. "No, I have matters to discuss with Lord Lu. Please also bring along the copper plate, Zhang." Upon hearing this, Luani's heart raced, and he gazed at Lin Chujiu in disbelief. How did he perceive the presence of Zhang's copper plate lurking nearby? How did he know that it was indeed the copper plate? How much did he truly understand about the situation in the Sanjiang County Town's Martial Division? Had he already discerned the entirety of Luani's scheme? A multitude of thoughts swirled in Luani's mind as dozens of ideas raced through his head in an instant. Lin Chujiu was well aware of the other's astonishment. He glanced at Luani, completely disregarding the rapidly calculating expression on his face, and chuckled lightly. "Lord Lu, while your scheming is unparalleled, how could you overlook something so elementary?" As Luani's pupils constricted in surprise, a powerful aura began to emanate from Lin Chujiu. As the other trembled, Lin Chujiu laughed heartily. "That Zhang Copperplate possesses 6th grade cultivation, does he not? In the presence of a 5th grade martial artist. No matter how well he hides, what significance does it hold? The nuances of true energy manifest clearly before my eyes. The entire Sanjiang County Town's Martial Division is laid bare to me." The sudden surge of energy left Luani breathless. In the corner, Zhang Tongpai appeared like a mouse under the gaze of a cat, slinking forward with drooped shoulders. "Zhang Yuanlong of the Town Martial Division, at your service." He had intended to say senior, but upon encountering the somewhat youthful visage before him, he was momentarily at a loss for how to address him. Luani was trembling, his fingers gripping the fan, turning pale. He opened his mouth, his voice hoarse, nearly startling himself. "Lin, esteemed guest, were you not a 6th grade martial artist before? How is it that in such a short time, you have dropped to 5th grade?" His astonishment was not unwarranted. It was genuinely unfathomable. Just prior, the individual had been a 6th grade martial artist. While such strength was already astonishing for someone of his youth, Luani believed he could still maintain an upper hand with his own abilities and tactics. Even if he were to struggle somewhat alongside Zhang Tongpai, the odds would still be heavily in their favor. Therefore, in the original scheme regarding the blood demon sect stronghold, he had primarily intended to utilize Lin Chujiu. Yet now, a significant problem had arisen. In the blink of an eye, the young man had transformed into a 5th grade martial artist. How exceedingly perplexing. Lin Chujiu wore a cheerful expression, waving his hand dismissively. I too did not foresee this. When I first met with Lord Lu, I was indeed a 6th grade martial artist, but upon returning to my room, I casually practiced my daily training and inadvertently broke through. Luani and Zhang Tongpai exchanged astonished glances, then fell into a moment of silence. The chasm between true energy and the 5th grade barrier was one that many 6th grade martial artists spent years trying to breach, often finding themselves wasting half a lifetime in the process. The two present had been 6th grade martial artists for many years, yet they were still oblivious to when they might achieve the 5th grade. Yet here stood this young man, claiming to have accidentally surpassed that threshold. Zhang Tongpai sighed deeply, unwilling to let go of the inquiry. May I ask, esteemed guest, how old are you now? His knowledge of Lin Chujiu was limited, and after posing the question, he gazed at him with eager anticipation. Perhaps this so-called youth was merely adept at preserving his appearance, the reality being that he was an ancient practitioner with many years of experience. In response to this question, Lin Chujiu smiled bashfully. In a few months, I shall turn 19. 18-year-old 5th rank martial artist. A chill swept into Zhang Tongpai's mouth, rendering him speechless for an extended period. He had finally resigned himself to despair. At that moment, Luani, taking a deep breath, swiftly adjusted his mindset. A joyful smile graced his face as he proclaimed, "It is indeed a moment of great celebration that young hero Lin has broken through to the 5th rank at such a critical juncture. Clearly, it is the will of heaven. As long as the young hero acts, that blood demon sect's holy maiden shall have no hope of survival." Will of heaven? Before Luani could finish his exuberant declaration, he was mercilessly interrupted by Lin Chujiu. Lord Lu, have you perhaps misunderstood something? The holy maiden of the blood demon sect possesses unfathomable abilities. Why should I risk myself to act? Luani's complexion turned pale, a tremor coursing through him as he stammered, "Young hero Lin, we had clearly agreed previously." It was evident that Lin Chujiu's mindset had undergone a subtle transformation after becoming a 5th rank martial artist. No longer did he refer to himself as merely a young hero. His dialogue now treaded on thin ice, devoid of the previous air of authority he once exuded. In response, Lin Chujiu merely smiled. What was agreed upon is in the past. Back then, I was a 6th rank martial artist. Now, I am a 5th rank martial artist. His piercing gaze met Luani's, penetrating deep into his heart. To enlist the services of a 5th rank martial artist, one would need to pay a different price. Chapter 37. This was not a difficult matter. Within the martial suppression division, Luani found himself momentarily dazed as he regarded Lin Chujiu. Frankly speaking, he could never have anticipated that Lin Chujiu would utter such words. Yet, upon reflection, he suddenly realized that the young hero's words were indeed reasonable. After all, the individual standing before him was now a 5th rank martial artist, a figure of unparalleled strength in the region. To treat him with the remuneration suitable for a 6th rank martial artist was simply inconceivable. Moreover, hearing Lin Chujiu's words sparked a flicker of joy within Luani's heart. He feared the young hero might be devoid of desires. As long as he could articulate a demand, everything would become manageable. Young hero Lin, please feel free to express any request you may have. As long as we can eliminate this calamity, my martial suppression division will spare no expense. Luani beamed at Lin Chujiu. As for the earlier proposition of offering him a position as a copper badge officer, that notion was now beyond his daring to even suggest. A 5th rank martial artist would certainly find a silver badge position to be more than sufficient. How could one possibly expect him to settle for a mere copper badge? Indeed, as soon as such thoughts began to stir in his mind, Lin Chujiu smiled faintly and remarked, "I actually hold a strong admiration for the martial suppression division. I wonder if my current prowess is sufficient to join as a silver badge officer?" "Oh." Luani offered an awkward laugh, responding somewhat stiffly, "With your skill and talent, young hero, you would undoubtedly be more than adequate. However, the appointment of a silver badge officer is beyond my authority and requires approval from higher-ups." "Oh, so you lack the authority?" Lin Chujiu waved his hand dismissively. "Then let us discuss it when someone with the authority arrives." Upon hearing this, Luani grew anxious. Clenching his teeth, he urged, "I implore you, young hero, to assist us first. If we delay further, the night grows long with dreams, and the blood demon sect's stronghold may disperse, allowing the holy maiden to conceal herself once more. Who knows when we might find her again?" Luani's words were indeed reasonable, yet Lin Chujiu remained indifferent. He shook his head, regret evident in his voice. "That won't do either. I find it quite challenging to assist you." In truth, at this moment, Lin Chujiu was already contemplating the 5th rank martial artist, Luin Bai, who had appeared in the last simulation. Luani was being rather unscrupulous. Although he had clearly invited a 5th rank martial artist, he still sought to have Lin Chujiu lead the charge, expecting him to act as cannon fodder without offering any benefits. How naive. After pondering, Lin Chujiu continued, "Never mind the silver badge matter for now. Surely your martial suppression division in the Sanjiang prefecture can mobilize some funds to help me acquire a few martial arts techniques from the 3rd floor of the weapon forging pavilion? Once I master them, I will be better equipped to deal with the holy maiden of the blood demon sect." This was Lin Chujiu's primary objective. A mere prefectural martial suppression division, with the strongest officer barely reaching 6th rank, found little of interest for a 5th-rank martial artist like him. Nonetheless, as a division of a prefecture, they must possess a certain amount of funds. As a 5th-rank martial artist, he certainly could rely on his strength to take what he wanted, but there was no need for such measures. Robbing a prefectural martial suppression division would be easy, but there remained the state government's martial suppression division above them. It would not be wise to offend such a powerful institution of the court without reason. Future interactions would be complicated. Luani was momentarily at a loss. Generally speaking, once a martial artist reached the 5th rank, they were considered a formidable figure. Even on a grand stage like the state government, they were not entirely nameless. At this level, martial artists were typically the backbone of martial families or influential figures within various sects, and they would begin to care about their reputation. Openly extorting money was not a behavior typically exhibited by 5th-rank martial artists. However, the issue was that the 5th-rank martial artist before him was not a member of a prestigious family nor a renowned sect. He was merely a young man who had fortuitously broken through by sheer luck. Luani found these youngsters to be rather intimidating. He realized that notions of rules, concerns, and compromises held no weight in their eyes. They seemed perpetually prepared to upend the table, instilling a sense of dread. In dealing with such youths, he had no inkling of what their next move might be, leaving him to tread lightly, ever cautious. Young hero Lin. Since you are interested in the 3rd floor of the weapon forging pavilion, you must be aware that it houses martial arts manuals of the river level. Seeing Lin Chujiu remain silent, Luani gathered his resolve to continue. The stream-level martial arts are suitable for 5th and 6th rank practitioners, while the river-level martial arts are tailored for 4th and 5th rank martial artists. Their rarity is incomparable. Lin Chujiu remained silent, his gaze fixed on Luani. With no other recourse, Luani sighed softly and continued, the price of river-level manuals is dozens, even hundreds of times that of stream-level manuals. Even if we were to deplete all the funds in the Sanjiang Prefecture Martial Suppression Division, we could only purchase 1 or 2 manuals at most. And then what? Lin Chujiu scoffed. So you are reluctant? What happened to your promise to spare no expense? The mocking laughter echoed in their ears, leaving the 2 officers present blushing furiously. Lin Chujiu was correct. Luani indeed felt a pang of reluctance. The value of river-level manuals was extraordinary, even if it was not as exaggerated as he claimed. Acquiring just one would significantly drain the Sanjiang Prefecture's current funds. These funds were essential for the daily operations of the Sanjiang Prefecture's Martial Suppression Division. If Lin Chujiu were to deplete them all at once, the future operations of the division would undoubtedly face issues. If things went awry, he would also face reprimands from his superiors. As the chief officer of the Sanjiang Prefecture's Martial Suppression Division, Luani was understandably hesitant to take such a risk. However, it would not do to convey this directly to Lin Chujiu. Therefore, Luani carefully pondered his words and said, Young hero Lin, it is not that I, Lu, am being petty, but the matter at hand is of great significance. Moreover, the situation concerning the blood demon sect's Saintus is pressing. Even if we were to procure the secret manual, you would not be able to master it proficiently in such a short span of time, which would render it of little enhancement to your combat prowess. As he spoke, Luani grew increasingly convinced of his reasoning, his voice rising in volume. Young hero Lin, should you place your trust in my words, assist me in dealing with the blood demon sect's Saintus first. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall certainly present you with a river-level secret manual and wholeheartedly recommend you for the position of silver medal constable within the governor's office. In truth, the Martial Suppression Division of the state also possessed river-level manuals, and with such an accomplishment, it would not be inconceivable for you to receive instruction directly, thus sparing you the expense of these unnecessary funds. Observing Luani's articulate reasoning, Lin Chujiu could not help but chuckle. All this talk revealed that Luani was merely a merchant who would not let go of his prize until he had seen it. The terms of exchange were the same. One merely required payment before delivery, while the other was the opposite. Lin Chujiu was certainly not inclined to indulge him. As soon as Luani finished speaking, Lin Chujiu turned on his heel and strode towards the exit of the Martial Suppression Division. Luani was momentarily taken aback. Young Master Lin? He, who had always prided himself on his sharp intellect, found himself momentarily bewildered. A 5th-grade martial artist, who should have been pivotal in confronting the Saintus of the Blood Demon sect, was now simply walking away. Is business not about negotiation, where one advances and the other retreats? Why had he so readily abandoned the conversation? Were the youth of today truly so lacking in perseverance? Young Master Lin, shall we not discuss this further? As Lin Chujiu was about to walk away, Luani's heart raced, prompting him to call out urgently. Unfortunately, at that moment, Lin Chujiu seemed resolute in his decision to forego the matter entirely. Without even turning back, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, No need. I realize this request is indeed rather demanding, so I shall not impose upon Lord Lu any further. I wish you success in eliminating this great menace to the Sanjiang Prefecture. At this, Luani truly panicked. A 5th-grade martial artist, during his years as the chief constable of the Sanjiang Prefecture, he had scarcely encountered a few. If he did not act swiftly, this opportunity would be lost forever. Young Master Lin, young Master Lin. Luani closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. It is no trouble at all, young Master Lin, truly. Lin Chujiu's steps halted in response. In the next instant, his figure flickered and he was suddenly before Luani. The abrupt appearance left Luani startled, fully aware now of the formidable prowess possessed by Lin Chujiu. It was at this moment that he comprehended the gravity of dealing with a powerful fifth-grade martial artist. The self-importance of being chief constable, along with the hidden schemes in his heart, all appeared utterly ludicrous in the face of such overwhelming martial capability. Will it be silver notes or gold ingots? Shall we retrieve them now? Without a hint of embarrassment, Lin Chujiu shifted his demeanor. After all, as long as he maintained his composure, any discomfort would befall the other party. Silver notes. Luani finally made a decision. Glancing at the copper token beside him before retrieving a stack of silver notes from his inner pocket and presenting them to Lin Chujiu. There are 10 notes, each worth 5,000 taels, totaling 50,000 taels, which is the maximum amount I can access within my authority. Beyond this, I am unable to assist. Lin Chujiu's eyes brightened, and with a gentle flick of his fingers, the stack of silver notes landed in his hand. After tucking the notes away, he patted his pocket and chuckled. Lord Lu, you flatter me. 50,000 taels is already immensely generous. By the way, are these funds typically kept on your person for the daily operations of the Martial Suppression Division? Had he known this, perhaps he should have sought a discreet opportunity to simply take the silver notes, thus avoiding the obligation to confront the saintess of the Blood Demon sect altogether. Well, that would be somewhat unscrupulous, and moreover, dealing with Du Shiji, the saintess of the Blood Demon sect, was a responsibility he could not evade. Meanwhile, Luani, observing the emptiness of his palms and feeling the sting of losing 50,000 taels, fell into a moment of profound silence, grappling with his emotions. It was Zhang Tongpai, standing beside him, who swiftly broke the silence and clarified Lin Chujiu's queries. Originally, these funds were meant to be stored in the treasury, but Lord Lu, being a former accountant, has always concurrently served as the chief accountant for the Sanjiang Prefecture's Martial Suppression Division. Lin Chujiu's gaze fell upon the somewhat dazed expression of Luani, and he felt a twinge of amusement. So this fellow was indeed a numbers man. No wonder he was so fixated on calculations, counting everything, including himself. Fortunately, Lin Chujiu was not one to hold grudges. Had he encountered someone with a less forgiving temperament, Luani would have found himself in a most precarious situation due to the earlier scheming. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Chujiu remarked, "Very well, I shall accept Lord Lu's kindness. I will first pay a visit to the weapon forging tower. Rest assured, I will not be absent in the pursuit of the Blood Demon sect saintess." With that, Lin Chujiu propelled himself forward, soaring gracefully into the air, akin to a great bird taking flight, effortlessly traversing a distance of 100 zhang. As his vital energy transformed into a formidable force, his explosive powers surged forth. Although he still employed the grass on the flying technique, its execution was now far superior to what it had ever been. "Young hero Lin, I shall accompany you." Luani raised his head, but by the time he uttered the words, Lin Chujiu's figure had already vanished from sight. It was only at this moment that realization dawned upon him, and he regretted his previous inaction. Observing the remarkable speed of Lin Chujiu's departure and the decisiveness of his decision, he understood that had Lin truly wished to abandon the transaction, he would have had no chance to call him back. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiu, with the 50,000 taels tucked securely in his pocket, cheerfully made his way towards the weapon forging tower. Chapter 38. A knife delivered in earnest. In Sanjiang Prefecture, a figure approached the vicinity of the weapon forging tower. It was Lin Chujiu, having arrived with 50,000 taels in hand from the Martial Suppression Division. He did not immediately enter the tower, but instead stood outside, observing the surroundings. This time, his vantage point afforded him insights he had previously overlooked. Outside the weapon forging tower, individuals lurked in the shadows from various directions. With Lin Chujiu's current level of martial prowess, he could easily discern the capabilities of these individuals. Most were postnatal martial artists of grade 7, 8, or 9, yet there was even one innate martial artist of grade 6 among them. Naturally, Lin Chujiu, having prior experience, understood the purpose of their presence near the weapon forging tower. Clearly, these individuals were not there to patronize the establishment, but rather to target the customers who had purchased goods within. Given that the weapon forging tower was an influential entity spanning numerous great states, one would assume that dealing with these nefarious characters would pose little challenge. Yet, they seemed to turn a blind eye to those lurking at the entrance, filled with malicious intent. Suddenly, Lin Chujiu's gaze flickered, and he recognized a familiar face among the crowd. With a swift and graceful application of lightness skill, Lin Chujiu appeared as if conjured from thin air behind the familiar figure, extending his hand to casually pat the shoulder of the unsuspecting individual. Startled, the assailed party immediately bent down to draw his sword, slashing backward with a fierce stroke. The sharp blade's aura sliced through the air towards Lin Chujiu. However, in the face of such a formidable attack, Lin Chujiu remained unmoved, a thin layer of protective aura illuminating his form. effortlessly repelling the blade's energy. This was a common application of the protective aura, allowing martial artists to manifest a defensive shield that could withstand external assaults, thanks to its resilience and strength far surpassing that of true energy. Yet, this was but a rudimentary usage, inferior to specialized defensive martial arts like the Golden Bell Shield. As the assailant's blade approached midway, he sensed something was amiss. Turning around, he locked eyes with Lin Chujiu and was instantly struck with terror, his complexion paling. "Hero," he stammered, hastily discarding his sword and prostrating himself on the ground. This man, who now lay prone, was the same young thief who had attempted to rob Lin Chujiu, only to lose an ear and his weapon in the encounter. Seeing Lin Chujiu again, fear gripped him entirely. "What business do you have with me, hero?" the young man queried, displaying a surprising level of understanding. However, this inquiry rendered Lin Chujiu momentarily speechless. In truth, there was no pressing matter at hand. He had merely encountered a familiar face, and a wave of inexplicable joy akin to reuniting with an old friend had compelled him to offer a greeting. What the terrified young man thought in that moment remained a mystery known only to the heavens. After a brief silence, Lin Chujiu inquired, "What is your name?" "I am Song Dao," the young man replied, "a name I chose for myself, signifying my intent to dedicate my life to the way of the sword, aspiring to become the mightiest swordsman." "Song Dao? A name most fitting," Lin Chujiu remarked, dismissing the latter part of the introduction. He then asked, "What brings you here? Do you perhaps have another sword to bestow?" The young man, wounded by the remark, quickly fell into self-pity. "No, that was my ancestral treasure. The only one of its kind." Lin Chujiu smiled knowingly. "So, are you planning to lie in wait here, hoping to ambush a copy of the White Tiger sword technique?" Upon hearing this, Song Dao's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know I seek the White Tiger sword technique?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Chujiu smiled enigmatically. "I fear there are few things I remain unaware of." This statement exuded an air of wisdom that left Song Dao momentarily astounded. After having stunned the young man, Lin Chujiu then casually asked, "Having long concealed yourself outside the Forge of Arms, you must be quite familiar with this area. Are there any quiet, secluded places nearby?" A spark of joy ignited in Song Dao's heart, realizing that this hero indeed sought his assistance. Having narrowly escaped death after a failed ambush, he was a person of considerable resourcefulness. He quickly rose, exclaiming, "You have indeed come to the right person, hero. Although the surroundings of the Forge of Arms are complex, to me, they are as familiar as my own hearth. I could navigate them with my eyes closed." "Let us hope so." Lin Chujiu maintained his inscrutable smile, casually stating, "Should you execute this task well, I might just impart a technique or two from the White Tiger sword technique." The young man, invigorated, quickened his pace, leading Lin Chujiu to the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard. "Is this the secluded spot you mentioned?" Lin Chujiu asked, surveying the rundown premises with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Song Dao nodded, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This was the residence of the former leader of the Great Sword Hall before his passing. It has remained unvisited for many years, surely meeting your criteria for seclusion while being close to the Forge of Arms. "What is the Great Sword Hall?" Lin Chujiu inquired, his attention piqued by the name. However, he soon realized he was overthinking. Song Dao shook his head and replied quietly, "It is merely a small faction where various brothers gather to make a living. It hardly qualifies as a sect." Having spent the past decade as a constable in Wuxianovel County, Lin Chujiu had only recently arrived in Sanjiang Prefecture and was not well acquainted with its affairs. He keenly sensed that Song Dao held a peculiar connection to the Great Sword Hall. Nevertheless, now that he had attained the rank of a fifth-tier martial artist, he recognized the need for caution without being overly hesitant or indecisive. "Very well, you may leave. I shall rest for a while," Lin Chujiu said, waving his hand lightly. Song Dao, not daring to linger, obediently departed. Despite having lost his treasured sword and an ear to Lin Chujiu, he harbored no significant resentment. Having navigated the streets of Sanjiang for many years, he understood the brutal law of the jungle. Now, if he could find even a glimmer of strength through Lin Chujiu, he would willingly cast aside the remnants of his grudge. If he could not eradicate it entirely, he would at least keep it well hidden. Once inside the dilapidated courtyard, Lin Chujiu took a seat. He was not oblivious to Song Dao's underlying thoughts. He simply chose not to dwell on them. In the face of absolute strength, such trivial matters were ultimately inconsequential. Should the young man dare to harbor any ill intentions, he would swiftly meet his demise. Although still only a fifth-tier martial artist, Lin Chujiu gradually began to grasp a profound insight. His martial journey was to cultivate an unwavering momentum, not to engage in petty scheming. That was not his path. Of course, he had far more pressing matters to attend to, which constituted the primary reason for his presence here. "Open the simulator." With this command, a familiar translucent interface materialized before him. Switch to the simplified text version. Begin simulation. Consuming 200 simulation coins. Simulation commencing. After breaking through to become a fifth-tier martial artist, the cost of the simulator had risen to 200 simulation coins per use. Lin Chujiu had his own considerations and decided to test the waters with the simplified text version rather than the immersive experience. At 18, You have achieved the rank of a 5th-tier martial artist and have taken refuge in Sanjiang Prefecture, setting out for the Forge of Arms. At 18, you ascend to the 3rd floor of the Forge of Arms. At 18, you ascend to the 3rd floor of the Forge of Arms, spending 50,000 taels to purchase 5 bottles of innate blood-melting pills, departing with joy. Choice 1. Without delay, confront the Holy Maiden of the Blood Demon Sect. Choice 2. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter. First absorb and digest the blood-melting pills, then proceed gradually. Select 2. At 18, after acquiring the blood-melting pills, you return to the dilapidated courtyard, where the young man Song Dao diligently attends to you, allowing you to focus on your cultivation. At the tender age of 18, you embarked on your inaugural journey with the blood-melting pills, witnessing immediate and remarkable enhancements in your martial prowess. By 19, merely 5 months had elapsed, and you had depleted your supply of these pills, your strength having surged to an extraordinary degree compared to your former self. Upon emerging from seclusion at 19, you discovered your name had once again graced the wanted list of the Jinwu Division, a circumstance that left you somewhat exasperated. In secret, you sought information and learned that in the Battle of the Desolate Mountains 5 months prior, both sides had suffered mutual restraint, allowing the Blood Demon Sect Saintess to depart unharmed. At 19, a conflict erupted between the Jinwu Division of Sanjiang County and the Lianjiang Water Village. Finding it lacking in interest, you resolved to depart towards a grander stage. Just before your departure, a young man named Song Dao sought you out in a dilapidated courtyard, imploring for your assistance. Responding to his plea, you effortlessly dispatched the current leader of the Blade Hall with a mere gesture, leaving behind a tome titled White Tiger Blade Technique as you made your exit. Upon arriving at the Sihai Mansion at the age of 19, you realized it indeed presented a more expansive platform for your ambitions. By 20, you began to shine, securing the 67th rank on the innate ranking list. However, you soon discerned that the list of divine weapons only acknowledged the top 100, and the claim that the Cold Moon Saber was ranked 168th was a mere fabrication, a deception orchestrated by the young Song Dao. At 20, you unexpectedly discovered that the blood refining technique acquired from the Blood Demon Sect was listed among the extraordinary arts, prompting you to abandon any thoughts of replacing your internal cultivation method. By 21, your strength continued to escalate, placing you 56th on the innate ranking list. During this time, a prodigy from the martial family of the Liu clan challenged you, and after a fierce battle, you, unable to restrain your strikes, slew him with a single blow. Sensing impending peril, you chose to conceal yourself and prepare for an escape from the Sihai Mansion. To your astonishment, the older and more seasoned experts from the Liu clan ambushed you without regard for honor, launching lethal attacks. In a desperate bid, you fought your way out, severely injured, and took refuge in a secluded fishing village, finally grasping the formidable challenges of traversing the martial world without a powerful backing. Determined, you resolved to enter seclusion for training, vowing to remain hidden until you achieved invincibility. By 29, you sensed your chi had reached its zenith, yet the threshold to the next stage remained elusive. At 32, the barrier still mocked your efforts. By 36, your prowess had attained the pinnacle of the 5th tier, yet no sign of breakthrough appeared. Realizing that mere isolation was futile, you finally emerged from the fishing village. However, without invincibility, you heard of a challenge from an expert listed on the innate ranking, and your excitement propelled you to witness the duel. Observing the clash of sword and fist, you recognized that to progress further, one must cultivate a martial spirit and comprehend a unique essence. This revelation felt profoundly rewarding. During the same event, members of the Liu clan recognized you, encircling you. Yet, instead of fleeing, you drew your blade and fought valiantly until the very end, obliterating the Liu clan members before the astonished spectators. Alas, your own strength waned, leading to your demise. This simulation concluded, and Lin Chujiu, as expected, opted to retain his martial level, with his chi surging to its utmost limit, solidifying at the peak of the 5th tier. Furthermore, he accrued a substantial amount of simulation currency. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chujiu, situated in the dilapidated courtyard of Sanjiang County, gradually calmed his mind. Once tranquility returned, he reached into his robe and felt the stack of silver notes. 50,000 taels remained intact, not a single piece missing. This was Lin Chujiu's plan. 50,000 taels could merely procure a river-level manual, a limitation he found unacceptable, thus he would not squander it directly. With the simulator at his disposal, he could cleverly leverage it for maximum gain without parting with his funds. Having tasted the sweetness of success, Lin Chujiu promptly initiated a second simulation. Cost: 200 simulation currency. Beginning simulation. At 18, you ascended to the 3rd floor of the weapon forging tower, spending 50,000 taels to acquire 5 vials of the blood-melting pills. Leaving with elation. Once again, you opted to focus on cultivation. At 18, your body evidently developed a resistance to the effects of the blood-melting pills, diminishing their efficacy. Yet they remained somewhat beneficial. By 19, in the 5th month, the pills had become utterly ineffective, your chi having reached its current limit, with the potent energy coursing through your being, elevating your physical prowess to new heights. At 21, when the genius of the Liu clan challenged you, you easily triumphed. Your strength allowing you to control your power effortlessly. Yet, unwilling to relent, you struck down the Liu clan prodigy with a single blow. The cycle of confrontation continued as the Liu clan's seasoned experts ambushed you, disregarding honor and aiming for your life. You did not flee. Instead, you fought fiercely until the last moment, annihilating the Liu clan members in plain sight, ascending to 4th place on the innate ranking list. However, a more senior expert from the Liu clan arrived, a 4th-tier master with a formidable sword intent, and you fell under his blade. Yet, in your final moments, you retaliated, nearly grievously wounding him before succumbing to your injuries. This simulation was brief, for Lin Chujiu had set a precise objective. In this iteration, he once again refrained from acquiring new martial arts manuals, opting instead to continue with the blood-melting pills, determined to fully exploit their potential. It was evident that after this simulation, the blood-melting pills would hold no further efficacy for him. Nevertheless, the distribution of their medicinal power throughout his body, enhancing his physical prowess to new levels, proved undeniably worthwhile. As with the previous simulations, he chose to retain his martial level. The quantity of qi had reached its pinnacle. Yet this time, it was the enhancement of his blood essence that instantly fortified Lin Chujiu. In the blink of an eye, he could distinctly feel his newfound strength. At this moment, every inch of his muscles brimmed with explosive power, even without employing the unique qi of a 5th-tier martial artist. A mere punch delivered would wield considerable might. Through the 2 simulations, Lin Chujiu gradually comprehended a crucial truth. It seemed impossible to grasp the essence solely through simulated experiences. Cultivating the martial spirit required grounding in the real world. Perhaps, this was the limitation of the simulation process. Nonetheless, Lin Chujiu was not overly disheartened. Even without the possibility of comprehending the essence, the significance of the simulation process for his strength enhancement remained profound. Thus, without delay, he commenced his 3rd simulation. Chapter 40. The Determined Lin Chujiu. In this simulation, Lin Chujiu chose not to pursue the now ineffective blood-melting pills. His gaze turned instead to the martial arts manuals. At the tender age of 18, you ascended to the 3rd floor of the armament forge, spending 40,000 taels of silver notes to acquire the river-level manual, 3-yin channeling palm, and departed with exhilaration. Upon obtaining the 3-yin channeling palm, you chose to return to the dilapidated courtyard, where the young Song Dao diligently served you, allowing you to devote yourself to your training. At 19, the young Song Dao unexpectedly sought you out at the broken-down courtyard, imploring your assistance. Responding to his plea, you effortlessly dispatched the current leader of the Blade Hall with a mere finger from a distance, continuing your focused practice. By the age of 20, having achieved minor success in your training of the 3-yin channeling palm, the Martial Suppression Bureau discovered your hideout and dispatched silver badge enforcers to apprehend you. Utilizing your skills, you lightly pointed, incapacitating a 5th-grade enforcer for 3 days. After casting the enforcer aside at the Martial Suppression Bureau of Sanjiang County, you felt the urgency to leave and chose to journey to the Four Seas Mansion. At 24, you persisted in refining your mastery of the 3-yin channeling palm, occasionally revealing glimpses of your strength, securing the 40th position on the innate ranking. During this period, a talented challenger from the martial family of the Liu clan in the Four Seas Mansion confronted you, but you were too preoccupied to pay heed. With a gentle gesture, you rendered the Liu clan's genius incapacitated on the street for 5 days. By 25, you sensed a plateau in your training of the 3-yin channeling palm, unable to make further progress. In a bold move, you challenged the 3rd-ranked expert on the innate ranking, and despite their contemptuous gaze, you effortlessly transformed them into a mute for 4 days with a mere point of your finger. As you continued your string of victories, employing the acupoint sealing techniques of the 3-yin channeling palm, you effortlessly ascended to the pinnacle of the innate ranking, garnering widespread astonishment. The Liu clan, putting aside past grievances, extended an invitation for you to become a guest elder, which you categorically declined. At 26, you issued a challenge to a ranked expert, confronting a 4th-grade warrior with the prowess of a 5th-grade fighter. After a fierce battle, you narrowly emerged victorious, entering the ranks alongside numerous spirited masters. However, you soon faced an assault from 2 4th-grade warriors, and in a desperate struggle, you managed to take down one, but ultimately succumbed to defeat. In this simulation, your cultivation did not progress significantly, yet, through diligent practice of the 3-yin channeling palm, Lin Chujiu's combat prowess ascended to new heights, enabling him to contend with some 4th-grade experts despite still being at the 5th-grade level. Regrettably, the conclusion of this simulation still led to his demise. These events compelled Lin Chujiu to reflect upon the treacherous nature of the world. Even before the blood demon sect Saintus, Du Shiji, arrived to confront him, others harbored malicious intent against him. Lin Chujiu pondered what had gone awry. Could it be that his excellence incited pressure among other martial artists? Surely not, as he merely occupied the lower echelons of the innate ranking. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts and opted to retain his martial experience. Instantly, all knowledge pertaining to the 3-yin channeling palm flooded into his consciousness. At that moment, he extended a finger forward, and, with a soft sound, a subtle and shadowy energy surged forth. Indeed, the simulator proved its efficacy. This acupoint sealing technique felt as if he had practiced it for years, deeply ingrained within his being. Thereafter, further contemplation became unnecessary. Lin Chujiu proceeded with the next simulation. With a silver note of 50,000 taels, he extracted the worth of 1,000,000 taels. Wind-chasing moon-stepping technique, golden bell shield, azure spirit heart-sealing palm, Songlong 3-stack fist, Inyang fatal blade, golden radiance illusion sword, blazing flame explosive spear, and many more. Every suitable martial manual within the armament forge had been thoroughly exhausted. The 50,000 taels in his possession had been utilized countless times. Each simulation yielded varying amounts of simulation currency, with some resulting in hundreds of points, while others barely broke even. After numerous iterations, his stockpile of simulation currency had reached an impressive sum. Personal wallet, for 1,465. Even with the simplified and expedited textual format, the multitude of simulations had become somewhat vexing, nearly overwhelming him. Despite the mounting fatigue, the rewards rendered it worthwhile. Through this relentless grinding, he had honed every weapon and technique to their current limits. Now, he could be considered a well-rounded warrior, truly deserving of the title hexagonal warrior. The sole blemish remained his cultivation, which still lingered at the pinnacle of the 5th grade level. Although his energy had reached its utmost capacity, until he comprehended the essence of intent, he could not ascend to the ranks of a 4th grade warrior. To master intent, one must first cultivate a spirit within. It seemed that hiding behind the simulator offered no assistance in nurturing such a spirit. Murmuring to himself, Lin Chujiu rose and exited the dilapidated courtyard. Though less than an hour had passed in reality since his arrival, he felt markedly transformed. At this moment, he found it increasingly difficult to regard fellow 5th grade warriors with excitement, and he held no fear for those 4th grade warriors who had grasped a portion of intent. Only those 4th grade warriors who had ventured far along the path of spirit could pose a challenge to him. Hero, are you departing? Just as he stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered the young Song Dao approaching, burdened with various tools, evidently eager to arrange the courtyard to ensure Lin Chujiu's comfort. Lin Chujiu glanced at Song Dao and, with a soft puff, lightly waved his hand. The cold moon blade, along with its sheath, fell before Song Dao. The blade's guard plunging a foot deep into the stone floor. What is this, hero? Startled, Song Dao's entire being trembled with excitement. A manual was tossed into his hands, the title White Tiger Blade Technique emblazoned on the cover. Hero, I cannot accept such a generous gift. Song Dao lowered his head, raising the White Tiger Blade Technique high with both hands, attempting to return it to Lin Chujiu. In that fleeting moment of contemplation, he made the arduous decision to reject the offering. To be frank, he felt a twinge of anxiety. His connection with the youthful hero was hardly commendable, and assisting him in finding a place to stay had merely been a small favor. How could he accept such a lavish reward with a clear conscience? However, Lin Chujiu regarded Song Dao's reaction with a knowing smile. He had his reasons. For Song Dao, it was merely a trivial act of providing a temporary refuge. Yet for Lin Chujiu, this humble courtyard had served as the site of his relentless grinding, where he had extracted immeasurable benefits from the armament forge. He only considered the magnitude of his gains. At this moment, the Cold Moon Blade and the White Tiger Blade technique were of little consequence to him, practically negligible. He had long since mastered the White Tiger Blade technique, while the Cold Moon Blade was a weapon that failed to rank among the top 100 in lethality. He could now easily shatter it with a single punch, rendering its presence inconsequential. However, this was precisely what Song Dao yearned for, and reciprocating such a favor with these means was most fitting. He offered no further explanations to Song Dao and directly employed the wind-chasing moonstepping technique, his form rising gracefully as if gliding through the air. Enlightened in thought and buoyant in spirit, he sensed a subtle stirring within his heart. Something enigmatic and profound seemed to be gradually taking shape. The blood demon Sex Sanctus. Would she still have the opportunity to evade if I were to confront her now? With this contemplation, Lin Chujiu swiftly made his way back to the town marshal division. Chapter 41. As long as young Master Lin is willing to show mercy. In the town marshal division of Sanjiang County, Chief Investigator Lu Ani observed Lin Chujiu before him, his heart trembling slightly. He had known of Lin Chujiu's breakthrough to the 5th rank for some time. Yet, merely a little over an hour had passed since then. And upon seeing Lin Chujiu again, he found himself almost unable to withstand standing in front of him, goosebumps prickling his skin, cold sweat pouring forth. This feeling was one he had never experienced even when facing the silver-ranked investigators within the town marshal division. Could it be that Lin Chujiu, at the tender age of 18 and having only just ascended to the 5th rank, possessed strength surpassing those silver-ranked members who had been in this realm for many years? It was unfathomable. Is young hero Lin prepared? Lu Ani endeavored to suppress his trepidation, his expression alight with delight. He had anticipated that Lin Chujiu would abscond with the funds, yet to his surprise, Lin Chujiu had indeed honored their agreement and arrived. Lin Chujiu nodded with a smile. Although he still had a substantial amount of simulation coins, he recognized that without comprehending the essence, further simulations would yield little in terms of strength enhancement. Thus, it would be prudent to resolve matters swiftly to alleviate the burden on his mind. Young hero Lin, please follow me. I shall disguise you first. Although time is a bit tight, with my skills, we should manage. Luani felt a surge of joy, but before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chujiu interrupted him. Disguise? No need. Lin Chujiu stepped outside. As Luani stood there, momentarily at a loss, Lin Chujiu tossed back a remark. I shall take my leave first. If your silver investigator Lu arrives, please do allow him to join us. With those words still echoing, Lin Chujiu had already leaped into the air and soared away, leaving Luani standing behind, utterly shaken. He was aware that reinforcements had been dispatched, yet Lin Chujiu had seemingly known all along about their arrangement of the silver-ranked investigator. Would he still exert himself? In Sanjiang County, Lin Chujiu executed the river-level wind-chasing moonstepping technique, moving effortlessly through the gentle breeze. He was acutely aware of the shock and confusion his sudden statement would evoke in Luani. However, it was an essential step. After numerous simulations, Lin Chujiu had gained the confidence to confront the blood demon sect Saintess Du Shiji alone. Yet, this did not imply that he would foolishly allow Luani to exploit him. He could assist in dealing with the Saintess, as it was closely tied to his own interests, but he also needed to assert his stance. Thus, by mentioning the presence of Investigator Lu, he made it clear that Luani's little schemes were entirely within his control. It seemed that with Luani's astuteness, he would be wary of underestimating him from now on. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Chujiu swiftly traversed to the dilapidated temple in the desolate mountains. Despite it being his first visit to this site in reality, the experiences from the simulator imbued him with a sense of déjà vu. This time, he did not bring another iron-plated investigator along. He still remembered the secret signal to summon Elder Zhao of the Blood Demon sect, but found it tedious to use. Relying on memories from previous simulations, he extended a palm, directing his gaze to the spot before him, and slowly struck downwards. Boom. Instantly, a tremor akin to an earthquake erupted as his palm descended, unleashing a blade of energy hundreds of yards long. The peak 5th rank vigor radiated with intense ferocity, akin to a blazing sun descending upon the mortal realm. This strike, the White Tiger Breaking Army, exuded an unprecedented fierceness, surpassing all previous manifestations. Amidst the quaking earth, the once decrepit temple was instantly reduced to dust, vanishing forever from these desolate mountains. The ground where the temple had stood now bore a terrifying chasm 2 yards wide, leading down into a hollow pit. Through the horrific opening created by his strike, Lin Chujiu glimpsed a vast blood pool below. Indeed, the impressions from the simulation had proven accurate. The location he had struck was impeccable. At the center of the blood pool, a frail figure sat upon a stone pedestal, gazing up in shock. As she recognized Lin Chujiu's visage, Du Shiji's expression shifted from astonishment to disbelief. She had never anticipated their reunion would come so swiftly, and in such a manner, with her below and Lin Chujiu above. How can it be you? Du Shiji uttered, unable to fathom the situation. Why can it not be me? For the first time in the real world, facing Du Shiji in person, Lin Chujiu found himself at a loss for feelings, instinctively replying with a trivial remark. However, time was evidently not on their side for reminiscing. Old fool, dare you pry into the secrets of the holy sect? Die. As in the previous simulations, this hidden lair of the blood demon sect housed very few individuals, only Du Shiji and Elder Zhao. Lin Chujiu cast a glance at the ominous blood pool, his mind racing with conjectures. Perhaps the others had long since become sustenance for this blood pool. Elder Zhao lunged forth, showcasing his prowess as a 6th-rank martial artist to its fullest extent. The blood-red true energy surged, revealing his profound mastery of blood refinement techniques. Lin Chujiu remained stationary, nonchalantly exhaling a breath. A white ribbon shot forth, reaching Elder Zhao in an instant. Elder Zhao's eyes widened in fury as he struggled to resist. Yet it was futile. Under the overwhelming advantage of vigor over true energy, Elder Zhao was pierced through by the white ribbon, collapsing like a severed kite, utterly silenced. After effortlessly dispatching Elder Zhao, Lin Chujiu remained calm, gazing down at Du Shiji. Meanwhile, Du Shiji found it hard to maintain her composure, ignoring the fallen Elder Zhao. Her gaze fixated on Lin Chujiu, her pupils constricting sharply. 5th rank vigor? Indeed, Lin Chujiu affirmed with a composed nod. However, upon hearing his confirmation, Du Shiji found it increasingly difficult to remain calm. The person before her had clearly been merely an 8th-rank martial artist not long ago. How had he achieved the vigor characteristic of a 5th-rank martial artist in just a few days? Even as the blood demon sect Saintess, adorned with numerous incarnations and seals, it would still be quite challenging to achieve such a rapid enhancement without sufficient blood pool essence, wouldn't it? Lin Chujiu's prowess truly left her astounded. Young Master Lin, must our fates inevitably culminate in a deadly confrontation? Du Shiji resolved to engage in dialogue, expressing her earnestness. As long as you can show clemency, I assure you, I shall repay your kindness in the future. However, Lin Chujiu, shaking his head, appeared unconvinced. Given that I have already slain your father and several members of the Du family, and forced you into revealing your whereabouts. I find it hard to believe that your temperament would be so accommodating as to forgive and forget with a mere smile. Du Shiji, surprisingly unperturbed by Lin Chujiu's pointed remark, calmly divulged a secret, saying, "What if I told you that Du Chun was merely a follower I developed, not my biological father? Is that so? No wonder you seem unfazed by the loss," Lin Chujiu replied thoughtfully, before resolutely stating, "But let's leave it at that." Before her words could fully dissipate, he clenched his right fist and struck downwards. Boom. An overwhelming surge of energy erupted from his fist, caught unawares by the sudden aggression mid-sentence. Du Shiji's form was annihilated into a mist of blood by the forceful blow. On the ground, Lin Chujiu's next punch descended with unrelenting ferocity. "Miss Du, regardless of your words, I firmly believe that a connection such as ours can only end with one of us irrevocably dead, allowing the other to find peace." Chapter 42. Truly, it is you. The technique Lin Chujiu employed was the Songlong triple layer fist. Unlike external martial arts like the mountain-shattering fist, Songlong triple layer fist is a legitimate form of combat that fully harnesses the power of a 5th-grade martial artist's energy. Clearly, this was a martial art of river-level caliber, painstakingly cultivated on the 3rd floor of the Forge of Martial Arts. The strength of river-level martial arts was indeed extraordinary. As Lin Chujiu unleashed a punch, he felt the energy within him surge like tumultuous waves, crashing forth in relentless succession. With each strike, it was as if a tempest roared forth, leaving only a shattered fate for anything that stood in its path, including Du Shiji herself. Under the might of Lin Chujiu's Songlong fist, her form disintegrated into a cloud of sanguine mist, devoid of any means to resist. Yet, Lin Chujiu did not revel prematurely. With a swift motion, he unleashed another punch. That Songlong triple layer fist only grew stronger with each blow. Boom. The terrifying sound echoed through the desolate mountains. As the blood mist was consumed by the force of his energy, transforming into an even thinner, more ethereal haze. The momentum of his punch did not wane, crashing down upon the blood pool below like a mountain collapsing into water, sending torrents of crimson liquid surging outward with tremendous force. The pool that once contained the blood was obliterated, reduced to a chaotic pit. Clenching his fist and sensing the depletion of his energy, Lin Chujiu sighed regretfully. "If only I could unleash the ultimate technique of the Songlong triple layer fist, I could likely obliterate this blood demon sect stronghold, along with Du Shiji, in one fell swoop." Indeed, the Songlong triple layer fist was formidable, yet regrettably, as a river-level martial art, its ultimate move was beyond his current 5th-grade capabilities. It was a bittersweet limitation. He estimated that to wield the ultimate move of a river-level martial art, he would need to attain comprehension and ascend to the 4th-grade level. Noticing the blood mist beginning to coalesce again, Lin Chujiu wasted no time and continued to advance, delivering punch after punch with unyielding ferocity. As he struck repeatedly, he began to feel an unusual experience stirring within him. That Songlong triple layer fist, a martial art of masculine vigor, exuded a palpable sense of power akin to the surging tides. With each surge of this sensation, Lin Chujiu felt as if a mighty river coursed within him, his blood crashing against its banks like a relentless tide. Was this what it meant to grasp the essence? Instinctively, he endeavored to capture this profound feeling. Alas, such sensations are elusive. When he focused his mind upon it, it vanished like footprints in the snow, leaving no trace behind. Though the momentary loss was not overly regrettable, capturing even a fragment of the essence was commendable. Lin Chujiu was not so greedy as to desire to comprehend it all at once. Redirecting his focus to the immediate, he unleashed another punch, the sound of surging waves growing audible, and the power evidently amplified. The prior glimmer of understanding was not inconsequential, at the very least. He had made significant progress with the Songlong triple layer fist. With a resounding crash, the sound of crashing waves reverberated, scattering the surrounding blood mist once more. This time, the energy surged forth like a tidal wave, further dispersing the blood mist into fragments. Before the peak 5th-grade Lin Chujiu, Du Shiji now seemed utterly defenseless. Just as he prepared to strike again, the dissipated blood mist trembled violently, and a shadowy blood silhouette silently darted from within, speeding away into the distance. Had this been the first encounter with such a scenario, Lin Chujiu might have found himself momentarily flustered. However, having undergone numerous simulations, he understood that this was Du Shiji, the saintess of the blood demon sect, attempting to abandon the remaining blood essence and escape in a state of her incarnated seal. Uncertain of the consequences of allowing her to flee, he recognized that this was something he needed to prevent. With a push of his toes against the ground, his entire being soared into the air. The wind-chasing moon-treading step, a river-level lightness technique, when unleashed in full force, promised remarkable speed. The shadowy blood figure had evidently already fled at great speed, yet Lin Chujiu, utilizing the wind-chasing moon-treading step, was able to closely pursue. In an instant, both shadows had distanced themselves from the stronghold. As they sped through the air, two figures racing from Sanjiang County abruptly halted, gazing in astonishment at the vanishing forms. What was that just now? Zhang Tongpai stared in disbelief at Lin Chujiu, who had disappeared in an instant. Luani was equally startled, shaking his head as he steadied himself, and said, "Indeed, that was him. If I am not mistaken, the shadow ahead is undoubtedly the blood silhouette of the blood demon sect Saintus. We must turn back and follow. There is no need to advance further." Agreed. Zhang Tongpai silently followed for a moment before suddenly inquiring, "With their strength, do you truly think we can be of any help?" Such a soul-searching question left Luani momentarily speechless. Finally, he reluctantly shook his head and replied, "Luinpai is on his way. He should be able to intercept them ahead. Regardless of our ability to assist, we must at least demonstrate our intent." Exchanging glances, they understood each other's thoughts, and with a sudden burst of determination, they raced onward. Boom! As they closed the distance, the air resonated with a thunderous explosion. In the distant forefront, a colossal jade hand descended from the heavens towards the earth, crashing down with such force that trees were uprooted and dust filled the air. Zhang Tongpai instinctively swallowed hard, murmuring, "I believe it would be prudent for us to remain here." Luani, unusually reticent, merely nodded in silent agreement. It was evident that the blood demon sect Saintus had unleashed her most formidable techniques. Given the strength of the two of them, advancing now would be tantamount to courting death. One could only wonder if Lin Chujiu, a fifth-tier martial artist, could withstand the unrestrained assaults of the blood demon sect Saintus. As the swirling dust began to settle, Lin Chujiu landed gracefully upon a carpet of fallen leaves. "Miss Du, your method of attack is indeed quite formidable, yet it lacks in speed and precision," he remarked. Previously, when the Saintus's doppelganger was pursued, Du Shiji, in a fit of desperation, had unleashed the Jade Hand technique at great cost. Unfortunately, while the Jade Hand's power was impressive, its speed was insufficient, allowing Lin Chujiu, employing the wind-chasing moonleaping step, to evade effortlessly. "Young Master Lin, I acknowledge your strength, but do you truly wish to engage in a life-or-death struggle with me? I advise you. The consequences may be heavier than you can bear," came Du Shiji's voice, now tinged with a hoarse rasp. Pressured by Lin Chujiu, she struggled to maintain her previously gentle demeanor, her tone now laced with exasperation. Lin Chujiu, however, merely smiled faintly, responding, "Miss Du, do not attempt to intimidate me. Without the sustenance of the blood pool, how long can you sustain such an assault with the meager remnants of blood within your doppelganger? Who says I possess only that little blood?" The jade hand echoed with a mocking laughter before it abruptly exploded into three smaller jade hands. One of the larger hands lunged toward Lin Chujiu, while the two smaller ones darted off in opposite directions. Lin Chujiu furrowed his brow, fully aware of Du Shiji's strategy. The other two directions led to Luani and Zhang Tongpai behind them, and the other was a figure charging forth like a rampaging bull, none other than Luinpai, who had previously made an appearance during the simulation process. Did she truly believe she could seize blood to replenish herself? How naive. With a cold chuckle, Lin Chujiu curled his fingers and thrust forward sharply. Boom. The sound merged into one as two invisible forces struck the smaller jade hands, causing them to shatter simultaneously. The thunderous finger, another technique of the river-level martial arts mastered by Lin Chujiu, was swift as lightning. While its power might not surpass the 3 layers of Tsunglong Fist in terms of speed, it reigned supreme among Lin Chujium's myriad martial arts, ideal for such unexpected circumstances. In that moment, Lin Chujiu couldn't help but feel gratitude for his past endeavors. Indeed, the efforts of a dedicated warrior always yield rewards. A well-rounded combatant is truly formidable. Yet, another jade hand had already approached Lin Chujiu closely. Following an anticipated explosion, a dozen blood shadows surged towards him from all directions. "Young Master Lin, it is you who is naive," Du Shiji declared triumphantly. In the desolate clearing, as she uttered those words, the blood shadows had already lunged at Lin Chujiu. Clearly, she had planned this moment meticulously. The earlier transformation of the jade hand into 3, directing attacks towards 2 other fronts, was merely a ruse to divert Lin Chujium's attention, compelling him to deal with the 2 flying jade hands and leaving him oblivious to the imminent threat. In the blink of an eye, the blood shadows had enveloped Lin Chujiu, poised to invade his body. If they succeeded, the situation would spiral out of control. The joy swelling within Du Shiji was palpable. Lin Chujiu, a prodigious talent with rapid advancements in his martial prowess, was now within her grasp. Seizing his body would render the destruction of the blood pool a trivial loss. Blood demon soul seizure. In that instant, she exerted her remaining strength, executing her premeditated technique. If successful, the tides would turn dramatically, altering her fate of being relentlessly pursued. Yet, the unfolding events did not align with her expectations. As the blood shadows attempted to penetrate Lin Chujium's body, they abruptly found his skin as resilient as gold, impervious to their advances. Du Shiji quickly discerned that his physique was formidable, likely honed through rigorous external martial training. Nevertheless, this was not a valid reason for him to withstand the blood demon's invasion, no matter how strong his external training. A martial artist of Lin Chujium's caliber could not possibly have mastered the art of sealing his pores entirely. As long as they made contact with his skin, the blood shadows should have been able to infiltrate. Yet, at that moment, events had clearly spiraled beyond her control, as confusion filled Du Shiji's mind. A radiant golden light suddenly erupted from Lin Chujium's skin, expanding outward. In an instant, a thick layer of golden light enveloped him, extending 3 feet from his body. Simultaneously, the blood shadows were repelled beyond that distance, thwarted by the formidable golden barrier. Only then did Lin Chujium lightly curl his lips into a smile, his expression serene. Miss Du, your aspirations to seize my body are overly ambitious. Golden Bell Shield. The blood demon's soul seizure had failed, and a voice as frigid as the depths of winter echoed amidst the blood shadows. Though Du Shiji's figure was obscured, Lin Chujium could vividly imagine her gnashing her teeth in fury. Indeed, it is the Golden Bell Shield. I did not expect you to recognize it, he remarked, glancing at the astonished figures of the other two, who stood at a distance, frozen in place. Du Shiji's mood was evidently far from pleasant. As the blood shadows coalesced once more, they reformed her silhouette, the blood-red veil billowing like flames, her expression darkening. I certainly recognize it. The Golden Bell Shield is a renowned defensive technique from the Mahayana Temple, a prestigious martial arts sect with a history spanning a millennium. It is rare for a martial artist not to acknowledge this art. The figure formed from the blood shadows appeared increasingly translucent, confusion etched upon Du Shiji's face. Achieving 5th-tier prowess was one thing, but to master such a diverse array of techniques, including fist techniques, lightness skills, finger techniques, and even the Golden Bell Shield, each requiring extensive dedication and time to cultivate. How could someone of his youth have accomplished all this? Lin Chujium merely smiled in silence. There was no need to elaborate. The Golden Bell Shield was indeed a product of his relentless efforts at the Artisan Martial Tower's 3rd floor. Though the Golden Bell Shield was a formidable technique of the Mahayana Temple, over the years, it had been disseminated among many disciples, leaving the temple helpless to control its spread. For an ordinary martial artist, dedicating immense energy to mastering a single martial art is a necessity. However, for Lin Chujiu, it simply meant engaging in a few more simulations. It was precisely due to the presence of this formidable defensive martial art that he felt secure in allowing Du Shiji to approach him. After all, having once been usurped, there was no way he would allow himself to fall into such a predicament again. He refrained from further elaboration, his right hand forming a fist, and with an almost deceptive speed, he unleashed a punch. At that moment, the Tsanglong 3-stacked fist appeared to possess a distinct quality compared to before. As his fist surged forth, the sound of raging tides intensified, culminating in a thunderous roar. With a single strike, Du Shiji, positioned perilously close, found herself devoid of any chance to evade. In fact, after enduring such an extended period of flight, coupled with her recent feigned attacks using 3 jade hands, the essence of blood within her avatar had been nearly depleted. She resigned herself to the futility of resistance. Beneath the might of Lin Chujiu's Tsanglong 3-stacked fist, Du Shiji was reduced to the faintest of shadows, swaying within the tempestuous aura, as if on the verge of vanishing entirely. It was evident that with this blow, Du Shiji, who had persistently haunted Lin Chujiu throughout his simulations, was on the brink of complete annihilation. Yet, in that moment, Du Shiji displayed no trace of fear. Rather, a smile akin to relief graced her features. Young Master Lin, we shall meet again. With a resounding clash, the second stage of the Tsanglong 3-stacked fist erupted, shattering the blood shadow before him, scattering it to the wind. In this world, Du Shiji would no longer exist. As Lin Chujiu gazed at the spot where she had vanished, his expression remained tranquil, his demeanor unperturbed. Slowly, he withdrew his fist and murmured, "Even if we were to meet again, it would not be you." He understood her implication. The blood demon sect Saintis had sent forth avatars scattered across the world. Even if he had eradicated one, many more would undoubtedly remain. However, even with the presence of other Saintis avatars, none would replicate the essence of the Du Shiji he had encountered. Those avatars might possess lesser cultivation, but they could equally surpass him in prowess. Such distant considerations were not Lin Chujiu's focus. He was intent on addressing the matters at hand. He turned his gaze forward, where 3 figures had converged before him. Their arrival was indeed opportune. A smile danced on Lin Chujiu's lips, though the thoughts behind it remained elusive. Among the 3 figures, the 5th-grade martial artist, Lu Yinpai, squinted his eyes warily, scrutinizing Lin Chujiu. He had witnessed some of the skirmish between Lin Chujiu and the blood demon sect Saintis, and it was clear to him that Lin Chujiu was anything but an ordinary 5th-grade martial artist. The atmosphere grew tense. Luani, worthy of his position as the chief of the county's martial enforcement, suddenly erupted into laughter amidst the palpable tension. Congratulations, Lin Yinpai. To single-handedly slay the blood demon sect's Saintis avatar is truly a feat that leaves one in awe. Yinpai? Lin Chujiu found himself momentarily bewildered by Lu Ani's train of thought, his expression darkening. Did you not claim that you lacked the authority to promote me to Yinpai? Why am I being referred to as such now? Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Chujiu, Lu Ani shivered slightly, casting a furtive glance at Lu Yinpai. Gritting his teeth, he stated, "Young hero Lin, you need not worry. With your accomplishments, your promotion to Yinpai is a foregone conclusion." The remaining process is merely a formality. However, Lin Chujiu ignored Luani, fixing his gaze upon the 5th-grade martial artist and inquiring, "What are your thoughts, sir?" Under Luani's frantic signals, Lu Yinpai nodded heavily. While the promotion to Yinpai indeed requires higher-level notification, with young hero Lin's contributions, the town martial enforcement will undoubtedly welcome you with open arms, should you desire it. Having witnessed Lin Chujiu's prowess, Lu Yinpai evidently acknowledged him, directly addressing him as young hero. Lin Chujiu nodded, preparing to depart. Since he had yet to assume his official duties, there was no immediate need for him to clock in. However, just as he lifted his foot, Lu Yinpai's voice called out from behind him. "Young hero Lin, please hold on, I have a request." Chapter 44, Allow me to relieve myself first. By the banks of the Lansong River, Lin Chujiu stood alongside Lu Yinpai, gazing at the surging waters. The matter Lu Yinpai sought assistance with was indeed related to their current venture. Initially, Lin Chujiu contemplated declining. Although he would soon become an Yinpai officer, he felt it inappropriate to rush to assist at the first request, as it would undermine his dignity. Yet, one particular statement from Lu Yinpai swayed his decision. This matter pertained to the frontier soldiers, involving spies colluding with the sea tribes, intending to target the frontier forces. Such a straightforward statement instantly shifted Lin Chujiu's perspective. This world encompasses numerous vast domains, each inhabited by various factions engaged in perpetual warfare. Lin Chujiu currently resided within the Great Xian dynasty, which bordered multiple powers, resulting in several frontiers. The location Lu Yinpai referenced was indeed adjacent to the sea tribes. Years prior, the Great Xian dynasty had endured a catastrophic conflict with the sea tribes, suffering heavy casualties, after which both sides had exercised restraint, entering a phase of recuperation. Lin Chujiu's father had participated in that battle, sustaining severe injuries that resulted in the loss of a leg, yet he miraculously survived. Following the war, he returned to his hometown of Wuxianovel County, becoming a constable. Despite his disability, he remained one of the most formidable officers of his time. However, due to the injuries sustained during the war with the sea tribes, he had passed away prematurely. Thus, if this task fell within his capabilities, Lin Chujiu found no valid reason to refuse. "Lu Yinpai, we shall accompany you." Beside him, Luani's eyes flickered as he inquired of Lu Yinpai. Although he held the title of chief in the town martial enforcement, he still had to humble himself before a Yinpai officer. "Unnecessary," Lu Yinpai dismissed. "With your abilities, you would not be of much assistance. I might even need to divert my attention to safeguard you, which would be a hassle." With a wave of his hand, Lu Yinpai disregarded the sentiments of the 2 copper badge holders. "Lin Yinpai, let us depart." Turning back to Lin Chujiu, his demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Moreover, he began addressing Lin Chujiu as Yinpai, mirroring Luani's approach. This not only fostered a sense of closeness, but also instilled a feeling of belonging to the town martial enforcement, encouraging greater dedication. "Let us go." Lin Chujiu glanced at the 2 copper badge holders, nodded, and leapt toward the river's surface. The river wind howled as he rapidly soared 100 zhang into the air. Lin Yinpai's lightness skill is astonishing. Once again overwhelmed by Lin Chujiu's superior strength, the 2 copper badge holders exchanged incredulous glances, unable to contain their astonishment. Meanwhile, Lu Yinpai had already leapt onto the river's surface. With a resounding crash, Lu Yinpai's muscular frame propelled him forward, each step causing the water to shatter with a deafening explosion, as he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The next moment, he kicked down with his other foot, causing yet another section of the water's surface to shatter as he plunged into the depths. Could this be considered lightness skill? Zhang Tongpai, awestruck by Lin Chujiu's display of agility, was momentarily overwhelmed by Lu Yinpai's performance. I cannot say for certain. Before joining the Zhenwu division, Lu Yinpai was a disciple of the mountain-moving sect. Well, you understand. Hovering in the air, riding the wind, Lin Chujiu observed Lu Yinpai sprinting powerfully across the river, and he couldn't help but nod in approval. Quite intriguing. As he descended, Lin Chujiu lightly tapped his toes against the water's surface, sending a fish that had just surfaced to bubble back down. He then leaped forward once more. Even a 5th-rank martial artist cannot sustain endless flight with the wind. It is only natural to leap a distance and seek something to lend strength. The fortunate koi he lightly disturbed, startled, dove deeper into the water. After a fleeting 7 seconds of fading memory, it attempted to resurface. Boom! A resonating sound echoed as ripples violently shook the water's surface, accompanied by an immense force that couldn't be dissipated. The fortunate koi was struck by this tremendous power, instantly rendered dizzy, its body adrift, and unaware of its direction. Of course, Lu Yinpai remained oblivious to the substantial confusion he inadvertently caused the koi as they continued toward their destination, one trailing the other. Lin Chujiu's emotions were momentarily complex. This place was none other than the Lianjiang water fort, where he had spent considerable time during the simulated process. Years ago, the fort had invited him to join, and its leader had been quite a man. Lin Chujiu found it hard to believe that such a man could be a spy colluding with the sea tribes. "Lu Yinpai, are you certain that the spy is indeed the leader of the Lianjiang water fort?" Lu Yinpai nodded. The intelligence I received clearly states that this individual is the figurehead of the Lianjiang water fort, and secret supplies have been transported there. The informant, risking their life to relay this information, leaves no room for doubt. Very well, shall we act directly? Given this, Lin Chujiu felt no need to linger on the matter and inquired of Lu Yinpai. Although he had shared a bond with the leader of the Lianjiang water fort during the simulated process, he understood what the correct decision would entail when it came to matters of border security. No, Lu Yinpai shook his head, explaining that to ensure absolute safety, a plan was essential. I will charge and head on. Lin Chujiu, your lightness skill is remarkable, so you should conceal yourself nearby to completely sever their escape route. Lin Chujiu momentarily struggled to grasp Lu Yinpai's gravity. Lu Yinpai, as far as I know, the leader of the Lianjiang water fort is merely a 6th-rank martial artist, with strength comparable to Zhang Tongpai. Is it necessary to treat him as a formidable foe? Yet, Lu Yinpai solemnly waved his hand. While the leader of the Lianjiang water fort may lack strength, the sea tribes might have accompanying personnel, which we must remain vigilant against. Why did you not mention this earlier? Lin Chujiu felt a twinge of exasperation, sensing he had been led astray. Nevertheless, it seemed that it was not too late. He directly tapped his toes and leaped backward. Lin Chujiu. Lu Yinpai glanced at the Lianjiang water fort ahead, then at Lin Chujiu retreating, momentarily taken aback. Having come this far, surely Lin Xiaoxiao would not be having second thoughts? Thankfully, he heeded Lu Ani's advice to withhold the full truth until their arrival. This could turn disastrous. Curse you, Lu Ani. Your schemes work, but why resort to violence? Fortunately, Lu Yinpai's greatest fear did not materialize. As he leaped back, Lin Chujiu casually remarked, "Wait a moment, I need to relieve myself." With that, he disregarded the astonished Lu Yinpai and sought refuge in a secluded patch of reeds. Lin Chujiu was not genuinely in need of a restroom. Upon entering the reeds, he immediately commenced a simulation, consuming 200 simulation coins, beginning simulation. Without comprehending intent, further simulations would no longer enhance his strength. However, they could serve other purposes. Outside the reeds, Lu Yinpai did not wait long before a composed Lin Chujiu emerged. This time, having chosen to retain his life memories during the simulation, he offered Lu Yinpai a tranquil smile. Lu Yinpai, let us proceed. Chapter 45, Half-Sea People. Outside the Lianjiang water fort, Lu Yinpai watched as Lin Chujiu approached and felt that he seemed somewhat different. Now, there was an air of confidence about him as he moved. However, Lu Yinpai thought little of it, considering Lin Chujiu's demonstrated strength against the blood demon sect's avatar. It was only natural for him to feel self-assured. Lin Yinpai, I entrust everything to you. With that, Lu Yinpai turned his body and charged toward the Lianjiang water fort. Watching Lu Yinpai charge forward like a rampaging bull, Lin Chujiu couldn't help but shake his head. Truly, having returned from the border, he resembled not a martial artist, but rather the force of a battle formation. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiu followed at a leisurely pace, tapping the ground lightly as he sauntered along behind him. If Lu Yinpai had turned back at that moment, he would likely have been filled with questions. As this did not align with their agreed-upon strategy, he had instructed Lin Chujiu to remain behind, to hide and serve as a trump card. Unfortunately, Lin Chujiu, having grasped the dungeon's strategy through simulation, was not adhering to his plan. Boom. Lu Yinpai truly collided with the outer wall of the Lianjiang water fort like a bull, creating a large hole through which he burst inside. He found himself within the fort, but an unusual scent wafting through his nostrils caused him to pause in bewilderment. Lin Yinpai sensed something was amiss. At this moment, he did not consider why Lin Chujiu had followed him inside, but rather uttered in confusion, "This is not right." Indeed, something was amiss. The Lianjiang water fort was unnaturally quiet, with a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Could it be? A tremor ran through Lu Yinpai as he abruptly turned to Lin Chujiu. It cannot be. Lin Chujiu shook his head with irritation, stepping past Lu Yinpai and striding forward. This left Lu Yinpai standing behind, watching as Lin Chujiu navigated the fort with remarkable familiarity, as though strolling through his own courtyard. Bewildered, Lu Yinpai could only follow suit. As for the previously discussed battle plan, what was that? Following Lin Chujiu's lead, the two quickly arrived outside the gathering hall of the Lianjiang water fort. Sensing the commotion inside, Lu Yinpai prepared to charge in, only to be gently halted by Lin Chujiu. Judging by Lin Chujiu's demeanor, it was evident he wished for Lu Yinpai to wait and assess the situation first. Thus, the two concealed themselves outside the gathering hall, listening intently to the voices within. Both being 5th-rank martial artists, they possessed complete control over their bodies, and as long as they were mindful of hiding, it was not difficult to avoid detection by those inside the hall. Through a small hole poked in the paper window, they were able to observe the unfolding situation inside. The gathering hall was strewn with spilled liquor, and a dozen individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. An elderly man with a goat-like beard, drenched in sweat, struggled to sit at the wine table. He pointed a trembling finger at the middle-aged man seated across from him, seething with resentment. Gu Pengfei, how could you act in such a manner? Do you believe you are worthy of the legacy of the illustrious ancestors of the Luoshui sect? The middle-aged man, Gu Pengfei, remained largely unperturbed, replying calmly, Shu, it is not my desire to resort to such desperate measures, but as a fifth-grade martial artist, you leave me no choice. I fear I might not be able to restrain you otherwise. Do you think a mere drop of poison can bring about my demise? Gu Pengfei, you are commendable in many respects, yet your understanding of fifth-grade martial prowess is woefully inadequate. The goat-bearded elder chuckled coldly, his gaze turning increasingly ominous. Even if I were to succumb to poison, you would still have to restrain me here. There are others in the stronghold, and how will you manage them? However, the elder was taken aback when he observed no flicker of shock on Gu Pengfei's countenance. Instead, Gu Pengfei's expression remained composed, even imbued with a chilling intensity. The words that sent shivers down the elder's spine emerged from Gu Pengfei's lips. Rest assured, there are others who will deal with you. Shu, have you lost your senses in your inebriation, failing to realize the gravity of the situation? The scent of blood? Upon this cue from Gu Pengfei, the elder inhaled deeply. And thanks to the heightened senses of a fifth-grade martial artist, he suddenly detected a series of unusual odors wafting through his nostrils. These are your brothers from the Lianjiang water stronghold, whom you have painstakingly nurtured. Do you truly intend to obliterate them in one fell swoop? A flicker of profound sorrow surfaced in Gu Pengfei's eyes, yet he inhaled deeply, his tone hardening once more. Since you have chosen a divergent path, they are no longer my brethren. The foundation of the Lianjiang water stronghold pales in comparison to the significance of this matter. The dramatic spectacle unfolding in the assembly hall captivated the attention of Lu Yinpai outside, who observed with rapt fascination. He raised his brows and communicated with Lin Chujiu. I never imagined Gu Pengfei would collude with the sea tribes, even resorting to betraying his master and kin. What a disgrace. Should we intervene and deal with him now? As a fifth-grade martial artist, utilizing sound waves to communicate discreetly was a trivial feat, yet Lin Chujiu merely smiled faintly, noncommittally replying. It is rare to witness such a performance. Let us observe a while longer. In the midst of their exchange, a new development transpired within the assembly hall. Among the sprawled bodies, one individual slowly rose to his feet. Gu Pengfei, taken aback, stared incredulously at the unfamiliar figure and exclaimed, You are not poisoned? The man, rising, twisted his neck and revealed a sinister smile. With your human concoctions of poison, how could they possibly harm my body? I merely have not savored human cuisine for too long and have indulged to my heart's content. You are a half-sea person. Gu Pengfei's pupils contracted in shock as he recognized the individual before him. With a sudden burst of movement, he leapt from his seat, his feet spinning like a top, delivering a flurry of kicks to the man's cheeks. The sound of impact echoed through the hall as azure true energy radiated outward with each strike, turning the assembly hall into a scene of chaos. Yet, despite the relentless barrage, the half-sea person was unfazed. He extended a hand, grasped Gu Pengfei's right leg, and with a mighty heave, sent Gu Pengfei hurtling across the room. The walls of the assembly hall crumbled as Gu Pengfei's body crashed through, creating a gaping hole. And he continued to soar outward, nearly plunging into the river below. At the edge of the breach, two silhouettes stood, exchanging incredulous glances. They were Lin Chujiu and Lu Yinpai, who had been lurking nearby. However, at that moment, Lu Yinpai's focus was entirely on the half-sea individual within the hall. His gaze fixated on the scales emerging from the back of the man's hands and neck, his expression growing cold. A half-sea person. Chapter 46. This punch will be strong. In the assembly hall of the Lianjiang water stronghold, Lu Yinpai's eyes were riveted on the half-sea person, addressing Lin Chujiu. I was mistaken. The issue does not lie with Gu Pengfei, but rather with his Shu and the half-sea individual before us. Indeed, Lin Chujiu responded calmly, revealing no hint of surprise at Lu Yinpai's sudden shift in perspective. Gu Pengfei, I did not expect you to have made such preparations. The goat-bearded elder in the assembly hall cast a glance at Lin Chujiu and Lu Yinpai, and with a flash of intent in his eyes, he spoke to the half-sea man beside him. Esteemed guest, I must trouble you. No one present here today can be allowed to escape. The half-sea man laughed maniacally, his gaze fixating on Lin Chujiu and Lu Yinpai. How amusing. I can sense that their vitality and physiques are remarkably robust, reminiscent of our half-sea kin. I find myself quite exhilarated. Be cautious, esteemed guest. If I am not mistaken, those two are silver badge enforcers from the Zhenwu division. Should they manage to escape, we would face the dire repercussions of their formidable suppression, which we cannot withstand at present. The goat-bearded elder turned his gaze to the now-recovered Gu Pengfei, a cold smile gracing his lips. Gu Pengfei, you truly have regressed. I thought you possessed some fortitude, yet here you are, secretly collaborating with the Zhenwu division. Suppressing the turmoil within, Gu Pengfei retorted with equal coldness. If you can conspire with foreign entities, then why can't I partner with the Zhenwu division? In truth, as he uttered these words, confusion filled his heart. He knew his own situation. As the leader of the Lianjiang water stronghold, he had maintained a tacit understanding with the Zhenwu division, coexisting peacefully without any prior communication. He had hoped to resolve matters independently to preserve the reputation of the Luoshui sect. Little did he anticipate that among Shu's entourage, there would be a half-sea individual, entirely unlike humanity. The ineffectiveness of the poison had led to his impending failure. Just as he contemplated arguing further with Shu, he was met with a cold stare from Lin Chujiu. Gu, the esteemed leader, spare us the idle chatter. If you delay any longer, your brethren behind you will be lost. Startled, Gu Pengfei glanced around at the others present, gritted his teeth, and bolted away. Clearly, those present were all 5th-grade martial artists. And as a 6th-grade true energy practitioner, remaining there would only serve to highlight the strength of the others without offering any further assistance. Gu Pengfei's abrupt departure caught the attention of the half-sea man. With a guttural sound, the half-sea man spat a thick loogie, transforming it into a lethal projectile aimed at Gu Pengfei. The globule shot forth with a resounding thud, demonstrating the strength of a 5th-grade martial artist's attack. There was no way Gu Pengfei, with his mere 6th-grade prowess, could withstand it. Huh! Lu Yinpai shouted, propelling himself forward with a powerful push, intercepting the projectile. With a punch, he collided directly with the globule. For the first time, Lin Chujiu's expression shifted. In the blink of an eye, a golden radiance enveloped him, and the golden bell shield expanded outward to 3 feet. The half-sea creature, struck by Lu Yinpai's punch, instantly burst apart, scattering droplets that shot out in all directions. First to bear the brunt was Lu Yinpai, who also found himself subjected to a deluge of these splattering droplets. Observing Lin Chujiu, who had summoned the golden bell shield, Lu Yinpai expressed his confusion, saying, Lin Yinpai, fret not. The force of these splashes is negligible. With our physiques, we have nothing to fear. Look. He wiped his face haphazardly and approached Lin Chujiu, showcasing the droplets adorning his own body. Lin Chujiu's face turned pale as he swiftly leaped backward, distancing himself by 2 zhang. He realized that these martial artists were rather indifferent to matters of hygiene, particularly Lu Yinpai, who practiced external hard techniques, an eccentric among eccentrics. As Gu Pengfei fled in haste, he heard a resounding crash, and the chilling aura enveloping him vanished without a trace. He dared not linger any longer and hastened away. Indeed, a practitioner of external hard techniques, he mused. My father once slew a practitioner of the same style. I had the fortune to taste it, and must admit, the texture is unparalleled, a memory that lingers. Is that so? Then, I assure you, what is about to unfold will be equally unforgettable, came the chilling words. With that, Lu Yinpai shattered the ground beneath him and charged forward, delivering a punch aimed at the half-sea creature. With a thunderous crash, his fist struck heavily against the creature's chest. However, a look of horror began to rise in Lu Yinpai's eyes. The half-sea creature's clothing was torn, revealing a thick layer of scales beneath. This formidable armor absorbed Lu Yinpai's powerful blow, allowing the half-sea creature to remain standing firm, not even retreating an inch. Impossible, Lu Yinpai murmured, his eyes widening in disbelief. Not convinced. Come again. I shall allow you a few more strikes. My father always said, before preparing a meal, one must let the ingredients move, enhancing their flavor. The old man with goat-like whiskers, still seated nearby, burst into laughter, nearly gasping for breath in his mirth. Huh, how could you, as a silver badge constable of the town's martial department, be unaware of the half-sea creature's characteristics? Not only can they practice human martial arts, but they also possess the robust physique of the sea folk. If they are both 5th tier, the half-sea creature will undoubtedly be the strongest among them. No 4th-tier warrior can match them, regardless of numbers. Lu Yinpai's expression dimmed considerably, clearly grasping the implications. Despite having visited the borders, this was his first encounter with a 5th-tier half-sea creature. He had believed his years of rigorous training in hard techniques would guarantee his superiority. Yet, it was only in this moment of confrontation that he comprehended how naive he had been. Lin Yinpai, I will hold him off. You must seek out and destroy the secret supplies. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yinpai launched another barrage of punches at the half-sea creature. At this moment, he sought not to triumph, but merely to delay his opponent, allowing Lin Chujiu a chance to locate and obliterate the secret supplies. If he could achieve that, this endeavor would not be in vain. With Lin Chujiu's remarkable lightness of foot, he believed his companion could succeed, provided Lin Yinpai did not act rashly and charge in like himself. After a fruitless assault, as he was kicked into the air by the half-sea creature, Lu Yinpai noticed Lin Chujiu drifting past him, stirring a question within. The direction is wrong, it's not this way. Upon hitting the ground, he heard Lin Chujiu's voice nearby. The strongest 5th tier? I offer you a chance to retract that statement. At that moment, the room erupted with the ferocious sound of surging tides. Watch closely, foul salty fish, this punch will be formidable. In the gathering hall of Lianjiang Water Village, the cacophony of crashing waves filled the air. Lin Chujiu did not rush into a quick strike, but instead gradually amassed his strength, elevating the potency of his impending blow. Before him, the half-sea creature smirked disdainfully, sensing the tidal force of Lin Chujiu's punch. To employ a force mimicking the waves against a half-sea creature was either a fanciful delusion or sheer naivete. The old man with goat-like whiskers wore a similarly scornful expression. When it comes to understanding tides, who could rival a half-sea creature, save for the sea folk themselves? The half-sea creature, brimming with confidence, even spread its arms wide in anticipation. Interesting. It evokes a nostalgic feeling of being embraced by the ocean. Meanwhile, Liu Yinpai, witnessing Lin Chujiu still gathering his strength, felt a sudden surge of urgency. Lin Yinpai, this is a half-sea creature. Such tidal punch techniques are ineffective against it. Change to another martial style. However, it was far too late. In that moment, Lin Chujiu resembled a maverick, resolute in his decision, impervious to any persuasion. With a resounding crash, the sound of tides grew louder. The punch's power surged in 3 waves, each more potent than the last. That Songlong threefold fist was unleashed with Lin Chujiu's full might, delivering a triad of force. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. As Lin Chujiu's fist advanced, he exhaled a breath that accompanied the strike. The azure energy coalesced into a colossal wave, charging forth. In that moment, Lin Chujiu experienced a profound realization. As if his body and fist had transformed into the surging waves themselves. Boom! The already formidable punch power reached unprecedented heights, surging to a new zenith. The crashing waves. In a moment of inspiration, the long elusive ultimate technique of the Songlong threefold fist manifested effortlessly between his fists. It was as if a mighty river had descended upon this very spot. Outside the water village, the waters of the Lansong River roared in unison. The rushing tide merging with Lin Chujiu's punch, aimed squarely at the half-sea creature. Like a river surging forth, the half-sea creature stood as the sturdiest cliff. Yet under such overwhelming force, it trembled. In a display of utter devastation, anything in the path of Lin Chujiu's punch was swept away by the tumultuous tide, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. Even the half-sea creature, proud as it may be, was no exception. Amidst this colossal wave, it was akin to a fragile boat tossed about in the storm, utterly at the mercy of fate. Its body was flung backward, shattered by the impact of the mighty punch. The river-level martial art, Songlong threefold fist's ultimate technique, crashing waves, exhibited such overwhelming power. Even after unleashing such a potent blow, Lin Chujiu maintained control over the subtle nuances of his strength. The fierce punch merely grazed past the old man with goat-like whiskers. The surrounding furniture, including tables and chairs, was swiftly engulfed by a torrent of fist power, reduced to mere rubble in an instant. It was evident that the poisoned elder with goat-like whiskers, if caught in the same onslaught, would meet a fate no better than that of the shattered furnishings. The sheer force of the punch surged forward, obliterating everything in its path. The half-sea man was propelled backward, landing hundreds of feet away. With a resounding crash, a significant portion of the mountain behind the assembly hall was dented, with the half-sea man's body crashing into the newly formed crater. Despite his formidable physique, the half-sea man found himself overwhelmed, spewing a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the goat-whiskered elder trembled in fear as he beheld Lin Chujiu standing resolutely before him. "You are a 4th-grade martial artist?" he stammered, feeling as though all his strength had been drained, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had assumed that 4th-grade warriors were preoccupied with their own affairs and would not deign to visit the small region of Sanjiang. To his astonishment, a genuine martial artist capable of wielding such punch power stood right before him. "Punch power? No, merely a nascent form," Lin Chujiu replied, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. He had felt on the verge of grasping the profound essence of martial spirit, only to find it abruptly halt just as he was about to reach the pinnacle of his potential. This coincided with the moment the half-sea man was sent flying. With a wry smile, Lin Chujiu expressed his resignation, having discerned the underlying reason. The punch's power was already sufficient to incapacitate the half-sea man. The half-sea man could only provide a meager amount of sustenance for his burgeoning martial spirit. With a sudden crash, the mountain's edge collapsed, and the half-sea man tumbled out. Lin Chujiu reached out, summoning a vortex of qi that spiraled and swiftly brought the half-sea man before him. Ru Yinbai, who had been standing behind Lin Chujiu, was astounded. How many formidable martial arts does this Lin Chujiu truly command? As the whirlwind of qi dissipated, the half-sea man, resembling a lifeless fish, thudded to the ground. Lin Chujiu looked down at him and casually inquired, "Ru Yinbai, is it acceptable to eliminate him?" At that moment, the half-sea man's body convulsed, emitting a strange cry. His scales rapidly proliferated, and his face became obscured by dark, scaly skin, transforming his human visage into that of a fish. This was evidently a transformation that enhanced his physical prowess and defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, it proved utterly ineffective against Lin Chujiu's overwhelming might. With the power of a nascent martial spirit propelling his river-class martial arts technique, had he been an ordinary human warrior, he would have already met his demise. Although he lay limply on the ground, the half-sea man still spoke defiantly. "Humph, human, you dare not kill me." Lin Chujiu disregarded the half-sea man's bravado and turned his attention to the goat-whiskered elder. "He claims I lack the courage to kill him. What do you think?" Under Lin Chujiu's piercing gaze, the elder felt a chill run down his spine. Yet, he managed to suppress his discomfort and nodded, saying, "Indeed. I advise you to think carefully. You have no idea how formidable his father truly is." "Formidable? 4th grade, perhaps?" Lin Chujiu chuckled dismissively. "Soon, I shall also break through to become a 4th-grade warrior." The elder scoffed, shaking his head. "4th grade? You overestimate yourself. This esteemed guest's father is one of the current half-sea kings. Even a human master would not dare to show any disrespect in his presence. His mocking laughter continued. I advise you to reconsider. Can this humble Sanjiang truly withstand the wrath of a half-sea king? Lin Chujiu dismissed the elder's warning and instead turned to Ru Yinbai, asking, is the half-sea king truly that powerful? Do we have master-level warriors in the town defense division? What is the strength of the gold medal captains? The half-sea king is indeed powerful. The gold medal captains are all fourth-grade martial artists, and their combat prowess is lacking, Ru Yinbai replied with a cold smile. However, our town defense division serves the court in suppressing the 9 provinces. Surely, we have formidable warriors. The captains above the gold medal rank are feared even by master-level practitioners. Oh, so this fellow can be killed? As he spoke, Lin Chujiu abruptly raised his hand, forming a knife-like gesture. A razor-sharp blade of energy descended, severing the half-sea man's oversized fish head from his body. The head rolled on the ground, its 2 bulging eyes still reflecting a profound confusion towards the world. Ru Yinbai stood in shock, witnessing the scene, and exclaimed in frustration, you can kill him, but not right now. We haven't even inquired about their plans. In the assembly hall of the Jiangshui stronghold, Lin Chujiu shrugged his shoulders. You never specified when I could kill him, so I merely acted on impulse. Ru Yinbai was at a loss for words. Looking at Lin Chujiu's innocent expression, he sighed and shook his head. Fine, he's dead now. What else can we do? Lin Chujiu, however, had already turned to the goat-whiskered elder, wearing a confident smile. Rest assured, I have prepared a contingency plan. Hey, old man. Do tell what your plan entails. The elder's expression had become somewhat dazed. His gaze remained fixed on the rolling head of the half-sea man, struggling to regain his composure. He had anticipated that Lin Chujiu might take action, but he never expected him to do so with such swiftness and decisiveness. Was it the audacity of youth? Or did Lin Chujiu truly disregard the formidable half-sea king? As he processed the tumult of emotions, the elder attempted to maintain his composure, controlling the subtle tremors of his body. Kid, when I was reveling in the martial world, you were still in your mother's womb. Maintain a proper attitude. Want to know our plan? If you speak respectfully, perhaps I might feel generous enough to reveal a fragment of it. Despite his profound fear, the elder held his head high, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon witnessing the death of the half-sea man, he realized that he was now the sole custodian of the entire plan. Thus, he could leverage this knowledge to negotiate for his safety. The living self is undoubtedly more valuable than the self that has succumbed to death. It must be said, the seasoned veterans possess an unparalleled wisdom. Lu Yinpai's brow was already tightly furrowed. Suddenly, Lin Chujiu's palm struck out with lightning speed, delivering a tremendous force to the face of the bearded elder. The elder could hardly contain himself, as his body flew from the chair, spinning twice in the air before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, landing in a most undignified manner. Clutching his swollen face, he spat out several bloodied teeth, incredulously gazing at Lin Chujiu, his eyes filled with fear. He simply could not comprehend how, despite having the initiative in his grasp, the other party could dare to treat him so. As for me, I prefer to express myself through action rather than mere words. Is it not said that actions often hold greater persuasive power than speech? Lin Chujiu placed her palm before her, flexing her fingers, and offered a somewhat bashful smile. I have already spoken with civility. If the esteemed elder has been swayed, would you be so kind as to share the plans with me? Behind her, Lu Yinpai grimaced, covering his face with his hand. He knew all too well that Lin Yinpai would inevitably complicate matters. At that moment, a question arose in his mind. Was it truly wise to endorse this young hero, Lin Xiaoxia, as the chief investigator of the Zhenwu division? Indeed, the situation was unfolding in the very manner Lu Yinpai had dreaded. The fallen bearded elder began to chuckle coldly, a manic grin spreading across his face as if he had nothing to lose. Well, very well, you are indeed formidable. A young hero of remarkable prowess, but I would rather die than divulge even the slightest detail. What can you do to me? No one could doubt the elder's resolve. While humans naturally fear death, a martial artist who has reached the 5th rank possesses a willpower that is not to be underestimated. When hope seems lost, the determination to perish alongside one's secrets is not something the bearded elder lacked. Yet, Lin Chujiu continued to smile lightly, seemingly unfazed by the deadlock. A casual remark echoed in the ears of both individuals present. Is it not merely a vat of Sea King's blood? Why the secrecy? Sea King's blood. Upon hearing this phrase, Lu Yinpai's body jolted, his expression turning grave. Meanwhile, the bearded elder's pupils dilated, his demeanor one of utter shock as he gazed at Lin Chujiu, his body trembling uncontrollably as he muttered, "It's impossible. How could you possibly know?" Lin Chujiu merely smiled, remaining silent. In truth, he had already grasped this information during previous simulations. Of course, the methods employed to extract such details from the simulations were not for the ears of outsiders. In any case, in the realm of reality, it was merely a formality. What followed unfolded logically. Once the elder's psychological defenses were shattered, his resolve crumbled, leaving him with no choice but to divulge everything. At the riverside of Lianjiang Water Village, Lu Yinpai, gripping the bearded elder, looked at Lin Chujiu with a serious expression. Lin Pai, this matter is of great importance. I must return to the Sihai mansion at once, and even proceed to the prefecture to report to the esteemed investigator. You will need to handle matters here in Sanjiang County, and I shall report your promotion to the silver badge as well. Lin Chujiu nodded with a smile. Rest assured, since this matter pertains to the prefectural level, it must be reported promptly. I will ensure that everything in Sanjiang County is managed appropriately. Very well. I entrust this to you. Considering that Lin Chujiu was not yet the true silver badge investigator of the Zhenwu division, Lu Yinpai took out his own investigator's badge and handed it to Lin Chujiu. Although Luani was not unwise, it is best to lend you my badge for the time being. With the badge in hand, you can command the copper, iron, and wooden badges of the Zhenwu division in Sanjiang County. Lin Chujiu accepted the badge without hesitation, watching as Lu Yinpai departed across the waves. He understood Lu Yinpai's urgency. The plan extracted from the bearded elder was nothing short of chilling. The Sea Tribe had allied with certain half-sea tribesmen, along with some humans, to pour the Sea King's blood, acquired from the Sea Tribe, into the rivers of the human territories, thereby polluting the water. It was said that this Sea King's blood had been treated through special methods by the Sea Tribe. Once the normal fish in the human seas were contaminated, mutations could ensue. Moreover, the human drinking water sources were evidently a part of their contamination scheme. Clearly, these tainted waters, mixed with Sea King's blood, could lead to dire consequences for the human populace once ingested. The bearded elder and the half-sea individual before him, as fifth-rank warriors, were merely responsible for a small segment of the overall plan in Sanjiang County. Similar occurrences were likely in the prefectural capital and other counties as well. Fortunately, according to the bearded elder, this Sea Tribe plan had only temporarily extended to the human territories closest to the Sea Tribe's domain. Naturally, as a fifth-rank martial artist, the elder was not the mastermind behind the plan, and what he knew was likely only a fraction, serving merely as a reference. Lin Chujiu exhaled softly. As a sound approached from behind, Gu Pengfei, the leader of Lianjiang Water Village, had arrived nearby. Thank you, young hero. Were it not for your timely assistance, Pengfei would have faced defeat, and Lianjiang Water Village would have been utterly destroyed. Turning around, Lin Chujiu regarded Gu Pengfei, with whom he had shared a bond during a previous simulation, feeling a sense of tranquility. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating that the matter was trivial, and inquired, "Have you found the items? Most have already been dumped into the river, but a small portion has been transported through other channels into the main city of Sanjiang County. If we act quickly, we should still be able to intercept them. Is the information accurate?" Gu Pengfei paused momentarily before nodding, a pained expression crossing his face. "Those individuals were brothers I brought out years ago. After extracting the information, I personally saw them off." "Very well, I understand." Lin Chujiu nodded, his body lifting into the wind as he soared towards the banks of the Lansong River. "Young hero, I will accompany you." "There's no need." Gu Pengfei, taken aback by the rejection, stood momentarily in confusion before finally recalling to shout towards the river, "Young hero, it's the Dedeo Hall." "I am aware." A response came amidst the rushing wind, while Lin Chujiu's figure had already transformed into a small black, darting across the river's surface. Chapter 49. Who gave you the courage? In a dilapidated courtyard near the Zhuwu Tower in Sanjiang County, Lin Chujiu sat in a room, eyes closed in meditation. It had not been long since he returned from Lianjiang Water Village. The sun was now at its zenith. Abruptly, Lin Chujiu opened his eyes. His gaze fell upon the incense burner before him, where a stick of incense lit earlier had just burned out. According to the prior simulation, it was now time for the anticipated visitor to arrive. Indeed, faint sounds reached his ears, emanating from outside the courtyard. "Come in." Lin Chujiu called out calmly, gesturing lightly, causing the door to creak open as the chi surged forth. Through the ajar door, one could behold him seated within the room, exuding an air of aloofness, as if he were a transcendent being detached from the mortal realm. Yet, apart from the earlier faint sounds, an unsettling silence enveloped the courtyard, devoid of any further noise. The anticipated figure, who was meant to burst into the courtyard and call for help, was conspicuously absent. What could be amiss? Had something gone awry? Lin Chujiu found himself thoroughly perplexed. According to the results of the previous simulation, at this very moment, Song Dao of the Dedeo Hall was supposed to rush into the courtyard seeking his assistance. Just as this thought stirred within him, a barely audible, hoarse voice emerged from the entrance of the courtyard. Lin Chujiu sprang to his feet, and in the blink of an eye, he was at the threshold. There lay a wounded figure, barely clinging to life at the entrance of the small courtyard. It was the anticipated young Song Dao, albeit in a state quite different from what he had envisioned. In the prior simulation, while Song Dao had appeared somewhat disheveled, he had at least been full of vigor. How could he now seem so feeble, as if a mere loud utterance might extinguish his breath? Was there a divergence between the simulation and reality? Lin Chujiu furrowed his brow, his mind racing through the implications of the current predicament. He was not entirely unprepared for this situation. If one were to pinpoint the discrepancy between reality and the last simulation, it would lie in the treatment of that half-sea person. Prior to entering the Lianjiang Water Village, he had conducted a simulation, In that instance, to elicit details about the Sea King's blood plan, he had refrained from immediately dispatching the half-sea person. In the ensuing reality, armed with the knowledge of the plan, he had no need to spare the half-sea person's life. In a swift motion, he had delivered a lethal blow, inadvertently setting off a chain of events that diverged from the expected outcome. "Hero, please help me." Song Dao lay prostrate on the ground, clutching the cold moon blade tightly, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Chujiu. "Do not rush. Rise first, and we shall discuss matters at length." Despite Song Dao's apparent distress, Lin Chujiu, with the acute senses befitting a fifth-tier martial artist, detected a peculiar transformation occurring within him. A formidable force surged through Song Dao's being, revealing an extraordinary vitality that belied his seemingly critical state. This was markedly different from the events of the simulation. Lin Chujiu found himself momentarily at a loss for the specifics. Perhaps having caught sight of Lin Chujiu had alleviated some of Song Dao's anxiety, as he attempted to rise from the ground. Regrettably, as he exerted himself, veins bulged beneath his skin, which split with a sharp crack. Blood flowed from the torn flesh, causing Song Dao's body to convulse in agony. Outside the courtyard, new sounds erupted. "That kid really came this way. Tighten the net. Do not let him escape. You lot. Surround the area. I will ensure he cannot flee." Amidst the cacophony, a dozen men wielding glimmering cleavers emerged in the alleyway near the courtyard. With a flurry, 7 or 8 men circled around, enclosing the courtyard. Leading the charge were 4 burly figures who had clearly observed Lin Chujiu standing there. However, his youthful visage evoked little alarm in them. In prominent martial sects and clans, prodigious young talents were not uncommon. Yet, in this minor locale of Sanjiang County, it seemed implausible such heirs would find themselves in such a remote place, coincidentally encountered by these men. "Kid, hand that fellow over to me. Sever one of your arms, and I shall spare your life." The leader of the thugs, seasoned in the ways of the underworld, spoke with a tone that reeked of experience. Lin Chujiu glanced at the men opposite him before redirecting his gaze back to Song Dao. "Why are they pursuing you? Is it because of the Sea King's blood?" Even though the unfolding events diverged from the simulation, he resolved to confront the matter directly, unwilling to squander time. "Do you know of the Sea King's blood?" At this revelation, not only did Song Dao stare at Lin Chujiu in shock, but the men nearby also fixed their gaze upon him, their eyes brimming with malice. "Kid, I initially intended to merely disable one of your arms, but since you possess knowledge of the Sea King's blood, you cannot be allowed to live." With a wave of his hand, the 3 cleavers at his side were already slicing toward Lin Chujiu. Lin Chujiu did not even need to lift a finger. With a mere focus of his gaze, an aura reminiscent of an ancient beast descended upon the scene with terrifying intensity. The clang of metal echoed as the 3 assailants dropped their cleavers to the ground, unable to withstand the overwhelming pressure, collapsing in a heap, drenched in sweat. Only the leader remained, barely able to stand, his grip on the cleaver shaking, betraying the turmoil within. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as he struggled to maintain composure, raising his weapon toward Lin Chujiu, his voice trembling with authority. "Kid, I do not care who you are. Meddling in the affairs of our Dedeo Hall will not end well for you." With a single step forward, Lin Chujiu's footfall, though subtle, reverberated in the thug's heart like the toll of a great bell. The cleaver slipped from the thug's grasp, and he too tumbled to the ground. "Not a single one of you possesses innate abilities, yet you dare to act so brazenly before me. Who granted you such audacity?" There was no need for further inquiry. It was I. A new figure emerged from beyond the courtyard, striding with confidence, a long blade resonating at his back. The newcomer approached Lin Chujiu, clasping his hands in greeting, and proclaimed, "Hua Ming pays his respects to the young hero. This Song Dao is one of my Dedeo Hall members. His fate is a matter for our hall to resolve. I kindly request that you return him to me, and I would be most grateful." "And you are?" Lin Chujiu inquired with an air of indifference. The newcomer, maintaining an amiable demeanor, replied, "I am Hua Ming, the leader of Dedeo Hall." Lin Chujiu nodded, a glint of interest in his smile. "A practitioner of innate true energy. No wonder you managed to scrape by under the watchful eyes of Luani in the Sanjiang County's martial office." Upon hearing Lin Chujiu effortlessly discern his cultivation level and the dismissive tone towards the Sanjiang County's chief constable, Hua Ming's eyelids flickered, and uncertainty crept into his heart. He dared not act rashly, lowering his head slightly in a rare display of humility, and pleaded earnestly, "This Song Dao has committed an act of insubordination against the hall. I humbly ask for your understanding of my predicament and seek your assistance." As soon as Hua Ming's words escaped his lips, a peculiar sound emanated from the ground before him. He cast his gaze downward, only to find Song Dao's eyes, now devoid of life, fixed upon him with an unsettling intensity reminiscent of dead fish. "You treacherous cur, betrayer of your own master," he thought. Before he could finish his thoughts, Song Dao emitted a strange, eerie cry and lunged violently towards Hua Ming. Lin Chujiu, observing closely, noticed that Song Dao's condition was far from ordinary. His exposed skin had become entirely covered in familiar scales, though it was unclear when this transformation had occurred. In a dilapidated courtyard, Song Dao abruptly entered this bizarre state and launched an attack against Hua Ming. A chilling aura of dread washed over Huoming, prompting him to retreat in alarm. His right hand instinctively moved to grasp the long blade at his back, but the figure charging at him was relentless, making it difficult to draw his weapon in time. In that moment, regret washed over him. Had he known, he wouldn't have attempted to appear grand by sheathing his long blade behind him. In times of crisis, such bravado had left him ill-prepared. Fortunately, his mastery of the 6th tier of genuine energy proved advantageous, allowing him to push off the ground and narrowly evade the onslaught. With a thunderous crash, Song Dao barreled forward, crashing into the wall of the alleyway, causing it to collapse. Though his strength in this state was astonishing, his agility seemed greatly diminished. Finally managing to draw his long blade, Huoming had no intention of holding back. He swung it directly at Song Dao. A wave of blade energy traversed 20 yards, striking Song Dao with force. Lin Chujiu furrowed his brow but refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe quietly. At that moment, he sensed that the Song Dao, having demolished the alley wall, exuded a formidable presence far beyond what he typically possessed. While Huoming's strike held considerable power, it was evident that it would not inflict harm on Song Dao in this extraordinary state. Indeed, with a bizarre low growl, Song Dao charged toward Huoming's blade energy. The sharp strike merely tore through his garments, failing to breach the strange scales that now adorned his exterior. With another thunderous impact, Song Dao crashed through yet another wall. However, it was clear that his consciousness was waning. This latest attack was again evaded by Huoming. After several futile charges, Song Dao, covered in scales, let out a pained roar. No longer advancing, he stood amidst the chaos, howling at the sky, tears streaming from his lifeless eyes. Yet, even in this dire state, he clung tightly to the treasured cold moon blade, unwilling to let it fall to the ground. Given his condition, it seemed unlikely that he would remember how to wield it. Suddenly, Lin Chujiu noticed that as tears flowed from Song Dao's eyes, the scales covering his body began to show signs of receding. Although his limbs remained enveloped in scales, those on his face had sunk beneath his skin, vanishing completely. Thanks to this development, Song Dao's eyes regained a semblance of clarity. Instinctively, he raised the cold moon blade in his hand. Huoming also noticed this change. He lifted his long blade, seizing the initiative. However, the blade's trajectory did not exhibit the sharp lethality typical of ordinary martial arts. Instead, tendrils of verdant energy coiled around Song Dao's form in intricate patterns. These green blade energies, resembling vines, wrapped around Song Dao in multiple layers, creating a massive cage that constricted inward. Lin Chujiu understood that these seemingly vine-like energies were imbued with the sharp characteristics of blade energy. Once Song Dao was ensnared, it remained uncertain whether the scales on his body could provide adequate protection. He quickly discerned that Huoming, the master of the Great Blade Hall, was employing a technique of the creek level, and this particular maneuver was clearly the hallmark of such martial artistry. It was indeed surprising for a mere master of the Great Blade Hall to possess such skill. Even more astonishing was that as Huoming unleashed this technique, Lin Chujiu felt the energy within him stir. Long unpracticed techniques seemed to beckon him to act. Yet, he ultimately restrained this impulse, for within the verdant cage, Song Dao was preparing to strike. The cold moon blade glinted with a chilling radiance as it cleaved through the air, unleashing a blinding wave of blade energy. White Tiger breaks the army. It was a move Lin Chujiu knew all too well, a signature technique of the Creek level's White Tiger blade art. Yet, how could Song Dao, having received the manual only recently, master such a formidable technique so swiftly? Moreover, how could he wield such power without having reached the innate energy realm? Surely, the influence of his Sea King blood was at play. Clearly, Song Dao's current peculiar state was intricately linked to that very blood. Thus, the Sea King blood that the old bearded man had entrusted to the Great Blade Hall for infusion into the water supply had not been wasted. Rather, it had found its way into Song Dao's body. These thoughts raced through Lin Chujiu's mind in an instant. Meanwhile, the blazing blade energy surged forth, slicing through the verdant cage with a resounding rip. In an instant, the green blade energy that constituted the cage was cleaved apart, and the fierce momentum of the blade continued towards Huoming. Startled, Huoming raised his long blade in a desperate attempt to defend himself. Yet, before the ferocious blade energy, even the finest steel could not withstand a single blow. With a sharp crack, his blade shattered, and he lunged aside, narrowly escaping with his life. However, though he survived, one of his arms was severed, blood mingling with the earth. Ha ha ha, you wretched cur, look at you now. Song Dao, seemingly drained of strength after executing his strike, leaned heavily upon his blade, nearly collapsing. Yet, witnessing Huoming fall to the ground, missing an arm, filled him with a sense of exhilaration, and he laughed unabashedly. A terrified Huoming, gazing at the laughing Song Dao, screamed in disbelief, "Impossible! You, a mere 7th tier, even with the Sea King's blood. How could you possibly overcome my ultimate technique, the Azure Tiger Entangling Spirit?" With a spurt of blood, Song Dao, his face smeared with crimson, wore a mocking grin. "When you betrayed and murdered the old master, you surely never anticipated that the Azure Tiger blade art he brought from the Absolute Blade sect had a natural nemesis. Did you? A nemesis? Song Dao looked at Huaming, slowly parting his lips in response to the anticipation in his opponent's eyes. Well then, I shall not divulge anything to you. You may carry this question with you until your dying breath. The mocking words of Song Dao ignited a fierce rage within Huaming. Having diligently honed his skills in the Qinghu blade technique for many years, he had risen to the rank of a 6th grade innate warrior, and as the master of a hall, he could not allow himself to be trifled with. Resolving his thoughts, he raised his gaze towards Lin Chujiu and said, "Young hero, as you can see, this individual has undergone a bizarre transformation and has become akin to an alien creature. I beseech you to lend your hand in vanquishing this fiend. The Great Blade Hall shall reward you handsomely, and the Town Martial Division will also bestow commendations." Through their earlier confrontation, he had observed that Lin Chujiu remained uninvolved, suggesting that his relationship with Song Dao was not particularly amicable. Moreover, Song Dao had consumed the blood of the Sea King, transforming into a non-human entity. Thus, slaying such a creature was a matter of righteousness. And he was not concerned about Lin Chujiu's reluctance to assist. As he spoke, he felt an unsettling tingling sensation coursing through his body, instinctively reaching up to scratch his face. At that moment, he noticed Lin Chujiu regarding him with an expression that seemed to convey pity. "I advise you to concern yourself with your own plight first." Chapter 51. I should hesitate. In the dilapidated courtyard, the fallen Huaming was suddenly enveloped by rapidly growing, peculiar scales. While he was understandably filled with dread, Lin Chujiu, standing nearby, had already grasped the situation. It was evident that Huaming, too, had been tainted by the blood of the Sea King. Whether it was the lingering effects of the previous blade energy or the backlash from Song Dao's spitting of reverse blood, Huaming was transforming before Lin Chujiu's eyes into a being that was half fish and half human, reminiscent of Song Dao's earlier metamorphosis. "You wretched creature. You find yourself in this state as well. Since you have also become such, you shall accompany me," Song Dao murmured darkly, struggling to approach Huaming. However, an unexpected change occurred. Just as Song Dao intended to deliver a final blow to conclude matters, the seemingly incapacitated Huaming suddenly sprang to life. Huaming, now exhibiting unexpected vitality, appeared far from gravely injured. His strength and speed seemed to surpass his previous state. With a resounding thud, he collided forcefully with Song Dao's abdomen, sending him hurtling backwards. As Song Dao coughed blood upon landing, Huaming rose triumphantly, laughter echoing in the air. In that brief encounter, he had not only sent Song Dao sprawling, but had also seized the cold moon blade from his grasp. A fierce aura surged forth from Huaming's transformed figure, his neck and face now completely covered in scales. Yet, he retained a remarkable clarity of mind. He reveled in the powerful energy surging through him, his laughter wild and fervent. "So this is the power of the Sea King's blood. I should have harnessed it for myself long ago. My innate prowess surpasses yours, and the magnitude of power I can absorb far exceeds anything you can contend with. What do you have to fight me?" At that moment, the wound on his severed arm had surprisingly ceased to bleed, and he felt a strange sensation as if new flesh was beginning to regenerate. However, the miraculous rebirth of blood and flesh did not come to pass. Instead, Huaming's confidence soared to unprecedented heights. He could sense that, even with one arm missing, his strength had increased rather than diminished. He now felt capable of confronting not only 6th grade warriors of his rank, but also those of the 5th grade Qi realm without hesitation. Thus, his gaze settled upon Lin Chujiu, who stood closest to him. "Boy, do you now regret not having slain me at the outset?" A euphoric grin spread across Huaming's face as he erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Allow me to enlighten you on the treachery of the martial world." With a single-handed grip on the cold moon blade, he swung forward, unleashing tendrils of emerald blade energy that once again filled the courtyard. This time, however, the blade energy was vastly more potent, likely tenfold stronger than before. Such formidable power would likely overwhelm even 5th grade warriors. Yet, Lin Chujiu did not flinch. He stepped forward, delivering a straightforward punch. The familiar sound of crashing waves resonated in the air. The tidal threefold punch descended, tearing through the resilient cage of emerald blade energy. As the tidal force advanced, it met the blade's edge. Upon contact, the renowned treasure blade, once hailed by Song Dao, emitted a mournful cry before shattering into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. At that moment, Lin Chujiu's fist neared Huaming's face. With a fleeting thought, he instinctively tempered his strength. Thud! His fist struck Huaming squarely on the jaw, the scales upon his face offering no resistance. Teeth and foul blood erupted as Huaming was sent flying backward like a lifeless fish. Lin Chujiu's fist shimmered with golden light, indicating that he had activated his protective martial art, the Golden Bell Shield. While the situation was grim, Lin Chujiu could not allow the Sea King's blood to touch his skin, perhaps due to the fact that this attack was not a culmination of his most powerful technique, and having restrained his strength, Huaming did not perish immediately upon impact. Roar! After receiving Lin Chujiu's blow, Huaming seemed dazed, his cries sounding increasingly inhuman. With a heavy thud, a foot pressed down on his back, pinning him back to the ground as he attempted to rise. No matter how he struggled or screamed, He found himself utterly immobilized. The weight of that foot felt like a mountain, unyielding and immovable. A chilling whisper drifted from behind him. You may have misunderstood something. Lin Chujiu spoke calmly. I have slain purebred half-sea beings before. You, a mere imitation, dare to dream of controlling your own fate? Hua Ming, firmly held down by Lin Chujiu's foot, could not escape. At that moment, however, blood surged violently within his severely injured body. In the blink of an eye, his skin began to crack extensively, and the resilient blood vessels of a sixth-grade warrior could no longer withstand the sudden pressure, bursting one after another. Hua Ming, who still bore some semblance of humanity, now found his form rapidly shifting towards the inhuman. This transformation was undeniably a consequence of the Sea King's blood. Perhaps due to his grievous wounds or the depth of his resentment, he was affected by the Sea King's blood far more profoundly than Song Dao. Lin Chujiu's gaze flickered as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Hua Ming's current state was no longer recognizable as human. Yet, before he could act, Song Dao, having dragged his injured form over, pleaded, Hero, grant me the opportunity to send him off personally. It was clear that Song Dao was not in a good condition either. Very well. Lin Chujiu glanced at him, nodded, and lifted his foot from Hua Ming. The oppressive weight upon his body dissipated, and the once clear mind of Hua Ming had long since faded. With a primal instinct, he crawled up, intent on lunging towards Lin Chujiu. Alas, at that moment, Song Dao had already prepared himself. His entire body was rapidly covered in scales, with his arm entirely enveloped in a bizarre, armored hide. Die. Fueled by a torrent of resentment, Song Dao thrust his arm forward. Although he possessed merely the strength of a postnatal warrior, the armor allowed him to effortlessly breach the defenses of the innate warrior Hua Ming, driving deep into his chest cavity. With a violent pull, he extracted a still twitching organ from the gaping wound in Hua Ming's chest. In Hua Ming's gradually clearing eyes, Song Dao exerted force, his scaled fingers crushing the heart of his opponent before him. As blood splattered, Hua Ming's body swiftly lost its vitality. Before drawing his last breath, he spat out his final words to Song Dao. Is it worth it to sacrifice your life for that old man who has long since perished? Observing the lifeless form of Hua Ming crumpled on the ground, Song Dao grinned widely, relishing the moment. Of course it's worth it. From that day onward, I vowed to make you pay, and I have ultimately succeeded. Crack. The blood within Song Dao surged ferociously, his veins beginning to burst. It was evident that he was on the brink of following Hua Ming into oblivion. Yet, at that moment, he gritted his teeth against the agonizing transformation. Tearing open Hua Ming's pant leg to retrieve a piece of animal hide scroll, he then pressed it into Lin Chujiu's hands. This is the manual for the Qing Tiger Sword technique. Heroes may not require it, but I have nothing else to offer in return. Lin Chujiu accepted it in silence, glancing at the increasingly deteriorating Song Dao, and instinctively inquired, What about you? What are your plans? In truth, such a question was superfluous. Hua Ming, as a sixth-grade warrior, could not withstand the onslaught of the Sea King's blood, rapidly transforming into a non-human entity before being slain by Song Dao. Meanwhile, Song Dao's physical condition was even worse than Hua Ming's, having consumed an even greater amount of the Sea King's blood. His transformation into a non-human was an inevitable fate. Or rather, once Song Dao chose to ingest the Sea King's blood, this outcome was already sealed. I know I secretly overheard their plans and understood the dangers of the Sea King's blood, but for me, was this not an excellent opportunity? The willpower of Song Dao was terrifyingly strong. Even as his form neared complete monstrosity, he retained clarity of mind. I know I am about to become a monster. And when that time comes, you, the hero, will undoubtedly kill me without hesitation. Lin Chujiu fell silent for a moment. In the murky gaze of Song Dao, he surprisingly shook his head, saying, No, before I kill you, I should hesitate. Coughing laughter escaped Song Dao's lips. What a pity. Humans are truly greedy beings. We had promised no regrets, yet here we are, unable to let go. With another laugh, Song Dao declared, I shan't let you hesitate. In the moment before his eyes turned entirely murky, he suddenly twisted his right hand, decisively thrusting the scaled palm into his own chest. Chapter 52, The Sea King's Blood. Before Lin Chujiu, Song Dao extracted his own heart from within and crushed it into fragments. Lin Chujiu gazed at him with a complex expression but did not intervene. The vitality of Song Dao's body had already been ravaged by the Sea King's blood, even if he did not take his own life. Once he completely lost his senses and transformed into a non-human entity, Lin Chujiu would still have to take action. Given Song Dao's resolve, Lin Chujiu felt it necessary to respect his choice. Despite having crushed his heart, Song Dao had not entirely lost his life. It was as if he suddenly recalled something. Anxiously glancing at the animal hide scroll in Lin Chujiu's hands, exclaiming, Ju Dao Min, Ju. However, that was his limit. He finally collapsed. The spark of life extinguished from his being before he could finish his final words. The 5 tigers of Ju Dao Min, Lin Chujiu mused, glancing at the scroll that contained the Qing Tiger's sword technique, a conjecture forming in his mind. Just as this thought began to surface, Lin Chujiu sensed a powerful force rapidly coalescing before him. Instinctively, his body reacted. A layer of golden light enveloped him, activating the defensive martial art, the Golden Bell Shield. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted before him, a fierce power detonating within Song Dao's body, shattering him to pieces while the violent force surged outward, wreaking havoc. Surrounding them, including Hua Ming's corpse and other members of the Blade Hall, none were spared, all reduced to mere flesh in the explosion. In an instant, Lin Chujiu, having activated the Golden Bell Shield, emerged unscathed. At that moment, a fist-sized mass of viscous, azure liquid erupted from the center of the explosion, swiftly darting away. Lin Chujiu's expression darkened to its utmost, but he had no time to spare for anything else. With a push of his toes against the ground, he soared into the air like a great bird. This azure viscous liquid was undoubtedly the Sea King's blood. In the previous simulation, the Sea King's blood had been contained within a specialized vessel and had not been consumed by Song Dao. In that instance, the blood was ultimately presented to the Zhenwu division in its container, leaving Lin Chujiu with little understanding of it. Thus, he had not anticipated that the Sea King's blood would seemingly possess intelligence and attempt to flee. The Sea King's blood was of utmost importance and could not be allowed to escape. The fleeing liquid moved at a remarkable speed. Yet Lin Chujiu's lightness technique was equally swift. The two maintained a considerable distance, racing forward in a desperate pursuit. Lin Chujiu's brow furrowed. He discerned that the Sea King's blood was heading toward the riverbank. Clearly, it sought to plunge into the water. Should this blood merge with the river, it would render his efforts utterly futile. As he continued his pursuit, vast distances fell behind him, and in the blink of an eye, he was merely a few miles from the riverbank. At this point, however, Lin Chujiu had only managed to close the distance by a few dozen feet. If he continued at this pace, it was evident he would struggle to catch up before reaching the riverbank. Nevertheless, the distance he had closed was sufficient. Lin Chujiu showed no sign of the expected concern on his face. His extensive knowledge allowed him to find suitable countermeasures in times of need. Boom. In the midst of his relentless pursuit, Lin Chujiu flicked his fingers in midair. Once more, he unleashed the rapid thunder finger technique with a speed akin to lightning. With a thunderous crack, the fleeing Sea King's blood quivered violently, scattering from its gathered mass. The scattered blood of the Sea King had evidently lost its instinctive intelligence to flee, desperately attempting to converge back into a single mass. During this struggle to regroup, Lin Chujiu had drawn considerably closer. Once the Sea King blood had successfully coalesced, it appeared to regain its sentience, soaring once more towards the riverbank. However, with Lin Chujiu now significantly nearer, it was inconceivable that he would grant it such an opportunity. A resounding thud reverberated as the thunder finger struck again, causing the Sea King blood to scatter once more. Lin Chujiu edged even closer, and at that moment, two figures had already arrived from the opposite side. There was no need to be within proximity. Their appearances were unmistakably clear to Lin Chujiu. They were none other than the two bronze badge captains from the Zhenwusi of Sanjiang County, Luani and Zhang. It was apparent that while they had been stationed by the riverside, both Luani and Lin Chujiu had inadvertently forgotten to inform them upon completing their tasks, leaving them to wait at the riverbank until now. Lin Yinbai, we are here to assist you. Although the two bronze badges might not have grasped the full extent of the situation, they were clearly aware of the urgency upon witnessing the unfolding events. Both rushed forward, intent on intercepting the Sea King blood. To their surprise, as they reached halfway, Lin Chujiu had already unleashed another strike, scattering the Sea King blood once more and enveloping it with his chi. Luani and Zhang maintained their forward momentum, momentarily speechless and feeling rather awkward. Their assistance had proven to be somewhat futile. Observing their discomfort, Lin Chujiu remained unfazed. He nodded in acknowledgement and stated, "The Sea King blood is exceedingly perilous. Your cultivation levels are insufficient. It would be prudent for you to keep your distance." The two bronze badge captains exchanged glances, sharing a resigned smile. In just a day or two, the shift in their identities and abilities had left them somewhat disoriented. While Lin Chujiu's words may have held truth, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. "I shall take the Sea King blood and devise a means to handle it. You two should return to the Zhenwusi," Lin Chujiu declared as he prepared to turn away. Luani, in a moment of urgency, called out, "Lin Yinbai, this." To be candid, they were acutely aware that he was not yet a true silver badge captain. Given the significance of the Sea King blood, it would undoubtedly be safer in the hands of the Zhenwusi than in his possession. Noticing the expression on Luani's face, Lin Chujiu understood their concerns all too well. He offered a faint smile, producing the silver badge gifted by Lu Yinbai and waving it in front of them. "Regarding this matter, Lu Yinbai has entrusted me with full authority. I trust you have no objections?" "Your words carry weight, Lin Yinbai. In that case, we shall comply with your arrangements," Luani replied. Though he was a district captain, he could only acquiesce in the presence of a silver badge. "That is agreeable." With a light-hearted tone, Lin Chujiu pocketed the silver badge and, with his chi binding the Sea King blood, soared away. Upon returning to the site, he cast a glance at the dilapidated courtyard, now reduced to ruins, and shook his head as he departed. Despite the tragic demise of life, with bones turned to dust, And the bittersweet victory of Song Dao in slaying Hua Ming, it was a fulfillment of desire and thus a form of justice served. In this world of martial heroes, he bore no significant regrets. Though he had shared an acquaintance with Hua Ming, there was no need for excessive lamentation. After dispelling any lingering sentiments of melancholy, Lin Chujiu proceeded to the Dideo Hall, relying on his previous simulations to swiftly locate the specially crafted container still left behind. After resealing the Sea King blood into the container, Lin Chujiu finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, gazing at the Sea King blood within the vessel, he fell into silence for a while before commencing a new simulation. Consuming 200 simulation coins, beginning simulation. Chapter 53, Absorbing the Sea King blood. Within the Dideo Hall, Lin Chujiu initiated another simulation. At 18 years old, you have become a 5th-tier martial artist, and you possess the Sea King blood. Choice 1. Submit the Sea King blood to the Zhen Wuxi for handling. Choice 2. Delay submission and explore its mysteries yourself. He chose the second option. With the simulator at his disposal, Lin Chujiu would not forego this rare opportunity to delve into the secrets of the Sea King blood. At 18 years old, you observe the Sea King blood and discover that its essence contains extraordinary powers. After much contemplation, you dare not consume it directly, yet your body, having practiced the blood refinement technique, displays a profound yearning for it. At 18 years old, you attempt to absorb the essence of the Sea King blood using the blood refinement technique. At 18 years old, you successfully refine and absorb the entirety of the Sea King blood's essence, resulting in a monumental transformation in your physical strength. You feel as if, without using your chi, you could overpower several past versions of yourself with a single hand. At 18 years old, the alien power contained within the Sea King blood proves too potent for your body to endure, leading to a ghastly transformation into a half-fish, half-human form. After enduring the agony for 7 days, you ultimately succumb and die. You have perished. Excellent. Yet another flamboyant demise in the simulation. Lin Chujiu chose not to retain his power level. For doing so would not merely preserve his cultivation level at the end of the simulation, but would also encompass the physical state resulting from absorbing the Sea King blood. Clearly, retaining such a state would likely lead to a similar fate of exploding in reality. This was evidently not a wise choice. After opting to retain his memories, Lin Chujiu regarded the Sea King blood peacefully resting in its container and, after a moment of silence, resolved not to abandon his pursuit. He continued with the simulation. At 18 years old, you attempt to absorb the essence of the Sea King blood using the blood refinement technique. At 18 years old, you successfully refine and absorb 1/10 of the Sea King blood's essence, resulting in a significant enhancement in your physical strength. You feel that without employing your chi, you can barely match your previous self. At 18 years old, although the alien power within the Sea King blood is formidable, your body remains capable of withstanding it, resulting in a miraculous transformation that allows you to breathe freely underwater. At 18 years old, you dive into the water and discover that your body surpasses that of a fish, allowing you to traverse the 3 rivers in a single day without needing to surface for air, an exhilarating experience. At 19 years old, you have thoroughly absorbed the Sea King blood, leaving no lingering effects. At 19 years old, you continue to refine and absorb a portion of the Sea King blood's essence, leading to another substantial increase in your physical strength. You feel that without using your chi, your power now equals that of 2 previous versions of yourself. At 20 years old, you have completely absorbed the remaining portion of the Sea King blood, leaving no residual effects. At 20 years old, the conflict between the Sea Clan and the Human Clan erupts, as the 7 Sea Kings of the Eastern Sea march towards Donglin Prefecture. Choice 1. As the world faces its trials, every individual bears responsibility. Actively participate in the Human Sea War. Choice 2. A man of action remains still until he is invincible. Focus on health and continue to absorb the Sea King blood. He chose the second option. After all, within the simulation, Lin Chujiu bore no psychological burden, focusing solely on maximizing his benefits. At 25 years old, you have completely absorbed all the essence of the Sea King blood. Though your cultivation level remains at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, your overall strength has surpassed the limits of what a 5th-tier martial artist can contain. At 25 years old, anomalies arise in the rivers, as numerous fish mutate into subsea creatures, leaping from the water to prey upon humans. Many humans near the coast have also undergone mutations. At the age of 25, the coastal region of Donglin Prefecture has been irrevocably transformed into a battleground for the 2 warring races. You encounter a formidable general from the Sea Clan, whose prowess is comparable to that of a 4th-grade martial artist of the Human Clan. In a moment of discord, the Sea General launches an assault upon you. After a fierce battle, although you have yet to master the will within your heart, you manage to engage the opponent to a standstill, thanks to your enhanced physique from the blood of the Sea King. While both you and your adversary suffer grievous injuries, the Sea General perishes, and you should have met the same fate. However, you possess the Blood Shadow incarnation, allowing you to exchange your life for that of your foe. In the aftermath of vanquishing the Sea General, you are unexpectedly confronted by 3 additional sea warriors who, along with a multitude of their kin, encircle you. In a moment of despair, you unleash the demonic blood lotus, sacrificing your lifeblood to obliterate all sea beings within a radius of several miles, resulting in your own demise. Personal Wallet, 7155. In this simulation, you triumph over 3 sea generals, and the immense number of sea beings eradicated by the demonic blood lotus grants you a substantial reward in simulation currency. Yet, at this juncture, Lin Chujiu's focus has shifted beyond mere currency. There are more gratifying gains than simulation coins. Through a method of repeated refinement, Lin Chujiu finally succeeds in thoroughly assimilating the blood of the Sea King. Additionally, utilizing the blood refinement technique to absorb the essence of the blood negates the negative ramifications associated with it. Even after assimilating the Sea King's blood, his form will no longer transform into something inhuman, akin to Hualing and Songdao. The newfound ability to swim freely in aquatic realms is certainly a significant advantage. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chujiu opts to retain his current level of power. Instantly, a peculiar force surges into his body, an essence derived from the Sea King's blood, which, after repeated absorption during the simulation, has become an integral part of his being. The infusion of the Sea King's blood essence occurs silently and seamlessly. Though his martial prowess remains at the pinnacle of the 5th grade, Lin Chujiu clenches his fist and perceives a formidable strength coursing through him, far exceeding his previous capabilities. He exerts force through his arm, and while the surface of his skin appears unchanged, upon closer inspection, one can faintly discern a layer of intricate patterns resembling tiny scales. These delicate markings reveal themselves momentarily before swiftly vanishing. Lin Chujiu's arm reverts to the appearance of ordinary flesh, yet the sensation of taut power lingers within him. Without hesitation, he raises his other hand in a knife-like gesture and unleashes a blade of energy. A low, resonant sound akin to metal striking metal echoes as Lin Chujiu gazes at his right wrist, discovering that the area struck by the energy blade bears not even a trace of injury. Individuals who previously absorbed the Sea King's blood, whether Songdao or Hualing, could only achieve a superficial transformation, their scales mere embellishments. It is evident that their assimilation of the Sea King's blood was superficial, vastly inferior to his own. During the simulation, he managed to vanquish a sea general equivalent to a 4th-grade warrior relying solely on his 5th-grade martial skills, underscoring the considerable enhancement the Sea King's blood has conferred upon him. This fist-sized quantity of Sea King's blood, though modest in volume, has yielded an extraordinary enhancement to his abilities upon complete assimilation of its essence. The Sea King's blood is indeed remarkable. However, at this moment, his body, having undergone the blood refinement technique, no longer craves the Sea King's blood. This clearly indicates that this particular batch of Sea King's blood can no longer augment Lin Chujiu's physique. Gazing at the specially crafted container holding the Sea King's blood, Lin Chujiu smiles faintly and stores it away. The recent conflict between the human and sea clans has turned the coastal prefectures into war zones, instilling within him a sense of urgency. Clearly, this is closely tied to the events surrounding the Sea King's blood. While he has intercepted this batch of Sea King's blood, it is apparent that numerous other portions have successfully mingled with rivers and human water supplies, resulting in drastic changes. Thus, the Sea King's blood in his possession may hold extraordinary significance. It must be submitted to the Martial Defense Division, relying on this powerful institution to seek a viable response. As for the Sea Clan's complete invasion of Donglin Prefecture, there remains over a year before it transpires, so there is no need for excessive worry at this time. After clarifying these thoughts, Lin Chujiu realizes that his tasks are quite straightforward. First, he must submit the Sea King's blood, and the most crucial remaining endeavor is singular, to diligently enhance his own strength. As great change approaches, only by fortifying his power can he better secure his place in this world. He retrieves the Qing Tiger Blade Technique animal skin scroll acquired from Songdao, nodding in determination to conduct another simulation. Although the Qing Tiger Blade Technique may no longer be a formidable martial art for him, acquiring more skills can never be detrimental. The unnamed Blade Manual, which enables the execution of the Black Tiger's hidden prowess, will be assumed to be the Black Tiger Blade Technique. Combined with the White Tiger Blade Technique and the Qing Tiger Blade Technique, he now possesses mastery over 3 interrelated blade techniques. Perhaps obtaining the legendary 5 Tiger Slaying Blade from the Absolute Blade Sect is not merely a fanciful dream. This manual, which even the Deputy Master of the Forging Martial Tower covets, is undoubtedly extraordinary. If he were to possess it one day, it would be a remarkable achievement. The simulator is activated for the next simulation. Chapter 54, Young Master Xiang. For Sea's Prefecture, Lin Chujiu employs the wind-chasing moon-leaping step, soaring forward with the wind. 2 days have elapsed since the events at Lianjiang Water Fortress. Having absorbed the blood essence from the Sea King's blood through the simulation process, Lin Chujiu has also honed the Qing Tiger Blade technique to its current limits. In that simulation, he diligently practiced all the martial arts available to him. Yet aside from the tremendous enhancement from the Sea King's blood, training in other martial arts has ceased to yield any growth in his strength. Despite repeated attempts, he still failed to comprehend the essence during the simulation process. Undeterred, Lin Chujiu made 2 further attempts at an immersive simulation, but the results remained unchanged. Neither the simplified text version nor the immersive version of the simulation facilitated his understanding of the essence. To ascend to the ranks of a 4th-grade martial artist, he must refine his skills in the real world. Initially intending to relax after submitting the Sea King's blood, he was unexpectedly informed by the upper echelons of the Martial Defense Division. They dispatched a message via the swift messenger bird, instructing the preparatory silver medal officer, Lin Chujiu, to personally deliver the Sea King's blood to 4 Seas Prefecture. It appears that the matter of the Sea King's blood has garnered significant attention from the higher authorities. The Martial Defense Division has even sent a renowned investigator to 4 Seas Prefecture to probe into this issue. Lin Chujiu is the individual specifically requested by this investigator. At first, Lin Chujiu felt a twinge of hesitation. After careful consideration, he set forth on his journey, infused with the blood of the Sea King. Although the Three Rivers County is presently secure, it has become too confined for him to flourish. In the entirety of Three Rivers County, apart from the Luin Pai who arrived for a mission and the venerable elder with a goat-like beard from the Lianjiang Water Fort, finding another 5th-grade martial artist would prove exceedingly challenging. It is even more improbable to encounter a 4th-grade warrior with a burgeoning ambition. Lin Chujiu yearned to comprehend the essence of martial arts, aspiring to become a 4th-grade warrior filled with valor. However, relying solely on his own seclusion would undoubtedly be unrealistic. Given this, venturing into broader horizons became imperative. Fortunately, he had laid a solid foundation beforehand. According to the conveyed information, Luin Pai is quite reliable in his dealings, and his identity as a silver badge constable had already garnered recognition from higher authorities, rendering it a certainty. Although those gold badge constables are formidable 4th-grade warriors, with his strength derived from the Sea King's blood, maintaining a balance of odds should pose no problem. The prowess of the divine constables, however, surpassed his expectations. Yet, Lin Chujiu harbored no excessive worries. After all, the Town Martial Division is a legitimate governmental institution, and becoming a silver badge constable would mean he was considered one of their own. As long as he refrained from any transgressions, there should be no cause for concern regarding the divine constables targeting him. He could even rely on the Town Martial Division to leverage its resources for his advancement. The journey from the Three Rivers County to the Sea of 4 Prefectures would take approximately half a day, based on Lin Chujiu's pace. If he pushed himself to run relentlessly, he might arrive at the prefectural city in time for dinner. However, he was evidently in no rush. On his inaugural visit, he intended to present a gift to the Town Martial Division of the Sea of 4 Prefectures. He took refuge in an inn halfway through his journey, the Zhonghai Inn. Observing the inn's name, identical to that in his previous simulation, Lin Chujiu nodded. Nonetheless, to ensure accuracy, he instinctively inquired, "Young lad, has the lady hero Yang Qingxue taken residence in this inn?" The young attendant chuckled, casting a knowing glance his way. "Are you here for the lady hero Yang Qingxue as well?" Confirming the information was correct, Lin Chujiu smiled vaguely and replied, "Something like that." As the attendant guided Lin Chujiu inside, he continued the conversation. "You have indeed arrived at the right time. The lady hero Yang Qingxue has already been here since noon today. In truth, various heroes have been checking in since yesterday, so you were somewhat late." Lin Chujiu chuckled. "I hope it's not too late. By the way, could I trouble you to bring me some tea and refreshments?" "Certainly. However, I must inform you that our rooms are somewhat tight today. Let me see if I can arrange one for you." "No need for that." Lin Chujiu glanced meaningfully into the inn and said, "I still have a journey ahead tonight." "That is wise. While your martial prowess is commendable, one should always exercise caution when traveling at night." Lin Chujiu nodded with a smile, having arrived at a nearby table. "Brother, may I join you here?" "Feel free," responded a robust man, carelessly tossing a hefty iron staff onto the table. Lin Chujiu took a seat, undeterred by the vague threat. The atmosphere was raucous, with a medley of conversations filling the air. It is truly remarkable how, in the course of a long life, one encounters the unexpected, the renowned beauty and hero, Yang Qingxue, embroiled in a duel with the infamous flower thief, young Master Xiang, a scenario utterly unforeseen. This was not surprising, for a female disciple from Bihue Peak had traversed the Jianghu, only to be sullied by young Master Xiang, ultimately taking her own life in shame. As the foremost disciple of Bihue Peak, it was only natural for Yang Qingxue to retaliate. Regrettably, young Master Xiang has vanished without a trace, never having been seen in person, leaving Yang Qingxue with no recourse but to challenge him through provocation. "Do you think young Master Xiang will come?" "I wager he will." The Bihue Peak disciple, though not exceptionally beautiful, had already risked offending them to tarnish her virtue. Now, with Yang Qingxue, a true beauty from the Rouge record, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Indeed, Yang Qingxue is quite audacious, coming to the Zhonghai Inn on her own, staking her reputation. If anything goes awry, well, Bihue Peak would be the laughingstock. What laughingstock? Let us not forget that while Yang Qingxue is indeed a beauty from the Rouge record, she is also ranked among the top 50 on the innate rankings. Young Master Xiang, on the other hand, is merely ranked 98th in terms of raw strength. He cannot possibly compare. Who can say? Perhaps young Master Xiang may lack in raw prowess, but his notoriety stems from his beguiling fragrance and elusive footwork, which do not adhere to the rules of the Jianghu. Hey, the day is nearly over. Could it be that young Master Xiang is too afraid to show? Who knows? Perhaps he has arrived, but no one has laid eyes on his true visage. With so many people in this inn, it is entirely possible one among them is him. As the discussion unfolded, several gazes turned toward Lin Chujiu. To be candid, barring those who remained hidden in their rooms, if one among the assembly were to be young Master Xiang, Lin Chujiu would undoubtedly be the most likely candidate. After all, while young Master Xiang's appearance remains a mystery, being dubbed young master implies he must be youthful and handsome, qualities that fit the newly arrived young man quite well. Lin Chujiu was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in their minds. He smiled and shook his head, saying, "Gentlemen, I am aware of my good looks. But that is a gift from my parents. I cannot help it. Please do not unjustly accuse me of being young Master Xiang." A sharp gaze fell upon him, and Lin Chujiu turned to see a striking woman descending the staircase with grace, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Lady Yang, do not glare at me. I assure you, I am not young Master Xiang." It turned out that amidst the lively chatter, Yang Qingxue, who had been residing in a second-floor room, had emerged. Her attention fixated on Lin Chujiu. "You appear to be merely 17 or 18, with a youthful countenance akin to a novice in the Jianghu. It stands to reason you could not possibly be young Master Xiang." Yang Qingxue approached the table, her gaze piercing like a blade aimed at Lin Chujiu. However, upon hearing that young Master Xiang's martial arts were inherited from the fragrant sect, renowned for its beauty, it was not entirely surprising if he appeared as a mere youth. With one hand on her sword, Yang Qingxue pressed on. "Tell me, how is it that I deliberately altered my appearance, yet you still recognized me at a glance?" The other Jianghu individuals at the table exchanged glances, whispering amongst themselves. "Is that really Yang Qingxue? She looks nothing like the portrait in the Rouge record." Observing Yang Qingxue, who seemed poised to draw her sword at any moment, Lin Chujiu remained unfazed. Having undergone simulations, he had long since gained experience in handling such situations. "Please, hold your horses. Sit here for a moment while I finish my meal, and I promise to provide you with a satisfactory explanation." Lin Chujiu smiled at the robust man sharing the table with him, inquiring, "Brother, would you mind if the lady hero Yang took a seat for a while?" The burly man burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! To share a table with the lady hero from the Rouge record is indeed a rare blessing." Though the coldness in Yang Qingxue's eyes remained, her hand still resting on her sword, she ultimately took a seat beside the table. Lin Chujiu then gestured toward the back. "Waiter, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and serve my meal." Chapter 55. Have you perhaps expressed your gratitude too soon? At the Zhanghai Inn, the valiant heroine Yang Qingxue sat at a table, observing Lin Chujiu as he relished his meal with great delight. Her hand never ceased its poised readiness to draw her sword, and her radiant visage was perpetually shrouded in a frost-like chill, emanating an unsettling aura that could send shivers down the spine, even from several paces away. Yet, the handsome youth before her continued to eat heartily, seemingly unfazed. The boisterous man at the same table, initially intimidated by the frosty demeanor of Yang Qingxue, found himself unable to resist the temptation of Lin Chujiu's appetite. "Little brother, I see you have quite the generous portion. It would be a shame for you to enjoy it alone. May I join you for a bite? You wouldn't mind? Would you?" "Yes, I do mind." Lin Chujiu cast a dispassionate glance at the burly man and slid the dishes closer to himself. Much like a protective creature guarding its food, the burly man chuckled awkwardly, unfastening a gourd of wine from his waist and placing it on the table. "I was merely jesting. Where there is food, there must be drink. This is a fine vintage huadiao. The remaining half gourd is yours." "No, thank you." Lin Chujiu pushed the gourd aside and replied, "When venturing outside, I cannot recklessly consume another's provisions. What if it were poisoned? I would certainly find myself in dire straits." As soon as the words left his lips, Yang Qingxue let out a cold laugh. "You have no qualms about consuming the food that the waiter just served. What if it was laced with drugs? You should be collapsing by now." Laughter erupted around them, clearly amused by Lin Chujiu's attempts to feign the demeanor of a seasoned veteran in the world of martial arts. "Haha," Lin Chujiu chuckled lightly, not dwelling on the matter. Instead, he scrutinized the burly man with an inscrutable gaze and remarked, "Perhaps you are that fragrant gentleman, intending to poison my drink and incapacitate both me and Miss Yang, thus achieving a perfect outcome." At his words, the burly man slammed his palm onto the table, causing the dishes to rattle ominously. "How dare you insult me?" he exclaimed, visibly infuriated. "Though I, Lu, may not possess the most appealing looks, I have never garnered the attention of heroines, yet I would never stoop to such vile acts." The increasingly agitated, burly man yanked the cork from the wine gourd and turned it upside down, preparing to pour it out. "Enough. I offer you a drink out of goodwill, yet I am met with such humiliation. If you fear it is poisoned, then let it be wasted." With a cascade of liquid, the clear wine flowed out and pooled onto the floor, its enticing aroma permeating the inn. Among the assembled martial artists, few were averse to good wine. As the fragrant scent wafted through the air, Many felt their appetites stir, unable to resist inhaling deeply. What a pity for such fine wine, murmured several adventurers, and soon the clattering of dishes echoed as those who had not yet truly imbibed seemed to succumb to intoxication. Sliding off their seats in a state of disarray, only Lin Chujiu and the two others at his table remained upright. You scoundrel! Did you poison us? Yang Qingxue sprang to her feet, drawing her sword halfway, clearly aimed at the other two seated. The burly man's expression shifted, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Chujiu. His face a mask of horror. You scoundrel! Did you poison us? Suddenly, with a clatter, he too collapsed to the ground. Now, only Lin Chujiu and Yang Qingxue remained. It was evident that the heroine could not be the flower-thieving rogue, thus revealing the true identity of the fragrant gentleman. Yang Qingxue fully unsheathed her sword and thrust it toward Lin Chujiu's chest. Remaining seated, Lin Chujiu made no move to rise. Instead, he swiftly extended a pair of chopsticks, expertly pinning Yang Qingxue's sword between them. Yang Qingxue pulled back with all her might, yet the sword felt as if it were anchored within the chopsticks, unyielding. Though her strength was formidable, the unexpected poisoning had left her only able to summon a fraction of her power. Boom! A burst of white smoke erupted between Lin Chujiu and Yang Qingxue, and she inhaled the sweet fragrance, feeling her remaining strength dissipate, her body growing weak and limp. At that moment, a figure darted from beneath the table, hoisting Yang Qingxue onto his shoulder and swiftly making his way toward the inn's entrance. It was the burly man, now quite pleased with himself as he carried the beautiful heroine, a large iron rod in hand. Haha, little brother, thank you. If not for you, I would not have succeeded so easily. Have you perhaps expressed your gratitude too soon? Just as he finished his flattering words, the burly man felt a low murmur beside him. His heart raced with fear, and with no time to ponder, he swung the iron rod backward. Boom! A fist collided with the rod, sending it spinning from his grasp. The burly man realized that in terms of raw strength, he was no match for his opponent. With no desire to engage further, he swiftly transformed into a blur, darting toward a window on the opposite side of the inn. His lightness of foot was remarkable. Even while carrying Yang Qingxue, he moved as gracefully as a wisp of smoke. The elusive fragrant gentleman was indeed the famed fragrant gentleman of the Xianglua sect, though poisoned. Some of the martial heroes retained enough strength to remain seated, maintaining a semblance of clarity. The burly man's agile movements were reminiscent of the renowned misty fragrant steps of the Xianglua sect. No one could have anticipated that the notorious flower thief, the fragrant gentleman, was in fact a burly man. The assembled martial artists were left in a state of bewilderment. However, under Lin Chujiu's swift pursuit, the fragrant gentleman's alluring steps were rendered ineffective. As the burly man reached the window with Yang Qingxue in tow, Lin Chujiu was already waiting for him, a knowing smile on his face. You're just arriving, I see. The word struck the fragrant gentleman like a thunderclap. Throughout his career, he had encountered many opponents stronger than himself, yet none had ever matched his speed and lightness of foot. With his misty fragrant steps, he had evaded countless pursuers and lived to tell the tale. Even after becoming a wanted criminal, he felt no fear, confident that the elite bounty hunters had their hands full with more pressing matters than a mere flower thief like himself. Yet, he had never met anyone whose agility could rival his own. Regrettably, at this very moment, that once steadfast confidence has begun to waver. Before me stands a youth of merely 18 or 19 years, whose agility surpasses my own. Faced with the impasse, the dashing young gentleman decisively relinquishes the hard-won female hero, Yang Qingxue. With a forceful toss, the exquisite and delicate Yang Qingxue is propelled into the air, soaring directly toward Lin Chujiu. Chapter 56. Because I couldn't be bothered to bring you over. Young master, please catch her. As she is flung through the air, Yang Qingxue, rendered powerless and feeble, gazes at Lin Chujiu, her eyes filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. With great difficulty, she utters a mortifying request she had never dared to imagine. Yet it is far preferable to the humiliation of simply crashing to the ground. Moreover, the young man before her possesses a tall and handsome stature. A mere brush of contact with him may not be entirely unacceptable. However, in that fleeting moment as her body hurtles toward Lin Chujiu, she perceives an expression of apparent disdain upon his face. Suddenly, she feels a jolt of force, and with a swift flick of his hand, her body is uncontrollably sent sprawling to the side. Lin Chujiu, undeterred, surges forward in a straight line. With a crash, the illustrious heroine Yang Qingxue, renowned in the Rouge list, finds herself unceremoniously landing atop a nearby table, where greasy dishes and spicy beverages splatter across her form. As she rises from the overturned table, she wipes the greasy remnants off her face, utterly bewildered. Never had she envisioned that a heroine traversing the martial world could find herself in such a predicament. Meanwhile, the instigator, Lin Chujiu, has already effortlessly leaped through the inn's entrance, pursuing the dashing young gentleman into the distance. Inside the inn, only a disillusioned heroine remains. Under the moonlight, the young gentleman flees with all his might, his misty fragrant steps executed to perfection. This technique, known for its graceful postures and ethereal movements, loses its charm in his frantic application. Whether his form is truly graceful or resembles mere wisps of smoke is of little concern to him. He only hopes that his skills are worthy of his identity and can increase in speed. In the soft glow of the moonlight, his figure becomes indistinct, almost imperceptible unless one observes closely. However, when compared to the figure pursuing him, his current execution of the misty fragrant steps pales in significance. Lin Chujiu's wind-chasing moon step, illuminated by the moonlight, radiates a remarkable elegance, as if he were gliding upon the very winds themselves. Shrouded in a veil of moonlit gauze, as he observes the young gentleman approaching a fork in the road, Lin Chujiu experiences a sudden inspiration. With a light press of his foot, his form transforms into a fleeting shadow, propelled by the gentle breeze across a substantial distance. The long-distance pursuit under the moonlight prompts him to unleash the ultimate technique of the wind-chasing moonstep, alongside the Songlong triple waves fist. This marks his second mastery of a river-level technique. The Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, as the ultimate move of the wind-chasing moonstep, possesses considerable power, allowing him to traverse miles in the blink of an eye. He effortlessly positions himself before the young gentleman at the fork in the road. Soon after, when the young gentleman arrives, his expression has morphed into one of utter dismay. It is evident that in the realm of lightness, he has been thoroughly outclassed. Who is truly more suited to be the flower thief? Left with no choice, the young gentleman changes direction to continue his flight. Once, twice, thrice. After being redirected 7 or 8 times by Lin Chujiu, the young gentleman finally reaches his breaking point. He halts abruptly, exclaiming in exasperation, "What do you want from me?" At this juncture, they have ventured beyond the confines of the Four Seas Prefecture. To advance further would lead them into the territory of the town military division. While the young gentleman harbors no excessive fear of being listed on the town military division's wanted list, he is not foolish enough to brazenly walk into their grasp. His current predicament is a direct result of Lin Chujiu's relentless pursuit, which has left him scrambling in desperation. "What do I want?" "Naturally, to bring you to justice," Lin Chujiu replies, brandishing the town military division's silver badge before him with a smile. "I should have introduced myself properly. I happen to be a silver badge officer of the town military division, diligently at work." Realization dawns upon the young gentleman, and with a cry, he turns to flee. Yet, despite his quick reflexes, he remains vastly outmatched by Lin Chujiu's overall prowess. With a resounding thud, Lin Chujiu flicks his fingers, unleashing a swift strike of thunderous finger that strikes the young gentleman's back from a distance. While the thunderous finger may not excel in sheer destructive power compared to other river-level martial arts, it is more than sufficient to handle a 6th-grade warrior like the young gentleman. As Lin Chujiu strides over to lift the fallen young gentleman, he nods in satisfaction. "Can you guess why I urged you this way? It was simply because I was too lazy to carry you the entire way." In Lin Chujiu's grasp, the once defiant young gentleman realizes he has lost all power to resist. All his frantic efforts to escape have been in vain. This nefarious silver badge officer of the town military division has effectively herded him like a sheep into a pen. Despite being the prize catch, the young gentleman remains unwilling to succumb to his fate. Struggling, he attempts to persuade Lin Chujiu. "Young hero, I see your remarkable martial prowess. But in the world of martial arts, relying solely on strength is insufficient. My fragrant concoctions from the fragrant silk sect are renowned. Might you have any interest?" Lin Chujiu scoffs dismissively. "Is it merely the aroma mixed in your liquor? What use is that? Even I cannot be entranced." In truth, Lin Chujiu's words are somewhat disingenuous. As a 6th-grade warrior, the young gentleman's misty fragrance had indeed incapacitated everyone in the inn, including the formidable Yang Qingxue, who surpassed him in strength. However, as a 5th-grade warrior, Lin Chujiu possesses a robust resistance to such substances, complemented by the blood essence of a sea king, rendering most poisons ineffective against him. Undeterred, the young gentleman presses on. "While you may be impervious, it can serve against others, be they bitter enemies or the lady of your affections. A sprinkle of fragrance, and they would be entirely at your mercy." In his excitement, the young gentleman nearly forgets his precarious situation. Yet, he is soon doused with cold reality as Lin Chujiu retorts with a sneer, "You just acknowledged my formidable strength. I could simply knock someone out with a single slap. Why bother with all this?" With no further interest in the young gentleman's pleas, Lin Chujiu hoists him and strides toward the town military division of the Four Seas Prefecture. Chapter 57, Officerly. At the town military division of the Four Seas Prefecture, numerous officers stand in formation on the training ground. Lin Chujiu is among them. 3 days have passed since he captured the young gentleman. For the past 3 days, the other constables of the town marshal division merely instructed him to wait until the superior constables returned to formally address his admission into the division. This was an unavoidable circumstance. After all, upon his arrival, the prestigious town marshal division of the Four Seas was left under the supervision of only a silver badge constable. Several gold badge constables had accompanied the divine constable from the province on an external mission. The only silver badge constable he recognized, Liu, was also among those dispatched. Thus, he could only languidly bide his time like a fish out of water within the town marshal division. During this period, He observed the silver badge constables who remained behind diligently practicing their martial arts daily, demonstrating a commendable commitment to self-improvement. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiu, who had spent 3 leisurely days napping in his quarters without even commencing his duties, had already drawn the disdain of numerous constables before officially starting his position. The mere fact that this young individual was rumored to be promoted to a silver badge constable was already irksome to others, and his utter laziness, neglecting even the daily martial training, only exacerbated their contempt. Many silver badge constables watched him with cold indifference, merely waiting for the divine constable and the gold badge constables to return to witness Lin Chujiu's impending spectacle. They had all endured considerable hardship and effort to attain their silver badges, and naturally looked down upon someone like Lin Chujiu, who received such a title without any struggle. Today marked the day of the return of the divine constable and the gold badge constables, as announced by the swift falcon. Greetings, esteemed officers. The constables stood tall and shouted in unison. In the training grounds, 3 figures soared through the air, unmistakably the gold badge constables of the 4 seas. Following closely behind them, a figure charged forward like a raging bull, radiating an imposing aura that seemed even more formidable than that of the gold badge constables. It was Lu, the silver badge constable known to Lin Chujiu. Back in formation, 1 gold badge constable barked, and Lu swiftly joined the ranks, standing beside Lin Chujiu. Brother Lin, you finally arrived. Lu grinned at Lin Chujiu with a knowing smile. Silence, the divine constable is coming. The gold badge constables at the front of the ranks cast a cold glance at their fellow constables, warning them sternly. The skies darkened ominously. A fierce wind enveloped the area, forming a colossal tornado. Lin Chujiu's heart raced as his gaze shot upwards, his senses instantly heightened. Though he had sensed the strength of the 3 gold badge constables upon their arrival, he felt a sense of calm then, devoid of any significant anxiety. However, at this moment, experiencing the terrifying pressure emanating from above, he truly understood one thing. The divine constable of the town martial division possessed formidable power. The oppressive sensation he felt was reminiscent of a master martial artist he had encountered during a simulation process. It was evident that the divine constable surpassed the 4th-tier martial artists in prowess. Amidst the swirling tempest, a figure descended gracefully, riding the winds of the tornado. As the tempest subsided, the form became clearer, a person appearing to be in their 40s, with a cold visage, whose gaze seemed to freeze the very air around them. Greetings, divine constable. We appreciate your arduous journey. The constables chorused in practiced unison. Lin Chujiu, mingling among the ranks, felt a surge of confusion. Were these truly the renowned constables of the town martial division that struck fear into the hearts of many martial artists? They seemed more like a gaggle of sycophants. The divine constable's gaze swept over the ranks, landing upon the 3 gold badge constables, causing an involuntary frown to crease their brows. Isn't there supposed to be 4 gold badge constables in the 4 seas division? Where's the 4th one, given that they were absent when we departed? Reporting to Divine Constable Li, Gold Badge June has been on an external mission for half a month. By my calculations, they should be returning shortly. 1 Gold Badge Constable replied, his voice strained. Wait, June? A flicker of surprise crossed the cold visage of Divine Constable Li. Is the Gold Badge Constable from your division, named June Xinya? Indeed. How could the esteemed officer know? Ah, so it is her. She has been reassigned to the 4 Seas division. Divine Constable Li nodded, his expression softening. Very well, let it be. Before he could finish his sentence, a chilling voice echoed from outside the town martial division. Who seeks me? This voice, cool yet resonant with an ironclad authority, reverberated in the ears, stirring a tremor in the heart. As the voice reached them, a crimson figure swiftly approached. With just 2 strides, the individual traversed a vast expanse and entered the arena. Lin Chujiu's gaze was irresistibly drawn towards them. The person appeared not much older than himself, clad in a vivid red attire, their long sash billowing like flames. As a woman, her features could be deemed attractive, yet her expression remained rather wooden and devoid of emotion. However, this was not what captured Lin Chujiu's attention most. What was truly striking was the black spear slung over her shoulder, from which dangled a colossal non-human corpse. Drip, drip, drops of viscous azure blood fell from the non-human body, quickly pooling into a small, eerie puddle upon the training ground. The thick, azure blood revealed the identity of the creature, the remains of a sea tribe member, or perhaps a half-sea being. With a resounding thud, the red-clad woman hurled the massive non-human body to the ground, sending vibrations that even Lin Chujiu, standing some distance away, could feel. Jun Xinya, do not delay in greeting Divine Constable Li, a gold badge constable admonished, his gaze caught by hers, causing his heart to quiver, rendering him momentarily speechless. His face flushed with embarrassment, acutely aware of how inadequate he appeared before Divine Constable Li and the other constables. Little June, I wish to have a word with you. The cold-faced Divine Constable Li unexpectedly donned a gentle smile, stunning the 3 gold badge constables into silence for an entire year. Having accompanied Divine Constable Li on external missions, even for a brief period, they had come to appreciate that her reputation as the cold-faced Divine Constable was not unfounded. Yet, Witnessing her warmth towards the equally cold Jun Xinya was indeed astonishing. Little June, the sea tribe warrior you've slain, judging by its physical characteristics, likely possessed some dragon blood, making its strength comparable to that of lesser sea kings. Wouldn't you agree? The mere mention of comparable to sea kings sent waves of shock among the 3 gold badge constables, who exchanged wide-eyed glances. They were aware that during their recent mission with Divine Constable Li, they had encountered a sea tribe warrior, which, according to her, while stronger than an average warrior, was fundamentally too weak to ever ascend to the status of a sea king. Divine Constable Li had previously tasked them with confronting that sea tribe warrior collectively. However, despite their combined efforts, they had barely managed to secure a narrow victory, and without Divine Constable Li's timely intervention, that sea tribe warrior might have escaped with only slight injuries. Now, Jun Xinya had single-handedly hunted down a more formidable sea tribe warrior? How could they not be astonished? Is it true that the recently transferred Golden Badge captor, Jun Xinya, who has been here for less than 3 months, possesses such formidable strength? Perhaps, as this warrior from the sea indeed surpasses those I have previously hunted by a considerable margin. Without even casting a glance at the 3 Golden Badge captors, Jun Xinya addressed Captor Li, saying, "If there are no further matters, I shall return to freshen up and rest. I have not closed my eyes for several days while pursuing the sea warrior." Jun Xinya, Captor Li is still present. What is with your attitude? Before Captor Li could respond, the Golden Badge Great Captor from the Four Seas Mansion had already reprimanded him. Within the Martial Defense Division, the status of a Golden Badge captor is indeed high, yet to try and assert oneself before a captor is tantamount to courting disaster. Although Captor Li maintained a gentle smile, Jun Xinya furrowed his brow in response. "What is it? Is there still something to discuss?" "Nothing of great consequence." Captor Li replied with a soft smile. "If you are not in a particular rush, perhaps you might listen." Jun Xinya glanced at Captor Li and then at the 3 Golden Badge captors, seemingly pondering for a moment before deciding not to depart immediately. Instead, standing firm with his spear in hand, the Golden Badge Great Captor of the Four Seas Mansion broke into a cold sweat, finally releasing a sigh of relief. If Jun Xinya truly refused to show respect, there would be little recourse available. In such a case, the question of whether Jun Xinya disrespected the captor would be overshadowed by the blame directed at the Golden Badge Great Captor for failing to maintain discipline among his subordinates. With the annual assessments of the Martial Defense Division approaching, leaving a poor impression on Captor Li at this critical juncture could lead to grave consequences. The Golden Badge Great Captor reflected, "Is it true that a Silver Badge Captor is also being transferred from the Sanjiang region?" At this thought, he cast a sidelong glance at the Silver Badge Captor, Lu, his eyes filled with palpable resentment. Were it not for Lu's relentless advocacy before Captor Li, the latter would likely have paid little mind to the appointment of a mere Silver Badge. Although Lu was only a Silver Badge Captor, he hailed from the Mount Shanzong. And due to the sect's amicable relations with the Martial Defense Division, Captor Li's demeanor toward him was notably cordial. In the ranks, sensing the gaze of the Golden Badge Great Captor, Lu promptly pointed to Lin Chujiu beside him, returning the look with a radiant smile. Indeed, his discovery of such an exceptional talent for the Four Seas Mansion's Martial Defense Division was a source of great satisfaction for the Great Captor, who bestowed considerable attention upon him. The Golden Badge Great Captor sighed inwardly, utterly speechless. Truly, the sorrows and joys of humanity are not easily shared. All right, everyone is already aware of the Sea Tribe situation. Although hostilities have yet to escalate, it is imperative for the Four Seas Mansion, being at the forefront, to establish proactive countermeasures. After some pleasantries, Captor Li's gaze fell upon Lin Chujiu beside Lu. There is another matter. According to Lu, a certain young brother has contributed significantly regarding the Sea Tribe affairs and is also inclined to join our Martial Defense Division. I am inclined to offer him the position of Silver Badge Captor. Do any of you have objections? In the training grounds, numerous captors exchanged glances, ultimately raising their voices under the guidance of the Golden Badge Captor. "We have no objections. We defer to the judgment of the captor." Such jesting, in the presence of a captor with cold eyes sweeping across the room, rendered any dissent unthinkable. Captor Li nodded in satisfaction and addressed Lin Chujiu. "Step forward and meet everyone. Familiarize yourself with their faces." In truth, Lin Chujiu had been in the Four Seas Mansion's Martial Defense Division for several days. And while he was not particularly familiar with the remaining captors, he was not entirely a stranger either. Yet he still stepped forward. Despite Captor Li's formidable presence, which instilled a sense of pressure, his understanding of the simulated process suggested that the captor harbored no hostility towards him. As long as he adhered to the simulated process and refrained from reckless actions, his safety was assured. After making his presence known before several Golden Badge captors, Captor Li waved his hand, and a silver badge fell into his grasp. This signified that, from this moment forth, Lin Chujiu was officially recognized as a Silver Badge Captor of the Martial Defense Division. Work diligently, the storm is brewing, and this is your golden opportunity for advancement. Any Silver Badge Captor who can slay 3 sea warriors will be promoted to Golden Badge status. The Golden Badge Captors present could not help but chuckle inwardly. Captor Li was painting a grand picture. This young man had just become a Silver Badge Captor, and with the annual assessments looming. Whether he could retain his silver badge was still in question, let alone being considered for a promotion to golden badge. As for the other silver badge captors, they held little regard for Captor Li's lofty promises. The prospect of hunting 3 sea warriors was no small feat, even for seasoned golden badge captors. How could they expect mere silver badge captors to accomplish such a task? However, such thoughts remained unspoken, as none dared to voice their skepticism before Captor Li. You have yet to be assigned a golden badge, young June. This new silver badge captor will be under your guidance, if you have no objections. Captor Li spoke with a smile. Actually, I do have objections. The moment the words left his mouth, he was met with immediate pushback, causing Captor Li's smile to falter. Even with his amiable temperament, Jun Xinye's repeated disregard for him in front of other captors made it difficult for him to maintain his composure. What objections do you have? Captor Li's voice bore an edge, as every golden badge captor was required to oversee 6 silver badge captors. Did it not suffice that he had filled his quota? The more Captor Li pondered, the more vexed he became. Turning to the great captor of the Four Seas Mansion, how many silver badge captors does she currently oversee? The great captor of the Four Seas Mansion sighed inwardly, casting a veiled glance at Jun Xinye before responding honestly. Reporting to you, my lord. Jun Xinye currently has no silver badge captors under her command. What is the meaning of this? Are you all treating her unfairly because she is new, refusing to assign her personnel? Captor Li's expression shifted dramatically, a terrifying aura emanating from him, pressing down upon the great captor of the Four Seas Mansion. The latter felt as though a great mountain was bearing down upon him, nearly causing him to kneel. Struggling to maintain his composure, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Captor Li, you exaggerate. I would never harbor such dark intentions. The truth is, Jun Xinye simply does not wish for assistance. Indeed, I do not want any. I am sufficient on my own. Jun Xinye regarded the gathered captors with a cold gaze, showing no sign of concealing her disdain. Let us speak candidly. Among these silver badge captors present, is there anyone truly capable of assisting me? Captor Li glanced between Jun Xinye and the lined-up captors, momentarily falling silent. Jun Xinye's assertion was not entirely unfounded. Given her abilities, the tasks she undertook would undoubtedly be of high difficulty and peril. In such circumstances, typical silver badge captors would be of little use. If forced to assist, they would either be idly watching or, worse yet, meet their demise. Among those present, the only individuals capable of lending Jun Xinye genuine support would likely be the few golden badge captors. However, since they too held the status of golden badge captors, it was improbable they would assist Jun Xinye. Xiao Jun, while your reasoning holds some merit, it is imperative that you adhere to the regulations established at the inception of the Jinwu division. Even if you do not bring along the full complement of 6 silver medalists, you should at the very least bring one. Otherwise, how will you participate in the upcoming annual examination? The notoriously stoic Captain Li, known for his unyielding demeanor, surprisingly did not exhibit annoyance as he delivered this lengthy admonition to Jun Xinye. The other gold medal captains from the Four Seas division bowed their heads, unwilling to meet Captain Li's gaze at that moment. However, it was abundantly clear to them that Jun Xinye, recently transferred to the Four Seas division, evidently shared a close rapport with Captain Li. Otherwise, he would not regard her with such distinction. At least one, huh? Jun Xinye's gaze swept across the assembly of silver medal captains, and as her eyes roamed, each silver medalist instinctively lowered their heads. In truth, these silver medal captains were typically subordinate to 3 other gold medal captains. To be selected by Jun Xinye would necessitate a transfer from their original superior to serve under her, an experience unlikely to be pleasant. The prospect of encountering their former superior again would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. Given Jun Xinye's apparent discord with the other 3 gold medal captains, it was likely that they would find themselves in a most uncomfortable position. Such sentiments echoed in the minds of each silver medal captain, leaving Jun Xinye unable to find a single candidate who met her approval. Her gaze finally settled upon Lin Chujiu, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded slightly. I apologize for the inconvenience, but as you are new, I shall select you. Are you willing? Under the watchful eyes of Captain Li, Lin Chujiu could only smile and nod in agreement. Consequently, a gentle smile graced Captain Li's countenance once more. This might very well be the most frequent smile he had exhibited in his lifetime. With the thorn of Jun Xinye resolved, Captain Li's spirits evidently lifted. He surveyed the lined-up captains, nodding with a smile. Indeed, today marks our monthly gold medal martial arts exhibition. I am certain the silver medal captains are eager to commence. I shall not occupy your time further. Please proceed swiftly, for I have significant tasks to announce following your conclusion. With that, Captain Li cheerfully stepped aside. The cold-faced captain had transformed into a genial figure, leaving the gold medal captains momentarily unsettled. The chief captain of the Four Seas division directed his gaze towards the 2 other gold medal captains, who exchanged knowing looks before stepping forward into the open space. Old Zhu, let us begin. Very well, old he, do take it easy. I do not wish to be embarrassed in front of everyone. Haha, that remains to be seen. As they spoke, the 2 gold medal captains sprang into action. Captain Zhu pointed his long sword skyward, and instantly, the air within the exhibition arena grew heavy with moisture, as though an endless drizzle cascaded from above, evoking a profound melancholy within the hearts of those present. Spring Rain Sword Intent. It was Zhu's Spring Rain Sword Intent. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Chujiu felt a sudden jolt of awareness. The so-called Spring Rain Sword Intent was the embodiment of this captain's mastery as a fourth-rank warrior. Despite having witnessed it numerous times in simulations, it had offered him no assistance in grasping his own understanding. Yet, in this moment, confronted with its manifestation in the real world, he sensed the stirrings of a similar essence burgeoning within him, an undeniable urge to express it. Chapter 59, The Tide of Fist Intent. As Captain Zhu's Spring Rain Sword Intent began to reveal its might, another gold medal captain was equally determined to showcase his prowess. Captain, he wielded a sword of his own, and as he thrust it downward, a thin layer of frost unexpectedly formed upon the ground, causing the temperature of the arena to drop significantly. A wave of desolation washed over the spectators. Lin Chujiu did not need to speculate. Other silver medal captains had already begun to shout excitedly. Autumn Frost Sword Intent. It was Captain He's Autumn Frost Sword Intent. The two gold medal captains hailed from the same sect, both specializing in the same seasonal sword techniques. However, one had mastered the Spring Rain Sword Intent while the other had grasped the Autumn Frost Sword Intent. It remained uncertain whether a victor would emerge today. Difficult to say. I suspect it will end in a stalemate as before. The captains engaged in lively discussion, while Lin Chujiu became fully immersed in the duel between the two gold medal captains. Experiencing the clash of their distinct intents at such proximity was an exceedingly rare opportunity for him. Within his chest, threads of a similar essence began to take root. It was evidently the very intent, birthed from witnessing the combat of the two gold medal captains. In his mind, the sound of tides began to resonate faintly. Lin Chujiu understood that the intent he was beginning to perceive was intrinsically linked to the Canglong Sandai Fist, a martial art he had been focusing on and employing frequently. He had successfully manifested the rudiments of fist intent during his prior encounter with the half-sea people. In this moment, true fist intent began to flow naturally within him. Centered around Lin Chujiu, the sound of crashing tides gradually rose from low to high. Oh! The first to sense the change within the arena was none other than the formidable Captain Li. A moment later, Jun Xinya also took notice. Her gaze fell upon Lin Chujiu, her expression one of astonishment. Intent. The two gold medal captains, having fought vigorously, recognized that it would be unwise to push for a life-and-death struggle. Thus, they gracefully withdrew from one another. Yet, they believed that their performances had been commendable, ensuring that they would not bring shame upon the Four Seas division. Their eyes turned towards Captain Li, hoping to catch a flicker of approval on his face. However, they were met with disappointment. Captain Li was not dissatisfied with their display. In fact, his attention had not lingered on them at all. Following his gaze, they discovered the young man who had just been promoted to silver medal captain. While it was indeed impressive for someone so young to attain the rank of silver medal captain, Captain Li had encountered countless young prodigies and was unlikely to regard this youth with elevated esteem. Oh, as their eyes fell upon him, the two gold medal captains were momentarily taken aback. They finally comprehended why Captain Li held such interest in the youth. Surrounding the young man, the vibrant blue aura surged powerfully, interwoven with threads of extraordinary energy that elevated this aura to a sublime level. In an instant, both captains felt as though they were standing at the river's edge, witnessing the turbulent tides crashing ferociously against the shore. Intent. They echoed Jun Xinya's astonished exclamation. The youth before them, Lin Chujiu, who had just been elevated to the rank of silver medal captain, had, in that fleeting moment, comprehended the essence of intent, transcending the barrier between the fourth and fifth ranks. Though his newly formed intent still bore a hint of immaturity, there was no denying that Lin Chujiu was now a fourth-rank warrior. When he had introduced himself earlier, how old did he claim to be? An 18-year-old fourth-rank warrior? Upon casting another glance at Jun Xinya, who stood aside, youthful yet already a fourth-tier martial artist, the two gold medal captains suddenly found themselves bewildered by the complexities of this world. Excellent, splendid indeed. Captain Li clapped his hands and laughed heartily. The martial arts exhibition of the Four Seas Manor is indeed a commendable tradition. The achievements of today's exhibition have resulted in the emergence of a fourth-tier talent, and the two gold medal captains should take credit for this success. Having encountered a series of fortuitous events today, Captain Li had entirely forgotten his stoic persona and was beaming with delight. Xiao Lu, you are truly a harbinger of fortune. Just a casual recommendation. And you've produced a fourth-tier martial artist with great potential. In the crowd, Lu Yinpai, unexpectedly praised, found himself momentarily at a loss. Given his experiences in Sanjiang County, he was well aware of Lin Chujiu's formidable strength. He speculated that it wouldn't be long before Lin Chujiu cultivated his spirit and broke through to become a fourth-tier martial artist. Therefore, establishing a good rapport with him seemed a surefire investment. However, he had not anticipated that Lin Chujiu would break through so soon after merely becoming a silver medal captain. Lin Chujiu had little time to spare for others. At this moment, His spirit surged within him, feeling as if an immense force akin to a mountain of firewood had ignited, ready to burst forth with boundless energy. Whoosh! A punch was thrown, and the waves of the Songlong threefold fist began to resonate, the sound of surging tides growing increasingly vivid. Xiao Zhu, lend him a hand, but be gentle. We don't want anyone getting hurt. As someone who had been through this phase, Captain Li understood the impulsiveness that often accompanied the budding of one's spirit. He thoughtfully arranged for a temporary sparring partner for Lin Chujiu. Regardless of his inner thoughts, Zhu Jinpai, who had been called upon, approached Lin Chujiu with a beaming smile. Shaolin, let me assist you in refining your techniques. When your spirit is just forming, do not suppress it. That would be detrimental to your future growth. Zhu Jinpai elegantly twirled his long sword, pointing skyward, evoking that wistful feeling of spring rain once again in the arena. In response to Lin Chujiu, who had grasped the essence of his spirit, he chose to counter with his own spring rain sword intent. Come on, Shaolin, unleash your full strength. Do not worry about hurting me. Each level of spirit differs vastly. If you keep your heart confined, you may forever linger at the first stage, like a thread of floating breath. At this moment, Lin Chujiu was too engrossed to pay heed to much else. He felt the tides of his spirit swell within him, and with the presence of the bothersome spring rain before him, all he could think about was smashing it to pieces. With that thought in mind, he acted. Lin Chujiu unleashed a punch, his spirit expanding, the fully formed intent of his fist surging forth with tremendous force. Whoosh! Boom! With 3 distinct layers of power. Despite not employing the ultimate technique of the crashing waves, this seemingly ordinary punch wielded a might far surpassing that of his previous ultimate techniques. Zhu Jinpai had initially intended to hold back, but in that instant, feeling the overwhelming force of Lin Chujiu's fist intent, he was struck with terror. At that moment, it was as if he faced a colossal wave crashing down upon him. Even summoning the utmost of his spring rain sword intent could not halt that immense tide. What spring rain? What melancholy! Before such overwhelming power, they became mere trifles. This was undoubtedly the pressure of the second level of spirit, the weight of mountains and rivers. In that critical moment, an inexplicable thought surfaced in Zhu Jinpai's mind. He could not comprehend how Lin Chujiu, having just cultivated his spirit, was able to leap directly over the stage of mere breath and elevate his spirit to the realm of overwhelming force. None of it mattered anymore. Before the colossal wave, Zhu Jinpai felt like a frail, dilapidated boat, utterly devoid of any hope for salvation. Wait! His shout was drowned by the surging fist intent, unable to reach anyone's ears. He could only hope that Lin Chujiu would restrain himself. Yet, this was Lin Chujiu's first time unleashing his fist intent. A moment brimming with vigor. How could he possibly hold back? Just as Zhu Jinpai was about to be engulfed by the overwhelming fist intent, a blazing force surged forth, intercepting the cataclysmic punch. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, Zhu Jinpai was sent flying, replaced by a crimson figure standing resolutely before Lin Chujiu. The black spear in her hand pierced through the realm enveloped by the fist intent, distorting the air around the weapon, a wave of scorching heat sweeping across the arena. The spear intent ignited like wildfire. Excellent! Captain Li clapped in admiration. He recognized the fist technique employed by Lin Chujiu. It was the Songlong threefold fist, likely acquired from the weapon forging tower. As Lin Chujiu struck, he could gather the moisture from the air, creating an environment conducive to the Songlong threefold fist, thereby enhancing its power. And as long as the fist intent continued to rise, there would come a day when one punch would unleash a true tidal wave. Of course, for now, a slight alteration to the environment would suffice to greatly amplify the martial technique's potency. However, the tidal environment created by Lin Chujiu's fist intent was effortlessly shattered by Jun Xinya's blazing spear intent. It appeared that her spear intent had already reached the final stage of Qi Chong Shaoan, merely a step away from transforming into a tangible weapon intent. Captain Li's gaze flickered as he observed the vast amounts of water vapor rising in the arena, nodding to himself in approval. Meanwhile, Lin Chujiu, immersed in the experience, felt a profound connection to this moment. On the surface, it seemed unremarkable, but only by facing the spear intent did he comprehend that, though intangible, it was nearly akin to a wildfire ready to engulf everything. Jun Xinya's performance pleased Captain Li, yet Lin Chujiu's display astonished him equally. To have reached the pressure of mountains and rivers at the very inception of his spirit was truly extraordinary. What is the name of this fist intent? In response to Captain Li's inquiry, Lin Chujiu gazed at the spear-wielding Jun Xinya, then silently sensed the surging spirit within his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, "Let us call this fist intent Jingtao." Chapter 60, No Regrets. Jingtao, what a name! Captain Li marveled in the martial arts arena. The Songlong threefold fist is inherently a masculine style of martial arts, and your Jingtao fist intent has taken that masculinity to its zenith, embodying an indomitable spirit that breaks through all barriers. In light of Captain Li's commendation, Lin Chujiu could only maintain a smile. Well then, let today's gold medal exhibition conclude here. Listen closely to the tasks ahead. Captain Li swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand, not lingering on Lin Chujiu. The two clans have coexisted peacefully for a long time, but recently, sightings of sea clans have increased in the nearshore waters. I will visit the various sects, requesting their assistance in clearing these waters. As he spoke, Captain Li's gaze fell upon the numerous captains, his expression turning grave. However, as captains of the town martial division, we must set an example for the various sects, demonstrating that the human race's righteousness is paramount. The town martial division is not merely a figurehead that hides behind the scenes. Yes, we shall heed the captain's orders. The captains responded in unison. Satisfied, Captain Li nodded and began assigning tasks. Zhu Jinpai, you will lead a team to oversee the western waters of the Four Seas Manor. He Jinpai, you are responsible for the southern region. As for you, Xiao Jun. Before the words were fully articulated, Jun Xinya had already seized the opportunity to interject, saying, I shall journey to the eastern Dragon Bay. It was there that I vanquished a certain sea tribe or general. Yet I sense that another would-be Sea King lurks in the shadows. Are you confident about confronting this would-be Sea King? Li Shunbu inquired, narrowing his eyes at Jun Xinya. She replied, I will return to rest for a spell and set forth in a couple of days. Li Shunbu sighed inwardly, having grown accustomed to her capriciousness. However, his gaze then shifted to Lin Chujiu as he added, very well, take him with you. His current prowess is on par with an ordinary gold badge, and he should prove helpful. This time, Jun Xinya refrained from elaborating further, casting a glance at Lin Chujiu before turning to leave. A cool, clarion voice floated back from her retreating figure. I shall seek you out in 2 days. We shall embark together. Clearly, having witnessed Lin Chujiu's formidable tsunami fist intent, Jun Xinya had come to acknowledge his strength. As she departed, Li Shunbu's gaze lingered on Lin Chujiu, filled with palpable hope. You are doing remarkably well. Keep pushing forward. I have a strong feeling we shall meet again soon. As his words concluded, a whirlwind suddenly erupted from the ground, and amidst the furious gusts, Li Shunbu had already stepped away, leaving the Sihai Prefecture's martial division. Presumably, as he mentioned, he was off to liaise with other sections. Once Li Shunbu had left, the other captains turned their eyes toward Lin Chujiu, unable to mask their expressions of envy. They had deciphered the underlying implication in Li Shunbu's words. When he spoke of a swift reunion, it was clear he meant that Lin Chujiu was on the cusp of being promoted to Gold Badge Captain, and they would meet again then. Having cultivated a burgeoning ambition, Lin Chujiu had already reached the threshold of a Gold Badge Captain. What remained was merely the requisite achievements. After Li Shunbu's departure, Lu Yinbai from the ranks stepped forward, clapping Lin Chujiu on the shoulder with exuberance. Brother Lin, you are impressive. Your future is boundless. In truth, during their time in Sanjiang County, the rapport between the two was far from intimate. However, once Lin Chujiu arrived at the Sihai Prefecture and ascended to Silver Badge Captaincy, Lu Yinbai felt an immediate closeness, especially since Lin Chujiu was introduced to the Sihai Prefecture's martial division by him. Lu Yinbai felt a sense of joy at Lin Chujiu's success. Brother Lin, come, I will take you to arrange your lodging and collect your benefits. Before Lin Chujiu could refuse, Lu Yinbai had already forged ahead. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Chujiu followed behind. Observing the two retreating figures, the 3 gold badge captains behind exchanged glances, falling into a profound silence. Particularly, the Grand Captain of the Sihai Prefecture was enveloped in an inexplicable melancholy, difficult to dispel. One Jun Xinya was already more than enough for the Sihai Prefecture, yet now there was another, Lin Chujiu. Jun Xinya had been transferred from elsewhere and possessed formidable strength. Though the Grand Captain ostensibly oversaw the entire Sihai Prefecture's martial division, when it came to Jun Xinya, he found himself utterly powerless, adopting a strategy of willful ignorance. And now, with the emergence of Lin Chujiu, who had just become a silver badge captain yet was brimming with ambition, one that appeared quite fierce, seemingly overpowering even the gold badge captains, it was evident to any discerning eye that the young Lin Chujiu's future was indeed boundless, destined to become a gold badge captain in due time, far from being an ordinary silver badge. And that clueless Lu Yinbai hailed from the mountain-moving sect. While his own strength was indeed limited to the silver badge captain level, due to his sect's influence, as long as he did not set the Sihai Prefecture's martial division ablaze, even the gold badge grand captain would hesitate to trouble him. Previously, he had been dispatched to the frontier seas, a measure taken to keep him out of sight. Yet who could have foreseen that the sea tribes, once quiet, would stir up such tumult? By misfortune, Lu Yinbai inadvertently stumbled upon a significant scheme of the sea tribes, thereby achieving a great merit. His previous outing had evidently caught the attention of Li Shunbu, leading to him being allowed to accompany a mere silver badge captain. The Grand Captain of the Sihai Prefecture, increasingly troubled by these thoughts, exhaled deeply, his gaze vacant as he stared into the distant sky. The position of Grand Captain in the Sihai Prefecture was indeed utterly tiresome. Meanwhile, Lu Yinbai had already led Lin Chujiu far ahead. Brother Lin, upon reaching silver badge rank, you will be entitled to a residence in the city of the Sihai Prefecture. I have already selected a prime location for you, right next to my own home. Engaging in his own monologue, Liu Yinbai guided Lin Chujiu into the armory of the Sihai Prefecture's martial division. Lin Chujiu, following behind, could only shake his head in resignation. Overstimulation was not always advantageous. Who could say how many times he had endured Liu Yinbai's incessant chatter? In truth, Lin Chujiu was already well-versed in all that Liu Yinbai had mentioned. Yet, at this moment, he found himself compelled to feign the demeanor of someone newly enlightened. Wow! To think one could even receive a house in the prefectural city. How wonderful! The forced enthusiasm Lin Chujiu displayed lacked any genuine spark. Unaware, Liu Yinbai continued addressing a burly man within the armory. Brother Tai, procure the finest weapon for my brother Lin here. The man referred to as Brother Tai glanced at Lin Chujiu with a chuckle. A fresh face, I see. Has the division brought in new recruits? Of course. Old Liu, personally introduced him, and Li Shinbu handpicked him. Liu Yinbai boasted without a hint of modesty. Impressive. Brother Tai enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, inspecting Lin Chujiu's silver badge before asking, what kind of weapon does this new silver badge wish to see? Unexpectedly, Lin Chujiu had no interest in even casting a glance, shaking his head and turning away. No need, I'm fine. At his words, Brother Tai's expression darkened instantly. What? Does the new silver badge look down upon the weapons crafted by our Balian sect? He sneered, gesturing toward the diverse array of weapons in the armory. Though none of these weapons graced the divine weapon rankings, each had been meticulously forged, particularly those crafted using our Balian sect's methods, far surpassing ordinary blades found in the world. Even silver badge captains could only claim a single piece with their badges. Lin Chujiu anticipated Brother Tai's ire, and, smiling, shook his head, saying, I harbor no disdain for the weapons forged by the Balian sect. It is merely that I truly have no need for these. Having previously experimented during his simulations, he was well aware that most of the weapons in the armory were inferior to the Cold Moon Treasure Blade he once possessed. However, while the Cold Moon Treasure Blade provided substantial enhancement to true chi, its benefits to vigor were negligible, especially now that Lin Chujiu had cultivated a burgeoning ambition. When he unleashed it, the weapons in the armory would likely crumble under the strain. Who would be foolish enough to carry a weapon that would shatter upon first use? Upon hearing Lin Chujiu's words, Liu Yinbai recalled that his companion was already a fourth-tier warrior, having cultivated ambition. It was likely that the ordinary blades used by silver badge captains were indeed not suitable for him. He glanced sideways before drawing closer to his steadfast companion, whispering, Old friend, what about those in the inner repository? Don't even think about it. His companion retorted sharply, shrugging off Liu Yinbai's arm. Weapons from the inner repository have the potential to ascend the list of formidable armaments. Only a gold medal officer can select them. Are you two gold medalists? Liu Yinbai remained unfazed, continuing his verbal assault. Rules are rigid, but people are dynamic. My brother here will soon become a gold medalist himself. Leaving those weapons in the inner repository is a waste. They would be better served in his hands, fostering a bond with them. Haha, his companion scoffed coldly. I too shall one day become a master blacksmith. Why doesn't he, that ancient relic of a master, simply hand over the leadership to me in advance? In short, if you can convince the old fossil to relinquish his position, I shall grant your friend access to the inner repository's weapons. Otherwise, it's a non-starter. Their discourse had evidently reached an impasse. You truly have no sense of courtesy? Liu Yinbai's tone grew somber as he faced his companion. The latter sneered. You have no right to speak of courtesy. As their argument escalated to a boiling point, Lin Chujiu swiftly intervened. He stepped forward, inquiring, I heard that renouncing the selection of weapons can earn one a forging opportunity? This information, of course, had been gleaned from earlier simulations. His companion nodded initially before smirking. It's said that way, but what can a mere silver medal officer procure in terms of quality materials? Ultimately, what you forge might not even match what is available in the outer repository. I suggest you simply choose a ready-made weapon. Lin Chujiu shook his head. Don't concern yourself with whether I can acquire quality materials. What if I do succeed, yet your skills fall short? Huh. His companion cast a disdainful glance at the two of them. No wonder you two associate. You are both equally rude and quite bothersome. Noting Lin Chujiu's unwavering gaze, he huffed, rest assured, if you truly manage to find extraordinary materials and I am unable to forge them, I would humiliate myself and beseech that old fossil for assistance. You're serious about that? Absolutely serious. His companion replied, visibly displeased. You always look down upon the weapons in my outer repository. I must see what capital you possess to so disdainfully overlook what I forge. Do you truly wish to see? Of course. No regrets? Need I even ask? Very well. Lin Chujiu shrugged, stating, you asked for it. Don't blame me later. As he spoke, Lin Chujiu snapped his fingers. Boom. A resounding clap of thunder echoed as a long sword, prominently displayed in the outer repository, shattered into a myriad of iron shards, its fragments scattering across the ground. In his companion's bewildered expression, Lin Chujiu had already taken flight alongside Liu Yinbai, exiting the weapon repository. A moment later, a wretched wail emanated from within. Chapter 61, A Surge to the Heavens. After departing the weapon repository, Lu Yinpai expressed curiosity. Brother Lin, did you prepare some rare forging materials? No wonder you look down upon the weapons in the outer repository. Given your prowess, they indeed lack substance. Lin Chujiu offered a gentle smile, shaking his head. Not at present, but I may have some in the future. Hearing this, Lu Yinpai could only sigh inwardly, recognizing his companion's naivety. This young man was utterly unaware of how coveted rare forging materials could be. In the past, the emergence of a single celestial azure gold had stirred the martial world into a frenzy. Ultimately, it was acquired by a master warrior, forged into a weapon, and still ranks among the divine armaments today. Thus, Lin Chujiu's optimism about eventually acquiring rare materials seemed overly idealistic. Yet, Lu Yinpai chose not to enlighten him. Youth. The world of martial arts is still unfolding. It is commendable to dream. Who knows, perhaps it will come to fruition. Observing the transformation of worry on Lu Yinpai's face into a sense of relief, Lin Chujiu was well aware of his companion's thoughts. However, he refrained from providing any further explanations. The matter of the simulator was not something to be divulged to outsiders. At that moment, he found himself free from obligations within the Jinwu division, waiting patiently for Jun Qinya's summons. The treasures destined for him remained quietly ahead, waiting. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic Lu Yinpai, Lin Chujiu settled into tranquility, soon embarking on a new round of simulation. Consuming 500 simulation coins, commencing simulation. Upon comprehending intent and achieving the rank of a 4th-grade warrior, the simulator's consumption had correspondingly escalated. At 18, you are a spirited 4th-grade warrior and also a silver medal officer in the Jinwu division. After several simulations, Lin Chujiu's spirit had reached its zenith. Within the simulation process, he could not conjure intent from thin air. However, upon grasping intent in the real world, he could enter the simulation and refine what he had already understood. Intent is categorized into 3 realms based on its strength and quantity. Initially, upon comprehension, it manifests as delicate threads of spirit, termed the breath like a thread realm. Through diligent cultivation, this fragile spirit gradually strengthens, advancing to the pressure of mountains and rivers realm. Perhaps due to the principle of accumulation, Lin Chujiu's intent, upon its initial comprehension, had directly transcended the breath like a thread realm, achieving the 2nd realm, pressure of mountains and rivers. Each realm of intent is arduous to surpass, with significant disparities in strength between them. Lin Chujiu's ability to overpower the gold medalist Zhu on the day of the gold medal martial exhibition was already astonishing. However, after a day filled with simulations, his spirit had burgeoned to reach the surge to the heavens realm. Lin Chujiu estimated that with his current spirit at the surge to the heavens level, should he unleash that Songlong triple strike, even the 3 gold medal officers in the Sihai mansion would likely prove inadequate. As for the other gold medalist, Jun Qinya, his spear intent was equally formidable. Only through combat would the true strength of each be revealed. However, the black long spear wielded by Jun Qinya was a powerful weapon ranked among the divine armaments, offering considerable enhancements to combat prowess. Without a suitable weapon of his own, Lin Chujiu feared he would be at a disadvantage, unless he could swiftly acquire a fine weapon or comprehend a greater variety of intents to bolster his overall combat strength. In truth, there is no strict limit to the types of intent a 4th-grade warrior may comprehend. Comprehending a new intent is already a challenge. Once grasped, significant time and effort are required to elevate it to a higher level. Ultimately, a warrior's time and energy are finite. Most 4th-grade warriors will specialize in just a single intent throughout their lives. Yet, for Lin Chujiu, who possessed a simulator, this dilemma was certainly not a concern. A day passed by in a rather mundane manner. As the dawn of the next day approached, before Jun Qinya could arrive, the resounding knock on the door of the residence announced the arrival of Lu Yinpai. This fellow burst into Lin Chujiu's abode, brimming with excitement. Lin brother, I have splendid news. What news might that be? Lin Chujiu feigned ignorance, even though he was well aware of the details. Was it possible that this incessant charade would one day drive him to the brink of madness? The latest rankings have been updated this morning. You have ascended to the 44th position on the innate list, surpassing Yang Qingxue, who now stands at 45. Oh, Lin Chujiu maintained an air of calm, devoid of any hint of astonishment. I had no idea, Lin brother, that prior to your arrival at the Four Seas Manor, you had accomplished such a remarkable feat, rescuing the stunning heroine from the notorious flower thief, young Master Xiang. Lu Yinpai exclaimed, his excitement only intensifying. I can already sense that a tale of chivalry is about to unfold at our Four Seas Manor's Jinwu division. Lin Chujiu, uninterested, made his way towards the door, with Lu Yinpai hot on his heels, continuing his relentless chatter. No need to rush. The heroine and her master are currently enjoying tea in the reception hall. They won't be leaving anytime soon. Lin Chujiu resolutely ignored Lu Yinpai's incessant bombardment of words. Indeed, Yang Qingxue had brought her mentor from Bu Peak along. Moreover, their visit to the Jinwu division was specifically for him. He and Lu Yinpai hastily arrived at the Four Seas Manor's Jinwu division, and as they approached the reception hall, the sound of conversation reached their ears. With the esteemed presence of Sect Master Zhou, I presume this visit is not merely for tea. What brings you here? Are you not inclined to share with Foam? Despite having joined the Jinwu division not long ago, Lin Chujiu's acute senses, a hallmark of warriors, allowed him to immediately identify the speaker. It was none other than the esteemed Chief Constable Feng Wunin of the Jinwu division. Conversing with him was evidently the leader of Bu Peak, the mentor of the heroic Yang Qingxue. In that case, I shall refrain from concealing anything. I have heard that the infamous flower thief, young Master Xiang, has fallen into your clutches. Might I request a glimpse of the constable responsible for his capture? Sect Master Zhou inquired, his knowledge seeming quite astute. Feng Wunin chuckled. To be honest, I only recently learned of this myself. I had no idea that Sect Master Zhou was already so well informed. With a gentle smile, Sect Master Zhou replied, I can hardly take credit for such prowess. It is merely the latest updates on the rankings that have enlightened me. Ah, I see. After a moment's contemplation, Feng Wunin instructed his subordinates to summon Lin Yinpai. No sooner had he spoken than a voice rang out from outside the reception hall. I have arrived. Chapter 62. Quite awkward. With that abrupt announcement from outside, a figure materialized before the assembly within the hall. It was Lin Chujiu, having hurried from his residence. Feng Wunin, taken aback by his sudden appearance, felt a flicker of delight at the serendipitous resolution of the matter at hand. Though he was the chief constable of the Jinwu division, he was keenly aware that Sect Master Zhou held significant influence as the leader of Bu Peak. While Constable Li might overlook the so-called leaders of lesser sects, Feng Wunin was not one to disregard them. He was willing to extend a modicum of respect, provided the requests were not overly burdensome. Lin Chujiu's gaze fell upon the two individuals from Bu Peak. One was a young woman, radiant and striking, none other than Yang Qingxue, who regarded him with a rather unfriendly expression. The other, equally beautiful but considerably older, was the sect leader of Bu Peak, Yang Qingxue's mentor. Yet, standing close together, they appeared less like a master and disciple and more akin to siblings. Are you the illustrious Lin Xiaoxia? Truly a remarkable hero. No wonder you have become a silver-ranked constable at such a young age and successfully captured the cunning young Master Xiang with such ease. The moment Sect Master Zhou laid eyes on Lin Chujiu, a warm, radiant smile spread across her face, exuding friendliness in stark contrast to Yang Qingxue's stern demeanor. However, as Lin Chujiu observed Sect Master Zhou, his eyes instinctively narrowed slightly. Although her demeanor was pleasant and she was a well-known figure of authority, he sensed an undercurrent of something amiss. This vague but persistent feeling lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Lin Chujiu did not consider this to be mere paranoia. The heightened sensitivity of a warrior's instincts sharpened with the elevation of their prowess. It was said that at advanced levels of cultivation, some warriors could even evade life-threatening situations through sheer intuition. In previous simulations, he had opted to bypass the encounter with the two from Bu Peak, deeming it a waste of time, and had chosen instead to accompany Jun Xinya to the Dragon Bay for field duty. Indeed, at first glance, Sect Master Zhou appeared to be only at the 4th rank of martial prowess, comparable to Chief Constable Feng Wunin, far from the level of Constable Li. Logically, such a standard would pose no threat to Lin Chujiu, who could easily overpower her with minimal effort. Yet, upon this closer interaction, Lin Chujiu sensed an elusive threat emanating from her. The leader of Bu Peak seemed to possess a depth of strength far beyond what was superficially apparent. It seemed prudent to conduct a focused simulation concerning Sect Master Zhou upon his return. Having encountered her, he intended to explore every conceivable possibility. Lin Chujiu, never engage in unprepared battles, he mused, striving to maintain a respectful distance as he inquired, Sect Master Zhou, to what do I owe the honor of your visit? Sister Qingxue, Sect Master Zhou called, prompting Yang Qingxue to reluctantly step forward and offer a respectful bow to Lin Chujiu. I am immensely grateful for your great kindness. Lin Xiaoxia, I have no means to repay you. And then, the onlookers, including the recently arrived Lu Yinpai, eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. However, the scene diverged from their expectations. Despite his youth, martial prowess, and striking appearance, Lin Yinpai received no extraordinary recompense, merely the prospect of being devoted in return. Even Chief Constable Feng Wunin exhaled a long breath, a hint of inexplicable disappointment lurking in his heart. Were it not for Lin Xiaoxia's timely intervention, the outcome for my disciple could have been dire. To express my gratitude, I wish to present you with the Bu fragment, hoping you might fulfill a minor request for my disciple. The Bu fragment. Chief Constable Feng Wunin suddenly sat upright, inadvertently gripping his teacup too forcefully, causing it to shatter. Realizing his display had been somewhat unseemly, he quickly offered an awkward smile. Yet, his curiosity remained unabated. Sect Master Zhou, is this Bu fragment a piece of your sect's Bu secret scroll? Indeed. Zhou Fengzhu nodded thoughtfully, letting out a deep sigh. Since the great upheaval a century ago, the secret scroll of Azure Waters had been reduced to merely the fragment of Azure Waters. Consequently, our sect had not produced a martial artist of the 3rd rank or above, which is both lamentable and sorrowful. Feng Wunin nodded in agreement, sighing alongside him, and added, Even so, the fragment of azure waters is still a coveted treasure among the martial artists of the realm. With the scroll, your sect can undoubtedly maintain its esteemed position among the other factions. Zhou Fengzhu smiled faintly, fully accepting Feng Wenen's flattery. Meanwhile, Lu Yinpai, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Chief Constable, what is so remarkable about this secret scroll of azure waters? Feng Wenen cast a glance at him and replied, you practice external martial arts. So you may not understand. The secret scroll of azure waters is not an internal cultivation manual, yet it is far more beneficial than many internal texts. Why is that? Lu Yinpai asked, intrigued. Martial artists who cultivate internal energy, whether they embody masculinity, femininity, or neutrality, inevitably inflict some harm upon their meridians. Over time, this leads to stagnation, creating what we commonly refer to as a bottleneck. Lu Yinpai was taken aback. So, this fragment of azure waters can assist in breaking through such a bottleneck? Indeed. It does much more than that, Feng Wenen lamented. In addition to clearing the meridians and aiding in overcoming bottlenecks, the fragment of azure waters also nourishes the meridians, fortifying them to accommodate a greater influx of internal energy, thereby significantly enhancing the upper limits of martial prowess. Lin Chujiu blinked in skepticism at Feng Wenen's assertions. Is the secret scroll of azure waters truly that powerful? With no master martial artist residing at Azure Water Peak, how can such a treasure be safeguarded? Lu Yinpai evidently shared the same doubts and bluntly asked, if the secret scroll of azure waters is so formidable, wouldn't everyone be vying to seize it? How could Azure Water Peak possibly defend it? Such inquiries were undoubtedly impolite. However, due to his established reputation as a straightforward and unrefined individual, Lu Yinpai's words could be interpreted as forthrightness, eliciting some understanding from others. Feng Wenen shot Lu Yinpai a glare before turning to Zhou Fengzhu, managing an awkward smile. Zhou Fengzhu, unperturbed, replied with a gentle smile, it is merely the legacy of our ancestors. A few esteemed predecessors have taken it upon themselves to look after our sect. Lin Chujiu then realized that Azure Water Peak was indeed well connected. Clearly, the predecessors of Azure Water Peak had cultivated relationships with some formidable figures in the past. Though those ancestors had passed on, their influential allies remained, serving as a protective backing for Azure Water Peak. If the scroll merely enhanced one's cultivation progress, Lin Chujiu would not be particularly interested. With his simulator as an accelerated advantage, he held little regard for such matters. However, if it could amplify the power of martial arts, it would certainly be worth possessing. He then turned to Yang Qingxue and inquired, what is the modest request of the esteemed heroine? His emphasis on the word modest suggested a concern that she might demand too much. The silver medal constable Lin Chujiu appeared rather miserly. Feng Wenen found himself in an increasingly awkward position, as both silver medalists, Lu Yinpai and Lin Chujiu, seemed intent on extracting every last bit of embarrassment from him. Chapter 63. Is this what you call going easy? At the Four Seas Bureau's constabulary, in the reception hall, Yang Qingxue, the chief disciple of Azure Water Peak, approached Lin Chujiu. Under Lin Chujiu's surprised gaze, she slowly drew her longsword, pointing it directly at him. Before Lin Chujiu could react, Lu Yinpai grew anxious. Hey, esteemed heroine, is something amiss with you? He exclaimed, questioning her motives. Lin, my brother here, apprehended the nefarious young Master Xiang, preventing you from falling into a compromising situation. Shouldn't you be grateful, rather than drawing your sword against him? Feng Wenen, once again caught in an awkward moment, managed a forced smile as Zhou Fengzhu, seated nearby, chuckled and interjected, do not be alarmed, esteemed silver medalist. My little disciple has been bewitched by the perfidious Xiang, rendering her unable to exhibit her full abilities, and she is understandably vexed. While vexation was warranted, she ought to seek out young Master Xiang instead, who is currently imprisoned in the constabulary cells, thanks to Lin Chujiu. Lu Yinpai, disregarding Feng Wenen's myriad signals to cease, continued his earnest inquiries. Zhou Fengzhu showed no signs of annoyance. Instead, he calmly stated, due to the incident at Zhonghaiyan, the martial community has criticized my disciple's lack of strength. Naturally, she is eager to prove herself, which is only human. I hope you will not take offense. Yang Qingxue glanced at her master before addressing Lin Chujiu earnestly. Your successful capture of young Master Xiang indicates your capability. Thus, if I can best you, it would naturally demonstrate my prowess to handle him. Lin Chujiu was baffled by Yang Qingxue's reasoning. Observing the chief constable Feng Wenen's anxious glances, he smiled and queried, what makes you so certain you can triumph over me? The moment those words left his lips, not only did Feng Wenen's expression change, but even Zhou Fengzhu, who had maintained a calm demeanor, appeared momentarily taken aback. This Lin Chujiu seemed wholly unyielding, showing no regard for decorum. Yang Qingxue's face flushed with embarrassment, an unmistakable hint of humiliation surfacing within her. With a haughty snort, she brandished her longsword and declared, enough of the idle chatter, draw your weapon. You are ranked 44th, while I am ranked 45th. I refuse to believe there exists an insurmountable chasm between us. As her words resonated, Lu Yinpai cast a knowing glance at Lin Chujiu, unable to suppress a smirk. It was evident that if Yang Qingxue persisted, she would soon find herself in dire straits. Being ranked 44th on the innate ranking list merely reflected the estimation of Lin Chujiu's strength during the capture of young Master Xiang. The various lists updated monthly by the Forging Hall were widely discussed among martial artists. To obtain reliable information for these updates, the Forging Hall undoubtedly had spies positioned throughout the realm. However, their information was not without delay. The strength Lin Chujiu exhibited while apprehending young Master Xiang was worlds apart from the strength he now possessed before Yang Qingxue. During the Golden Medal exhibition, Lin Chujiu's confidence had blossomed, elevating him to the ranks of a fourth-grade martial artist, a fact that had clearly not reached the ears of the Forging Hall. Regardless of how high one ranked on the innate list, it ultimately represented only a fifth-grade martial artist. Confronted with a fourth-grade martial artist like Lin Chujiu, the only outcome for Yang Qingxue would be a humiliating defeat. Feng Wunen, grasping this reality, felt the urgency rising within him, yet he could not betray his worry. He feigned tranquility, directing a calm smile towards Lin Chujiu, saying, "We are all children of the martial world, Lin Chujiu. Remember to keep it light, and do not let it mar our camaraderie." Lin Chujiu smiled knowingly. He understood the chief constable's intent. He merely wished for him to ease up, ensuring that Yang Qingxue did not suffer an overly embarrassing loss. The fourth-tier warrior, brimming with ambition, had no qualms about allowing the fifth-tier warrior Yang Qingxue to have an easy bout, even to the extent of letting her win effortlessly. The chief constable, Feng Wunen, was understandably troubled, striving to maintain the amicable relations between the Zhenwu division and the Bihua Peak sect. Thus, Lin Chujiu nodded with a smile, his thoughts shifting as he turned his gaze toward the peak master of Bihua, Zhou. "Senior Zhou, I have heard tales of the formidable Bihua fragment, and I find myself yearning to behold it. Might I indulge in a fleeting glimpse?" Upon uttering these words, Lu Yinpai, standing nearby, could not suppress the urge to commend this brother Lin with a thumbs up. It was evident that Lin's thoughts resonated with his own. Their intentions were indeed simple, stemming from a genuine concern that if Yang Qingxue were to falter and lose face during their confrontation, the peak master of Bihua might withdraw the promised Bihua fragment, resulting in a significant loss for them. It must be said, both were guilty of underestimating the stature of their opponents, thinking small-mindedly. Feng Wunen's face turned a shade of green. While Lu Yinpai's boorishness could be excused, he could not fathom how the newly arrived Lin Yinpai, who appeared so refined and pleasant, could act in such a manner that offered no solace. At that moment, Feng Wunen found himself admiring Zhou's composure. At least she had not erupted in anger, which was a considerable concession. However, Zhou's forbearance exceeded even Feng Wunen's expectations. With a soft smile, she produced a secret scroll and gently tossed it into Lin Chujiu's hands. "No worries, since I have promised, this fragment is yours. However, young hero Lin must agree to one thing. The Bihua fragment is for your study alone and must not be shared with others." Lin Chujiu, tucking the Bihua fragment into his robe, nodded in satisfaction. "Rest assured, senior, I shall not divulge it." Naturally, Lin Chujiu was elated to acquire what seemed to be an excellent secret scroll. Yet, as Zhou had thrown the Bihua fragment, he sensed a peculiar wave emanating from it. Clearly, his earlier doubts were not mere illusions. Zhou must harbor some hidden agenda. Nonetheless, the specifics of this issue eluded him for the moment. With the object in hand, it was time to engage. As Lin Chujiu pondered, Yang Qingxue, gradually losing her patience, urged him once more. "Very well, as you wish. Where is your weapon?" "My weapon is here." As he spoke, Lin Chujiu extended his right hand, curling his index finger as if preparing to snap. "This is my weapon, you may proceed." Such arrogance. Yang Qingxue, clearly incensed by his dismissive treatment, retorted, "If that is the case, do not hold me accountable." With a cold huff, she thrust her longsword forward, instantly resembling a cascade of azure waters. "Excellent." Feng Wunen applauded in admiration. "This must be your sect's Bihua sword technique." Although Miss Yang's swordplay has yet to reach its full potential, under the enhancement of the Bihua fragment, its power is already formidable. Feng Wunen's praise was met with Zhou's amused head shake as she remarked, "However, my disciple does possess some talent in this Bihua sword technique. After the journey to Zhanghaiyan, she has had a significant breakthrough. If only the information from the forging pavilion were a bit more timely, she would surely rank much higher." Indeed, Lu Yinpai, observing Feng Wunen's efforts to maintain the facade, inwardly sighed. "Your Yang Qingxue has made progress. Does that mean our brother Lin remains stagnant?" "Oh, Feng Wunen, do you not know that too many words can lead to misfortune? The more you exalt her now, the more devastating her fall will be later. What a cruel twist of fate awaits." In the arena, Yang Qingxue, frustrated by her inability to land a blow, grew increasingly vexed. She launched a series of attacks with her longsword, yet Lin Chujiu refrained from countering, relying solely on his agile lightness skill to circle around her, evading her strikes with ease. "No, I can certainly attack as well." Lin Chujiu glanced at Feng Wunen before his gaze returned to Yang Qingxue. If the chief constable indicated he should hold back, then having dodged for so long, it was time to end this farce. "Watch closely, I shall retaliate." "Retaliate? Who's afraid?" With a resounding thud, an echoing boom reverberated throughout the hall. Simultaneously, the sound of a snapping sword filled the air. Lin Chujiu's poised finger flicked out, and Yang Qingshui's long sword shattered in an instant. Staring blankly at the half of her sword left in hand, Yang Qingshui's face turned as pale as a sheet. Sitting in his seat, Feng Wunen covered his face in despair. You called for leniency, but did you mean to unleash scalding water instead? After dodging aimlessly for so long, you break her weapon in a single move, effectively annihilating her. Is this what you call leniency? Lu Yinpai nodded repeatedly, a look of confirmation on his face. Thunderous finger? Zhou's expression shifted dramatically, sensing the formidable aura. Among fifth-tier warriors, he feared no one could match it. My reckless disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Yinpai scoffed. No one can match among the fifth tier? Zhou, your perspective is rather narrow. Though I am but a minor fifth-tier warrior, backed by the Banshan sect, I harbor no fear of Bihua Peak. Excellent, splendid. Feng Wunen clapped his hands in encouragement, exclaiming, an exquisite sword maneuver, unparalleled energy. What a remarkably balanced and thrilling duel. The atmosphere in the hall descended into an eerie silence. Clearly, the audience struggled to muster the spirit to align with Feng Wunen's desperate attempts to salvage the situation. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over him. Indeed, being the chief constable of a territory was no simple task. Fortunately, this awkward scene did not linger long. A cold voice resonated from outside the reception room. Lin Yinpai, it is time to depart. Are you prepared? As the chilling words echoed, an intense aura surged forth, and a crimson figure strode into the reception room. Ah, you possess an unsettling energy within you. What exactly are you? The newcomer, Jun Xinya, ignored Lin Chujiu and others. Her gaze immediately fixating on Zhou, her pitch-black spear pointed ominously at her. Based on your response, I shall decide whether to allow you to leave here alive. Chapter 64. I have given you a chance. In the reception room, with Jun Xinya's spear pointed at Zhou, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Feng Wunen, unable to remain seated, leapt up from his chair, exclaiming loudly, Jun Jinpai, what nonsense are you spouting? Feng Wunen trembled, unsure whether it was from rage or fatigue. Regardless, he felt overwhelmed by the challenges he faced, nearly ready to throw in the towel. What manner of perilous place is the Seahai Mansion? To have a brash fellow like Lu Yinpai is one thing. He can be kept in check, albeit with some difficulty. But now, with the arrival of the formidable Jinpai Jun Xinya, whose temperament is as tempestuous as her autonomy, we find ourselves at a distinct disadvantage. Her strength is indeed formidable, leaving us with little recourse. Then there's Lin Yinpai, who outwardly resembles a normal individual, yet wears a perpetual smile while neglecting any serious endeavors. While Lu Yinpai, the seemingly reckless one, harbors a myriad of ulterior motives and revels in chaos, he managed to restrain himself. As Lin Chujiu playfully dealt blows to the disciples of Bishi Peak, he also held back. However, when Jun Xinya brazenly strode in, brandishing her spear at the master of Bishi Peak with a frosty demeanor, he could no longer contain himself. Bishi Peak is merely a modest sect. Its martial prowess cannot be deemed overly strong, especially in comparison to the martial authority of the Seahai Mansion. The real concern lies in the fact that Bishi Peak is renowned for producing stunningly beautiful heroines, with many of its disciples gracing the illustrious list of the Yinji spectrum, thus possessing formidable connections. It is not particularly alarming to antagonize Bishi Peak, but the fear lies in the multitude of heroes who may rise in their defense. Jun Xinya, sheath your spear, Feng Wunen exclaimed, his face shrouded in frost, as he sternly admonished, Zhou Peak Master is a guest. What conduct is this? Yet, it was evident that Jun Xinya, serving as the gold medal investigator of Seahai Mansion, was not inclined to heed the words of this chief investigator. At least for now, she had no intention of doing so. The spear in her grasp remained unwaveringly pointed at the visitor from Bishi Peak, as she coldly inquired, if I am not mistaken, there seems to be an aura within you that is eerily familiar. Do you not intend to provide an explanation? Zhou Peak Master, gazing at Jun Xinya, bore an expression of astonishment and disbelief, his voice heavy with confusion. This gold medal investigator, I do not comprehend your words. A tremor coursed through the air as a fiery aura surged forth, and Jun Xinya thrust her spear forward. I offered you a chance. As the spear lunged, her voice was as frigid as her demeanor. Impudence. Feng Wunen barked, his fingers transforming into claws as he lunged for the spear Jun Xinya had thrust. Golden light shimmered between his fingers. He had evidently deployed his signature technique, the Golden Dragon Claw, in a display of vigor. It seemed as though another golden dragon had materialized within the arena, its massive jaws aimed at the obsidian spear. As the chief investigator of the Seahai Mansion, he possessed remarkable strength, having ascended to the pinnacle of the fourth tier of martial artists. Yet, alas, such prowess was still insufficient to contend with Jun Xinya. With a swift rotation of her spear, it resembled a fire dragon in flight, unleashing a terrifying inferno that nearly manifested as a tangible force, sending Feng Wunen reeling backward. The abrupt retreat left Feng Wunen's countenance marred with dismay. As the chief investigator of Seahai Mansion, he naturally bore his own pride. Despite recognizing Jun Xinya's strength, He had yet to grasp the true extent of her abilities. Before engaging in combat, he had convinced himself that even if she were indeed powerful, she could only surpass him by a slight margin. Having traversed far along the path of a fourth-tier martial artist, how could anyone possibly leave him far behind? Yet, in this moment, as reality stripped away his illusions, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Jun Xinya was indeed astonishingly strong, far beyond his wildest imaginings. In this instant, the humiliation of being outmatched as the chief investigator was less acute. Perhaps it was best to let things unfold as they may. What of offending Bishi Peak and its myriad of formidable figures? Ultimately, Jun Xinya had incurred their wrath. It would fall upon her and her allies to rectify the situation. With this reckless mindset blossoming within him, Feng Wunen felt as though his perspective had broadened, granting him an unusual sense of ease. Meanwhile, within the reception hall, unimpeded by Feng Wunen's interference, Jun Xinya's dark spear had already penetrated towards Zhou Peak Master. All eyes were inescapably drawn to her. Among them, Lin Chujiu displayed a particular intensity of attention. Perhaps only he, like Jun Xinya, could sense the peculiarities surrounding Zhou Peak Master. However, Lin Chujiu's perceptiveness might not match Jun Xinya's decisiveness. According to Zhou Peak Master's apparent strength, it was evident that she would struggle to withstand Jun Xinya's fiery strike. Zhou Peak Master had but two choices: to perish beneath this spear or to reveal the hidden powers within her. This choice was evidently not difficult to make. Suddenly, a cacophony of tidal sounds erupted, a verdant wave flooding the vision of those present. With a resounding crash, Zhou Peak Master eschewed the use of her sword and instead unleashed a punch against Jun Xinya's spear. The obsidian spear trembled violently, emitting a resonant echo. Even the chief investigator Feng Wunen could not impede the spear, which, under the force of Zhou Peak Master's blow, was deflected to the side. As her fist struck the spear, the tremendous force tore through the fabric of Zhou Peak Master's sleeve, sending fragments fluttering like butterflies in the breeze. Indeed, was she of the sea tribe or a half-sea being? Beneath the tattered sleeve, Zhou Peak Master revealed an unusual jade-like arm. Her fair skin now adorned with a layer of azure scales, traits that were evidently not characteristic of a typical human. Humph! With a sneer, after shattering the obsidian spear, Zhou Peak Master's previously pleasant demeanor was now shrouded in malevolence. She cast a glance at the assembly, then gracefully turned, delivering a powerful kick that crumbled half the wall of the reception hall before she leapt away. Upon revealing her true identity, her immediate instinct was to flee. Master! The heroine Yang Qingsnow stood in shock, gripping a broken sword, calling out in vain. Yet by then, Zhou Peak Master had already vanished, heedless of her pleas. Seize her! The rapid succession of events left Feng Wunen momentarily dazed, but the training of a chief investigator swiftly kicked in, allowing him to regain his composure. Go! Lu Yinpai dashed forward, unleashing the formidable strength honed through the external training of the moving mountain sect, striking Yang Qingsnow at the nape of her neck. The sudden assault caught the renowned beauty of the Yinji spectrum off guard, causing her to collapse limply. Chapter 65, The Master's Great Adversary. In the reception hall, Lu Yinpai had successfully incapacitated Yang Qingsnow. Though taken aback by the adeptness of the strike, Lin Chujiu had no time to spare for such thoughts. Yang Qingsnow posed no issue. At least her physical form was undeniably human. The true enigma lay with Zhou Peak Master, who had been pursued by Jun Xinya to an unknown location. Lin Chujiu now faced a decision. Should he follow? Relay my orders, mobilize the investigators within the department, and prepare to support Jun Xinya. Feng Wunen swiftly issued his command within the reception hall. When issuing such an order, Feng Wunen was indeed beset by a flicker of hesitation. He had just witnessed the formidable prowess of the Lord of Bishi Peak. The intricate scales that emerged upon his arm hinted at a strength far beyond that of an ordinary fourth-grade martial artist. As for Jun Xinya's capabilities, they needed no further elaboration. The recent humiliating episode he had experienced served yet again to underscore the latter's might. Summoning the officers of the town martial division might not yield any substantial assistance against such an opponent. However, it was evident from the earlier unfolding events that the Lord of Bishi Peak was inextricably linked to the Sea Tribe. Regardless of the nature of his relationship with Jun Xinya, Feng Wunen could not afford to treat this matter, pivotal to both clans, with any semblance of negligence. Lin Yinpai. Just as Feng Wunen was about to communicate something to Lin Chujiu, he noticed that the silver-ranked officer had already taken flight. He too rushed out through the breach in the reception hall, hastening to follow the Lord of Bishi Peak and Jun Xinya. After a moment of silence, Feng Wunen completely abandoned the notion of assigning tasks to Lin Chujiu. Setting aside the various plans of the chief officer, Lin Chujiu, upon leaping from the reception hall, was immediately confronted with a choice. Should he dash headlong to join forces with Jun Xinya against the suspected Sea Tribe Lord of Bishi Peak? Or should he pause to prepare himself? The answer was glaringly obvious. Lin Chujiu's body twisted midair, propelling him towards a secluded spot within the town martial division. Oh, was that not in the direction of the restroom? The silver-ranked officer, Lu, who had been attentive to Lin Chujiu's actions, was momentarily taken aback. Yet, in the next instant, he silently praised him. Truly, Lin was commendable. Even in the face of grave danger, he had not succumbed to recklessness and understood the importance of approaching the situation unencumbered. Lin Chujiu, of course, was not heading to the restroom for a simple relief. Upon entering the cubicle, he immediately commenced a long-planned simulation. Acting decisively, he wasted no time. This operation could be deemed flawless. If one were to nitpick, one might say that it would be a simulation imbued with considerable significance. Consuming 500 simulation coins, commencing simulation. At 18, you are a 4th-grade martial artist brimming with ambition and a silver-ranked officer of the town martial division. At 18, the Lord of Bishi Peak escapes after revealing her non-human identity within the town martial division, pursued relentlessly by the gold-ranked officer Jun Xinya. Choice 1. As a subordinate. Share in the glory and shame, and follow closely to provide support. Choice 2. Jun Xinya is exceptionally strong, no cause for concern. Rest briefly before joining the main force of the town martial division. Choice 1. This simulation was intended for Lin Chujiu to discern the true nature of the Lord of Bishi Peak. Retreat was not an option. However, following his breakthrough to 4th grade, the simulator had undergone corresponding upgrades. Function upgrade of the Life Choice Simulator can consume 500 simulation coins to increase one choice opportunity at any node. Note: current level allows for only one additional choice opportunity. Lin Chujiu nodded. The upgrade of the simulator's functions was indeed fortuitous. Yet, the necessity to expend 500 simulation coins for an additional choice opportunity was not a trivial matter, even for his current stock. Personal wallet, 7685. To all appearances, his reserves of simulation coins seemed substantial, yet he still needed to weigh their usage carefully. At 18, you choose to follow Jun Xinya closely in pursuit of the Lord of Bishi Peak. At 18, you are led into an ambush, where a total of 8 4th-grade martial artists launch a coordinated assault against you. Jun Xinya and you unleash a devastating counterattack, slaughtering the 8 4th-grade opponents. At 18, the Lord of Bishi Peak lures you to a new ambush, this time featuring a quasi-master. At 18, Jun Xinya, in a display of unparalleled ferocity, battles the quasi-master, ultimately emerging victorious with only minor injuries. At 18, unexpectedly, the quasi-master has a true master brother who awakens from seclusion. Enraged, and unleashing his fury upon the two of you, you and Jun Xinya join forces, yet are ultimately outmatched by the master. In your final desperate retaliation, you inflict severe wounds upon the master, but Jun Xinya perishes, and you two meet your end. Alert! This simulation will conclude. Would you like to increase your choice opportunity at this node? Clearly, during the simulation process, Lin Chujiu did not opt to use that opportunity, and ultimately faced death on the spot, prompting the simulator to issue a notification. Lin Chujiu was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that the Lord of Bishi Peak possessed such formidable connections, commanding a legion of sycophantic warriors to do her bidding. While ordinary 4th-grade martial artists were manageable, the presence of a quasi-master proved far more challenging, and a true master was an insurmountable obstacle, leaving one utterly powerless. It was evident that if the trajectory of this simulation continued, the currently pursuing Jun Xinya would not fare well. Before a master martial artist, even Jun Xinya's formidable strength, coupled with his own respectable abilities, would still fall short. Thus, the choice to increase the opportunity was clear. Anxiously, Lin Chujiu swiftly made his decision. Successfully increase choice opportunity at this node. Choice 1. Confronting the master is futile. Appeal to him regarding the implications, revealing the Lord's peculiarities. Choice 2. Words are of no avail. The best strategy is to retreat. Choice 1. Lin Chujiu attempted to select this option. He believed that this choice was indeed sound. Although these individuals were sycophants of the enchanting Lord of Bishi Peak, surely, in light of the greater good for humanity, the master martial artist would make the appropriate decision upon learning of her non-human identity, right? At 18, you choose to explain the Lord of Bishi Peak's anomalies to the master martial artist, who merely sneers, remaining uncertain of your claims, and continues to attack. At 18, your and Jun Xinya's desperate retaliation severely injures the master, yet both Jun Xinya and you perish. Outrageous. Lin Chujiu could hardly believe that even after revealing the Lord's peculiarities, he still could not alter the grim fate that awaited him. Was his explanation insufficiently clear to earn the master's trust? Or did the master already possess knowledge of the Lord's anomalies, yet still opted to strike against them? If it were the latter, the situation would indeed warrant further contemplation. Harboring such questions, Lin Chujiu resolutely made his choice. Preserve life memories. Chapter 66. This path is blocked. Town Martial Division of the Four Seas. Lin Chujiu's expression was grave. Having chosen to retain the memories of his life, he was now acutely aware of all that transpired in the previous simulation. Among the numerous 4th-grade martial artists he encountered and the quasi-master, none left a lasting impression upon him. Only the true master martial artist profoundly affected Lin Chujiu, leaving his emotions in turmoil, difficult to settle. In his recollection, during that fierce battle, Jun Xinya unleashed his full strength, and as the chaos escalated, the air was filled with an almost ethereal blaze. Merely approaching the fray inflicted a searing pain upon Lin Chujiu's body. Furthermore, he himself played a crucial role in that intense confrontation. The intent of the fist surged to its utmost limit, each strike unleashing waves of formidable energy. Particularly when the ultimate move, Surging Tide Strikes the Shore, was executed. It resembled the rise of genuine colossal waves, crashing towards the master martial artist. The prowess displayed by both Jun Xinya and Lin Chujiu was nearly beyond the capacity of mere fourth-grade warriors. Yet, before that master fighter, their efforts appeared utterly laughable. With a single step into the void and a mere flick of his hand, he conjured the vast ocean's monstrous waves, so real that they carried a hint of the sea's briny scent, extinguishing Jun Xinya's half-phantom wildfire and suppressing Lin Chujiu's half-hearted surge. The two exceptionally powerful fourth-grade warriors could not even stir the slightest ripple in the presence of the master. The strength of the master transcended the limits achievable by fourth-grade fighters. In the end, the pitch-black spear in Jun Xinya's grasp ignited with a blazing crimson hue, piercing resolutely into the towering waves. At the moment when the waves crushed Lin Chujiu into a pulp, he detonated his entire essence, blooming forth like a blood lotus of despair. Their desperate maneuvers ultimately inflicted grievous injuries upon the master, yet that was the extent of their triumph. This was the memory of the first choice. Following that, an additional opportunity for choice emerged. As Lin Chujiu endeavored to reveal the anomalies surrounding Master Zhou of the Green Water Peak to the master martial artist, he distinctly observed the corners of the latter's mouth curl into a meaningful, enigmatic smile. It became clear to Lin Chujiu that the master was not disbelieving. Rather, he was fully aware of Master Zhou's irregularities, yet still intended to take action against the two of them. After processing the memories from the simulation, Lin Chujiu fell into contemplation. It was evident that whether through confrontation or persuasion, the master would become a deadly adversary. Given the combined strength of himself and Jun Xinya, confronting the master head-on offered no glimmer of hope. Lin Chujiu pondered briefly before initiating a new simulation. Consuming 500 simulation coins, commencing simulation. At 18 years of age, you choose to rest for a while before accompanying the main force of the Town Martial Division. At 18 years of age, following the main force of the Town Martial Division, you trace the signs of battle to your destination, where Jun Xinya has already slain a quasi-master martial artist. Drawing out the master martial artist. At 18 years of age, the chief hunter Feng Wenxiao argues with dignity, neither servile nor arrogant, hoping the master martial artist will observe from the sidelines. At 18 years of age, negotiations fail, and with a cold laugh, the master martial artist decimates the Town Martial Division's forces without leaving a single survivor. It was apparent that this path was also unfeasible. The master martial artist was resolute, showing no regard for the upper echelons of the Town Martial Division, exterminating all the approaching hunters. Clearly, regardless of the approach, encountering that master martial artist would inevitably lead to a grim demise. Unless, of course, Master Zhou of the Green Water Peak was prevented from reaching the master martial artist's location until a more effective solution presented itself. Obstructing Master Zhou's advance towards the master martial artist seemed to be the only viable option. Within the Town Martial Division of the Four Seas, Lin Chujiu shook his head and sighed. He had not anticipated that what he thought to be merely an arrival to deliver a grand gift from Master Zhou could entangle figures of such formidable caliber. And since Jun Xinya had already chased after him, the situation had become exceedingly difficult to amend. Lin Chujiu had contemplated simply abandoning his duties and withdrawing from the Town Martial Division altogether. However, recalling the imposing presence of Chief Hunter Li, he suppressed that impulse. The master martial artist drawn forth by Master Zhou was undeniably powerful, yet the hunters of the Town Martial Division were evidently no weaklings either. Should he truly flee at such a critical moment, it would only invite relentless pursuit from numerous hunters, leaving him with no escape. Since resolving the issue of the master martial artist was out of reach, the only recourse left was to find a way to deal with the individual who had instigated this predicament. Consuming 500 simulation coins, commencing simulation. At 18 years of age, you choose to closely follow Jun Xinya in pursuit of Master Zhou of the Green Water Peak. At 18 years of age, after vanquishing 8 fourth-grade warriors, you utilize the speed of the wind pursuit and moon step to encircle and intercept Master Zhou, forcing a change in his escape route. At 18 years of age, Master Zhou repeatedly attempts to flee via the original route, only to be preemptively blocked and lightly wounded by you. Ultimately compelled to head towards the Dragon Bay. At 18 years of age, having reached Dragon Bay, Master Zhou's scales emerge, and he leaps into the water, moving faster than a fish, swiftly diving into the depths below. At 18 years of age, as Master Zhou submerged, Jun Xinya plunged in with his spear. Despite the strength of a fourth-grade warrior, his aquatic abilities were lacking, allowing Master Zhou to evade him effortlessly. At 18 years of age, having come this far, Jun Xinya decides to remain with you for 3 months, ensuring that neither Master Zhou nor the Quasi-Sea King of Dragon Bay escapes. An additional choice opportunity arises. Sensing that the simulation process had reached a stalemate, Lin Chujiu deemed it an opportune moment to expand his options. Choice 1. Follow Jun Xinya's lead and lounge for 3 months, then proceed with whatever comes next. Choice 2. Volunteer to explore underwater. He chose the second option. Despite the greater risks involved, being within the simulation made the prospect of danger more palatable. Clearly, at this moment, Lin Chujiu required options brimming with variability to break through the current impasse. At 18 years of age, you choose to dive into the water. Your body, honed through the great stance, is sufficiently robust, and having absorbed the blood of the Sea King, you thrive in the water, your power remaining unaffected. At 18 years of age, you plunge into the depths of Dragon Bay, catching up to Master Zhou of the Green Water Peak, only to discover that his legs have transformed into a fish's tail, resembling a mermaid. At 18 years of age, you engage in a fierce battle with the mermaid Master Zhou underwater, forcing him to flee in defeat and alerting the formidable sea tribes within Dragon Bay. At 18 years of age, you pay no mind to the commotion and follow the memories from past simulations to locate the cave where the ancient Sea King perished, seizing the remnants of his ancient dragon-like skeleton. At 18 years of age, having taken the ancient Sea King's bones, you have stirred up a hornet's nest. Dragon Bay erupts in chaos as countless sea tribes pursue you. You leap from the water, your punch unleashing a massive wave that sends the pursuing sea tribes floating upon the surface. At 18 years of age, the mermaid Master Zhou and the quasi-Sea King emerge, yet on land, they can only match Jun Xinya, helplessly retreating into the water once more, while you leisurely return with the Sea King's skeleton towards the town martial division of the Four Seas. This simulation, having successfully evaded the master martial artist, unfolded quite smoothly. After several repetitions, pushing the timeline forward by numerous years and ensuring no detail was overlooked, Lin Chujiu finally ceased the simulations. He exited the town martial division, activating the wind pursuit and moon step with all his might, racing forward. After multiple simulations, the trajectory of events lay firmly within his grasp. Now, all that remained was to race against time. Chapter 67. You think you can impede me? In the Four Seas division, beneath the blazing sun, a figure darted swiftly, covering significant distances in an instant. It was Lin Chujiu, hastening along with the wind pursuit and moon step. Having grasped the intent of the surging tide fist and attained the rank of a 4th-grade warrior, he no longer faced any barriers in the realm of ambition. The art of lightness known as chasing wind and treading moon had naturally been comprehended by him. Every weapon possesses its own essence. The sword embodies its sword intent, the dagger its dagger intent, and the fist its fist intent. Yet, to discover that a form of lightness also harbors its own intent was, to be frank, somewhat astonishing for Lin Chujiu. However, as he immersed himself completely in the exhilarating leaps and bounds, a surge of spirit coursed through his chest. His heart, already brimming with tumultuous waves, at that moment found an inexplicable space within. In that space resided the intent gleaned from the chasing wind and treading moon, which instantly reached an overwhelming intensity. Let us tentatively refer to this spirit as wind and moon. A thought crossed his mind. Although the sun blazed overhead, Lin Chujiu felt as if he were enveloped in a gentle breeze beneath a bright moon, his form transforming into a pale shadow, his speed multiplying several-fold. Employing the ultimate move of this lightness technique, wind spirit and moon shadow, combined with his newfound spirit of wind and moon, he achieved unprecedented velocity. Despite having set off much later, under this incredible speed, Lin Chujiu swiftly closed the distance to the two figures ahead. Boom, boom, boom. After a brief period of soaring, a cacophony of explosive sounds erupted ahead. There, a crimson figure wielding a pitch-black spear was mercilessly dispatching several 4th-grade martial artists, their cries echoing in despair. It was Jun Xinya, who had been pursuing Master Zhou Feng, but found herself besieged by 8 4th-grade warriors. Don't mind me, just pursue her. Jun Xinya, caught in the melee, called out anxiously, fearing that Lin Chujiu's involvement would allow Master Bishi to escape. However, before Jun Xinya could finish her sentence, she witnessed Lin Chujiu shoot past the fray with a swift whoosh, as if he had not even noticed her presence. Well then, she couldn't help but acknowledge that he was indeed different from the mindless silver medallion subordinates she was accustomed to. A flicker of surprise crossed Jun Xinya's face, as Lin Chujiu's speed left her somewhat awestruck. Reluctantly, she had to confront the reality. This silver medallion subordinate of hers exhibited a lightness technique speed that seemed to surpass her own. While Jun Xinya was grappling with her astonishment, Lin Chujiu had already surged forward, swiftly intercepting the path of Master Bishi. With a sigh of relief, he found himself blocking the way of Master Bishi. A considerable weight lifted from his heart. Though time was tight, he had ultimately managed to catch up. Thus, as long as he obstructed her path, it would be impossible for her to reach the location of the potential master and master-level martial artists. Young Sir Lin, what is your intent? Master Bishi inquired, her tone firm. This road is impassable. I request that the peak master cease her pursuit. Under the scorching sun, Lin Chujiu faced Master Bishi with an air of neither servility nor arrogance. However, The relentless sunlight seemed to provoke a more irritable temperament in Master Bishi. You think you can stop me? Prepare to die. This time, she did not draw her sword but instead leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Lin Chujiu. From beneath her tattered sleeves, fine scales re-emerged on her alabaster arms. With this punch, a thunderous sound erupted, akin to the crashing tides of the river. Clearly pressed for time, she had no intention of engaging in prolonged combat with Lin Chujiu. She simply aimed to obliterate him with a single blow and continue her escape. The youth before her was intriguing. Despite his tender years, he had already reached the pinnacle of his martial energy, far surpassing her disciple, Qingxue. Yet what of it? Even if his martial energy was formidable, beneath her punch, he would surely meet a fate of shattered bones and bloodied flesh. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lin Chujiu, who also formed a fist, preparing to counterattack. Was he truly intending to clash head-on? Such youthful arrogance was indeed a folly. What a pity for such a handsome visage. Boom. When their fists collided, Master Bishi felt an overwhelming force surge toward her. The anticipated scene of her opponent being obliterated did not unfold. Instead, she found herself unable to withstand the terrifying force, the scales on her arm shrieking in agony, her bones aching as if they might shatter. A tumult of blood surged within her chest, and Master Bishi staggered backward, ultimately unable to dissipate the impact, landing heavily on the ground. Shock was evident in her eyes as she gazed at the youth before her. He was not merely a fifth-grade martial artist with strong energy, but rather a bona fide fourth-grade martial artist who had cultivated a remarkable spirit. Furthermore, he had traversed further along this path than she had. Was such a figure truly only ranked 44th on the innate leaderboard? If not for the searing pain in her arm, Master Bishi would have laughed. The innate leaderboard was nonsense, as was the forging pavilion. It would suffice for them to sell their martial arts manuals without attempting to establish rankings. Having landed in a heap, seemingly unfazed by her dignity, Master Bishi kicked off the ground and fled in another direction. She was genuinely frightened by Lin Chujiu. The force behind that punch had instilled in her a newfound fear of the tidal waves. At that moment, she had no desire to continue battling. Her sole thought was to distance herself from him as much as possible. Observing the retreating figure of Master Bishi, Lin Chujiu shook his head. In that fleeting encounter, he had sensed a portion of her condition. It was evident that this Master Bishi, if not a full Sea Tribe member, at the very least possessed half-Sea lineage. Indeed, the Sea Tribe or half-Sea individuals were gifted, their physiques remarkably robust. The ordinary punch infused with a hint of tidal energy he had previously employed merely succeeded in repelling her without inflicting injury. Lin Chujiu surmised that if he were to unleash his full power, he could indeed subdue or even eliminate Master Bishi. However, without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned that thought. Master Bishi had numerous admirers. Even if her non-human identity had been revealed, the intentions of those admirers remained unknown. Should he inadvertently kill her with a single punch, he might find himself on the radar of her many admirers. Having merely taken a job at the Martial Suppression Division, Lin Chujiu did not wish to invite such trouble so casually. Moreover, the treasures lying beneath the depths of Evil Dragon Bay awaited his retrieval. With this mindset, Lin Chujiu employed the chasing wind and treading moon technique, closely tailing Master Bishi, refusing to relent. Initially, Master Bishi desperately attempted to break free, aiming for her original destination. Yet, each time, Lin Chujiu accurately intercepted her path, shattering her hopes with every punch. Realizing that her pursuit of the master-level admirer residing in the Four Seas mansion was unrealistic, she decisively shifted her escape toward the coastal direction. Seeing Master Bishi finally heading toward Evil Dragon Bay as he wished, Lin Chujiu nodded emphatically. His efforts had not been in vain. Behind him, Junqinya, having dealt with the few fourth-grade warriors blocking her path, finally caught up. Is she heading toward Evil Dragon Bay? Having previously visited Evil Dragon Bay, Junqinya was well aware of what lay ahead in that direction. Indeed, she is cunning and strong. I was unable to detain her. Lin Chujiu feigned innocence, longing only for a peaceful outcome. No matter, since we are heading to Dragon Bay anyway, let her flee. It is an opportunity to resolve matters together. Junqinya brandished his ebony spear, leaping forward with grace. Initially apprehensive that his idleness might be uncovered, he surprised Lin Chujiu with his commanding presence and unwavering confidence. At a loss for words, Lin Chujiu could do nothing but hasten to keep pace with him.